Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Welcome. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of the Seven Seals, the Crusher, brothers and sisters, Joshua, the Judge. Brothers and sisters, this is our segment 9, I believe. 1 second here. Have a little. Segment 9, I believe. Demons versus Saints. Countdown to Apocalypse. The 9th segment of this series. This series is the countdown to Apocalypse, but also includes the Apocalypse from the beginning to end. The countdown will start in 1948 to the end, which will be very soon, to the very last battle. Very last battle. Countdown to Apocalypse. So-called War of Armageddon is just one battle in the Apocalypse. Apocalypse means the whole, it's comprehensive. See? It covers the entire eradication of this reality. Armageddon doesn't do that. Armageddon is the battle. It's about the foundation of this reality, but it doesn't destroy this reality. Apocalypse will eradicate altogether. New reality will come in. New. Nothing that you can imagine, no eye has seen or heart has felt, As the Christian says, I'm paraphrasing, you can't imagine a new world's coming in. People 200 years ago couldn't imagine this world as is right now. New world's coming in. There'll be nothing of this will ever remain except you. It says, I will make all things new. All things new. Islam will be perfect, because Islam is mathematics, and mathematics, Islam, you speak the language, as the scripture says, my people again will speak the perfect language, the pure tongue, which is mathematics. Arabic is just the grammar. That's the grammar, but you will speak mathematics, which is true language, the language of being it is. Mathematics make things happen. There's no religion on the planet that can do that. There's no Hindu car, no Buddhist plane, no Christian fuel. None of that. It's just belief matrices designed to control your mind, take you out of reality so they can rule you. Because once you're out of reality, they can rule you then. So we're going to talk about this, brothers and sisters. And I'm going to reiterate something I said yesterday concerning the Levites. Like I said, I kind of rushed to the one yesterday. I was trying to get back up to speed. I'm still not really there yet. Hopefully next week. I didn't want it to be a too greater period, lapse. Countdown to Apocalypse started in 1948. Establishing a false Israel. Purpose of false Israel was to counter Elijah Muhammad's claim that we're true to Abraham, which we are. To counter that claim. So it said false Israel. But you need to understand the mathematical situation. The mathematical situation. See? Because when you set up the false Christ, the reason why they call Antichrist, because it's the opposite. If you have 5 on one side, you have negative 5 on the other side. It's the balance. You have 100 on one side, negative 100 on the other side. That's the balance. It balances back out to 0. So the Antichrist came in as a result of the Christ coming in. Because it tells you, it says, how would you know when the Christ was born, when it was conceived? Because a star would rise in the east. So that means he would be in the west. Because the star rose in the east, right? Then you must be in the west to say that. So you got to analyze these things, brothers and sisters. Start adding, subtracting. Stop boogalooing. Right? Break dancing, whatever else you're doing. Put these things together. If star rising east, that means you had to be in the west. That means the Christ was born in the west. Because star rose in the east. So what was the star that rose in the east? False Israel. That's their sign. That's their flag, the star. So both were conceived at the same time. Both be conceived at the same time. Have a little technical issue here, brothers and sisters. Oh, well, we'll survive. They always playing games with my systems. So we're going to delve in that a little bit more. Because there was the signs of the Christ. Not signs for you to be worshiping, anything like that. Signs. So you know the exit door out of here when the fire starts. So you know the exit door. You know who's right exit door. Because the fire starting there, and you don't know the right exit door, you're going to get burned up. So even they give you these signs so you know, recognize the right exit door. Say, come out of my people. You know the right exit door. Because you got all these people pretending at exit door. They're not exit door. They're false. And you go through them, you're going to burn up. Someone won't even open it all. Oh, here's the exit door here, and you come in, door only open. And now you're so deep into it, you can't escape it. You can't escape the fire. The purpose of those signs, right, is not for you to worship Suleiman. It's for you to know the proper exit door out of here. Understand that. That's the purpose of it. So there you got the conception. See? You get all kinds of hints. Remember, he'd be the ark that will salve your faith. He'd be the ark that will be your salvation, right? He'd be Noah. I'm not going to break that down, the mathematics behind that, because the mathematics behind that is very clear, right? He'd be the ark. New ark. Oh, new ark. But see, 1948, in New Ark, the New Ark, in the East, in the West. Let's break some other things down, brothers and sisters, before we really get into this, right? There's other signs. I'm going to talk a couple of them here. Now, the Christ, Joshua is the Hebrew form of Jesus. Jesus is the Greek form of Joshua. So he spoke Greek, right? You call Joshua Jesus. Hebrew, you call Jesus Joshua. Just the Greek form of it. See? And Joshua is the one that came after Aaron, who deceived the people. That's what he said. Pharaoh claimed he's Aaron. Well, look what Aaron did. Oh, I have to understand. No, you did it in the presence of Elijah. All the so-called miracles, everything Aaron did was in the presence of Elijah. It's all the evil he did was after absence of Elijah. Sunnism, golden calf, Scientology, worship of devils, so forth, so on. And then Joshua come after that, after he put down all of Aaron's followers, got rid of all of them. Read Exodus. Those were Elijah, those are saints. Those said Aaron, the demons, because he was a demon himself. He's a double threat. Because he's a demon, right? His mother was a Levite. Double trouble. So let's look at the story of Jesus. Now there's three people that stands out in the story of Jesus. He had 12 disciples, but most of them not even mentioned, not even by name. He had no direct interface with them, right, individually. But there was three that stand out. Now who's the three that stand out? Not Paul. Paul never met Jesus. See, Paul came after Jesus. Paul was he murdered Christians. He hated them. But they didn't call them Christians back then. See? They was Jews back then. They didn't call them Christians. They were still Jews. When Jesus departed, right? However he departed back there, right? He didn't start a new religion. It was still Judaism. It was just he gave it a more profound and a more deeper interpretation. He gave it a different interpretation, but he didn't change the language. He didn't change the religion. Because most of his followers were Jews. And he's looking at Judaism in a different way. But he didn't change religion. He didn't call it Christianity. There was no cross, no symbol. When they came up with a symbol, they came up with a symbol of a fish. So you had Paul, whose original name was Saul. He was a persecutor of Christians, killed them. He was chasing them down, killing them. He hated them. Then, according to the scripture, on his way, now this was after Jesus was gone. So he never met Jesus. He wasn't a disciple, he was an apostle. So the way the story goes, on his road to Damascus one day, he had a vision of Jesus. So I'm coming a large giant of stature, picture of Jesus in front of him, and said to him, "Why, Paul? Why are you opposing me?" And said he had a epiphany. Yes, me, right? He said, "Hey, if I can't," because he was killing Chris, but Chris was growing fat, he'll kill him. So if he asked me, Paul was about, he said, "Well, I can't beat him, I'll join him." So he claims that he got that vision, then he came and became part of that group, right? That they wasn't called Christians back then. Let me get that straight. It wasn't called Christians, right? But he became a part of those supposed to be followers of Jesus. We'll talk about him a little more in a minute. See, we're gonna talk in a minute. I'll bring all the characters in first, and then you had Peter, and you had Judas. Those were three male characters that was prominent, right? That these had a direct interaction with, more or less, right? Wait a minute, I missed someone. Peter. No, now I put Paul. No, Paul had to interact with him. Peter, Judas, and Thomas. Now now Peter, he's an interesting character because he's the one that you said, "On this rock I build my church." And when you analyze that, that's really bad. Because it says, "On this rock I build my church." Now, first of all, you build someone on a rock, man, it's not going to last because it has no roots. When it comes, it's going to blow it right off. But you don't see it that way, do you? Because he said rock, you say, "Oh, that's solid." He didn't say, "I build a rock church." He said, "I build on a rock." Would you build your house on a rock? It had to be sunk into the ground. It has to have some firm to attach it. Wind come blow it away. But he said, on this rock I build my church. Okay. Oh, you're saying you call Peter a rock? Okay. We'll go with that one then. Say you call Peter a rock then. Right? "On this rock I build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it." Now right there, stop cold, full stop, right? If you have any brains on it, right, that should straighten you out right there. I shouldn't have to go any further. But you don't look into this stuff. You just go by what people tell you. He says, "On this rock I build my church." Okay, so we're going to accept the fact that the general interpretation is Peter is the rock. Which, I don't know if that's a good thing either, because, rocks in the Bible is not really a good thing. Stones, right, but rocks. Anyway. "And the gates of hell would not prevail against it." Now, remember, the scriptures are locked, so it sounds like one thing, but it's really saying something else. Because the gates of hell, that means there's a gate between hell and the church. It says the gates of hell would not prevail against it. So now if you got church on one side, hell on the other side, you got a gate in between them, right? Then the gates are designed what? To keep people in hell. That's what it's designed, not to keep people out. Keep people in. That's his job. That's his purpose of the gate. So that's what it prevails if it does its job. But if it doesn't prevail, that means it failed. That means the church, the gates failed, and that means all the citizens of hell, residents of hell, come flooding into the church. Read it. Think about it. If the gates of hell doesn't prevail against it, that means it failed, and that means all the hamers of hell ran to the church, the demons as well as the devils. That's exactly what Farrakhan has done, because he's telling you he's a demon himself. Demon's half devil, half man. His father's a devil. That makes him a demon. That's what it's not spirits or spooks. Or Elijah Muhammad tell you no spirits, spooks at all, but now all of a sudden there's spooks when it comes to demons because his father's a devil. He admits it. So he's a demon. That's what demon is. Half man, half devil. On half man, right, on the parental side. That means his father's a devil. That means he's a demon. And it says, and the devils, he wants to feel what he says. He want to bring devils to his Age of Islam. He said he want to bring. Now how in the hell that work? He gonna bring, when the lesson said clearly, and you can't redeem him. But is he gonna bring him in? So that's what's happened. Because on this rock here, he's a rock. You see? He ain't no good, he's a rock. We don't need it. And we're gonna build, the church is gonna build on this rock, right? And gates of hell, the gates of hell will fail, and he's gonna fill it up with demons and devils, and that's exactly what he's done. He says that he want to bring devils in. I mean, even if you understand all this stuff, wanting to bring devils in should be a red alarm right there, red flag right there. Should be boom. Should be sirens ringing. So devils in NOI, and then you claim you read those lessons. And you tell me speak for Master for Muhammad. That's what the lessons say. I know Elijah Muhammad was very clear on that point because I was there with him from 70 to 75. That's Peter. Now, let's move on with Peter. Now, Jesus was going around opening people's ears up, right? Making them hear. And what was Peter doing? Cutting ears off. But as Jesus opened ears up, he was cutting them off. So how was he helping Jesus? How was he helping Jesus? And then at the time of Jesus' trouble, see, because you got to read the scripture. Oh, they crucified, they killed him. No. What was the upside of that? That was the resurrection. That was his doorway. The so-called crucifixion was his doorway to resurrection, to paradise. You see? But Peter didn't see that. He thought he was going to be destroyed, so he betrayed him. He denounced him. Oh, I don't know him. Because he showed he was a coward too. That's what Farrakhan said, was a coward. Because as soon as Mr. Elijah Muhammad departed, right, and the wolves came in, he ran and hid. He left them. He wouldn't ban the sheep. That's what Clown was saying last Sunday. You better check this out again. That's exactly what he did. He ran away and abandoned the sheep to themselves. He ran away to shake his ass back with Massa. That's what he did, try to get back on the stage, do his Calypso stuff. He ran, abandoned them. They got rid of NOI. There was no NOI. They started a thing called the Belialians. So Peter not only denounced Jesus, I don't know him. He was a coward. He was defeating everything. He was destroying everything Jesus was doing. Jesus was going around, opening people's ears up. He was cutting them off. So he was going against him. This is Peter. So no matter how every rock Farrakhan hide under, I lift it up and all you see is shit. Because that's all it is there. And he's the big part of it. He is all of it. He's full of it. He's not just full of it, he is it. He tried to hide on Aaron. Read all of Aaron. He came in after Elijah and caused all kinds of havoc and had to make mockery to their enemies. And what Peter doing? He's cutting off people's ears, right? But man, he wanted to be like Jesus, wanted to walk on water, but he drowned. And you know, the modern day Pope, he fashioned after Peter. The man Pope says he's an incarnation of Reverend Peter. That's what, that's no story together. You need to understand these things, brothers and sisters. That's Peter. We can talk much about him, but let's leave there. Right? Now tell me something good about Peter. This all stuff about Peter. Now remember, he had three actions, three males that stood out prominent and that was supposedly connected with Jesus, right? I'm not talking about outside his father and stuff, right? It's those three. They claimed it were disciples, right? See? But we said Peter, Judas, and Thomas. Now, what looks at Thomas a mysterious character too, because Thomas supposed to have been Jesus' twin brother. Jesus had no twin brother. They said about Mary gave birth to 2 children. So how do you say he's his twin brother? I mean, is there something wrong with the scripture there? They said Thomas is his twin brother. No, because that's another sign there. There's another sign there because he wasn't. They say his twin brother because he's an iteration of Jesus. He was a version of Jesus. At some time in Jesus' life, he was Jesus, right? But why I say Thomas? Because they're telling you what Jesus' birth name would be, Thomas. That's Suleiman's birth name, Thomas. That's coincidence again. Conceived same time falls Israel. Star rose in the east. right? Birth name Thomas. Right? So I'll leave that one there because there's not too much else to say about them. And you only hear about these other characters, like even Peter. What book in the Bible is associated with Peter? Most of it is associated with Paul. We're going to get back to him in a minute. Then you got Judas. Now, Judas was a Levite. See? And he didn't think that Jesus was going to win this thing. So he betrayed him. Now, what did he betray him for? Let me betray him for, brothers and sisters. Maybe I should just I'm get this exactly right, brothers and sisters. Yeah. See, there's a lot of hints there. What did he betray Jesus for? 30 pieces of silver. Then silver associated with who? Shabbat or Levites. He said 30 gold, says silver. 30 pieces of silver. And that 30 has a significant, I'm not going to it. Right? But he was a Levite that betrayed Jesus. And Jesus knew who he was now. He wasn't hidden. He was hitting everybody else. But Jesus knew who he was because Jesus talked, confronted him. He said, "No, ain't me, ain't me, ain't me." He knew who he was. Because he said, when are you going to betray me? But see, Judas didn't know that the reason why Jesus willingly went through that process, right? Because he knew it was the doorway to paradise. Crucifixion was the doorway to paradise. But you understand, the angel can't understand all that, what it's all about, right? See? Because if they put to death and then raise to life, you don't understand what that means. That gets to the NOI and the black hole, that kind of. But the point, but Jews didn't see it that way. So they betrayed him. See? Those are three that figure prominently. And so Suleiman already knew who he was all the time. See? But he thought he was getting away. But he knew who he was all the time. And then he said, "Well, when are you going to see?" He said, "Is it me?" He said, "When are you going to pray?" He said, "Is it me?" He heard Jews say, "Is it me?" But he's a Levite. And then you see part of the reason why Joshua or Solomon has so much issue with Levites. They betrayed Elijah. They betrayed him, right? See? And the chief Levite, right? That's the bear that's going to come against us in the final war. See? Some Levites going to be with us that went through us, went with us through the Holocaust. And most of them will remain with us. Most of them are loyal, faithful. But there's some got pissed off with the process. They thought, oh, I can go through it, but then after by and by, they said, "Man, I should never did this, man." And they turned. See? They turn on everybody. They turn on everybody. They turn on the devils, demons, saints, turn on everybody. I talked about that yesterday. So all those different signs there, brothers and sisters, I can go a lot more. Let's go back to this Paul guy. Now, Paul, he didn't want to start a new religion. They call it Catholicism. That was Paul did that. Now, remember, Paul never met Jesus. He started writing stuff, and his stuff was contrary to what all the disciples writing. But they weren't really disciples, but that's where you guys, I'll leave you with that, right? But all other books, he was contrary to that. He was one that allowed them to start eating pork. The Jews wasn't eating pork back then. Oh, that's okay. Anything's in the store. Right? He said things like that, right? So he laid the foundation for modern day Catholicism. And it wasn't until 1,000 years later, right, when the Europeans broke away from Catholicism, that they come up with it, and it comes this new religion called Christianity, whose purpose was enslavement, domination. That's what its purpose was. The purpose wasn't religion. See, that's what it did. That's what the cross did. They under the banner of the cross. They went on conquering, genocide, murder, theft, rape. You know, the whole name was all done under the banner of the cross. And you got these Negro busts running around the cross running their neck. Well, some of them are just demons anyway. But Paul did. He laid out Catholicism. He brought that new. There was no Catholicism when Jesus was around. Remember I said, when the Jesus of the Bible that you think you know about, he didn't change religion. He is like upgraded Judaism, if you will. Just say, a deeper meaning to it. He didn't change it. He didn't say he came to change it either. See? That was Paul that did that. Like I said, he never met Jesus. So I guess if you can't beat him, join him, because he really turned, what he did was he turned, see, remember, he was staunch Roman. And the so-called Christians, they weren't Christians, they was Jews, but they was called, you want to call them Christian, whatever. The so-called followers of Jesus, right? They was against that. And I guess Paul might have took a patriotic view. They're against Rome. So he was killing them. So then what happened is that I guess he said, I can't kill him fast enough, so join him. So he joined a part of it, and then what he did is he pretty much turned the church, right, back into Roman, because that's what it is. It took the same structure as the Roman Empire. Remember Peter? The Pope is part of the matter. If you ask the Pope, look at the Pope. The Pope stands for Pope Peter. He's supposed to be Peter, right? He's supposed to represent Peter. He's supposed to represent. See? And he's the emperor. He's in charge of everything. And remember, the emperor controlled Europe, right, for 1,000 years. Crusades and all that kind of stuff. The emperor controlled all that. That was the Pope. He just gave a religious tone to it. He took the Roman Empire and took changed the political side of it into a religious side. And that's where it continued for 1,000 years. That's all it was. That's what Catholicism, that's what it is. It's just religious, toned Roman Empire. Instead of political orientated, religious orientated. Same structure. So he did. See, so he wasn't. He was back. In other words, he adopted most of the Roman ideas. Right. All the dates and all this time. August, July, all those. Right. Those are the names of emperors, Roman emperors. Easter, Roman holiday. Easter eggs, Easter bunnies. All of it. So he wanted to drag them back to Roman religions. That's what he did. He just put a different color on it. That's all. And then the church Adam broke away from that 1,000 years later. And started in search of the true religion was mathematics. He dumped that from mathematics, true religion. That's what it says in the Quran. He was taught that. Read, you don't understand the Quran. It says, I'm going to put a new rule in earth. That was Adam and Eve, Gog and Magog, America and Britain. America was Eden. Where the tree was, we the tree, knowledge of good and evil. What they were supposed, if they ate, right? Said they eat you would die, because that means they attacked us, they'll be destroyed. Let me clear that up. If they try, because when you eat something, right, you're not attacking it, you destroy it, taking out existence. If they try to take out existence, what they're about to do, right, that's what will be destroyed. Because they plan your destruction. It says right there, let's deal shrewdly with them. Let the name of Israel be remembered no more. That's talking about us. Ain't talking about them. False Israel. And when they do that, that's when they're going to be destroyed. And they're about to do that in a minute. Because false Israel goes down, that's when they're going to do it. When false Israel goes down, that's when they're going to do it, because then it's clear that we're true to Abraham, and they've been worshiping Satan all the damn time, and now they're, and that's going to be shockwaves through them, because if we're true to Abraham, who the hell are they? That means they fit the scriptures right on time, and that shows who they are, and said they're on judgment right now, and they're going to be punished. As you've done, shall be done to you. They don't want that. They try to do everything they can, CRT and all that stuff, the blanket, but they, to disguise it, to cover it up. But when falsehood goes down, that means we have to be true to Abraham. That's shockwaves through the whole world, not just through Europe, but all the world. Because none of the world wants you to rise up again. The whole world's against you. I keep telling you that. The entire world is against you. Everyone. Sunni is all of it. Remember, Ishmael, your brothers, they the one who betrayed you. We talk about Joseph. Your own brothers betrayed us into Egypt. How we get in Egypt? Say our brothers betrayed us. Better understand the story. They talk about now, not back then. Our own brothers, because they said that's our land. Because it's the same story. Remember, they was the older brother. Ishmael and Isaac. Ishmael was the older brother. He said, that's my inheritance. I should get it. Remember, because he was Abraham's son, but not by Sarah. So God said, no, I'm going to give the blessing to Isaac, because he's your son by Sarah. So Ishmael was the oldest one. And so he says, no, that land's mine. That land's mine. I should get it. And when they betray us into slavery. They've been selling our land for 50,000 years. We cover with sand to keep from polluting it. That's the story, brothers and sisters. So they forced our land into Africa. That's why they betrayed us 500 years ago. This will protect us. That's that flaming sword that was supposed to protect us. The tree of life, we're the tree of life. And they didn't do it. They betrayed us instead. And then we got our other brother, our twin brother, Esau. See, who was living in his land? That's the story of Belshazzar and Belshazzar, right? That's what and Daniel. So he was living on the west coast of Africa. They allowed us to live there. They became uncomfortable with it. Because they're the Levite tribe. We're the tribe of Shabazz. So we was forced in there, but it was under their dominion. But then when they realized, right, that when this energy deprivation period goes over, that we was going to inherit all of it. African, the whole thing said, oh, no, we the oldest brother. Again, same story. We the oldest brother. Because Esau was born first and Jacob had him at his heel. But we twin. But I'm the oldest brother. See? You can't distinguish us between us now. You can't distinguish between us now, but over here. But we're twin brothers. We look just alike. They're the oldest. So no, this is mine. That's Lucifer talking. I'm going to be like the Most High God. I said my throne on Most High, right? That's Lucifer talking. He's African. Cut to the chase. You're going to realize soon now, okay, anybody's listening, they get ready to shut the channel down, because I'm ready to go down like this. Obama. You're going to find that's who he is. See, he deceived Farrakhan. That's what demons, that's what Levites do. They deceive. They don't like demons either. They use them. He sure used Farrakhan. Here, Farrakhan calling him. Why wasn't Farrakhan the Messiah? Him, Farrakhan, Messiah, all that kind of stuff. We got the tapes. He's worshiping him, Obama. He's going to do that. And he used him to get president. He dissed his ass. I don't know about that clown over there. I had nothing to do with him. See? Everybody gets over one of the demons, but right now they're getting over on us. That's about to change. And he said, no. And that's what the final was. We're going to talk about that when we get there. So I'm kind of open. Last couple of days, I'm kind of like jumping the gun a little bit here. That's the final war. Two brothers. One half brother, one full brother, right? And both of them hate us because they feel that we are taken from them. Something belongs to them. Ishmael say, hey, man, you trying to get all your lamb. That lamb belongs to me, man. I'm Abraham's oldest brother, oldest son. And he started saying the same thing. He said, I'm the oldest son. All this belongs to me. I'm the God. I mean, they have a right. They have rights. They have a claim, but that's not what the God. See, and Master Muhammad, he's the God of his age. He ain't buying that one. I ain't buying it. And there's other reasons I'm not going to get to, you know. But to follow the law of inheritance, it belongs to them. See, and they're not setting up a wicked kingdom. Neither one of them. Ishmael not set up a wicked kingdom. Neither was Lucifer. They want to set up a righteous kingdom, but they want control of it. See, and then Ishmael and Issachar going to get after it because Issachar wants full submission. He wants submission under the Sunni too. And they corrupted their religion, but they will establish. But they'll be oppressive to women, though. Both of them. That remain. They still be oppressive to women. That's going to end with Suleiman. It's going to end unless sisters, can't handle it. Can't handle their freedom. Maybe they want to be submissive. Maybe they do. But they've been set equal. Apart and equal, 180 degrees. Oh, let me say something real quick. I know, I know. I didn't say anything because I know sisters have to say speaking one say, but one sister said, "Oh, well, we're 180 degrees of strength and they're 180 degrees of beauty." No, don't. That you got to get the math straight. See, I get what they say, but they don't understand what they're saying. See? Because if they're 180 degrees of beauty, who's got the other 180 degrees of beauty? You understand what I'm saying? If you say it like that, you got to talk about the whole beauty. Say strength, got to talk about the whole strength. So that means somebody got positive strength, somebody got negative strength. If it's 180 degrees, that means, right? 180 degrees of beauty, that means somebody's got 180 positive, 180 negative. To complete the 360. Can't say it that way. See? See, together we make 360 degrees. But 180 degrees, right, is dedicated primarily towards beauty. Other 180 degrees towards strength. That's a better way of saying it. There's probably better ways than that. But we need to, I'm not mad at you. But we strive to be mathematically correct, speak the mathematical language. Because that's what Master Muhammad said. If you want to be successful, learn the mathematical language. So I think I said a lot about that. So I'm gonna move on to the presentation, your brothers and sisters. I said a lot of things there, right? One other thing here. I talk about days of vengeance. I understand that. I talk about days of vengeance. Let me elaborate on that a little bit more. See, the devils, they're like a magnet, because I talk about culling. How culling is part of nature, because it pulls away the weakest ones get eaten. Like the lions chase the zebras, right? He gonna catch the slowest one, the oldest one that can't keep up with the rest of them. The bulls, the young bull stallions, man, they were out in front. He can't catch up with them. But the older ones slow down everything. So you keep them, right? And so they keep the herd strong. That's part of nature. And we have that especially in the human sphere. That's why you have the scriptures come, you have the believers and disbelievers. The believers are the ones that can deal with that wavelength, that vibrations right on that level. because you want to separate them from the ones that can't. Otherwise, they're still mixed in together. That's why it has scripture to separate, right? Separate, because the believers are the ones, right, that's strong and vibrant. They operate on a high frequency, right, high wavelength, vibrating at a stronger strength. And the believers, disbelievers, they can't understand it because their mind, the frequency of the scripture is greater than the frequency of their mind, so they can't believe it. They won't believe it, and so therefore, what? They're purged out, and the herd, so to speak, moves on stronger and keep doing that. So we don't keep the weak ones away, right? Okay, so that's what happened in this, because when devils came on, see, everybody was sub energy deprivation. We was on the bottom floor because we didn't have enough energy to move to the first floor. But devils, they're first floor people. So everybody was in the basement, they rule. That's why it's Adam rule, okay? But when people start getting more energy, because the last thing you want to be, right, on the first floor, and the basement packed with people, right, who's growing, and the wall, the height of the floor, right to the ceiling is like 5 feet, and everybody's 6, 7 feet. Their heads will be punching holes through that floor. That floor is your foundation. That floor is your foundation, but it's the ceiling are the ones in the basement, but the foundation are the ones on the first floor. If they start growing, they're gonna start poking holes in your ceiling, and your foundation, and their ceiling. And your ceiling, your foundation is what supports your whole system. So that gets broken up, comes crashing down into the basement. That's what's happening, bro. That's a simplified way of saying it. So we understand that, right? So maybe I should move on, bro. It's just like get too deep into this. Okay, well, I'm going to say a little more, because I said something yesterday, but I'm just going to elaborate a little bit. So one of the benefits of the devils are, because I said we use everything to our advantage. So we use them as like lions, right? To purge all the herds, because you have all these different nations, right? They're like different herds. Zebras, right? And giraffes and hyenas or whatever, right? And then you got these lions, and what they're doing is they attacking everybody. They getting the weak ones. So keep everybody strong. That's one of the benefits of having Adam rule like that. See, because what happens is all the weak ones are going to gravitate towards them because they teach all this stuff you think so strong, capitalism, democracy, that's weak stuff for weak-minded people. And so they're going to be, the weak people are going to be attracted to that, which is going to cause problems for their countries, right? Because now they're malcontents, right? Now they marching and protesting and everything else, destabilizing the countries. I'm not talking about demons now. Demons have the same effect. I'm talking about the weak ones. See, because both of those had the same. Both of them had the same result. But see, because I never talked about them before. I said, but I'm adding more and more as we move on. I talk about the malcontents. See, I ain't talking about just demons. You get the malcontents. See, and they was kept under control. But now they got a savior, America, that's strong. And so they're attracted. So they feel empowered. They're empowered by this. So now they want democracy. They want capitalism. They want all that stuff, right? All the stuff they believe. I was telling somebody the other day, man, you know that stuff you see in the movies? If you believe 99% of that stuff, if you believe 1% of it, you fool. Anyway, it's just, I mean, people out, they look at, they watch stuff overseas, they think that's where America is, and they go and find that's not. You understand what I'm saying? So the thing is that you got to, those the weak ones, the weak-minded ones in the group. See? So now, because they was mixed in. So it was causing problems, but nobody could really realize, because they thought, this was just spirit of the people, because it's mixed in, like the same problem we have. We got demons mixed in with saints. So you have this a spirit of a spirit of division, or a spirit of resistance that was coming strong and strong and strong, but they had no savior. No, now America, now America protect them. See, we want democracy, and a lot of them come just running here, See, that's coming. So the thing is, what happened is that now they're identifying themselves, because before they was mixed in, nobody knew who they was. Oh man, I don't like the emperor. They might be afraid to say it right, but some work is hard, or something, because they ain't down with it. They're the malcontents. They're weak ones, right? So now they got a savior over here, this beacon, like, oh man, look at America. They're going to empower us. So now I can stand up. I can say, I don't like the emperor. Well, that's free speech. See, and America's going to protect me. So they expose themselves. See, that's why it says, Elijah Muhammad says, they're a manifestation of everything, all the effects. I keep trying to explain these things. We use mathematics, bro, to our advantage. So we put a personification of everything, right? So now they manifest, so all this happening, they manifest all the weak ones of all the nations that was causing all kinds of issues. And so now they start coming out. So now, in fact, they start their own country, like look at Taiwan, whole group. See? Not just Taiwan, look at South Korea. Look what happened in South Vietnam, see? What? Because they gravitate towards what? America. We want that system. And they feel they can, now they got a savior to empower them, so they feel like they can do it. And America can just empower them. See? But now America, right, is losing their discipline, so they getting weaker and weaker. And now it's pretty soon people can realize they can't protect them anymore. That's when the war starts. That's why it says the days of vengeance. Because as America told me, oh man, look at those Afghan people, man. We didn't get them out of there. They was working with us. Yeah, okay. They were betraying their country. Now, what if America got in a war and you had people in here, America's citizens, right, that was helping the enemy? What would America do if they kicked them out and took control of their country back? What would they do to those people? What would they do to them? What would they do to them? They call them traitors. What would they do to them? Remember, they did what the people, they're just in World War II, the people that betrayed their secrets and everything, they electrocuted them. What would they do to them? Say, oh man, that's bad what they doing to them over there. They sneaking out, they killed them. What would you do to them if they was betraying your country? And if you found traitors over here, America, what would you do to them? See, this whole point bullshit here, man. Stop the bullshit zone. That's what you would do worse than that. If your country was invaded and you was able to kick the enemy out and you found all these people that would side with the enemy, you know what you would do to them. Their fate would be worse than anything that they doing to them over there. And you know it. And you wouldn't say, well, they was patriots. They was helping. They were just mixed up. No, they would get your full wrath upon them. And there'd be no mercy for them, and you know it. See, so when they tell, oh man, look at them. They seeking those people out helping us. Why shouldn't they? And why did you abandon them if you're so great? That's your right there. People say, wait a minute, hold it. We stuck our neck out for America, and America abandoned, now we're getting our ass kicked. That's what I mean by days of vengeance, brothers and sisters. Because the first thing to go down when this war starts, Taiwan is gone. South Korea is gone. Right? All these little places like that, they're gone. Days of vengeance. That's what they're talking about, brothers. I want to make that clear. Days of vengeance. It's talking about just what happened here in America. It's talking about days of vengeance all over the world. The culling effect. Because now they expose, right? Now everybody knows who they are. You oppose your country. You oppose your people. Because they were called traitors. They were called Taiwanese traitors. North Korea would call the South Koreans traitors. And there'll be blood hides the horse's brow. I tell you, Brother Lack said, you have no idea what's about to happen here. There's going to be a full-fledged, universal damn destruction, this damnation, whatever you want to call it, bro. It says it ain't going to be easy. That's why you want Maxwell Muhammad to be to get your ass out of here. And if you're smart enough, you got any money, you get your ass out of here now. Because when that war starts, the door's going to close and you don't get out of here. It says none will escape. Which means that means the door will be closed, you don't get out. It says none will escape. None. Won't be able to get out of here. The only door out of here is Maxwell Muhammad. And the only way you get out of here is he just providing transportation. Is Suleiman providing the tickets. The Lamb's Book of Life. Who is delivering? He living those in the Book of Life. That's who. So he didn't live in everybody. Fred Mama, he come to get everybody. No, he didn't come to get everybody. Jesus said he wasn't come to everybody. He said he's come for the seed of Abraham. He said he wouldn't come for everybody. That's Farrakhan's BS because he's a demon himself. Okay, bros, let's move on. That's the days of vengeance. See? Days of vengeance. It's going to be, man, ooh. Nothing like it. Says this day will be nothing like it. Nothing like it, brothers and sisters. What we had here. It's going to be nothing like it. Get out. Get out, brothers and sisters. If you don't like this message, you don't like what I'm saying, right? Got any sense at all, get the hell out of here. Got any sense at all, get the hell out of here. Right? Because when that war started on closed door, remember 911, they closed the door, you couldn't get out. When 911 came, they closed the door and you couldn't get out. That war starts, you ain't gonna be out, brothers and sisters. Move on. Get out. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. This is a series, brothers. 14-part series. I think this is part 9 right here. I mean, you got 6 more, 9, no, I mean, you got 5 more. This is covering the whole, from initiation to apocalypse. Apocalypse was actually formally start when the war starts, the Middle East. We end with that last war between the bear and the lion. And that bear, when he growls, oh man, it trembles because you tremble. Frees your heart. You get caught face to face with a bear, one of those big grizzlies. He growls. Stop your heart. But you heard that damn lion when he growled. Oh man, that frees that damn bear's heart. But the bear's hard. He's hard. Bear's tough. You ever seen a lion and a bear get at it? That's what you're going to see. That's the last word, brothers and sisters. We're going to get to it in a minute. Well, not here, but we're going to get to it. See? So, part 11 and part 13 there. And one more, goat and the ram. Goat versus ram, and then finally, goat versus the bear. That's the last part. We'll be there in a couple of days, brothers, just a few days. Okay. Lion versus the bear. Let's get out, brothers and sisters. Chapter 18. I'm not going to read it. It's saying, get the hell out of here. Read it. That's America is talking about Babylon fell at Bel. Right? Trying to get you out of here, brothers. That's my purpose. I ain't trying to get your money. I ain't trying to get your worship. I ain't trying to, I'm just trying to save your ass. Period. 30 years I've been on the case, giving 100%, 24/7. They threw me in jail, persecuted me, tried to kill me a couple of times. You know, all kinds of stuff. Got poisoned. You know, but you can't stop consequence. See, that's the, I'm not going to say mathematics, that brothers and sisters. I'm personification of consequence. We personify everything. Get that to your head. Personify everything. So the consequence of America's, what they did to us, we personified it. And Suleiman is a personification of it. That's why he's a judge. And you cannot stop consequence. It's impossible. Like trying to stop gravity. You can stop gravity fast, you can stop consequence. Well, Master Muhammad, he's defeated gravity, he knows how to do it, but you can't stop consequence. It's impossible. Every action has an opposite or equal reaction. That's consequence. You can't stop it. It doesn't say sometime or maybe. Every action has opposite equal reaction. Opposite, but or opposite and equal reaction. That's what consequence is. And what's the personification? That's again, what's the personification? And whoever's personification of that, what you've done over the last 40 years, you can't stop them. You can try to offset. Only thing you can stop consequence is repent, but that you really stop consequence, right? Because repentance is a part of the consequence, to resolve the consequence. That's part of the consequence. See? And you can't do that. And you won't do it anyway. So you can't stop it. Because everything you do just makes it worse. Everything you do is make the situation worse for yourself. You can't stop it. You can't stop consequence, brothers and sisters. You can't stop it. It's impossible. You can read on your own, brothers and sisters. I'm going to move on. Nothing's changed yet, brothers and sisters. They crucified us 500 years. Adam did. This is the Adam that Christ talking about. Came as this 500 years ago. And I'm talking about the vision, from Yaakov's beginning. No, we're talking about the last iteration of Adam, this one. He had ruler in the earth. They took everything away from everything. Stripped us down, totally naked, put us on the cross. Totally naked, took everything from us. So now they got to pay the consequence. That's part of days of vengeance. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. So this is the vengeance, right? Particularly relating to us. But all the nations got to pay, because remember, we identified two right there. Arabs, Africa, right? But they tell you right there, it says, the other one's China, India, right? That's the 10 kings. So they're going to make war with the Lamb. That's all the nations, brothers and sisters. It's a global war. So who can make war with the beast? Who's like the beast? It tells you. We understand who the beast is. Remember that beast has 10 horns, but it tells you who makes war with the beast. Because it says right there, it says, these 10 kings or the 10 horns will make war with the Lamb. So that's the who's making war with the beast. Is right there, the angel. He's the Lamb is making. Who's the Lamb? The one that break the 7 seals. Have you broke the 7 seals? Farrakhan, Silas, Eric, 7 angel, Farrakhan, D.A. Jakes, Jeff O'Dollar. And have you broke the seals? Any of you? The one that break the seal, that's Lamb. It says who make war with the beast? Who's like the beast? And it tells you right there. The beast has 7 heads and 10 horns. That's those 10 kings. So they make war with the Lamb, and Lamb will whoop their ass. It's right there, brothers and sisters. The thing is, a lot of stuff is so simple that you don't need a slide rule or computer to figure it out. Like 666, that's easy. That's easy. A third grader figured out. As a third grader says, okay, 666 means somebody's going to stop people from buying and selling unless they do what they want to do. Does that make? Can you connect that? Anything? Yeah, America. They put sanctions on everybody. They don't do what they tell them to do. They start buying and selling. Who else do? Nobody else do it but them. Bam. Hey, 5 stars. A+. That's a genius over there. 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old. And you're a dumbass 15, 16 years old and you can't figure it out? You're a dumbass 40, 50, 60 years old and you can't figure that one out? Okay, here we are. Part 9. The inverse of saints. Now, see, the demons, remember, they're master's children. That story about sowing the chaff amongst the wheat. It says the enemy did it. And what does that mean? What does that mean? See? Make sense of it. They'd be separated at the end. Who's being separated at the end? Are you talking about, some men will come and actually separate chaff and wheat? Is that what it is? Or is it people he's talking about? And if it is people, what it is, it says he's going to separate at the harvest, that means that the wheat separate somebody people. But it says someone, so somebody put some other kind of people, mix some other people in there with them. But it says seed. I mean, how complicated can it be? I mean, that's basic biology, but you wouldn't know that, right? Because your head's so far the bronze ass. You NFL and all that stuff. That's why your neck's gonna be broke. Because they bend over, it's gonna snap your neck. And they about bend over in a minute. The smell should tell you something was wrong right there. But your head up there, instead of paying attention to what's going on in reality. Oh, you're talking about, man, y'all gonna get it real bread. Who's gonna build that kingdom for you? Who's gonna take care of it? You mean you can build it with basketball? With a football? Is that what you're gonna farm with? You're gonna build your vehicles? You build your house with that knowledge? You don't know a damn thing. Most of you out there know about NFL and everything else, and you couldn't tell me how much 9 times 21, right, divided by 4 plus 5. You couldn't tell me without a calculator. 9 times, say 9 times 8. 9 times 8. Divided by 4 plus 5. What was you couldn't tell me that without a calculator? Because the devil's made a fool of you. You ever think about butt breaking? Really look at some of the detail. Look at what butt breaking was. So what they do is when they had you out in the fields, they take the strongest one. Then they had these devils, right? And what they do is that they would go around and they play them. They'll come around, especially if you're the uppity, and they tie them down, bend them over, and they rape them in front of all the other slaves. That's where the word the man came from. He's the man, because they turned you into a woman, female. Well, not a female. I ain't gonna put females down like that. They turned into a woman. See? And some of you got the lack in it. And she's running around right now. But see, a lot of these is demons with no discipline. That's another story. Anyway, after this, they ain't doing the same thing with you right now. Because you ain't produced the damn thing. See, a male produced, right, the seed. See? And a woman takes the seed and develop it. See, that works. But the man has to produce it. And so the devils, they produce it, and you just work with it, what they give you. See, you're playing with the NBA and your video game, all that kind of stuff, but they producing the stuff. So you the female and they the male, or you the woman, they the man. That's the man, yeah, because you the woman. So they produce, and all you do is play with it. You ain't producing the damn thing. And Farrakhan made sure if you were thinking about it after Elijah Muhammad, he made sure he took that out of your mind, because he gave you real good butt breaking. Farrakhan did. He's still doing it. Because you ain't producing the damn thing. Nothing. Zero. Elijah Muhammad, bad producing. We turn you to men. Producing life. The man produces life. See? The egg is not life. Sperm is. See? She cultivates it, feeds it, right? It's like when she breastfeeds and everything, she feeds and everything else, nourishes it. But the life came from the man. And so all everything, your realities come from the devils. All you do is play with it, nourish it. That's what it made you. Turned you. The whole world's laughing at you. Or was your butt hanging out? That right there tell you right there, you must want something happen. Why you got your pants down and your butt hanging out? You can't wait? There's advertisement. Hey, man, I'm ready. I'm already bent over. I'm ready. See? And I'm dressed for it, too. I'm ready. Plus, I got my shoes off, right? I'm wearing slippers. Got my hair braided. What do you think that looks like? And you talking about you a man? What do you think that looks like? Your butt's hanging out. Hair, my butt breaking. Hey, I'm ready. Got my shoes off. Got my house shoes on. Got my hair braided. And I don't know a damn thing about anything. I'm a good conversationalist too, because I tell you all about NFL and NBA. But I can't tell you how much is 9 times 888 divided by 4 plus 5. I can't tell you that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So demons, see that's the story about chaff and the wheat. So those people. So somebody said there's seed. So they telling you that if a devil put a seed in one of our women, that somehow that's one of us. That's impossible. That's not the way it works. That's the enemy did it. He sowed seed amongst us. That's their children. I don't care what skin tone is. They get you locked on skin tone, right? Deceive you. Because that's exactly what wolves would do. They would tell you constantly, hey man, I'm covered with wool, man. I must be a lamb. Forget about me howling and sheep disappearing. I'm a lamb just like you. No, that's their children. They're demons. Half devil, half man. Devil on their paternal side. And they're sowing this amongst us. That's it. The enemy has done it. But he told Elijah, don't do anything about it. Because you can't do it. He said, but Suleiman to do it. And that's what you see in, remember Joshua, Jesus? We see in Mark. He came and he had to take, and the man was, Elijah had done his job already because the man could not control him anymore. Elijah made him made man. I couldn't control him anymore, right? But the demons had got a hold to him. He was working to beating himself up. The demons got a hold. So then what happened, right? Then Suleiman had to come and separate the demon out. Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds in my back. That's Falcon. My name is no, his name is not Walcott. Walcott was the man that she was living with after she got raped by his father. She wasn't married to Walcott. She might have married him later, but when he was born, she wasn't married to Walcott. Her name was Sarah Mae Grounds. So his birth name would have been hers because she wasn't married to anybody, and her birth name was Grounds. Louis Eugene was his name. So his name was Louis. She named him after the guy, right, that she was living with when she was pregnant with him. His name was Louis Walcott. Louis Eugene. I'm not sure about the Louis part, but his name was Eugene Walcott. That's why he got Louis Eugene after him. And then she gave him his last name, which was improper because she wasn't even married to him. She was raped by this guy called Percival Clark. He says it. I mean, you look, Google says, right? So that means he's a devil. And a devil with skin tone, right, is a demon. He looks like wolf in sheep clothing, look like us, but ain't us. He got the same nature as his daddy. Got that one, can't demonstrate it, can't figure that one out either. But you can figure out how many scores LeBron did in his lifetime, right? How many he's going to figure how much he's going to do in the next 10 years or whatever. Magic, John, come on, please. Right? Okay. So that's what the demons are. So they mixed in. See that you used to call them house Negroes, right? Because they was in the house because they was master's children. So he trusted them. Only problem they had is they want to be recognized. Remember the story of Django? That guy didn't think he was, he thought he acted like he was his brother. He probably was his brother. Because his master died, and that gave me left over to him. Now he was all the people in the kitchen, that was his brothers and sisters. And he had no problem because they thought just like he thought. It's just the only problem is they want to be accepted like the rest of them. That's the demons. So we plagued by demons. See? So there's a lot of parts that I'm not going to all to today, right? But the thing is that we all mixed in together. And so by mixing together, we neutralize each other. Because we operate on different wavelengths. So we do not neutralize each other. Right? It's like a chessboard, right? You got white and black squares, or white and red, right? But they're all mixed together. But if you put all the red together, that's strong. You put all the white together, that's strong, but mixed in together, it's neutralize each other. So we neutralize each other. So we're powerless. Because you don't know who's a demon, you don't know who's a saint. You talk, hey brother, hey man, what you call me, brother, man? I'm down with America, man. I love Trump, and and I love Biden, and they work for the CIA, and they turn you and everything because they think like daddy do, and you don't know who you don't trust, and you're killing each other. Talking about black on black crime, it's not black on black crime. It's demons against saints. That's what's killing. Demons are killing us. We don't do that stuff. I was homeless for a while. I didn't steal. I didn't cheat anybody. Yes, I was homeless. It says food might be homeless. It says birds have nests and fox have dens, whatever. Somebody had no place to lay his head. Is it Master Muhammad, was he ever homeless? Did he ever be put to death? See? We don't do that stuff. It's out of nature. Unless we under great duress. That's the demons doing it. But we get the hit. There's ones on Martin Lewis and Hart and all this stuff. Those demons and we take the hit because they look like us. They ain't us. So everybody will look at us like that. So that's why we got to be separated from us. That separation has to take place. It's going to take place soon. See? And so the first conflict, the first physical conflict, because we had conflicts going back from 1860, because once we broke the chains, I'm not going that process, bro. Since every 50 years, called Jubilees, we get a burst of energy, wave of energy. It's momentous in heaven and earth, but coming about sudden. That's the Quran, but I'm not going to detail. Every 50 years we get it. And so every 50 years, there's energizing, like energizing, right? And so the first one came in like 1860s. So we split up. So you had those who want to get away from Master and those who want to share Christ. They want to stay with Master. Those demons, they want to stay with Master because they think like Master. They want to be accepted Master. They love Master. That's their daddy. But they just don't like Master. They want Master to accept them. The other ones get the hell away from Master. That was the saints. Not just saints, but the elect. I said the original people because I'm going to get this thing confusing here. Right? If I say saints, then you assume one thing, and I don't want to get you assumption stuff. So I'm going to say the original people. And the demons are devil's children. So they had separation because they wanted to stay, Sam Crowd wanted to stay with them, and I'll get away. 50 years later, right, the 20s, right, the same thing. Eurocentric, Afrocentric. And those start thinking about African, turn African, those ones start saying, no, man, like Du Bois and all that. Yeah, we should think like devils. We should be more like them, right? We should learn like them, speak like them and everything, because they devils. They're demons. 50 years later, right? 60, same thing again, right? Separation again. Integration, separation. Integration, separation, right? It was a conflict between the two, right? The conflict between Martin Luther King and Malcolm, if you want to look at it that way, but it's a conflict. And Elijah, right? The conflict. So you got Elijah and Malcolm and Martin Luther King sitting together, and they have a conflict. One wants to go one way, one trying to convince one to go one way, trying to convince the other to go the other way. See? And now we're 50 years into it later. See? And now we're full. This is going to be violent. See? The 160s wasn't violent. It was tense. It wasn't violent. Each one got more and more tense. This is going to be violent because it's going to be total separation. That's what it says, demon versus saint. But it's going to start with the saints. Saints are Levites. Start with them. See? And then the elect, as Shabazz. See, they're the ones to be taken out of here. The saints going to have to stick here. But they're going to be the first bow between them, because that's when Suleiman, right, he has to go. That's what Master Muhammad wants. He has to go to NOI. That's the measure of the covenant. Will suddenly come to Elijah's temple, clean it up, silver and gold. That's what it said. When thrones are cast down, and Ancient of Days is set, that means who cast down? Pharaoh could have been about to get cast down. Because he's son of addition. He had to run. He had run before 2 years, which ended this last year, right? From 1980 until last year, that's 42 years. He reigned 42 years. He'd make war with the saints, overcome them. He did. He made war with the Noah and he overcame them with his mouth. He was the mouth. That's the only thing he was known for was the mouth. Big liar. But anyway, he overcame them. See, I can go into science there, but I'm not going to it. He overcame them. And so now, Suleiman here to break that grip and separate the two. But that's the first battle. That's the battle in Exodus. Well, not quite. The battle in Exodus is between them, saints, and the elect go against the demons, right? But this one, the first one is that one right there when they take that conflict, right? When they're thrown out. That's when thrones are cast down. Who cast them down? The saints cast them down. That's the point where you see in Exodus where Moses returned, right? Who's in control of the camp? Aaron. And Moses says, those who with me come here. So why did he say that? If they was all, if Aaron had them all up for Moses, then why did Moses have to say those with me? All of them should have been with him, right? If Aaron was preaching Elijah, teaching Elijah's teaching and supporting Elijah, but no, only some of them came to him. That means the rest of them stayed with Aaron. That means Aaron was teaching something totally different. And then there was a battle between them and Aaron's. Elijah's followers and Aaron's followers, and all Aaron's followers was wiped out, including Aaron. See, that's the war. They kicked out. So he separated out. So that's how he cleans up the nation. He cleaned up the Nation of Islam, but it's still around. So then, when they attack, I talk about that. Well, anyway, once the war starts, when false Israel goes down, they're going to attack all blacks, demons, saints, and the Levites. I talked about the Levites last one. So then all of them come together. At least the demons and the saints will come together, and the elect all come together. In the inner cities, they're all going to run to the inner cities. That's the second battle. See? Where demons are finally kicked out and thrown back. That's, so you see that in Mark, we're thrown back their devil daddies. So it's two-stage war. First, they kicked out of the Nation of Islam, right? That's more or less a level of violence. But the main violence will take place when we all come together and they're thrown out in the cities. That's where the main battle is. But throwing them out of the Nation of Islam, right? That's going to be, it'll be somewhat of a battle. But that's going to happen from within. That'll happen from within. Because they're getting tired of Farrakhan. They want to get rid of Farrakhan. You got a lot of people in there that still holding on to Elijah's teachings, and they just haven't got the test of fortitude, do something about it. But they have a problem right now. I told you, I've been telling you for a while. They have dissension. That's why listen to the tone with their saying every week. Oh man, you gotta listen. You can't listen to anybody else, all that kind of stuff, right? Because they're in trouble over there. And just a few more days, Farrakhan's gonna be sent rolling down, stoning down now with his wheelchair, with Ishmael pushing it. See? The universe is saints. Elijah follows on the right, Farrakhan follows on the left. Farrakhan follows are demons and Levites, right? Agents, whatever. Okay? I'll separate those with Elijah from Farrakhan's Sunnism, Scientology, everything else. That's about to happen. Demons and saints. That first stage of it. The second stage, when they attack, all blacks come together, because they attack all blacks. That means all blacks want to come together. See? Because the devil's going to force that, because they're attacking all. So they all come together in the cities. And then the demons, they're going to try to convince us, because 34 million altogether, they're going to try to convince us, hey, no, let's go to war. Let's take this country. Because America will be in trouble that time. During that time, Armageddon will have started. So it's going to be famine in this country at that time. Remember, during that time, famine will have hit America hard. Armageddon will have hit America. Armageddon East, right? Which is about to kick off Armageddon West. That's the demon war. Haven't got there yet. So that's the scenario when this is happening. There'll be no food. The only food going to be available once Suleiman cleans out Farrakhan's all the demons out. They have food because Muhammad's going to remember manna from heaven. They know I will have food. It'll be under Ancient of Days. But there's only food that will be in the country. And demons will be kicked out. The second stage, they'll be kicked out in the cities. So what you got now, you got the suburbs, you got the inner cities, and you got what's in between. So most of the devils out there in suburbs. The demons not there anymore because they've been attacked. So they ran. And Levites not there anymore because they attacked too. But I'm not saying they're not there anymore because they're out there fighting. They're still going to be out there fighting in the suburbs. The demons are going to be between a rock and a hard place, between inner city, because we don't want them, we kicked them out. And the devils don't want them because they're going to want to eat them. And so they came back at us because so now they're at war. That's the demon war. They're at war with Massa. Right? And also Levites attacking them and the devils. It gets complicated, brothers. I'm trying to explain how this thing works. That's what you can expect, brothers and sisters. That's what we're talking about, demon versus saints. So saints are Elijah's followers, Levites. That's in the Nation of Islam that haven't bought Farrakhan's BS. Now munching on his bowel movements. They don't think his bowel movements are holy. Because he do it in a bag. I guess that makes it holy, right? Because he do it in a bag. They're still there. So they're going to be separated out. And they're going to cast down from within. They're going to cast down. Because that's what it says. It says in Mark, right? It says they saw Suleiman from afar. And they ran and submitted. So they repented of Farrakhan. They got rid of him. They threw him out. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I think I covered everything I wanted to cover today. Right? So Farrakhan's he filled up with devils and demons. He's also got Levites, those betraying Levites, right? Obama Levites, I call them Obama Levites. You're going to see Obama, so you won't be surprised, but you're going to be, well, I don't know. If you heard this, you won't be, well, you might still be surprised because, damn, he said Obama's going to be take control of, because Africa's going to split in two parts. He's going to take control of non-Islamic Africa. Man, he did say that. Man, damn it. So you still may be surprised, but you're going to see it. Hope you understand, bro. I cover a lot here. So I'm getting deeper and deeper into it, but I'm not contradicting anything I said. Right? And I reiterate, right? I don't see Master Muhammad going against anything it says in the INJIL. He could. He's not bound by it. We don't deal with fatalism here. We're not bound by the scriptures. Once you know how you fit in scripture and what your mission is, you can change it. That means you change the scripture. But you blind yourself in the process, because now the rest of the scripture is no good. And if the scripture was where you provide your insight, you just blind yourself. Now, Master Muhammad, I don't think he don't get his insight from the scripture. He has his lessons. He got special teaching. Okay? So he wouldn't blind himself. But I would, and I don't intend to do that. So I'm with 100% the core of Scripture, 100%. Right? Not because I'm bound by it, right? Because I want the insight that it gives me, but I don't really need it. Because I understand the math behind this. Because if you're going to analyze everything I'm saying, the math is simple. The math is simple. It's simple math behind this. It just won't give me a math that's not strong enough to give me the detail I'm getting from the angel. But it gives me the general picture. The things I'm telling you today, I can tell you that based on mathematics. I don't need an angel for that. So I'll tell you what the angel says, the calculation, but it says no one knows but Master Muhammad. But he's not talking about when the war starts, he's talking about something else. He's talking about our deliverance. Okay? But whenever he does it, he's going to be on time. So if he sticks in sync with the angel, which he doesn't know the angel, but they said that's what predicted he would do it. But he stayed in sync with that, then yeah. Then we're talking about the same time frame I've been talking about. If he decided to do something different, he could do it quicker or later. That's up to him. He's the one to ignite this thing, brothers and sisters. I set it up, he ignites it. And nobody wants this to happen more than me. Even though I tell you don't pray for it, brothers and sisters, because you don't know what I know what I'm against. But you don't know. And my heart's bleeding for you because I know a lot of you are going to be caught up, brothers and sisters. Might be a lot for lack of knowledge. My heart's bleeding for you. And believe me, those that stand in the way and causing you to stumble, and some of you to bleed, and some of you to perish, I will have no pity on anyone that was impeding that process in any way. Now, even the ones that said, well, I didn't impede, I just do anything. Okay, you got to pay a price too. I ain't talking about the females. Your debt's been paid. We owe you. I keep saying that. I want you to make sure this is not applying to you. We owe you. I'm saying, you want to go home, you go home. Because our job was to take and secure you. Our job is to take and protect you. And we didn't do that. So now we're going to protect you from yourself. Because we know some of you out there is crazy as hell. We love you though. But some of you out there is crazy as hell. But hell, you as the warriors, when we got it, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Hell, you should be crazy after they put you through raping you and molesting you and causing you to all kind of put stuff in your mouth. And hell, if you're not, wouldn't be crazy, there's something wrong with you. Unless you only way you wouldn't be crazy, you'd be a damn freak. Stuff they did to you. So yeah, I criticize you for doing it, but I ain't doing it. I ain't criticizing you, right? To hurt you, I'm trying to criticize you, because I know your spirit will tell you, yeah, man, because nobody said anything. So the point is, if you're going down the wrong way street, and you don't know you're going down the wrong way street, then you're going down happy. Because you don't know. When somebody say, hey, man, you're going down the wrong street, oh, man, damn. Well, that sense. That's what I'm doing. I say, man, this sister, look, now, behind big head, big button, no brains. See, I ain't trying to hurt your sister unless you're a demon. Oh, man, nobody said before. Because your nature's going to tell you, hey, man, damn, that is right. And you're going to stop doing it. But somebody got to tell you first. And I tell you, going down the wrong way street. So I'm not doing it to hurt anybody unless you're a demon. Then I don't care. I don't have no comment for you whatsoever. Well, we got fire for your ass. So yeah, I make comments out there because I got to tell you going down the wrong way street. Your nature will tell you, hey, man, what? Because somebody said something, because you're doing crazy out there. They telling you, man, this is the right way. And you say, okay, everybody else doing it. I guess that's the right way. You ain't told them different. So you out there more freaky than the freaks. Get freaky. What's that song? Get freaky with James, what's his name? Rick James, whatever. Super freak. Super freak. We ain't mad at you, brothers and sisters. We ain't mad at your sisters. I'm talking sisters. Right? We're going to get you home if you want to go home. Right? And all that freaking, all that stuff will not be mentioned. Nobody better not ever mention it to you or anybody else once you get home. But you have to want to go home. We ain't going to force you to go. Some of you we might just grab anyway because we know you're just so mixed up. You don't know. You want to go home, you just don't know it. We don't have to, because some of you have to save you like that because we love you. And we're going to protect you. I'm going to protect you. Like I said, when as soon as we come together, I'm gonna show that in a minute. The first thing we're gonna do is protect our sisters, secure our sisters. Very first thing we're gonna do, because I'm gonna be the one handling that process. See, it says when the ancient days set, at that time when the beast was being destroyed, that's on me. Anybody got a problem with that? Then go down with the beast. You go home, sisters. And anybody if anybody mad to be me, because I had, boy, y'all have whooped my ass so much. My 74 years, boy, boy, I'm surprised I'm even breathing. Y'all, I caught more hell from y'all. I caught from demons and the devils, from my own sisters, my own women. And I love you. And I know you don't mean it. I know you don't mean it. And you have a right to be mad. And I don't blame you for being mad. See? But I read a couple of demons too. And so I'm not putting that on you, that's on them. Because I recognize those demons after a while. You know they're demons. But I've had a lot of trouble with this brother side. Don't you come and tell me this is that. Because look, I already been through it more than you. They're going home. If you don't like it, you stay here. Sister's going home. They want to go home, they're going home, period. And they're babies. They hope they ain't messed up and got some demon babies because they ain't going with you. Since I'm telling you, you mess around, you wake up, you find you got a couple of demon babies, they ain't going with you. If you got a problem with that, sister, I don't know what to tell you. We ain't taking no demons, I don't care. So please don't show up with no devil on your arm. I can't defend you from that, brothers and sisters, and I'm not going to try. Don't show up with no demon babies, don't show up with a demon on your arm. If you got demon babies, leave them back with their daddy. We ain't taking any demons. That's what happened out. How you think Arabia got white? Because they just held back some of those devil babies. Just a few of them. And look what happened. They was darker than me. Now look. No, we ain't going to have any demons going, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. We're going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to do the math situation here about deception math. I'm not going to do that today. I think I covered a lot of stuff. Right? Oh, let me say this. This is my job right here. See, we mixed in together, so we neutralize each other. So we have no power. See? Because that power was being neutralized. See, in other words, you got an elephant got a lot of power, right? But it runs another elephant out of power, and each other they neutralize each other's power. See? That's different between having power and being around somebody that's wicked, that's right, that's corrupting your power. See, because demons, they don't have as much power, right? But they got a lot of energy, but they're wicked. And that wickedness, they're killing our people, they rob and all the stuff they're doing, our people like Chicago and everything else. That's demons doing that. See? But the devil, that's even more wicked than them, because see, the discipline in this country is gone. See, discipline times energy gives you power. And so America's power is eroded. Everybody can see in the world. And once they recognize America's just paper tiger, somebody's going to light a match, and that's the end of it. They talk tough, but it's just paper tiger. You understand? So both of us, they have some power, they have some discipline, but both of us neutralized. So what happens? See? Once. See, that's what Suleiman doing. He's putting generate higher frequency waves, higher frequency vibrations, right? What the demons, what the saints can respond to. The demons can't, they can't go, but their frequency, their level of frequency, like I said, if you're going to talk about frequency levels, right? There's like on a 2, Orange like on a 4, Asian like on a 6, African's like on a 8, and I was like on a 10. But they can't go higher than 2. So when you start vibrating on a high level, that vibration just causes them to shake, tremble. But it caused the saints to rise because now they get more energy. They can vibrate on a higher level. And so they rise because they was holding us down. See, before they was holding us down in the middle. But now because it was like a rock and a balloon. The balloon's pulling the rock up, but the rock's pulling the balloon down. So they neutralizing each other. The rock's higher than wouldn't ordinarily be because the balloon's pulling up, but the balloon's lower than it should be because the rock's holding down. Once you cut that string, the balloon takes off up and the rock hits the ground. That's what's happening here. So we leave. We get the hell out of here and they stay. Now they unite and we united too. So they've been armed. That's the demon war we're going to talk about later. And they go to war. That's the demon war. Talking about the locust war. They go to war against the devil daddies. That says in Mark, where it says the demons were thrown in with the swine, and they got to fighting and rough the cliff together. That's also called Samson. Where Samson was a demon. He took and put both of them down. That was his revenge. Anyway, that's the story, brothers and sisters. So that's my job to do this, and this was happening because by putting the angel was designed specifically for that. I vibrate on a higher level, right? To produce vibrations or frequencies higher than the devils can handle. That we could receive and respond to, the saints and the original people. So now that makes them rise, and demons can't go any higher. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it right there. So, Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of the seven seals, the judge, the crusher, brothers and sisters. The judge. America's in judgment. So the judge will come, pronounce judgment. As you have done, so it be done to you. If you have done so it's be done to you. So if you've been doing good, you say you're a, object of good, right, for the world, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. But we know these cowards, they're so cowardly. Home of the brave, land of free. I mean, really, was it? First of all, it wasn't their home. Number one. Second of all, it wasn't free because they had millions of slaves who had done them no harm. It wasn't an act of war or anything. It was an act of war against us. It wasn't free, and we've been oppressed, terrorized. And we're so brave about raping women and children. And when they talk about going back to original values, what was those original values, America? What was those original values? Slavery, terrorism. You had to maintain a Holocaust as you did for hundreds of years. You had to apply terror 24/7, like no ever before. You call people terrorists now. They're nothing compared to you and Jefferson and Watt. You terrorists. How'd you maintain that? You didn't maintain Valentine cards. So what original values we turning to? Slavery, imprisonment, terrorism, genocide. So what value you talking about returning to? Your Christian values? Well, it was Christians that did all the damage. It was under the cross that you was killing, maiming, destroying, taking people's land. I mean, and that's the way Jesus rose. And what the hell problem you got with Satan? Because that's who you really worship is Satan. Think about it. Think about it. False Israel says Jesus is in hell burning his own shit. That's what they're saying. That's in their books. And they hate Jesus. They won't say it to you because they want your money account, but they do. And they haven't taken out their books. That's what they say. Right? Okay. But so why would you, but you claim Jesus is your God, so why would you help and assist people that hate your God and crucify him, as you say, and hate him and will make war with him, according to the book of Revelations? So why would you assist them? But then the people that love Jesus, right, that will give their life for Jesus, who will condemn anybody in the most stringent, vicious, strong way that speaks against Jesus. And you hate those people. And you fight those people. But the people that hate Jesus, you love them and you worship them and you help them in every way. So who in the hell are you really worshiping? They said, know them by your works. So what are your works? Where's your rap sheet, America? Where's your rap sheet, America? Tell us what your rap sheet is. Theft of this land, genocide of its inhabitants, the kidnapping and rape and murder and torture and terrorizing of a whole nation from Africa, millions, women and children, for hundreds of years. That's your rap sheet, America. So what values are you returning to? So who are you really worshiping? It said Satan could appear as an angel of light. That's Satan, because that's the works you're doing. Because if you're going to say a righteous Jesus sanctioned those acts you've done, those works you've done, then you're a goddamn liar. Period. Jesus had no hand in any of that. That's Satan's works. That's Satan's works. Okay. So we know who you're really worshiping. You ain't fooling. You fool a lot of people out there, but you're not fooling me. You're fooling the judge. So as you have done, so it be done to you. So if you've done well, right? If you're a force for good in the world, then you shouldn't have anything to worry about. You don't have anything to worry about because you're going to reap what you sow, what you've sown. So what's your rap sheet, America? So brothers and sisters, it's been a break. I've had some very trying issues I had to deal with. Hopefully I'm back on course. And this is part 8, I believe, of my I believe 14-point series, Countdown to Apocalypse. And this is the Levites. The Levites. What's your rap sheet, America? Get out, brothers and sisters. Get the hell out of here. Because if you believe this place is a force for good, you idiot or you demon. Either way, we don't want you. But we're going to talk about the Levites, brothers and sisters. Yes, that's another interesting. I don't talk about them very much. See, but they're a very serious enemy. See, that's that last war Gog and Israel, true Israel and Gog. You understand what Gog is. See, they say Gog and Magog, yeah. Gog and Magog are countries. But if you understand the way Scripture does it, the leader of that country is also called Gog. The Gog, the leader of Gog. That's the way it works. See, so Gog is not Russia. It says Gog and Magog came out of the bottomless pit. But we see in chapter 11, the beast that came out of the bottomless pit attacked witnesses. So if you say that witness that has already happened, that means that so-called millennium, you tell us 1,000 years in the future, right, has already passed. That is European history. See, that's when it said to go out and deceive the whole world. That's one of their deception, because they're the ones came out of the Dark Ages. It wasn't China. It wasn't France. I mean, it wasn't China. It wasn't India. It wasn't Native America. It wasn't Australia, but Aborigines. It was Europeans. They was in Dark Age for 1,000 years. Documented fact. Now you're trying to say, well, it was only 809 years. It was in the Dark Age. These call Dark Age, 1,000 year Dark Ages. Now they try to. Now the truth is out. They try, shave it off. Well, it was only 999.9 years. See? And they was locked down by a resurrected empire. Who is the resurrected empire? You can't make this up, brothers. Prophet Muhammad, he resurrected Islam. He didn't create it. He didn't start. He tried to make it. He started. No, he didn't. Mecca, Medina, pilgrimage, all that stuff was there already. Just Google it. That's Abrahamic's. He resurrected Abrahamic's Islamic empire. They don't want you to know Abraham is connected with that. He built Kaaba. He set the pilgrimage. He built Mecca and Medina. They don't want you to know that. Because then you say, wait, how is that Abraham? He's right. He's next to God himself, right? And he's the one that founded Islam. He didn't found it, right? But he accepted it, and he passed, and that was the inheritance of his children. So that's what happened in chapter 20. You see, the Roman Empire fell and the rise of the Islamic Empire. This right there in chapter 20. It said it'd be 1,000 years. It said Gog and Magog would break out. That's America and Britain. They covered the whole world. There'd be two world empires, two European world empires. There's only been two that you know about, America and Britain. Sun never sets on the British Empire. Ever heard that before? And in Daniel, you talk about the ram. The second horn was bigger than the first one. The last one was bigger than the first one. America was a greater power, international power than Britain ever was. But both of them were world powers. That's European history. That's who Gog and Magog is. It says, in the end, they would attack the people, the very people that locked them in for 1,000 years. And that's where they are right now, the Middle East. And that's where they come to their end. See, and the Master Muhammad is going to ignite that end. Let me say something about that. Let me get this very clear, brothers and sisters. Master Muhammad is not bound to the angel. He's a God. He's not bound to. I'm not bound to it either. I mean, I know what's expected. I could change that. I didn't have to pick up the angel. I had to run with this. I didn't have to go and teach anything. Nobody stand over me and said, you had to do this. Right? I saw it. I saw it need, my people need it done. Was nobody able to do it, so, right? I did it reluctantly because that's not me, but my people need me. So you have to stand up when your people need you. Because just on me, somebody, I'm misunderstand, but I'm alone out. I'm not comfortable dealing with people. Not that I care, I just rather be myself. Like Muhammad said, you'd have scientists like that just don't want to be deal with people. He said the 25th scientist kept hidden for 72 trillion years. He wasn't looking to be worshipped. He kept his identity hidden because he didn't want people worshiping him, bothering him, interfering with his life. And that's what would happen. You see the Ancient of Days in Daniel, right? As soon as he get the kingdom, first he do, he turn it over to Master Muhammad. He ain't looking to be worshipped. He looking to be praised. He looking to save his people, raise his people. That's all he want to do. He wants your money. He asked you for a dime. That's Farrakhan, them liars. Farrakhan, they said, oh, did you catch that Sunday? Two things I don't know if you caught. One, well, Farrakhan keep all the people. You know, that's a slap at me saying, we don't get rid of damn demons. He don't get, well, yeah, because he's a demon himself. Yeah, he wants the demons too. Right? And the other thing said, all before me were thieves and liars. Now, unpack that one. All before me were thieves and liars. See, you let this stuff fly right past you, brothers and sisters. You're supposed to be catching this stuff. Your mind's supposed to be so sharp that nothing can pass you anymore. Because before stuff just passing by you, before those that you study INJIL, right? All this nonsense you know is nonsense now was right there before you. You just let it pass you. You didn't try to stop it. You didn't try to intervene. Traffic cop, you stay on the traffic cop, you tell everybody, just go. We're supposed to direct the traffic. That's what you do with your mind, right? You're able to take and decipher wavelengths, frequencies, separate them. See? That's what you're supposed to be able to do now. So he says, all before me thieves and liars. So let's unpack that. So if that's Elijah was talking, right? Then he's saying, because they could be talking about blanket everybody in the past, right? Because they were doing that. That means all the prophets and everybody was thieves and liars. They got to be talking about somebody just preceded them. Think about it. Because if it said Son of Man said, he said everybody before him, that means the Prophet Muhammad and Jeremiah, everybody was thieves and liars. So he can't be taking that broader view. Or before me with three and lies, he said, all. That means everybody. That means you couldn't trust anybody about anything. No, he got to be talking about all just preceded him. That's what he got to talk about. And we understand that. If you agree with that point, then it's easier for somebody to know who he's talking about. Because if that's Elijah's talking, then he's saying, Master Muhammad, that's preceded him. He wouldn't be saying that. Right? See? And if that's Farrakhan's talking, that means he's saying Elijah, and Elijah is a thief and a liar. Right? So and he claimed that he's worshiped Elijah and he's the one he's supposed to be teaching. So, right? But anyway, that's what he been saying. He had to be the one just preceding him. But with Suleiman, right, he's saying it, right? That he's been saying Farrakhan's a thief and a liar. Because in Exodus, you got what? The God comes, he talks, he raised Elijah. Elijah picks Farrakhan, right? Over God's objections. Read it carefully. He wasn't anointed. He picked him over Master Muhammad's objections. Master Muhammad objected. He said, no, man, I don't. He said they're angry with him, said you don't need him. So he got over his objections. And then what did he do? In his absence, remember, Farrakhan do this. No. They said he did all this stuff in Elijah's absence. See, while Elijah was there, yeah, he was on board with Elijah. That's how he got in that position. While he was with Elijah, he was doing all these things with the rod and everything else. But in Elijah's absence, that's come the golden calf, Sunniism, that comes Scientology, that comes devils in the eye, devils ain't devils, and all that kind of stuff. Because he tried to turn hearts back to Egypt, because he's demon. So he's a thief and liar. See, because that's what I'm saying. All before me was these liars. All these people after Elijah, before me, all these liars been saying it. So unpack it. Now come up with some other kind of translation that makes sense. They're all thieves and liars, every one of them. Particularly Farrakhan, chief demon. All thieves and liars. Every one of them. Top of days, demons follow the devil. I mean, how can you go wrong with that one? So it's easy to unpack it once you just think about it. If you can have the ability to think about it. See? He's a thief and a liar. And then he talks about, and that tells you, you got three characters right there in Malachi. You got three characters right in Exodus. You got Elijah. You got Aaron, that misleads people. Jonah, not Jonah, Joshua, who actually takes people home. But you had to put down Farrakhan, had to put down Aaron first. It's right there. Three characters. Then you got three characters in Malachi. You got Elijah. Then you got the messenger of covenant suddenly come to his temple. But he had to clean up something. So what he had to clean Elijah's mess? He had to clean somebody that came between him and Elijah. And that person was a thief. So when a man robbed God, so you robbed the whole nation. So somebody's robbing the nation. So he's saying Elijah's robbing the nation? You can't say, I'm robbing because I ain't asked you for a dime. I don't want your money. You couldn't give it to him if you wanted to. So who's robbing the nation? Who's taking money from the nation? They ain't building a damn thing. It's all simple, brothers and sisters. But the point is, remember, the demons are not going to hear this. And it doesn't matter here or not. Because like I said, don't give your pearls to pigs because they stump your pearls on the ground and come and tramp you down. So we don't want to wake them up anyway. And then how the Levites feel. Oh, the Levites, they figure in here. See, I'm going to tell you something about Levites that you haven't told you before. Some of you probably should have seen it, but like I said, you're a traffic cop, blind traffic cop. You go toward traffic, and everybody's going every kind of way, and you just sitting there, hey, man, just waving them, go on. You're supposed to be catching this stuff. You catch your wavelengths out of the seat. Hey, man, you direct that away. See? You be able to detect lower frequencies and control them. Correct lower wavelengths. See? You should control vibrations, not be controlled by vibrations. So we're gonna move into this, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna keep it short today because like I said, I wanted to get back on this quickly, but I still got some issues I have to worry about. So I'm gonna try to. I want to let you hang in because we running out of time. Oh, what I want to say about Master Muhammad, he's not controlled by Scripture. Neither am I, because see, first of all, Scripture is not predestination like they try to tell you. All they did is like, okay, if you look out there just at the sun, moons, at the planets, you can say, okay, the planet's going to be a certain place at a certain time. It's not there because you said it's going to be there. It's there because you saw how things move. You said, okay, then you interpret it. So who's in control? Not you. All you do is, like a weather person, you just explain the facts. So that's what the scientists did. They took and saw what people were doing, right? And they have computers that, I don't even call them computers. They make these things, they call computers now look like nothing. But they're superpower computers that can look 25,000 years in the future. That's why it can't look more than 25,000 because it takes too much computer power. And they saw what was going to happen. But the only thing is that it depends upon, right, people that can change it, not change it. That's why Elijah Muhammad pondered about it. He says the Son of Man can change the Scripture, can change prophecy, because now he knows he can do some other than what the prophet said. And they say that's one of the things the prophet's worried about, that he could change it, and it could be and have a different outcome. Not that he would, but he might. That goes for Master Muhammad also. That's why it says no one in the heavens or earth, right? No one knew the time but him only. And see, I want to get you to understand here. I'm calculating what the angel says. Now, I'm depending on him following through with that. But he decided to do something else different. That's on him. See, I'm not trying to get no cop out here. I'm just telling you, I've been saying it all the time. I said the final word is on him. He has to decide. He makes the final decision when he's going to make his move. Now, I don't think he's going to do it any different than what Angel says. There's a lot of reasons why I don't think he would do that, right? But it does tell you that he could do it quicker. He said he might do it quicker than expected. He said he might cut those days short. Now, I'm on board for that one. I'm on board. I've been on board for that for 30 years. Yeah, let's move on. Let's go on. Let's get on with it. So, but let's get this straight. Don't get it twisted, brothers and sisters. Remember, this whole thing is initiated by who? Not by me. I'm masked by Muhammad. I'm just telling all the information. I'm initiating certain things, but the war, apocalypse, the apocalypse, he initiates that, not me. I set it up. He initiates it. I set him up, he knocked him down. I set it up. I set it up for 30 years. The vibrations out there and everything, but he's the one who has to make that call. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't do it on that time. In fact, I'm hoping that he'd do it a little earlier, sooner. Sooner better for me, but maybe you shouldn't pray for that, brother and sister, because I know where I'm at. I know how to deal with what is about to occur, but you don't. That's why Elijah Muhammad said, don't pray for that day, brothers and sisters, because you may not be ready. They say, pray that you found worthy. Will you be found worthy to get out of here? I already gave sisters, I gave them a big spot. Right? And sisters, look, I got you. This ain't even for you. You want to go home, you're going home. But your brothers, are you going to be found worthy or you will come up short? You come short. Okay? How you know you come short? Because our people are lost for lack of knowledge. So is that something? Do you have anything? Is it blowing your hands because of that at all? A little bit? Did you put all in? Think about it, brothers and sisters. You be found worthy? You don't want to go through tribulation. If you do go through tribulation, still, you still got heaven awaits. Assume that you get straight during the tribulation. Say, wash their robes in blood of the Lamb. Because Suleiman is not playing, neither is the Master Muhammad. They're going to build a perfect kingdom, because only a perfect kingdom will last forever. A kingdom that got flaws in it is not going to last forever. America got lots of flaws. Start with a big flaw. So you got to be found worthy. Like I said, this book, INJIL, it was sealed so tight. It says only one person was found worthy. And what that means? That means was they willing to put all in their life, their family, everything. But that's what it costs to get this book unsealed and get it to you. So only one person was found worthy because nobody's ever made that commitment. I know I'm on track because everything's happened right on time. That's how I know I'm on track. So I have nothing to worry about. But are you on track? Are you giving 99.9%? You giving 99.99999%? Think about it. If you miss a plane by 0.000000001 seconds, you still missed it. You still missed it. Think about it. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. So bear with me on this, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I put this together quickly because I still got some issues I'm dealing with, but I want people to think I went to the mother plane, or beyond us somewhere, right? Like Farrakhan tell you, hey man, Master Robin is speaking to me. What a liar. It's easy to make that, it's easy to tell that lie, and easy to deal with the consequences of it, though. I get to say, Master Robin, no, look, let me make something straight. I ain't never talked to Master Robin, not ever in my life. I never met the man. My faith that he will do what he does is just like your faith. That mine is 100%. Mine to me is a fact. But I have to say faith. right? Because it's not actual fact. I mean, I haven't talked to him. He hasn't talked to me. I called out to him once in my entire life when I was extremely sick. And I got an answer, right? And I'm still here, so I never talked to him, never met him, never seen him. He don't talk through me. He don't check in with me. But like I said, to me, it's a fact. He's going to show up. To me, it's a fact. He's going to show up right on time and deliver us. That's a fact. In my mind. I have no doubt. But again, it's still faith. Okay. But I bet my life on it. Okay. And I haven't bet my life on it. Because if I didn't bleed it, I'd be out of here already. I'm telling you to get out. You think I would be gone already? I know where to go. I don't need to go through all this. Ain't nobody going to do anything to me. I need to go through all this. Nobody stood by and said, you got to do this. Nobody came up to me and said, hey, here's an angel. You got it. Nobody. Understand, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's move on. That's the crucifixion, brothers. They took everything from us. Now they're being judged for it. And they so cowardly. They're so cowardly. These people talking about home of free land, of brave, whatever. They're cowards. They can't own on to what they did. Now they call it critical race theory. They can't even own to what they did. That shows how cowardly they are. They, oh, brave. No, you're cowards. Because you did evil and now you can't own up to it and they try to lie to your children about it. Now, how sick is that? You lie to your children about what you did, but you tell them, but you beat them behind their liars. And you teach them to be lying because one day they're going to mind that you lied to them. Then what you going to do then? Because you're a liar. And you're cowards. And you're devils. That's what devils do. But you hide it. And you're cowards. Oh, it's critical race theory. Ain't nothing theoretical about what you did. Feeding our children to gays and gator bait and all that kind of stuff. And raping our women incessantly and relentlessly. Producing your babies that you just own. Throwing back to us. Hundreds of years. Hundreds. Generations. From father to son, son to son, son to son, son to son. For generations, you kept this going. And you didn't stop on your own either. You didn't stop because there ain't civil war either. You wouldn't do that for civil war because industrial revolution, that's no stuff I'm not going to be honest. It took everything from us. So now, if you didn't do that, then you okay. Because the judge is here. He's a true judge. He's a fair judge. If you didn't do this stuff, then you got good nothing to worry about. And in fact, the people that's accusing you, they got hell. Hell on their hands. If they're accusing you falsely, and you're good people, righteous, God-fearing people, then who? What the hell that's going to come raining on them? Right? But if you're guilty, that's your rap sheet. Even by your own laws, there's no statute of limitation on murder and rape, kidnapping. Move on, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to get to this, where we at here? Okay, Levites. See, I never talk about Levites too much, because I'm kind of ambivalent. Well, that may be not stronger than word. Levites. Because Elijah's Levite. Read the scripture, he's Levite. And the last war would be with the Levites. But you got Levites of mixed mind. They have mixed minds, see? See? And some of them are for tribe of Shabazz, and some of them are vehement enemies of tribe of Shabazz. See what's going on there, the war stuff going on right now? You don't know the bottom line behind that, bro. Those just, they don't tell you, it's like the Rwanda thing. There was two groups of people that was going at each other. Who was those two groups of people? Ask, who was those two groups? It was two different groups of people. One was from one tribe, one from another tribe, and they went after to exterminate They ain't telling you what the background. See, Africa is getting ready to, this is a sign, because Africa is shaking up right now. See? Because it's about, I told you it's going to split into two parts. They have mixed minds. Now, that's something I'm going to cut to the chase right here, right? What you got over in Islam, right? You got two things going over there. Now, remember, they can rise above the wavelength. The Levites can rise above the wavelength vibration of this world, of the devils. The demons can't. Maybe just a bit, because they got some of that original blood in them. But that's it. But Levites can go up. They can go up several degrees. Shabbats go all the way. So say you got 5 stairs, right? Shabbat, top of Shabbat, go to the 5th stair. Levites go to fourth level, right? Asians go to 3rd level, Orientals 2nd, right? So forth. All right now, because lack of energy, all they're operating on the basement. They gave Adam time to rule, because he was up on the 1st floor. He's a 1st floor person. His frequency and wavelength is the 1st floor. But it takes energy to have wavelength and frequency. That's energy. That's energy compressed. Pressure. Takes energy for that. And we suffer energy deprivation, so our wavelength was below in the basement. So if everybody in the basement, then who rules? The person on the 1st floor. Until getting energy starts supplying, all of a sudden now the person on the 5th floor, right, they having problems, right? Because their floor is cracking. Because they're getting all this pressure from the basement. The floor is cracking. My foundation's coming loose. Can I make any clear in that, brothers and sisters? You see the foundation's coming loose. How? Because what's the foundation? That's what you're sitting on. But we're in the basement, we're under it. And so now we're coming up. That means we're breaking cracking their foundation. I mean, can I make it any simpler than that, brothers and sisters? Their foundation is cracking. They can understand it. Everything, the whole foundation is cracking. Because we was in the basement, but we can rise above that. So now the whole foundation is cracking. Because everybody was in the basement. See? Who rise first, though? Orientals. See? They putting more pressure on anybody. Who's next? Is the math clear enough, brothers and sisters? So the foundation, we're in the basement. The foundation, right, is the 1st floor. The floor is stepping on. That's their foundation. But their basement, right? Their foundation is our ceiling. So if we start riding above our ceiling, we start cracking their foundation, don't we? Because their foundation is their floor, but it's our ceiling. So the Levites put more pressure than we are. Physical pressure, I'm talking about mental pressure. Because that's what Suleiman, he's working in the full atmosphere. That's what he's, right? Because they ain't got that yet, but they still got a lot of energy though. And most, you see, in Africa, most energy is not used for this, it's used for this. Strength. But they start using for this, oh, watch out. And that's what our people are too, right? Because they've been taught to use it for all kinds of BS, NFL, fighting each other and everything else, instead of focusing on this, increase that, right? So that's why you see all that fighting stuff going in Africa, all that. But they tell you, right? It's changing. So the Levites, well, you know, Ishmael, right? He's a Levite. Is that ringing any bells? Did you think about that before? He's a Levite. Because the Levites are enemy too. At least one group of them. Because you got two Levites, two Levite groups. And one pro and one con. And con, that's the one they talk about, the bear in the book of Daniel. They pluck up 3 horns by the roots. They're talking about Africa there. Africa's coming on strong. Africa's going to defeat, so you can't see it now, but they're going to defeat all other nations. They're going to defeat them all. Or they're going to be with them in league with them, bringing down European nation, and then they get fighting each other. Africa's going to come out there. Because the thing is, if you think about it, right, they don't need to have military training over there. Because for the most part, most of those young girls too, right? Birth fighting's in their blood. Anyway, that's what's going to happen, brothers and sisters. But see, the Levites, right? Like I said, the enemy too. You got 2 groups of them. 2 groups. Elijah came to raise up the Levites. And that's the Levites, it's a complicated situation with them. Because they hate the demons too. But they like to use the demons. So they can use the demons for their benefit. They're smarter than the demons. Use the demons for their benefit. But they hate the demons. They hate you too. It's complicated. That's why I never really talk about it that much. Complicated relationship with them. When you go to INJIL, you'll see that. They attack, right? Or they attack everybody. They hate the devils. Hate the jinn. Hate the demons. Hate the other Levites that's against them. That's why I see Luan and all kinds of stuff. They fighting each other. Because they want to be power. They want the power. Because they think it's theirs. Who is that group? Who the Bible tell you that group is? That's Esau. It said Jacob had a twin brother. See, that's Africa. They have a twin brother. See? And they're older brothers, so they think they should get the inheritance. They want everything. It says all theirs. They saying by right, everything is there. The whole world, everything is theirs. And so they want their top scientist. He wants to be the 25th scientist. He wants to be the God. And said he'd be similar to the other God, Master Muhammad. And so why similar? Well, Master Muhammad is original, but he got a devil womb, right? But it said Lucifer would be the same. He'd be original, but his mother would be the devil. See? So he would set his throne on the far north. See, that's America. See? Because the angel tells you on that right horse, that first in chapter 6, to be somebody that African that will have authority over America. Is it getting too warm here for you? See? I didn't know his name. Right? But Elijah Muhammad knew about him too. He didn't say much, but he knew about him because Elijah Muhammad said that the last president of America would be a black man. And if you understand Daniel, that's exactly what it would be. Because Belshazzar was African. He came after Nebuchadnezzar. His kingdom wasn't as powerful as Nebuchadnezzar's, but he came after him. But he was powerful as Belshazzar. In fact, Daniel was after named after him because his name was Belteshazzar. Yeah, I'm not, well, this really gets really deep. I'm not going to it here, right? See? But him and Daniel had the same name, basically. But it says he was found wanting. So he was weighed in the balance. He was found wanting. Remember Tekel? Look at the word Tekel. Look at Belshazzar and Belteshazzar. What's the difference? T-E and E-L. Belteshazzar has a T, Belshazzar, both of them has an E-L, but Belteshazzar has a T-E, and the Belshazzar don't have it. That's why it says, Tekel, you come out wanting, because you want to be the son of man, but you ain't. You're just a little short. You just can't quite make it. See, that's what Lucifer, he wanted to be like the Most High. See? So he was covering all the bases. He wanted to be like Suleiman, but also he was by structure, right? But he was like Master Muhammad, because original father, same. See? And he had Farrakhan by the ass, right? But well, you got to say it because he ain't got no other things, right? Because he used them. I said, Levi said, use the demons. He used Farrakhan to get elected. Farrakhan was called the Messiah. Didn't you read any of that? You getting all that past you? Why was Farrakhan called the Messiah? What did Obama tell Farrakhan, make him call Obama the Messiah? See, you missed all of this. And you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen what's about to happen. It talks about him in chapter 17. It said one that was but isn't yet is. He's of the eighth. He's of the seven, but he's the eighth. He's the eighth, but of the seventh. And you don't understand what that means because you don't understand ninja. I know what it means. They're talking about Obama there. He's African. He went forth conquering the conquer. He made his first conquest, right? And he says he's going to make a second conquest because he says he's going to lead, when Africans come together, he's going to lead the African Confederation. He's going to be emperor, whatever you want to call it. He's going to be the one. Okay? And they're going to be allied with China and India, the GOAT, when they come and attack America. And after he used them, because remember, he's a god too. Lucifer's a god. He's thinking way ahead. So you're going to use them to take his enemies down. Then once he takes the enemies down, then he's going to take them down. So he plucked three. Oh, by the way, who's the three? The two horns, that's America, Britain, and another horn, right? That's the GOAT. That's three horns, right? He plucked them all up. He got rid of all three of them. First he used the ram. He used the GOAT to get rid of the ram, and then he got rid of the GOAT. And then he ran to that stone, the lion. They'll crush all, and then he ran in. That's where the guy's ass tore up. Stomped into the ground and finished. But that would be the last one. It would be something. It says that 6 months they buried the dead. See? Because Esau says it belongs to him. And by right of inheritance, he would be the one. But he gave up it. He was hungry and he was things. He said, he didn't care about his inheritance. Just give me a bowl of soup. And God frowned on that. Said, that's all your inheritance worth to you? He Jacob lying and everything else. Said, hey, no, I'm. But Jacob, man, I mean, it means he'll do anything to get it, and you won't do anything to keep it. That's the bottom line there. So God respected that. So then he placed the blessing on Jacob. And so Lucifer was mad. Esau was mad. Esau is mad. That's why he's the worst enemy. He's going to be the worst enemy we ever had. Because once he gets full power, that's going to be that last war, the war of the latter days. That's going to be a war of wars. Farrakhan talking about Armageddon can't be nothing compared to that war. See? Brother against brother. Two gods going at it. With everything. Totally motivated. They won't be like the devils. It said they're not even going to fight. This says when Armageddon, the Farrakhan Armageddon, so they're not even going to fight. They're going to run. They're going to be hiding. See, land of free home. No, they're cowards. I carry they cowards. They only beat on people, they bullies. They only jump on people that can't defend themselves. They kind of the so-called Americans, they have bow and arrows. They got guns, right? So how you know who's going to win that match? Like the Hulk against Spider-Man. Right? You know who's going to win that match, right? So they're going to, but they're going to fight. They're not going to back down. You got two guys going for it. That's an older brother. And I'm very, like I said, they got two minds, so I don't trust them. They worse than demons because remember they can operate on your wavelength much longer than demons can. They can be more of a wolf in sheep clothing than demons can. Because they are like you. They ain't got basic nature. So they ain't out there howling in the moon at the moonlight, right? They getting down, right? And talking, hey. And they for real, they ain't got to fake it. And they may not even realize that they're your enemy until they get the call. When Lucifer calls them, they're going to hear it. And they have to decide, whose side am I on? Who's going to win this thing? Because that's what's going to come down to. Who's going to win this thing? Lucifer or Son of Man? Who's going to win this thing? Fierce warriors coming head to head. The battle of latter days. The Levites. You don't understand nothing about those Levites. See, Elijah's Levite. He came and raised the Levites. And they turn on him. See? You can't trust the Levites. They turn on him. And fell under the spell of a demon. They turned on Elijah overnight. I was there. One day, all praise to Elijah Muhammad. The next day, he was nothing. They was pissing and everything on him. They didn't care. They would say his name. They would say all kinds of, man, I'm ahead of everything I do to keep him committing homicide. One of them clowns. That's the Levites. Because they have death to decide in their mind whose side they're going to be on. Because if Lucifer comes in, he's going to come in. He won't come in and build up a wicked kingdom. He's going to build a righteous kingdom. He won't come in and bring devils in. He hates devils too. He's going to have a righteous kingdom. He ain't going to tolerate lying and all that stuff. He's going to come with Islam. He just want to be in control. So you don't understand that. It's a battle for control, not a battle for ideology. Well, to some extent, it's ideology because, like I said, he can't go all the way back to the end, creation, because he can only go to the fourth floor. That'd take him a long, deep. He can go deep into the creation, but he can't go all the way because he can only go to the fourth floor. Right? And we can go all the way. But he still wants power. He wants control. He's coming to see, you know, the thing is, they say, what, India is like the most populous nation in the world right now? China's next. Hey, they're not counting Africa because they count Africa as independent countries. Where Africa unite, and Africa's got billions of people. Africa has billions of people. Must unite. Because like I said, China and India can fill 200 million man army. Africa can be able to fill one too. And we won't have 200 million men. We have us and we have the Shia. Okay. And some of you, man, when you hear the Africans talking, I mean, they sound like lions, don't they? They have your heart trembling, just hear them saying their war song. But they ain't heard ours yet. They haven't heard ours yet. They don't say, bro, you praying for this day. You don't know what you're praying for. Because that's going to be a war like no other. Time unprecedented trouble. He says time unprecedented trouble. That's the word. That means they're talking about this is going to be the worst war ever. Greater than which happened that war, the moon god. The lion against the bear. We're going to talk about that. That's our last. I'm going into more detail now. That's the last thing on the series. I want to talk about that twice. See, because it's so powerful. Those Levites. But they about to cut loose. See, because they all over America. I think it's like 2 or 3 million of them here from Africa, and just count them. Haiti. See, you know how this more successful we are? Of course. See, the more it tells you scripture, the more successful you are in this life, the less successful you'll be in hereafter. In fact, it says if you go after this world life, there's no portion hereafter. So the more successful you in this life, because you operate on low wavelength, so you don't need that much energy. So you can do all these things. That's why they come up here. They do so much better than we do. But our energy is rising. And those two battle. You know, I don't have. I got a book here somewhere. I should have had it, right? 30 years ago, I show the war. I said the last battle be between the two original nations, Africa and the original and us, Shabazz and them. When I go to the bear and I show it on the cover. 30 years old. We got a lot of things we got to do to get there. Some of this is preparing you for that battle. Brothers and sisters, none of you are going to escape battle. Sisters will. We protect them. But some of them, you know, if they want to battle, we're not going to stop them. But nobody better not hurt them, because when the first one falls, that's, oh. When our sisters fall in battle, woe to those that cause that fall. We're going to close in on them like a pack of lions on a hyena. Levites, brothers and sisters. So I'm not going to go to my normal tracking all the way to Apocalypse. I just want to talk about these Levites. Like I said, we're going to go more in detail. That's the last one to see. I hope it's the last one because that's the last battle. As for Muhammad, he has a special place in heart for the Levites. He raised Elijah. I don't. I never hit it. Jonah didn't. Read about Jonah. Jonah didn't. He don't have nothing to do with him. Okay? Because you don't trust him. You don't trust him. But Master Muhammad wanted Suleiman to raise up some Levite prophets. So whatever Master Muhammad wants, that's what he gets. Period. He's the God. I'm not under anybody's authority, but he's the God, and I'm gonna give him whatever he wants. Well, I didn't always. Ended up 3 years on Demon Island, right? Because I refused to deal with those Levites. I got the message, right? But I'm not in contention with Master Muhammad. I never will be. And had that little dust up. Oh, because it was hard for me to deal with that, man. After I saw what they did with Elijah, after all Elijah did for them, where he turned to him so swiftly and so coldly. It was hard for me to get past that one. Took 3 years on Demon Island to get past that one. Right? But that's what Master Muhammad wants, that's what he gets. So yeah, no more issues for me. He's God, I recognize that, and like I said, it's my job to lift up this nation. You better look at it again, brothers and sisters. Ancient of Days. He did it. And then he gave it to Master Muhammad, passed on to him, because he's the God of this season. The next 6,000 years, he's the God like Dr. Yaqub. God last 6,000 years, Master Muhammad. God, this 6,000 year period, we have 4 seasons, every 24 to 25,000 years, which came out of the worst winter season ever. 6,000 years of winter. Now in the spring thaw. Master Muhammad is the Lord of the storm, Lord of the dawn, Lord of the spring. So it says Suleiman, he cast down the thrones, cast down demons, bring all the people together, bring nation, raise the nation, give the Master Muhammad. That's my job. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing it 30-some years. Well, he ain't got no followers. What the hell am I followers? I don't need anybody to take care of me. I don't need anybody to wipe my behind. I don't need anybody doing that stuff. We're about raising gods, brothers and sisters. So I think I'm going to pretty much leave it here, but I think I said a lot about the Levites. I mean, I can say a lot more. I'm holding that to the end. But I was charged to raise Levite prophets. I raised at least 2 of them. Now it's up to them to make their mark or not. If they mess it up, that's on them. They give 100%, they'll get the consequence of 100%. They won't get the consequence of whatever they put in. If they haven't understood that by now, they never say anything. I'm going to get the consequence of what I put in. There's the consequence of what they put in. And the thing is that what they put in, I've been working around the clock. I got a lot of security issues I had to resolve. But I was saying, you get what you put. You get what you put in. You don't put anything, you get nothing out. Right? So I'm putting 100% in. I'm not expecting anything out. That's the whole thing. I'm not doing it to get a reward. You see nothing in the scripture that assumes I was looking for a reward. Look for a reward. I'm looking to save my people. That's my reward. And I disappear. Master Muhammad, it's up to him. After that, it's all on him. It says all on his shoulders. If you put 100%, you don't get 100% back. If you put 9%, you get 9% back. It's just, brothers and sisters. So what about the sisters, man? Well, what about the sisters? They're getting justice too. You don't understand it. Right? I don't understand 100% either, because like I said, I'm not a female. I don't understand females. I understand the situation they're in. And so they're getting justice because we were supposed to protect them and we didn't. So the consequence of that is now, when in time of trouble, then it's our job to protect them, to make up for what we did. So we owe that to them. That's why I'm giving all and all to them, because we owe it to them. Because when they were protected, we didn't. They didn't have to come here. That was the agreement they made with Dr. Shabazz. We knew it was going to Dr. Shabazz explained everybody what was going through. Everybody was on board with it. Some of the Levites were on board with it too. Those ones that said, we want to go along with that process too. Because we want to come out gods, we want to come out diamonds too. And those Levites didn't like it. Belshazzar didn't like it. Because we were settling their land on the west coast of Africa. That was us sitting there. But we was exposed to the devils when they showed up. That's why they got us, because we was on the west coast of Africa. That's where they came to. Who was protecting Africa, right? Our other brother, Ishmael. They had control of the north coast of Africa, and they let the devils in to get us. See? And then the Levites, they turned us in. They helped. They betrayed us. So we got betrayed on both ends. Betrayed by everybody, brothers and sisters. Said Master Muhammad. See? And the Shia, they're going to go along with him. So whatever issue they have, that's going to disappear. It's like that. Because they are brothers. But they have to be given thorough knowledge themselves also. And when Master Muhammad appeared to them, if he hasn't already, they're going to be right on board with him 100%. They're going to his rod of iron who will rule the nations. So I said a lot, brothers and sisters. I want to talk about these Levites. I think I said a lot about these Levites. But the sisters, now if those sisters want to go the Lucifer way, then hey, have at it. But they want to go, that's Shabazz sisters or Levite sisters. They went through hell. Right? Remember, those are the ones that joined in with us. That's how they got captured with us. And their Levite brothers said, yeah, take them too. Oh, let me say something else, brother. I almost forgot to say it. I was going to say it, I almost say it here. See, you got to understand the undercurrents of what's going on, brothers and sisters. So when God can make God cut loose, right? They're like magnets. And so you had, first they sowed dead demons all over the planet. Like I said, we expose demons, we play by demons more than anybody else. But they spread demons. That said, they sowed the chaff amongst the wheat. So they sowed demons all over the planet. That's why you go down to South America. Everybody down there, light complexion now, even white complexion. That wasn't like them to come over there. In fact, the so-called Native Americans, they were as dark as me. Some are darker. Remember, Elijah Muhammad told you they came from India. The people in India are dark as me. The real ones are darker. They're not the one that showed you the movies. The reason why I showed you the movies because they didn't want to use dark actors. They didn't want to play the part. Same way they used blackface. They used blackface because they didn't want to. They didn't want you to get the money for doing acting. That's why they did blackface. Al Jolson, those guys. You know, thing is, I don't know if you heard Charlie Chan movies. But Charlie Chan was a white guy. They didn't want to put a Chinese person to play the part. They didn't want to pay him. So they got a white guy, made him talk Chinese, talk like a Chinese. See? They want to do the same thing. Bruce Lee said wasn't having it. See? So the thing is that you had two situations. You had the demons, they spread all over the place, and then you also got the malcontents that were weak on lower frequency, but they was under control of the ones on the higher frequency, the righteous one. And so what happened, they'll be susceptible to the devil and their ideology. That's what's happened, because it's caused division among all the nations. Division among all the nations. In China, in all the places. You got this division. You got this demon division, and you got this division because of malcontents. Two types of division you got going there. Because the malcontents, they want democracy, they want capital, they want to be like, and demons want that too. So you got two groups there. The demons are more prevalent, but you got the other ones. And so what happened is, when this war breaks out, you're going to get revenge and vengeance like you could never imagine. I told you it's going to be a time I'm pressing trouble. Because take Taiwan, for instance. Malcontent. See, but they went with, because they thought, hey man, America's going to protect us. Now when America protect them, well, how do you think what's going to happen? Vengeance is going to be on those folks like you can imagine. Same thing in India. Same thing in Africa. They're all over the place. Vengeance. Because now they have long belongs America's protection. That's another phase I never talk about too much, brothers and sisters. The vengeance is going to be, I said it's going to be a time of unprecedented trouble. The vengeance is going to be like, you can't imagine. Just like the same thing going over the Middle East. Right? You got that separation over there. The vengeance is going to be unimaginable. I'm trying to get you prepared for what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. It's not going to be a cakewalk. And it's going to happen so fast, if you ain't up on board with it, you're going to be locked. You're going to turn here so fast like ping pong, you're going to break your neck. Trying to keep up what's going on. And there's a lot more I'm not even telling you, brothers and sisters, because like I said, I can be talking for hours and hours and hours. I'm telling a lot of stuff today I never mentioned before. Vengeance. These countries are going to take vengeance on those people that went along with this the devil's idea. One of this capitalism in mind. Will take vengeance on them, a terrible vengeance. A terrible vengeance. They'll leave it exposed. You see what happened in Afghanistan, right? That's just a little sample. They went after all those people that sided with America. But everybody see America's gone. They couldn't beat sheep herders over in Vietnam. They couldn't beat sheep herders over in Afghans. Couldn't beat rice farmers over in Vietnam. Everybody sees that. Their power's gone. That's why they're losing discipline. Discipline takes discipline to turn engine to power. But they lost discipline. They're losing discipline. Discipline's going down the drain so fast. They don't know who they are. Everybody's anybody they want to be. You can't tell what's male or female. Discipline's gone. That shows they haven't their power. You can check. That's why you said Sodom and Gomorrah, it was gone. because that's how measure of power people have, the more discipline they have. I mean, that should be very simple if you understand it. More discipline you have, more powerful you are. But your discipline is gone. And so therefore the right be taken. But see, all the people was drawn to them, like, hey man, America protect us, now America can protect anymore. And so it happened in Afghanistan. It should happen in Vietnam too. It should happen in China. They kill all, man, I'm not justifying, but I'm just saying, I'm just telling you the mathematics of it. Terrible, terrible vengeance. It says the days of vengeance. You think it was talking about vengeance, what they did to us? Because it says the days of vengeance all over the world. If you're siding with these devils, you're in trouble. It won't be no easy thing like, oh man, just firing squads. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I talk a lot about Levites, right? Okay. Well, let me say one last thing here, right? When the war breaks out, famine hitting the land here, and famine's will come in like a tornado, instant earthquake overnight, like that. And the demons and the devils, they're going to be, see, because most of the demons and devils, they're out in the suburbs. Most of the Shashba, let's say crazy, out there in the suburbs. Let's say crazy, they're in the inner cities. There's demons in the cities too. Not that many Levites, but they're mostly out in the suburbs. Remember, they're on higher frequency, they can deal, right? They're more successful than anything else. So what I'm saying is that when famine comes in, the demons and the devil's going to conspire to eat the Levites. And they're going to be eating them, inviting them over. Hey man, we got food over here. They go in, they end up being the food. All of a sudden people disappear. It's going to take one of the Levite prophets to get them to see what's going on, and then they go into attack. They go unite. You have united Levite army here, a united demon army here. See, I would always talk about the demon war. I didn't talk about the Levite war. See? Because the demon war, they're going to end when the goat comes in. 5 months, they're going to be destroyed, wiped out. All 17 million. Farrakhan be the religious guy, but there'll be someone else to lead them, somebody like Martin Luther King on steroids. But the Levite army, they still be fighting. See? And Lucifer is going to be with goat. So they're going to look at him as a savior. He is going to be a savior because they're going to join with him. They're going to be part of the army. Didn't know that one, did you? See, they'll still be fighting. The demon's going to be wiped out. Levites still be fighting. They'll still be fighting. The demons wiped out, all 17 million of them, and eaten. The Levites, they be united and they be fighting. Because when demons see demons, they think the Levites, they think Obama's, no, Farrakhan. When they see the goat coming, they think and Obama's with him, with his army. Oh man, we finally gonna get some help. They ain't gonna help. They ain't coming. They want you destroyed too. They gonna put a siege on their ass too, but you're gonna be gone. You ain't gonna get no help from them. But Levites, they're gonna raise up their heads and say, oh man, here come our king. He's gonna rescue us, and he is. They're gonna use him to finish wrecking this place. And then they leave out here when Lucifer leaves as part of his army. I tell you enough about Levites, brothers and sisters. Said this is I went more a lot more than I expected. Like I said, I've been up a few days. There's some things that you got to take care of. Still got some things to take care of, and hopefully maybe tomorrow I can continue. Otherwise, probably next week. So I gave you a little special today. I wasn't gonna hold. I was gonna hold this off until we got to the bear and the lion. Right. So I jumped ahead and gave you a little special that should hold you for a couple of days. Right. Okay. But again, like I said, Those Levites that's holding on with tribe of Shabazz, they went through it. Some of them going to hold on to the bitter end. But some of them, right? You know who Judas was? A Levite. Judas was a Levite. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sisters and brothers, Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals, the judge, the crusher, Sulaiman. That's where Son of Man comes from. Sulaiman, Son of Man. I know you've been told that some of you, Master Muhammad is Son of Man. Well, better read the description again. Hair like lamb's wool. He's the God. There's no doubt about that. He's definitely the God, but he's not a Son of Man. Go read the description. Son of Man will suffer many things, be put to death. Do we think about that, Master Muhammad, in that way? He's not put to death. He's going to plain. Who's going to put him to death? He has hair like lamb's wool. Feet like, right? Brass, dark skin. That's not Farrakhan either. Master Muhammad is Michael. He's the God. He's the God is age. Lord of dawn. Made no mistake about that. See? He's the God. See, but Son of Man, he's the son. See, he's Master Muhammad is the David, and Suleiman is the son. Or Sam, Solomon. Anyway, move on, brothers and sisters. This presentation here, Black Attack. Now, this is part 7, I believe. Excuse me. This much to tell you, brothers and sisters. It says, this day will come upon you as a snare. As a snare, what do you mean by as a snare? That means it's a trap for you. They're laying a trap for you. And we're going to talk about that. It says be deal shrewdly with them. In other words, a way they don't see it. And it's very common. It says you don't know the depths of Satan. See, you don't understand what's going on here. You know, they want you dead. They want you out of here. And you think the Civil War was about your salvation. No, it wasn't. You think Christianity is about your self-salvation. It wasn't. Christianity didn't save you. It enslaved you. And the Civil War wasn't about your salvation. It was an economic war because the North didn't want to compete against slave labor. And they tried to stop the South from putting slaves into in the Industrial Revolution, to put slaves into the plants. You know, why they call them plants back then? Short for plantation. See, that was a war about, because as soon as that was over, they went all out to stop you from having any economic power whatsoever. No 40 acres and a mule, nothing. They tried to stop having any economic power whatsoever. In fact, they enslaved you again, but in another form, so-called sharecroppers and whatever. And that comes to the division of demons and saints. I'm not going to that right here. They want you to. So the South said, let's figure out a way to get them. Because they was angry. They was angry. No, they was more angry with you. Because now, man, they got to live with you. They got to talk with you. You got to, you know, can't beat you, can't rape you, and all the stuff they was doing before. And then what made matters worse, because after doing so-called Reconstruction, right? Blacks having the power to vote, got political power in the South, and that, oh man, now they got these niggas, man, they're the politicians, they tell us what to do. Oh man, they was hot. And you think the Ku Klux Klan was just, no, that was just a minor plan. That was like straight up front stuff, right? No. See, because they traded, see, when it got hot and everything, right? When things, you know, they trade those white things in for blue. They changed the white for blue. See? Right? And black judges and law enforcement. So you understand what the purpose of law enforcement is. Law enforcement is the purpose of law enforcement. To keep you, is keep you from getting back what they took from you. Keep you from getting revenge. And that's not about maintaining the law. It's about keeping you under control until they can find what to do with you. And we're going to talk about that. It says, because the scriptures tell you what they're really thinking. If they're dealing shrewdly with you, that means the way that you can't see it. But scriptures reveal to you exactly what their plan is. And you got these preachers, they're in on it. They're in on it because they're demons. You're going to come to recognize this whole scenario after a while. Because first of all, they don't want you to know who the demons are. Didn't want you to know who the devils were. Elijah Muhammad came and revealed to you who the devils were. And Farrakhan's quick try to, blur that line. Because some devils ain't devils, and some of them good, and you know, and some of false Israel, some of them are good because they obey the Torah, and all that bullshit. That's not Elijah Muhammad's teachings at all. Zero, not even close. He's trying to blur the line because he's a demon, follows the devil. He's in on it for your destruction. And if I try to explain it, that's conspiracy theory. No. They used to have this cartoon called Burr Rabbit or something when I was a child, right? But Shorty, go drive in back then, you know. Anyway, and the thing is that the rabbit was smart. See? And the wolf was always at the rabbit. And so every time he catch him, the rabbit outsmart him. See? Because when he catch him one time, he says, you see a briar patch, says, please don't throw me in that briar patch. He's begging the wolf, don't throw me in that briar patch. Oh man, he don't want him in that briar patch. I'm going to get his ass. I'm going to throw him in that briar patch. He don't want to be in there. And that's where the rabbit wanted to be at. That's where he wanted to be. Because once he's in there, that's his home. Because wolf couldn't get in there because all the thorns and stuff. So when the wolf threw him in, he was happy. He was, man, wow. See? And the wolf realized he was deceived. And that was the whole story about that, right? It says they got a plan, but it said they're planning your destruction. It says that all of them, they're planning your destruction. So the problem is that you had the so-called Republican Party and the so-called Democratic Party, right? And this Democratic Party, man, they love you now, but they hated you before. They was wanting to slave you, they raping you and everything else. The Republican Party wasn't that much worse, any better, right? Because you look at Harriet Tubman, look it up. She was enslaved in New York. But then I'm talking just the South. No, it was slavery all over the place. If they wanted to stop it, they could have stopped it. Who do you think had control of the Senate and the House and the executive branch and all that stuff? It was mostly the North had that during all those years. So if they wanted to end slavery and all that, they could have ended with just a vote. They didn't want to end it. They just didn't want to be a victim of it. What you call white thing? Look up how Wall Street got its name. It was a slave center, a slave trading center. That's what started out. Not trading stock, trading slaves. Because of a big wall, they had slaves lined up on the wall. That's why I call it Wall Street. It's a major slave trading place. So don't give me this bullshit about, oh, it was just North. It was just the South. It was all the whole country. Jefferson, Washington was slavers, pedophiles, rapists, and they're all terrorists. It's a terrorist nation. How do you maintain that kind of condition? Because we didn't just lay down and say, okay, master, we love you. We love you to beat us and rape us. We love you to put us in the field and work to death. How you maintain that? We came up as stallions. We didn't come up here as workhorses. So how you maintain? With terror. You have to terrorize us 40 years. It's a terrorist nation. They're a terrorist nation. You maintain with terror. Terror. You're a terrorist nation. George Washington and General, all that, they were all terrorists. It's still a terrorist nation now. They're still terrorists. They keep us down. I'm going to try to explain this to you in this presentation here. See? But I've been reluctant to kind of say this, brothers and sisters, because you don't understand the basics. Because some of you still don't know who the devil is. Some of you right here, they had you saying, they had to deceive you. They had to make you think that this hell was after you die, and the devils was you're going to meet them after you die. So you wouldn't realize that you was in hell and you was dealing with the devils every day. So you said, hey man, well, right? Dirty water's better than no water. I'd rather suffer this than to suffer that worse than that over there. So if you obey master, then you could go to heaven, but you still be a slave in heaven. You just wouldn't be like bad as this. But if you didn't obey master, you was going to hell. You was going to be fired. So they told you hell because they know you had no fear of death. The scriptures tell you, how clear could they be? They said you endured slavery all your lives because of fear of death. To the one that had power of death. Who had power of death? The master. And they say he was devil. They call him a devil. Who? He said the one that had power of death over you was a devil. They call him devils right there. They said they had power of death over you. They did. And they told you, if you didn't obey me, you're going to go and see master up in the sky and look just like them. He didn't have brown skin. He didn't have woolly hair. They told you that was God. Told you that was Jesus. You're supposed to have woolly hair and dark skin. Don't look like that to me. And so you feared something that didn't exist. And you still fear it today. You walk around with this stuff on your cross and stuff on your neck and everything, you still fear it today. Because most people in the church, they're in church because not because they want to go to heaven, because they're afraid, scared to go to hell. Something that don't exist. So they told you that. And once they got you believing it, they couldn't teach it to how the original was brought over here. They'd take their children, teach to them. Because they had no connection. Because they cut you off from everything. Your history, your language, your ideology, your religion, everything. Your name, everything. So the nations are mocking us because you pop up. My name is Robert Nickenbob. Robert Nickenbob. Your name is Robert Nickenbob? I'm a Christian. You're a Christian. Christian enslaved you. The Christian enslaved you. I'm American. Your whole ancestors were enslaved for 40 years, raped and murdered and counted. And what's wrong with you? It said you had lost your damn mind. That's what the scriptures keep telling you. You lost your damn mind. You lost your goddamn mind. That's what scripture's telling you. You lost your damn mind. You lost your mind. Because it don't make any sense. Whereas your little doggies, you ever seen anybody walking around dogs in Africa? You know, that's mostly demons, because that's part of the reason to keep our minds, to keep us down. Because see, the demon is like a balloon holding up a stone, right? So the balloon lifts the stone up, but the stone pulls the balloon down. So if you cut the string, the balloon goes up and the stone goes down. But as long as they're together, one's holding one down, one's holding up, pulling another one up. And that's the demons. I mean, how can it be as simpler? That's the chaff that was sown amongst the wheat that looks like us, the wolves in sheep clothing. They keep us convinced that this is okay. The preachers, oh no, hell after you die. It's a lie. It don't exist, never happened. It don't, and in fact, there's nothing in the scripture that support that you go in hell for never, never, ever. There's nothing in the scripture like that. So why do they keep telling that? That was invented 500 years ago. That was put in their Christianity. They invented. That's why let's say Christianity is 500 years old, because they weren't Christians 500 years old. Read it. They was Catholics. Christianity was invented to enslave you. They were Catholics. They were not Christians. They broke away from the church, called themselves Protestants or Christians, and was designed to enslave you, hell after you, because they didn't believe that. Even the Catholics didn't believe that, because you go to purgatory, you could pray way out of purgatory, all that kind of stuff. They didn't believe no eternal hell damnation. That was designed for you, because they knew if they didn't tell you that, and you believe that death was escape, you would cut their throat. You would not endure slavery, like I said, all your lives for fear of death. Because you're afraid to die, because you thought you was going to hell. You wasn't afraid of dying, just dying. Because you wasn't afraid you come out here dying. You wasn't afraid of dying. You was afraid of going to hell after you die. If you really talk to people closely, talk to them really closely, and let them explain to them what's going on, they're not afraid of just dying. They're afraid of what happens after they die. That's how they got you. Because what's the point of being afraid of dying? Everybody's going to die. If you die, you go to where you were before you was born. What problem we have with that? You don't want to die in pain, but nobody would have, unless you tore it out of your mind, have a fear of dying. It's what you fear what's going to happen to you after you die. And that's they told you this lie, and you believe it. So therefore you endure slavery. Instead of cutting master's throat, yo, master, please tell Jesus I was a good nigga. You understand? Because you know, and he said, oh no, you wasn't. You have all those slaves around. No, because he wanted them to work harder. No, you didn't work that hard. Please, master, please, master. No, please, master, right? You understand? That's what it's all about, brothers and sisters. It's a lie to keep you under control. Because if you believed that you was gonna, that death was your way out, you would have done it. Because those brothers and sisters came over here before they instilled that cross in your mind. They didn't afraid of dying. They would jump over the boat and they'd rather be eaten by sharks. They weren't afraid of dying. It's once they got you over here and brainwash you, then they got you. And you still got your day. And you're teaching that to your children, Negro butts. You're the first robots. Negro butts are the first robots. And now you're teaching your children, because once you make robots, they make other robots. You don't need to make robots, make other robots. That's what happened, bro. So let me go ahead and tell you this anyway. Maybe some of you paying attention, right? Now, Democrats, remember, they're all against you. So let me get you thinking that, oh, Republicans are for you and all that kind of stuff. They're all against you. Okay? So Democrats had to figure out a way to, because we're going to talk about it later, deals true, out a way to get you. See? So then they pretend to be with you. So man, all they pretend to be, but look at their policies. And the demons are there. That's their children. Their black-faced children are there to keep you mesmerized. You know, keep you, right? Don't look over here, look over there. Or don't look over here, look over whatever. That's the preaching and everything else. See? They're all in on it. Because they house Negroes, I mean, they master's children. They're down with master all the way. Only problem they got is they want master to recognize what master will never do. Right? But they hit and infiltrate and keep us down. But the thing is, it says, and that same thing we use in the fields, right? They was constantly using the house ones to convince you to work with master. You can be like us one day. And the preacher, send the preacher out there to tell you, hey man, you gotta love master no matter what he do to you, you gotta love him. When you get to heaven, you gotta love him. You gotta do whatever master tells you. You gotta obey master, no matter how cruel he is. The more cruel he is, the more, oh man, what the hell is, you better read it again. That's not what scriptures say that. You better read the whole thing, all the verses that go with that. But see, okay, let's get to it, brothers and sisters. So what they said, they're gonna be your buddy, but look at their policies: abortion, jails. Look at Clinton. Clinton was worse than any of them clowns that you thought was racist. He was worse than all of them. He sent your jobs overseas. I mean, I can get into that. I'm not going to here, but right. He built prisons for you. You know? He said, I'm gonna cut out welfare, and he gave it to the people that's coming over. And all you had to do is come over. I know people. Go ask them. People that come over from Soviet Union, right? See, people that's coming over here, right? From all the republics. Now, it wasn't Soviet Union then, I don't think, right? But I'm talking about, all they had to come over and say they was Jewish, and they got the welfare that they told you couldn't have anymore. They did. They gave money, they gave welfare, they gave finance and everything to start business and everything else. I know, I talked to them. A lot of them, they said they was Muslim, but they told them they was Jewish to get all these benefits because they didn't want to give you the money. And it's a lot. Anyway, I want the point is, and the policy, the boys, look at their policies. 3 strikes laws, all these policies against black people, but they pat you on the back. We love you. We played guitar. We played Trump. Remember, Clinton got a glass when he played Trump and everything else. And Hillary, hey man, what she was saying, hey man, gotta have some hot sauce. I want y'all. All this bullshit. But look at their policies, because they out to get you. But they know you're so stupid that all they gotta do is pat you on the back. Go look up Gus Savage. Look at the speech he made on the Congress about how they was taking Black Hawks and everything else was taking money that was allocated to you, that the government allocated to you. It was given to false Israel. He got mad because they came after. They only tell the truth when they come after them. I'm going on with these policies. They got false Israel over there. To prove that you ain't to see. Anyway, let me cut to. I see, it's hard for me to talk about this without building up the foundation behind it. But let me just get back to the broad rabbit idea of this. The idea is to get the whole country so angry at you, right? You're so problematic, then they can just get rid of you. Because the thing is right now, all these policies, most of the country, right, and especially so-called Republicans, more angry. Oh, look at all these policies. The Democrats promoting PRT, gay and all that stuff. That's not even us. That's the demons. Because they couldn't get that established in Africa. They ran them out of Africa when they came over to that stuff. Talking about, you got to recognize all that homosexual, all that kind of stuff. They ran them out of there. But they got that picture on you because they got the demons. That's them. That's their children. So you got all these things to adequate myself. All these policies. That's anger in America. That's why America's more and more divided. Anger. Because people say, man, I'm tired of this stuff, man. And now, man, they're going to give out money. If we got a good credit rated, man, that's not going to mean nothing. It's going to give the money to them, right? And we're going to do all this stuff. Get angry. So once they get you so angry that you come at them, that's what Democrats trying to do, get everybody totally against you. All their folks against you. And then once they do, then they step back. And you still black. They step back then. And they flip. Now everybody's against you. It's easy to wipe you out then. That's the trick. It says it will come upon you as a snare. They got traps that if it was coming as a snare. A snare is only if you don't recognize, you don't see it coming. I've been warning for 30-some years it's coming. And you see right now, you see what stuff's going on. Because they pretend. They ain't afraid. Look at their policies. But they get more worried about all the rest of them. So angry at you, right? So it'd be easy to get rid of you. Easy to get rid of you. See? Because these policies are angering people that really didn't care, get angry. Oh man, they tell not she's not chewing this stuff, man, and race and Black Lives Matter, all this stuff, man, and they're trying to get anger raised up so much because see when it happens, they remember they still white. They can back up and say, man, I switch up with you now, but you still black, and the anger is aimed at you. So we're gonna hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I can go deeper into that, but if you don't understand that much, you ain't talking deeper ain't gonna matter. Because if you don't understand how much is 3 + 5, what's the point trying to tell you right? Getting deeper into it. Let's go on, brothers and sisters. Go down to So we go. Now we talking about Armageddon here, brothers and sisters. We talking about apocalypse. Now the apocalypse. What are we here, brothers and sisters? The apocalypse scripture, that's a comprehensive, that covers the entire war that's going to change reality. Not Armageddon. Armageddon just battles in it. That's lying Farrakhan because he don't know. But he's doing his job because he worked for Massa. He's worked for them. Son of perdition, at the works of Satan, 42 years. Anyway, nothing changed, brothers and sisters. We on the cross being crucified. The hope is crucified us to death. Took everything from us, totally naked, everything. You don't know who you are, know where you came from, you don't know your language, you don't know your history. And that's most of our children out there, that's what the CRT called a theory, what they did to us. They don't want you to have no knowledge of anything. Because an ignorant foe is a beatable foe. See, the more ignorant you are, the easier it is because they sneak up on you. See, the art of war is, the main trick in the war is surprise. Surprise, because you surprise the enemy, you're going to beat them every time. And it's surprise, because you're going to be surprised when they spring the trap. It says they'll come into a snare. They got a trap set for you, but you don't see it. Oh, you think, Trump has set a trap for you. No, it's more sophisticated than that. They got a trap set for you. And it's closing in on you every day. See? And they will try to stop even telling you, well, they're suppressing it. But they try to stop them altogether. They thought, the Master Muhammad is there. He's already promised in the scripture that he'll protect me. And that's what happened to me. Nothing. And those with me. So we'll see if his word is good. And I know his word is good. But do you want to find out? You want to test it? Test it. Test it. Dare you. Test it. Still kicking out 30-some years. 74 now. I ain't never bowed my knee to you ever. Even when I was ignorant. Okay. Black Attack. Part 7. Get out, brothers and sisters. One of you, get the hell out of here. America's about to blow. If you got the wherewithal to do it, get the hell out of here. It's going to happen soon. Go to Africa. Just get the hell out. Don't go to Europe. Get the hell out of here. If you don't like me, you don't like the message, you don't like what I'm saying, I like the way I talk, I look, just be sensitive enough to see what's going around and get the hell out of here. Save your life. You'll be held accountable for not helping save your brothers and sisters, but at least you'll save your family, you save your life. You do have a reward coming. You went to the Holocaust. You have a reward coming. Don't let them steal that from you. See? So you get out, read at your own leisure, brothers and sisters. Get out. Just get out. Be glad you did. Get the hell out of here. It's like 911. Once they close the doors, you couldn't get out. When that war breaks out in the Middle East, what's going to happen pretty soon? Very soon, within the next few months. They close that door and you ain't going to be able to get out of here. So watch this, brothers and sisters. And this is these are highlights of the series I'm doing about the series I'm doing about the apocalypse. So I think it's a 14-part series. So this is the highlights of it, and I'm trying to do one a day during the week. Right? So I'm doing this one because I missed one during this week, but I got a lot of things I'm working on right now. So a lot of things happening, brothers and sisters. And I'll be right back, brothers and sisters. This is the lion versus the bear. That's the last battle. The war of the latter days. That's the last battle in Apocalypse. Last battle. Here. Yeah, hold on, bro. This is Okay. What's going on here? Yeah, I got an issue here. Technical problem here. Don't know why. Okay. Okay, that's better. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay, brothers and sisters, again, Apocalypse, part 7. And so it's all about black attack. Because Apocalypse is all about, it's about destruction of this reality, but it's about your resurrection to power. And so both the targets, the one that was the main target that was suppressing you, trying to destroy you, that's America. That's the main target. But you're the main target of the whole world. You understand? Because the whole world's against you. So we're a target and they're a target. See? But you got Master Muhammad, right? Your God, right? Backing you. Okay? See? But they got Satan, but Satan's about to take a big hit. But you got the whole world against you, brothers and sisters. Destroy you. Entire world. Everybody. I'm talking about everybody. Right? Only friend you got is Master Muhammad and his angels. And his angels, but I'll leave that there. But you got Master Muhammad's angels, which are the Shia, Iran and Syria. That's what you got. And they don't realize they're for you right now, but they will in a minute. But the whole world's against you. It tells you in the angel. It says, these 10 horns will make war with the Lamb. Who's the 10 horns? That's two of the nations right there. That's India, that's Asia and Oriental. And then we got right here, we see we've been doing the European nations for the last 500 years. That's 3 of them right there. But you got left, you got Africa. And that's the war of the latter days. They're against you too, because partially they sold you in this, betrayed you. But then you got the Sunnis, you have brothers. See, that's supposed to be family. Africa's supposed to be a twin brother, Esau. And ours supposed to be, right, your half brother, Ishmael. And they betrayed you, took your land. They selling your land. They got your land, your religion, you got everything. It's all belong to us. We're going to take it back. But they're against you too. In fact, they ferociously against you. Because it says, that's the dragon. The dragon's going to attack you. It says in chapter 12, they're going to attack you. In here, the ones that's here. Because this war is about to break out. When it breaks out here, you're going to be totally under attack. Some of you are going to be lifting out here, and some of you are going to have to go through tribulation. You're going to be totally under attack. By the dragon, by the devils, by Levites. That's African immigrants. So you're going to have everybody against you. Then you got the goat rolling in and the bear rolling in. And their ideas attack you, only though they're under some restraint by Master Muhammad, but that's what they want to do too. I already told you the goat says they're going to make war with the lamb. That's the goat. But they don't take out the ram, they want to take out us too. He said, but they will go to war with us. If they go to the Lord of the Lamb, I mean, the Lamb's not going to fight by itself for his army, because he's going to raise this army. He says he's going to raise this great army when the 4 winds blow. That's Joshua going to war. Are you ready? It says you will be ready. It says, Suleiman, when you're ready, when you're ready, your people will be ready. Say volunteer. They be vicious. They be not vicious, but they be invigorated, energetic. Okay? You see our youth right now, they're getting all uppity. They're not fearing the police, the devils anymore. See, they get inspired. It's like a young elephant, right, that can't see too well yet. He's big. He can knock down trees and stuff, right? But he can't see too well yet, right? His vision ain't. Once they get their vision and they start recognizing the devils. See, they had this thing the other night, Chicago. This big thing with these children, right? They took over Chicago. They was doing their thing, right? And then they beat down this demon, this devil. Now, nobody asked the question, why haven't they beating each other down? Why just beat them down? She devil, he demon. They was together. They got beat down. Wait, why did they jump them? Why did they jump them? They're waking up, brothers and sisters. They haven't come full circle yet. And they do. Right? That was their greatest fear. We'll talk about it in a minute. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, so I'm going to go through this. Like I go through this every time, brothers and sisters, because we take you up to the apocalypse. We're not in the apocalypse yet. But what ignites the apocalypse is Master Muhammad going to war. That's the war in heaven. You don't hear Farrakhan talking about that. Tomorrow, I'm getting it started. Well, no, it hasn't. Right. But what about these other wars? It's a war to end all wars. No, it's not. See, he's a liar. He's a demon. So what you expect him to do? So angel key, what angel key looks like in this construction. Every chapter, it moves. The symbols change around, moves around a little bit, but the puzzle remains the same. You have a puzzle, you put different pictures on it, but it's still the same puzzle. So as a while you learn how to puzzle, you don't need to care about the pictures. Okay. Unless pictures got some information into it, but you can always put it together. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to go through this because I'm told every presentation, you can read it for your leisure. But we start, the countdown starts in 1948. We establish a false Israel. That's when the countdown starts, right? And so the witnesses, it says they would be preaching against that, witness against that for 42 years. That'd be from 1948 to 1990. For 1948 is also Antichrist and the Christ, what I call Antichrist. Because if you have 0 and you add 5, you got to add -5 to keep it balanced at 0. If you have 10, you got to have -10. If you have a Christ, you have the Antichrist. That's why they come in at the same time. So Suleiman's birth, his conception will be the same time as the conception of that. The conception of Christ will be the same time as the conception of, that's what I call Antichrist. So if you want to find Suleiman, find out the person, check, see if his conception was in 1948. Same time. Got a coincidence? Anyway, so they were there for 48. It says in chapter 11, right? 42 years, 1,260 days with 42 months, 42 years, right? And then it says, then the beast that rises out of the bottomless pit or the abyss, wait a minute, hold it. But if you read chapter 20, they would have come out to 1,000 years later in the millennia. So how could they come out now? Because they won't come out 1,000 years later, unless that's already passed. They tell millennials in the future. But if the beast come out of the pit, right? So the beast that come out of the pit, out of the abyss, is God can make on. So it says these tell me what with them. That means they have to already be out. If this is about to take place, that's a lie. Because chapter 20 is their history, it's European history. 1,000 years dark ages, kept down under for 1,000 years by the resurrected Islamic Empire. That's what Prophet Muhammad resurrected Abraham's Islamic Empire. Abraham is the one that built the Kaaba, Mecca, and all that stuff, and established the pilgrims. He didn't want to tell all that. They don't want to tell you that. It's a fact. You can Google it and check it, because they don't want you to connect up with Islam. And Sunni Islam is not Prophet Muhammad's Islam, right? But they was the ones that was raised up. And after 1,000 years, God would break out and cover the whole world. And that's exactly what America and Britain has done. 2 world empires. Okay. So to 1990, then what happened in 1990? That's when Saddam Hussein supposedly went to Kuwait and they started the Gulf War and everything else, right? And then it says when these beasts came out, right? He said, but 3.5 means 3 years plus a half, 42, right? Which would be 24 years. With 24 years, they'd be in this position. See, under sanctions and stuff. You see, sanctions. Okay, this stuff is clear, bro. Says, but see, they got your mind so messed up, you can't see it. You're like, man, it's a clear day. There's no fog or anything, and you're blind. Because all you got to ask yourself, who is the only nation on the planet telling people where they can buy or sell? It says 666. So who's doing that? Only America's only doing it. They're the ones that talk about 666. And if you worship them, you got the mark and no tattoo. You got the mark. If you worship them and false Israel, because if you don't know, if you take and don't and don't or listen to them and don't obey them, and you won't worship false Israel, then they will sanction you or kill you. And that's exactly what's happening. Anybody that goes against false Israel, America sanctions or invade them or kill them or whatever. And America's the only country on the planet that's doing this. You can't buy or sell unless you do what they tell you to do. That's simple, bro. Says if you got lost there, and my people lost for lack of knowledge. I'm making it very clear to you. I'm sure who the demons are, who the jinn are. Oh, it's simple. But they got you still in the cloud, vaping and cracking and smoking and shooting up in it. Brothers, sisters. NFL, NBA, Empire, Denzel, Kanye. All distractions keep your mind under control. Get out, bro. And sister says you come as a snare. A snare is, what a snare is to keep you distracted so you walk into it. They camouflage and everything else. Snare's not open out and open. They camouflage and everything else. So you walk into it, and then all of a sudden you realize you got caught in the snares, and it's too damn late. So then they beat it for 24 years here, right? And then that take you up to, right, 2016, right? 2014 is when they started JCPOA, started talks. It became effective 2016. And then 7 years later, right? Then it would be, now we'll go, then 7 years, then they started talking about war and stuff. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then the JCPOA took effect and said it'd be on the foot of the nations. For the nations for 3.5 years, 42 months. Remember? It says in the middle of the week, that's talking about Daniel, somebody broke the agreement. That's Trump broke the agreement in the middle of the week. And so this first part of 7 years, 3.5 years there. On the foot of the nations means, right? On the foot of the nations, you have to understand and your key, but also in UN, that means on the foot of the nations. That's another way of looking at it. See? So they'd be in that situation. Okay? And then next 3.5 years, 7 years altogether, they've been said that the Spirit of God came to them and everything. They're rising up now. See? But they didn't want to negotiate with America, right? They didn't want to negotiate America, Britain, or false Israel. Only want to negotiate with the European countries. That's what they're showing right here. So that would take you up to remember, 7 years from 2016, January. That would put you at 2023, January. So what that's year. Just passed. And then it said, right, they'd be in that situation. Then what happened? See, because chapter 11 is a timeline. Study it. Then it'd be silence in heaven for us about half an hour, which is about 6 months. See? And then the war will start, which will put you around somewhere between May, June, July, somewhere around there. The war will start after silence. Why is silence? You understand your key? Because the ears represents when Shia on top level there, right? And Injury had 3 levels. Each nation has 3 levels. Top level is ears, the middle level is hands, and the bottom level is the feet, like I'm showing here, right? See? So right now, they're not at the top. They're in conflict. They've been in conflict with America and Britain False Israel since the beginning of the year has been hot, right? That's what's happening right here. But the point is, when you put hands over the ears, it's silence. You got to understand your key for this, brothers and sisters. So, I mean, that's what it's trying to tell you. That's the silence. See? And then the war takes place, which is going to take place within the next 3 months, brothers and sisters. And that's when America and Britain, false Israel was kicked out of the Middle East. Babylon falls. That's chapter 12. War breaks out in heaven, right? And dragons and angels are kicked out. Heaven right here, they're kicked out. See? That just happened somewhere between May, June, July this year. Probably 6 months, says about. That means probably 6 months from January. Okay? So now we're in the apocalypse. Now apocalypse started. Armageddon hasn't started yet. Apocalypse has started, right? And then that's when Babylon's fall and say, get out. Because at that point, you better be gotten out of here, brothers and sisters. Get out. Babylon's fallen. And false Israel is surrounded by armies. So we see false Israel surrounded by, we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. No, it's destruction is near. They tell you redemption. Oh, when they're going to be surrounded, did Jesus come say? That's not what the scripture say. It could be a destruction because they're false. They surround by army, and their nuclear weapons will not work. Matter of fact, will have neutralized them. You see, they tell you those ships are flying all around their nuclear sites, and when they leave, the new sites are disabled. Temporarily, but still disabled, right? So they will not be able to use it. So it's a war of attrition where they cannot win, right? So anyway, we see Jerusalem armies. So when their destruction comes, that's a whole other subject, brothers and sisters, right? But when destruction comes, that means, remember, they were set up to counter Elijah Muhammad's army. They would choose Abraham. They sit there and say, no, see, they because it couldn't be us. We got to be Ham. Because we choose Abraham, that means who they? Who are they then? If we choose Abraham, they've been oppressing us. And they know the Christians, the judgment, right? And what would happen to them. Because they want to tell them, they're good people. We're righteous people. We're God-fearing people. All they've done is evil. This whole country was established in evil. Murder, theft, genocide, enslavement, oppression, rape, pedophilia. That's what stopped it. And they made icons, Jefferson, Washington. But they say, oh, that's CRT, critical race theory. Okay, whatever. So when this happens, brothers and sisters, that's off. Apocalypse has started. I'll move on, brothers and sisters. I want to get to the main points here. So when that falsehood is taken down, it's going to be under siege. No food in and out. They're going to turn to cannibalism. It says, the father eat the son, son eat the fathers. Whole world will see. They have drones all over, right? Iran have drones all over because they've taken them out. And their whole world will see, right? And they're going to be destroyed because the anger against them over there, is intense. You wouldn't want to be one of them when that world goes down, they get captured. Oh, no mercy there. And when that happens, right, I'm going to talk little things here. I'm not going to lie to you here. What happens is she has total control of the Middle East. Total control of the Middle East. What does that mean? That total control of the oil. That means Europe, who was totally dependent on European oil because they lost access to Russian oil, the economy collapses. The economy also collapses over here. But it collapses immediately there. It doesn't collapse so thoroughly here, but it collapses thoroughly there, totally. That's what chapter 18 is telling you. See? So the only way they can get oil is they have to give America. America can't get there fast enough. They can't fly it over. Is to take an ally with Russia, which they do. They turn on America. It says all America's lovers will turn against them. See? That's what will happen. You read this at your leisure, brothers and sisters. It's talking about the total economic collapse. See? Because they depend upon the oil. And that's a great betrayal. Because now they turn against America on Russia's side. With that sparks what? Armageddon there. America got hundreds of bases, tens of thousands of soldiers there. That's under attack. So America has to go in there to defend them, protect them. Our cries be great. And that kicks off Armageddon East. Okay, Armageddon East. I'm talking Armageddon East. Armageddon West is here. Okay, so like I'm going through this pretty quickly, brothers and sisters. Because I want to get to my main point here. But I've been talking about this in all other presentations, so, right? So you can go in and review them, right? So, if the scripture here shows you, explains, right, that they're going to be at war, right? That Europeans are going to be at war with America. As you see right here, America's in the middle between an vice. And Russia and Europe is attacking America. See? Okay, now we'll get to it. Back attack. Excuse me, brown sisters. Back attack. Let's go into his brown sisters. Okay, the main point here. Now, and went out another horse, fiery red, setting upon it, giving him take peace out of the earth in order that they will one another will slaughter. Now we're talking about 1/4 of the earth here. You see the next one. Look, horse greenish yellow, and the setting upon the top of the name of death, Hades will follow with them. That's the goat that's following behind all of this. That's China and India. China, they're going to attack America. Their feet will not touch land, like I said. So that means coming across the ocean. And they're coming from the west. See? And it thought upon the fourth earth, that's America there. Fourth earth to kill, long sword, famine, and death, famine. Because I didn't mention that. When it all cuts off, Europe is going to be totally collapsed. America's economy going to collapse, and America's cut off from oil too. They're not getting Russian oil. They're getting no more Middle East oil, and they got rid of their strategic petroleum reserve. So now you have an oil crisis in America, and they have a war going on over there. Protect their men over in Europe. So all the oil is going to be commandeered by the military, and so it's going to be a total famine. Because they can't get food to the stores, and the food is on the farms, the people nearby are going to take that because they realize no other food. So that's going to be going exhausted. Food in the warehouse is going to be exhausted because they come and raid them, soon stores. So in about a couple of days, they're going to be no food anywhere, except for those that took it, right? And people will take it back from them, but that's not going to last more than maybe a week at most. And all that's going too. Hope you understand, brothers. So now you have no oil to get food from the farm to the processing plants, to the warehouse, to no food, zero, none. So Babylon falls, right? They fall, they get into, there's no Armageddon yet. Armageddon actually doesn't happen until, right? The sword says, get the sword, give them a sword that would take peace from the earth, and they're swording each other. Well, that's the four winds. I did that wrong backwards again. I keep doing that backwards. I don't know why, brothers and sisters. Right? I got so much on my plate right now. I had it right now. I just realized I put it backwards. The point is, yep, I sure did. The point is that it's the sword that takes peace away from the earth. Identify what the swords are. At that point, see, at this point, you got trouble going here in America, right? Because of family and else. But they ain't at war yet. But it's tense. And we're going to see it planning. It's tense. But this is not going to be a long period of time. It's going to be a couple of days every day before it happens. But when the sword happens, that's when the four winds start blowing. That's when it says, right? Because it says, I'll take peace of earth in order they will slaughter us. In other words, it was a peace at first, and then they start. But because that sword, four winds blowing, right? And said, the fourth earth, famine and death, With famine and death, right? The death represents goat again, and wild beast earth represents European countries and Americas. What's going to happen to America? Okay. Oh no, I got it right. I got it right. I thought I got it. Okay, I got it right. I moved the right one. Okay. That's so now. That's it. Fall wind start blowing, and now. And what is this? These are you got over 2 million immigrants, Africans here. They go to Holocaust with us. They're more united with us. And remember, I said famine was going on. And most of them live out in the suburbs too. And most of us live in the inner city, right? A lot of demons live in the city with us. But the demons that got money and everything else live out in the suburbs. And the immigrant Africans live out in the suburbs too. And they are eating, and they're gonna be eating people out there. People ain't gonna know what's going on. No food, right? And so the demons and the devil's gonna get together. They're gonna be eating the Africans. Hey man, come over to dinner, man. We got food. They come over and they don't see no more. And this will keep on going until the other see that trumpet right there between them? That's Esau. Until he tells them what's going on. That's when they start fleeing. Because they're inviting people over and they're the food. But people missing. And once that happened, they unite and they attack. That's the Africans. Call them Levites. They attack. And says they attack, they fighting everybody. Because remember, that's the first trumpet. And what did the first trumpet do? Right? In the first trumpet, heard hail and fire. It being mingled in blood was thrown to earth. The earth was burned down. See, because at that point, right, the earth is at the bottom down there, and America is a third of it, right? And third, trees burning, all the vegetation, greens, yellow. I mean, it attacked everybody. Greens, yellow, members of the demons. It attacked everybody. That's what took peace away from the earth. Now it's total war. Total war. That's what it's talking about, dear brothers and sisters. Total war. Okay. Let's move on. We're getting to it. At this time, see, now they're at war down there. Total war in America and in Europe. Armageddon East and Armageddon West. They allied with Russia, right? Because they couldn't get in. So they attack America's troops that's in their countries. America has to go protect them. But America also got a problem here, right? Because they're attacking the blacks. I mean, everybody's at war right now because remember the other one, Levites, they come and they're attacking. And so now they're attacking everybody, but they most out in the suburbs. And so they got to flee. So why? Because the ones in the cities don't have to flee because that's where you flee into in the cities. So we don't have to flee. At least some of us got money out there, but most of them, right, have to flee from the suburbs. That's the demons, everybody. Because there's total war out there because everybody's hungry, starving to death. We understand, brothers and sisters. So all the winds are blowing. Because remember the same thing, the winds, when the blues won, that's when the resurrection came in place. Because it says, reading Ezekiel, the resurrection took place. They came together. Because he was all separated up. That's the death of Lazarus, because he had the demons mixed up with him. He had lost his mind. And so they was in conflict with each other like water and milk. You mix it together, it's no good. But if it's set for a while, the milk will settle at the top and water, then you can drink either one. So Lazarus had to be separated. He'd be separated from demons. That's what it says in Mark, right? Book of Mark. And then he became united, but the demons also came united. Right? So the two separates. We're going to talk about that. See what I'm saying here? So that's they got then they're fleeing. They're not fleeing from the army, they're not fleeing from the police force. Because they got tight time to get. Say, no, you got no time. Because you're fleeing from your neighbors. They're going to be eating you. If you read the third seal, that's what it says. That ball and everything was eating you. It said Esau had that problem. He was the one that clued you in what was going on. Because people come out missing, they thought, hey, and they was being eaten. And that's when the war starts. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So that's why you got to flee. Because now it's open attack on you. And Levites, right, they united, they did total war. Okay? So these are the 4 winds blown. There has to be a time of the resurrection. See, here it is. That's fleeing. They're getting out of town, getting out of the suburbs. Fleeing, those ain't got caught already. And that's the harvest. They all come together. They all come together. Then we get the war of the saints and let get in the war with the demons. That's what it says in Exodus, right? There was separation. Moses came back and separated. Who's separating? Aaron had the camp, but everybody wasn't with Elijah. So he said, those with me, and the rest stayed with Aaron, because Aaron is Pharaoh, he's a demon. And then they got to fight with each other, and then all of Aaron's followers wiped out, including him. That's happening right here. All come together. There's a war. I'm not talking about this particular war here, right? That's not one of my topics because I'm trying to get the most major ones, but this is a major one. But anyway, this is happening here. Now, remember, all blacks on attack. That's why he was fleeing. So we're going to get to that black attack. We're going to get into more detail. All blacks on attack. All blacks. African blacks. Immigrants from here, right? Demons. Black tone. They're really Caucasian, but they got black tone. And original people. They had to flee. So it says, they were defeated. Oops. They were defeated. Uh-oh. It said 3,000. See, there's 3 groups there. Each one's 1,000. You got to stand the injury for that. They were defeated. And Mark, it says they were thrown back to the swine daddies. See? That starts the locust war. We're talking about INJIL. That's 5 months war where they tear this country apart. Because remember, peace is taken with rivers. Now they're slaughtering each other. You have the devil slaughtering the demons. That's the demon and the devil. They slaughtering each other. Right? The elect got the hell out of here. See? They slaughtering each other. Including the Levites. They all slaughtering each other here. They started slaughtering each other. Understand? So, this is called locust war or demon war. Okay, now we get to the main topic here, brothers and sisters. Now see this? God, do not remain quiet. Do not be silent. God, do not be still. For behold, your enemies make an uproar. For those who hate you have exalted themselves. They make shrewd plans against your people. Look at the word shrewd. Not clear, not open. Hidden plans they got going. So what's these hidden plans? The Bible tells you hidden plans. What are they? Do you know what they are? Does the Democratic Party tell you what they are? Does Judge Clarence Thomas tell you what they are? Is Obama telling you what they are? Who's telling you what the hidden plans are? It says they plan against us. Look, let's go further. And conspire against your treasured ones. Who's the treasured ones? That's the elect. See, and conspire against your treasured ones. Right? Our people, general people, and there's 2 groups there. They have said, come and let us wipe them out as a nation. We already broken as a nation. I mama said it was a nation, but we're in submission to them, so we're not a sovereign nation, so that the name of Israel will no longer be remembered. That means eradication. If you know, remember, that means you're not needing anything. You don't exist anymore. That's their plan. They're conspiring to do. Who's conspiring to do that? Is Trump doing it? Biden doing it? I mean, who's doing it? I mean, it's not open. Nobody's telling you. Black Lives Matter's not telling you that. Who's telling you that? I'm telling you that. That's what it says. They're planning your eradication. So how are they doing it? If you know how they're doing it, that means you fall into the trap. You have people talking, T.A. all that kind of stuff, T.A. Jakes and Chef O'Donnell, that kind of stuff. They're all demons. But tell them, explain this to you. Because if you don't understand, that means you're in the trap or you're walking right into it. Because you even know about this till I told you. And you think it's happened to somebody in the past. What did they have you to see? They said they'll go out and deceive the whole world. God can make God. When they came out of the bottomless pit, man, I told you about that a few minutes ago. That's their plan for you. That's America's plan for you. God, do not be still. Behold, your enemies make an uproar, and those who hate you have exalted themselves. They make shrewd plans against your people. Shrewd plans against your people, and conspire together against your treasured ones. They have said, come and let us wipe them out. And they wipe them out. Said, wipe them out. I mean, can be clearer than that? Wipe them out. So that the name of Israel be no longer remembered. So look at this verse. All the people who descended from Jacob was 70 people. But Joseph was already in Egypt. See, Pharaoh kind of telling you, oh, we're going to inherit the land that we used to be enslaved. Because he's shooting the story of Joseph. Because Joseph took over Egypt. But read the story carefully. It was his descendants after him that was enslaved. Pharaoh kind of always switches around to see what he wanted you to see. Or we're going to be mastering land that we were enslaved. That's not that. And that's not the story of Joseph anyway. Because it was people after him that was enslaved, not Joseph. All people, and Joseph died, and all his brothers and all that generation. But the sons of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly, multiplied and became exceedingly great, so that the land was filled with them. That means we kept populating. They raped us and everything else, right? We ain't talking about demons. So it's 17 million strong now. They try abortion, they try everything. None seems to be working, right? As far as reproduction is concerned. And so it says, new king rose over Egypt. See, who did not know Joseph? He said to the people, listen carefully, behold, the people of sons of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. So you don't even know your strength. He said the man in Mark, he was out of control. Nobody could control him. But it has mind though. So he's beating against himself. See? And too mighty for us. And cause too much problem for them, right? Come, let us deal shrewdly with them again, right? Otherwise, they will multiply, and in the event of war, they will join those who hate us and fight against us and depart from the land. See, they're afraid that if the war comes, that you're going to go on the side of the enemies, right? And then you're going to escape the land. They want you to leave here because you're hostage, basically. See? Okay. And they appoint taskmasters over them to oppress them with hard labor. Right? They oppressed us, especially so-called not so-called, but Holocaust, right? And they built for Pharaoh storage cities, Peninnah and Ramses. And but the more they oppressed them, the more they would multiply. That means that we oppressed. That's what said in Abraham's covenant, right? Not only would they enslave us, but they oppress us, they afflict us. It doesn't happen to false Israel 4,000 years ago. And then oppress them, and the more they multiply, and the more they spread out, so that they dread. In other words, they hated you more. They're trying to do everything to get rid of you. And Democrats, they doing everything they can to stop you from procreating. They put you in prison for long sentences, 3 strikes out. You can't procreate there, can you? And they got all this stuff they're giving you. Some of it take and make you sterile. Another prayer that gets into some other stuff, bro. So I'm gonna get into it, right? I don't know if I want to get into that kind of stuff. Eugenics, I'm not going to get into that, bro. That's just. And the Egyptians used violence to compel the sons. They use violence against us. They still do it, right? And they made their lives bitter with hard labor and mortar and brick and all kinds of labor and field. All their labors which they violently had them perform as slaves. See, That means they terrorize. That's what they try to tell you. They terrorize. That means a terrorist nation. Land of home, free, or land of a brave, home, free, or whatever. Land of free, home. They tell you, they oppress us. So they violate. That means they couldn't do it. They had to oppress us to do it. They had to first tell you hell is after you die, and that you're gonna meet the devils after. When they was the devils, this was hell, right? And then they terrorize us 24/7. Terrorists, they talk about terror. They're terrorized 24/7. You only maintain a system like that with terror. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. And the king spoke to the Hebrew midwives, whom was named whatever, and other whose name was, and said, when you are helping Hebrew women to give birth, and so, in other words, we're saying abort them. They're saying abort. That's abort. That's the Democratic Party again. Abort. Problems don't want you around either. Abort. They tried to abort you. When they couldn't abort you, they throw them into the river. Yeah, I'm saying key for that. See, you see here in the river in the sea. See, that's it's the Angel tell you that's a 200 million man army there. That's the war. That's the goat. That's the war coming up with China. See, they want that war. They want a conventional. And they're fighting to a point where they got rid of all the people they want to get rid of. They try to call a stop, try to call a truce. They was talking about brothers and sisters. Throw them into that war. They didn't want to have a war, a conventional war, where they throw you into it and get you all wiped out, because you ain't procreating in prison, right? And women can't procreate if you just have men, so the man's in a prison, right? See? Then you got abortion, and now you've got a war that wipes out. If they got a 2 million army, that means they got to put almost every person in America out there, and they put mostly you. That's get rid of that problem, don't it? Come on, brothers and sisters. What things I want to say here, then we'll close out. Oh, let me take that out, brothers and sisters. Listen, that should be there. Famine. So that's pretty much it, brothers and sisters. Oops. That's pretty much it, brothers and sisters. The plan is to get rid of you. And they got many ways to think about doing it. Sterilize you. Thing just went on 2020. You know what I said, because once I say it, right, the robot comes, hey, he said that word. He said the word COV, right? ID. I'm talking about designed to destroy you, because it wasn't affecting us. That's why it killed the Haitian president, because he didn't want to have nothing to do with it. That's just one. But it says a snare, bro. It says they plan to wipe you out, period. So as war starts, right? This war primarily is to get you out the hell out of here. That's why these plagues are coming. And I'm here to wake you up. And it says some of you are not going to wake up in time. So I mean, you have to go to tribulation. But we're still going to raise a great army that will wake up. If they've been Lamb's Book of Life. We ain't charging you anything, no money. We ain't telling you to do anything. We're not controlling you, not forcing you to do anything. We're just telling you to get your name in Lamb's Book of Life, brothers and sisters. And try to help wake your sisters up, sisters and brothers up. We ain't ask you to do anything, especially sisters. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. You need to get out of here. Farrakhan works for them. You need to get out of here. Okay. Let's move on to the last part. And see here? That's the situation right now. The demons neutralizing us, we're neutralizing them. 34 million, but half of the demons, master children, right? So my job is to make this happen. Because our people are vibrating on a higher level, which they can. Demons can't. They can't operate. So therefore, they had to break loose. And they start moving up, right? It's like a balloon, right? A balloon holding up a rock. Balloon's holding the rock up, and the rock's holding the balloon down. Cut the string. Balloon rise up, and the rock falls to the ground. What's happening here? We're going to rise up, get the hell out of here. Because, see, the thing is that Suleiman has been vibrating at a high frequency 30-some years, and higher, you get higher and higher every year. See? And that frequency is causing vibrations of everybody around them. So it's starting to cause the ladders to vibrate at higher and higher. So at the point, because right now, before that, they was vibrating. The demons and devils had vibrating the same level as demons. So it was all locked in, but it was different people. But we had the capability to go to higher frequency. They couldn't. So when Suleiman started prophesizing higher frequency, started vibrating higher frequency, and started affecting them, then it causes to separate. Because you got conflict with the frequencies. You got conflicting frequencies. So that's like pressure against each other. And that's what's happening here. And so the demon's going to try to take this country, and we're going to get the hell out of this country. They'll get deeper into the country, right? We got enough energy, and that's where you got to go to tribulation, because you got to get up enough energy. Because not just don't happen, brothers and sisters. I'm putting a hand out for a system. That is very difficult to do, because that goes against, it doesn't really go against mathematics, but it's a very hard, difficult mathematical formula to do that. Because it says, if we just pull them out of here, it wouldn't do any good, because they'd still be crushed, because they got to arrive above this gravitational vortex, right, to keep being crushed. So that's why they got to go tribulation, to get enough vibration, to vibrate, get that vibration level. That's why I said to wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb, get their vibration level high enough to escape a gravitational vortex, so they have enough a vibration power, if you will, right, to keep being crushed. Because anything in gravitational, according to gravitational vortex, won't have enough structure to withstand the pressures that's coming down. So if they don't do that, they can't get out of here. It wouldn't make sense to them get out anyway. Still be crushed. So then how you see get sisters out there? See? That's special. Oh, it's going to be accomplished. See? And get them time to get their structure up. It'll be accomplished. It's not going to be easy, but it will be accomplished, because I've already gave my word. Sisters are going. If they want to go, they're going home. I'll protect them. Put an umbrella, put a shield over them, keep them being crushed until they can get strong enough to withstand the pressure. Those that are not, those that are, well, they're good. Those not, I have to take them, make that happen. Okay, we're going to this, brothers and sisters. The mathematics of deception. Now, understand, brothers and sisters, before I close out, I'm going to do this. They're going to attack, right? When the war starts over there, America and Britain, right, cast down, right? That starts a famine. But it's going to be, right, secretive. Be a famine, right? We're going to try to be civil. They'll be sneakers, you know, in the background eating people. See? But Suleiman will have food. Because at that point, he would have got rid of, so I want to make this clear. He would have got, at that point, see, when that war breaks out and they fall, that's when Farrakhan and these people cast down. When thrones are cast down, and ancient days are set, they're cast down, they cast out. So they forced out of the inner cities. Let me back off on that one. They're cast out. Because that's the demon state war, they cast out in the cities. Right? They cast down. So Suleiman has control of all the temples, what they call them mosques right now. And so manna from heaven will feed us. Says, remember the story about manna from heaven? So we will have food. Those with Suleiman will have food. The demons, they can be cast out. They're going to try to take it back, but they ain't going to be able to do it. So it'll be a struggle. That's why it'll be a war between us and them. Okay? So at that point in time, right, they're not attacking blacks yet. Not directly, right? But the demons and the devils are eating the blacks, right? Because most of the blacks out in the suburbs, right, are from Haiti or Africa, whatever. Immigrants. They're out there and they're eating them. They're collaborating together. Oh man, come over here. Right? Zimbabwe or whatever, I'm not trying to make funny names, right? But we don't even know African names anymore. Say Abu, hey Abu, come over here. We got some food, man. We got some food. And so on ahead, he's the food. Then we work until Esau, right, wakes them up to what's going on, right? Then you got Ahmed, right? He's the one that got to release the four winds. See? So they together, they alert them what's going on. And that's when they attack. They come together and start attacking because they really been eaten. And they attack. They're attacking everybody. Anybody's black. Anybody's white. They're attacking everybody. Because remember, the demons look like us. And they're working together to eat them. That's when, right? That's what it says, right? That sword that takes people away from earth. And everybody's fighting everybody. That's when that happens. That's Armageddon West. Hope you understand, bro. It says that's the attack. See? And that's when you have to flee. That's the resurrection. That one, right, that attacks, that's the first of the four winds. When the four winds blow, that's when the resurrection takes place. So that's when everybody's fleeing now. Flee to the mountains. Hope I make this clear enough, bro. Everybody's flee at that point. See? Because who's attacking? The Levites attacking everybody. Right? So you got the blacks and you got the demons. They attacking, right? They're attacking anybody. It's not them. So they stand down there in full fight, right? Where everybody's fleeing to inner cities. They still in the suburbs, still fighting. See, open warfare between the African blacks and Haitians, all of them over here. Open warfare out in the suburbs. They're in the cities, and then that's when we're taking those demons back out to the suburbs. But they don't go to the suburbs. They're in between the suburbs and us. So now you got suburbs out there where devils are. They're fighting the Levites. You got us in the cities. You got demons in the middle. And they're united, and we're united. No, I showed you, right? When they separate, they're united, and we're united. See, but they have to, that's a demon war, locust war, right? So now they fighting with them out in the suburbs. That goes on 5 months, open warfare. And everybody's hungry. They're eating each other. It's a cannibal war. You don't give up, you get eaten. That goes on 5 months. See? During that time, right, Suleiman is getting elected to get out of here, and he's also getting the Levites, Elijah's followers, right? He's getting them, it's in the inner cities, prepared to go to tribulation because they ain't ready to go yet. See, Farrakhan had deceived them, so then he got to re-educate them. And at the time, he take the elect out. He has them ready, right? And then they start on their march to the West Coast to get the hell out of here. And we left. It says, Michael take those who in the Lamb's Book of Life, but those slept in the dust, wake up too late, that's Elijah's followers, right? See? They have to go, they have everlasting, one's everlasting shame, department, one everlasting life. So, but they have to get out of here. So now they go to tribulation. So they wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb. So they do exploits, but they got to go through the tribulation. See? By the time they get to the West Coast, that's when the goat moving in. That's when China and India is embarked on the West Coast. Right? Red Sea. Because why they got there, I'm not going into details, how they got there, They was inspired by Master Muhammad to go there. That's what you have in chapter 17. He put in their hearts to do it, take down a harlot. So that was the agreement. They may use their nuclear weapons or anything. That's the agreement. So now they're embarking. Because it says he reach out 17. He put in their minds to do it, to take down the harlot, those 10 kings. Right? See? And to burn down everything else. So but that was agreement. Right? They would see apart. Right? And let children, let the Levites go through. That's how they escape. Then they close in on Pharaoh's armies and take country down. Hope I put this together for you, brothers. I hope I got the right sequence, everything right. Just look at this, and then we close out. Now, I'm showing you, if you multiply those two together, x minus 3 times x plus 3, the result of x squared minus 9 is a summary. So you take the detail and you got the summary. The detail is x minus 3, x plus 3. The summary is x squared minus 9. Okay? They both equal each other. Now, this mathematics is deception. If they use mathematics of electricity against you. I got presentations out there showing you different types of mathematics they use against you. And you don't even know it. Because you're interested in NFL and all this stuff, and Kanye, all that kind of stuff. And that's why I said it'll come as a snare, bro, because you'll be sitting there watching Kanye, whatever, and then you know your ass in the oven to be eaten. And you remember me at that point, but that'll be too late then, won't it? Been warned. I'm the watcher. I'm supposed to warn you, and I've been doing it. So here it is. See, both sides equal, right? Both sides equal, right? So we're going to say X for, some of you probably know more algebra and carrying on, right? So I hope you can understand. We go X is a variable and T is a variable. So we say T represents the time of a certain event. Say this event is going to take place in 2023. So we're going to say, right? Says 3 years from now, right? So we're going to put 3 there. We have an event takes place from the time where you are. Say the event is going to take place 3 years from now, right? So we put 3 there and 10. Got 3 years to get there. So T represents 3. X is the time you are right now. So if you're in the first year, if it's 3 years out and you're in the first year, you put 1 there. Second year, you put 2 there. Third year, you put 3 there because now you're at the same time, right? Okay? So that's what happens here. Right. So T represents the event. So we're going to say the event is 2003, and we say we're in 2001, we're at 2020. 2023 is the event. 2021 is where we are right now. So you put a 1, the first year towards it in X, and you put 3 in the T. So when you do that, right, would you get this? So you put 1 there. Now 3 is going to remain the same because the event ain't going to change. It's going to be 2023, right? See, but the time has changed because first year is going to be 1, next year is going to be 2, then a 3, right? So you put 1 there, so as you get. So you got 1 squared, right? So that comes out to 4. Oh, so I come out 4. They're both equal. Because remember, they're both equal. Both equal. Right? So in 2001, 2021, you put 1 there. So what happens in 2022? You're 2 years out now, right? So they put 2 in there. Okay, now, remember, the T doesn't change because the event is not going to change still by 2023. So now you got, first you had 4, now you got 5. Everybody's got 5. This information. Let me explain this here. We're talking about one is detailed information and one is summary information. One is general information, one is like I say, watch the weather. That's general. There's going to be a hurricane coming in on Wednesday, coming in 50 miles an hour from at 10 o'clock. That's detail. Both of them telling you about the weather. One's giving you a summary. Watch a hurricane's coming, right? Another one telling you details. One says hurricane's coming. Both of them are truth. But one's detailed and one's just summary. Understand that. That's happening over here. So the one on the left is a summary. Hey, hurricane's coming. One right is details. Because it's coming at 50 miles an hour. Well, if you run away from it at 50 miles an hour, then it's not going to bother you. Because you moving as fast away from it as moving towards you. But let's go to the actual year of the event, the next year. What happened here? Uh-oh. The people that had the summary, they got nothing. They got nothing. The ones on the other, they got something, they got 6. See, they got the information profit them. If they do something, they build the ark. Say, oh, flood's coming. That's true. But what to do? Build an ark. You need to build like this. Can't build any ark. It has to be built this way. Right? So now they got the ark. They got something. They got nothing. They got the flood. But they're gonna die because they had nothing. They had information, but it was no value because it was just a flood coming in. So what? See what I'm saying? Both told you the truth. But one deceived you by thinking you had something, you had nothing. Why I love devil? Because to give them nothing. You had nothing, you thought you had something. Oh man, a flood's coming in. Oh man, hurricanes coming in. Oh yeah, look, man. That's truth. It won't save your life, will you? You have nothing. Right? So you drown or you get blown away or whatever. Right? So say it's a trap. So now you're caught in the trap. The other one, he got out of the trap. Right? So now you got caught in the trap. And the one on detail, they avoid the trap. Right? So now you're alive the next day, but you're in the trap, right? So what happens? This whole formula here, right? So you walk through the whole thing, but go to the next one. So what happens here? The next day, 4, the day after. Now you got something, they got something, both equal again. But you in the trap. They out the trap. See, you got as much information, you know everything they know now. You know, so you need to have art, you know everything, you got all the information they may have, but you're in it, there's no doubt you're not doing any good. Now you know who the devil is, you know who Satan is, you know the angels are, you know hell, you know all that. But it's too late for you. You got as much information to have, but you're caught in a trap. You got caught in the snare. You know all about the snare now. You know it's just my snare as that one does, but you inside of it and they outside. You understand, brothers and sisters? It's all kinds of deception. You got deception, just total lies. That's the devil. You got deception of falsehood. That's demons. Then you got deception of just telling you the truth. Like Farrakhan, he's the chief demon. He's doing this one. He's telling the truth. Yeah, Armageddon, all this stuff. Or the plague, he tells you 7 months late. See? But no details. He never gained details. So he said, I'm telling you the truth. But he's not getting details. Oh, Armageddon. Oh, wait, what was do? If this is Armageddon, what's supposed to do, Farrakhan? If this Armageddon, you said Armageddon already started. What's Armageddon all about? Isn't that probably a nuclear war? According to you, that's the war in all wars, right? There'd be nuclear war, there'd be a chemical war, biological, all that stuff probably going on in Armageddon. So if it already started, how come that story ain't going on? And if it is going on, how come they ain't telling you what to do about it? And how you know it's going to happen? A nuclear bomb ain't going to blow up today or tomorrow. You said the war's already started, so if it's already started, it means anything can happen. They can drop atomic bombs there tomorrow. They can have them drop one now. They can put biological weapons out there right now. They've been doing all this stuff right now. The war's already started, right? You said the war's already started? So it means all this stuff be happening. It can happen any second. What is he telling you how to do with it? Or just believe in him. Just obey him. Go in your secret chambers and pray. Really? You understand? If you understand this, brothers, and the problem is, I'm gonna leave it here. The problem is that, see, those of you that was, most of you that was real Elijah is gone. I was real Elijah from 1775. Most of it are gone. But see, the problem is, and some doors or whatever, the problem is he had you vibrating high level, but you was vibrating off of his vibration. You was responding to his vibration. You wasn't vibrating independently. So when he stopped, just like playing a drum. Drum vibrates as long as you play it. Once you stop, it stopped vibrating. So long as Elijah Muhammad stopped playing, you stopped vibrating at a high level. So you went back to nothing. So anybody come along Farrakhan and then stop playing the drum. A rapper come playing the drum after you leave. A rapper can bounce on, he jumping down on the drum and it makes sound. So then that's why you on his frequency now. Why you listen to him? He's leading you to destruction, son of perdition. Suma's here trying to raise you up. He's not trying, he is raising you up to high, but some of you not going to raise up fast enough. People lost for lack of knowledge. So if you don't wake up too late, you're going to have to go to tribulation. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Leave there, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Part 8 coming up. Perhaps it'll be next week because I got a lot of things I have to do in the next couple of days, brothers and sisters. Might not hear from me. Let's see. Okay, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum. Sisters and brothers. Suman Rahim here. Messenger of the Covenant. Breaker of 7 seals. The Judge. The Crusher. Welcome, brothers and sisters. This is, I believe, part 6. Apocalypse series. Armageddon West. Armageddon, Armageddon East. Excuse me, Armageddon West. Armageddon West, brothers and sisters. Armageddon West. Sisters and brothers. Apocalypse. The apocalypse is a total global conflagration. One reality has been taken out, another reality is coming in. 1 second, brother and sister here. 1 second here. 1 second. 1 second. Let's just tell these little interruptions as soon as I start. 1 second. Brothers and sisters, it's resolved. Hopefully, no more interruptions. Brothers and sisters, apocalypse is a global conflict, and global war. Okay? There's two targets. The whole world is against us, the true seed Abraham covenant. But the target of God's wrath is our oppressors. So that's the target, that's the focus of the war. But it's going to drag everybody into it. That's the focus. This whole entire world is against us rising back to power, right? But the chief enemy been oppressing us, crucifying us the last 500 years. They're talking of God's wrath, talking of the Lamb's wrath, talking of Master Muhammad's wrath. So we won't go into it, brothers and sisters. Like I said, this is 14, 15 part series. Now, this is 2 parts here, Armageddon East and Armageddon West. Now, I'm going to cover more on this side than I did before, because I said, well, some of these things could have been covered in Armageddon East. But I said, when I do Armageddon West, right, so I just put all there instead of breaking up 2 parts like that. So we'll see. Let's proceed and see what we get here, brothers and sisters. See, this is the crucifixion, brothers and sisters. We've been crucified. That's what Scripture talking about, crucifixion. We were crucified. It wasn't no crucifixion to save the world. It says He was crucified for the sins of the world. In other words, the world was so simple. It was righteous person, right? If you compass by a world of sinners, you're going to be crucified. He didn't get crucified to save them. He was crucified by them on the banner of the cross with their fake Jesus, right? He doesn't have bronze skin or woolly hair. It's a fake. It says Satan can appear masquerade as an angel of light. Look at the works. Look at the works. Theft in this land, genocide of his inhabitants, dragging us over here for no reason. We didn't do anything to them, right? Women, men, women, and children, mercilessly raped, murdered, hung, tortured, and terrorized. This is a terrorist nation. Only a system like that could be maintained, has to be maintained through terror. And they admire the terrorists, Washington, Jefferson. Don't tell you anything, and you walk, all this was done in the banner of the cross. And you mean that's the way God rolls, with theft, murder, enslavement, torture, raping, terrorism? If that's it, then what problem you got with Satan? He said, know them by their works. Those works of Satan. But they said they're going to try to make evil good and good evil. That's them. Everything they've done is evil. We should know by now. That's crucifixion. Took everything for it. Took everything. Nothing. Left us nothing. Our names, our identity, right? They got false Israel pretend to be us. Our culture, our language, our land, everything. They left us with nothing. But our ability to continue to be tormented and terrorized by them. And said they would trick us into thinking, that this hell that we're in, being tormented by devils, wasn't the real hell, wasn't the real devils. That would be a place that happened after we died. We lived it. That was a lie. And they got you to believe it. And once they got you to believe it, then they can manage you, control you. Because it says they suffered enslavement all their lives because of fear of death. Because they gave that false fear. And by who was the control of their death? Well, who was control of our death? They were. And they called them devils. Who were devils, right? Who had power over death. Did I tell you everything? Pharaoh said, ain't devils no more. That's not what the scripture said. It said those who had power over death, some devils. Who devils had power over our death. And so they had power over death, and they told us that death was a doorway to hell and damnation and devils if we didn't obey them and obey what Master said and love them no matter what he did to us. And really? And so they tortured us all our lives. And they slay and do it because we thought it was going to go worse than this. And this was the hell. These was the devils. See? Oh, now it's a theory. So it's theoretical now, right? Okay. Anyway, brothers and sisters, let's move on. Armageddon East. Armageddon East. Okay. I said, I might have misspoke. East. I spoke west already, but I said east, right? So it all happened pretty much simultaneously. So I reserved, right, the top, my main bullets for this one, right? Main arrows for this one. Because they both of them are Armageddon. You got Armageddon East, Armageddon West. They talk about Armageddon in Revelations, they only talk about that one place. Right? And you got to understand, you got Armageddon East and Armageddon West. See, because Armageddon is a European war. But America is a European country. Right? They're taking this country, but so you have Armageddon both. Maybe you'll understand, maybe you won't. But see, we give you details, and so you know what to do. Pharaoh could say, oh, he called it Armageddon. Armageddon started. Really? Well, why did you tell us before it got started? Now it's starting. You telling us now, after we're in it? So we're supposed to do, Farrakhan. Tell me, oh, it's a flood after it starts raining. What we're going to do? Oh, now you know, right? Okay. Just talking about Babylon. Something you can read your own lead, your brothers and sisters. It's chapter 18. Babylon fell, Babylon fell. But the thing is, admonish you, says, it really commands you, say, get the hell out. Get out of here. Farrakhan trying to trick you. Say, no, that means get our cultures, got religion, what kind of stuff. No, it means get the hell out of here. This place is about to blow. So you be taking her plagues, right? But you not share her sins or plagues, right? Okay, you stay if you want. Get out, brothers and sisters. This place is about to blow. If you can afford it, get the hell out of here. Take a couple of months off. You don't want to be hearing the blows, brother and sister. Get out, get out, get out of her. Who's, instead of voice be telling you that, who's the only voice telling you that? Who's the only voice telling you that, brothers and sisters? Get the hell out of here. This is this is the topics we're going to talk about, right? Next few days, I'm gonna try to do. Well, I'm not gonna try. I expect to do one per day, one per weekday until it's finished. That'll be about 2 weeks from now, altogether. Euro collapse. Populous 5, part 5. Armageddon East. Armageddon West. So forth. So in other words, apocalypse, it encompasses the whole thing. Armageddon is just 2 battles, right? Within apocalypse. Apocalypse covers the whole thing. So we lead you up to when apocalypse starts and its duration, everything happens in between. See, we give you details here, not watch the weather. So we're going to bring you, the apocalypse hasn't started yet, but it will start once that war takes place in the Middle East. That will ignite apocalypse. And then once that ignites, right, so it's going to kick off Armageddon and other wars, demon war, demon devil war, the goat war, many, right? And the war of the last days. All that's under the umbrella of apocalypse. So, goat and the bear. Then finally, the lion versus the bear, that's the war of the latter days, the God against real true Israel. What would you expect these people to do other than lie to you, brothers and sisters? They kidnap you, they wouldn't lie to you, they kidnap you, rape you, beat you, create a hybrid nation out of your women. Apocalypse, part 9. Part 6. Part 6. It was part 6. Okay. Now it says Armageddon East, right? Now see, Armageddon it tells you that it's a European war. So Armageddon West is the place going to take place here. Armageddon East we're going to take over in Europe. Both devastating, both target of America. Both target of America. One externally, one internally. Sword within, sword without. Right? So we're going to talk about both of them really. Right? Like I said, I saved some of my ammunition from the previous one because both of these they work together. This is what Angel Key looks like. Right? At the time of Obama's reign. Right? We're riding that white horse, brothers and sisters. So we're going to start here, right? 1948, the witnesses, now Elijah, Master, and Farrakhan. The 2 witnesses, right, they prophesied for 42 years, from 1948 to 1990, right, being against false Israel. And then we're going to take step by step, brothers, because chapter 11 is the timeline. And then it says the beast that came out of the abyss, right, attacked them beast came out of the abyss, attacked them, right? So you got to ask yourself a question, because we told that that's not going to happen to 1,000 years from now, the millennia. But if you understand it's happening now, it means the millennium has already happened, because it says the beast come out of the abyss. And that's what it says here. It says, and whenever they shall finish to witness them, the wild beast stepping out of the abyss or the bottomless pit. That should be a red flag right there. That the millennia, if you believe this is happening now or before the millennia has already passed, because the beast only comes out of the abyss but once, right? So that's a telltale right there. So these people tell me that stuff, oh, the abyss is that. No. The reason they tell you that, because they don't want you to know that's European history. Pure that's European history. They was in dark age for 1,000 years, all of them, right? And during that time, there was in dark ages. That's what the rise of the Islamic Empire. Abraham's resurrected empire. That was Abraham's seed. That's Ishmael. They declined, and he resurrected them. That's the resurrection place that held the Europeans down for 1,000 years with the Quran and so forth. See? So they come out after they break loose. At the Quran said they break loose after 1,000 years, and they cover the whole earth. And that's exactly what American Britain has done. They had two main powers. They had the goat, they had the ram in Daniel with the two horns. The greatest one can't last. That's America. Okay. So here we go. So that was the Gulf War, 1990, 1991. So this was says, because it said 42 years, 1,260 days, 42 years. And then they would be, I missed, back up a second here, brothers and sisters. I missed something. Okay, okay, I went too fast here. So then they went in, they pushed them down. American Britain and false Israel, for the most part, took control in the Middle East, right? And they said they had been in this position for 24 years. And they were up until, right, 2014, was they began to talk to JCPOA, right? And JCPOA ratified and put in effect. So as those they've been in JCPOA, right? I mean, they'd be on the foot of nations. So they'd be in that position, then they'd be going to fit the nation for 3.5 years. Altogether 7 years. 7 years from this time, 3.5 years, then those 3.5 years, right? But anyways, 3.5 years, they'd be on the foot of the nation, 42 months. As that says right there. Right? Okay. Then in the middle of the week, remember that 7 again? And you have to send Daniel for that. In the middle of the week, the treaty will be broken. Right? So 7 years altogether. And then they had that 3.5 years, right? They rise to the Spirit of God. Well, the demons, they're unclean spirits of the God. In this case, Satan. Okay? Understand, brothers and sisters? So in this case, right? So okay, that's right. So they rise up. Spirit of God came in. That's right there. We'll move this position, and then they move this position where they go within a conflict with America and Britain falls Israel, and they've been in conflict with them for the last 6 months. Because remember, 7 years, 7 years, then 3 years for the nation, 3 years in negotiations trying to revive the JCPOA. That's 7 years. So that puts you January 2015 to 1 January 2023, over 7 years, right? So after 7 years, then it said to be silence in heaven for about 6 months, or half an hour, 6 months. Okay, so that's what it's talking about here. Because you see right here where you got a blinking one on the right there. Okay, that's what it means. Because when you understand angel key, American Britain represents hands, right? But the ears, the she represents ears. And so they're covering their, that's why they can't anybody hear anything, because they're covering their ears. You have to understand your key, brothers and sisters. Okay? Understand that. That's a solace. So that puts you somewhere between May, June, July. So between May, June, and July. See, then what happens? Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Then what happens? That's when the war takes place. So war will take place in the Middle East somewhere between May and June or July. When it does, America, Britain, and forces will be cast out. Because Michael will be helping them. That's Michael's angels. And America, Britain, and forces, there's Dragon's angels. Understand? And they're going to kick them out of the Middle East. That's what it says. War took place in heaven. War took place in heaven. That's what it says in chapter 12. We understand, brothers and sisters. So we're going to delve into this, brothers and sisters, and hope you get a good understanding of what's going on here. Because you need to get the hell out of here. Lee. There you go. We got a clear passageway out here for you. Oops. You have another interruption, brothers and sisters. Pardon me for about a minute, maybe two. Mm-hmm. 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 Pardon the interruption, brothers and sisters. We'll get there. So, that's when it occurred a war in heaven. That's chapter 12, occurred a war in heaven after 6 months. So we're giving details, brothers and sisters. So we're saying this war will take place sometime between May and June, July. Say May and July, okay? Which May is next month, a few days. Then the war will take place. and American Britain will be defeated, and false Israel. And on top of that, it's like this is Michael's angels go to war with the devil's dragon's angels. The Master Muhammad would participate in this. So they tell you about these so-called UFOs, right? Well, at that point, right, he's going to show power, but they would never tell him over here what happened because they're going to come after their first attack is going to be with their air forces, which would be annihilated. They never reach Iran, and they can't explain it. That's one of the things that we say. Oh, with Russia, they're going to have to blame it on Russia, have to blame it on somebody. What happened to their planes? They can't tell people what really happened. Hold on your seatbelts, brother, because that's what everything's about to blow. Move on to the next one here. And then when that happens, right, this is Babylon's falling, because they was defeated, and now they kicked out of the Middle East altogether. They forced Israel to fend for itself with its nuclear capability, eliminated, neutralized. They would not be able to use it. They tell these so-called planes, UFOs, are buzzing all their nuclear sites, and when they leave, things don't work. Anyway, it'll be that they try to use to be a blank. So that means now they got to fight a ground war. We got a number like 50, 100 to 1. Anyway, that's the situation. So they say we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, notice destruction is near. They're trying to tell, oh, he's going to be redeemed. Jesus is going to show up. That's not what the scripture says. It said, when you see Jerusalem, who's the capital of Jerusalem? Who controls Jerusalem? It's not the Sunnis. It's not the Jordanians. So it said, when you see it surrounded armies, no destruction. All of it. And that's what happened. They're isolated. They can't receive any help from American Britain because they have their own issues. And they're isolated, right? They're under siege. No food coming in and out, right? So, and they will suffer, right? Cannibalism. They have no food. And the world will see it and vivid. They cast pictures all over Hollywood and everything about us now. Everybody gonna see them. And then what? See, when you see Jerusalem, so they're taken down. You see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, notice destruction is near. And tell you to flee. See, telling you to flee, brother. Now I'm telling you, get out. You don't want to be here when this happens. Because then you have to admit that you're true to Abraham. That means they're the devils. Elijah Muhammad said they were. And the only option they have is to get rid of you. They got their hands on you, get rid of you and hope for the best. They can't let you out of here. That was their greatest fear. That you multiply, right, and unite. And if there's war broke out, you unite against them with the enemy, and you flee the country. Because they know if you flee, see, some of us still got our right minds, right? We're going to want revenge for 400 years of abject terror. And they don't want you to leave with that on your mind because it's just. What they did to us is unconscionable. So they're going to attack you. We're going to talk about those things, brothers and sisters. I'm just trying to lead you up to the apocalypse. See, now, that's the first apocalypse of war in heaven. That's what ignites the apocalypse. So I didn't say earlier, that's what ignites the apocalypse. When Master Muhammad goes to war, that ignites the apocalypse. Now we're in apocalypse when that happens. Now we're in apocalypse. False Israel was taken out. The evangelicals that went crazy over here because they knew when they set false Israel to begin with, it was a lie. They was put to counter the fact that Elijah Muhammad said we're true to Abraham, and we had the facts. So they had to set them over there, set them up and everything else to convince everybody because they couldn't have the people believing that we're true to Abraham. What does that mean? Hell, damnation's on the way for them. Okay? So now false Israel was taken out and no more. So now they have to come to the fact that we must be true to Abraham because if they were true to Abraham, they wouldn't be taken out. It says they would not be vanquished again. And so I didn't actually show that, but anyway, there's final. Now look, put this together now. The Shia has total control of the Middle East now, total. They defeated the dragon, House of Saud, American Britain, false Israel. Total control. Now Europe is totally dependent upon oil from the Middle East and Russia, but they're in conflict with Russia right now. There's conflagration with them, confrontation. So any source of oil is Middle East now has been cut off. So chapter 80 says a total economic collapse, immediately, bam, because they're having reserves over there, and the war is just suddenly cut off. Because when that war is won, you think, well, I'm not going to help them. They help attack us, right? So now they right here, they're totally right, all cut off. So Europe right now at that point, right, all kind of collapse here, right behind it. See, and since in America, the only source of oil is primarily here, and they've capped their wells and got rid of the strategic petroleum reserves. So now they have to prioritize their oil, because this happens here. Europe totally dependent off the Middle East. They can't get any more. Total economic collapse. They look for America to bail them out. America can't bail them out because they say that we need all we have for ourselves. Because they just got finished war with the Shia, and now they see wars on the horizon, right? With Europe, Asia, and everybody else. So they got to prioritize their oil. They don't have much of it anyway. So now you got famine here. I'm not going into details, you got famine here now. So in this situation right here, right, you got famine. You got defeat. American Britain's been defeated and kicked out. Well, Israel's gone. That's the situation you are at this point in time. See? And this still talking about economic collapse in Europe. Now, economic collapse in Europe, right? The only source of oil cut off. They can't get off in the United States because, they could get it, but if it goes by ship, it will take too long. If they're in dire need of it now, they can't ship by airplane. Okay, so the economy collapses. Economy here collapses also. And then right here, now this is the it's a greenish yellow. It's really greenish yellow. It's not pale. King James Version is a bad translation. It's greenish yellow, and that's important that you leave it like that. So don't mess it up. Chapter 22, but he did so, and set upon the name of his death and Hades would follow him. He was given them authority upon. This is play attention to this. It was given them. Remember, one authority. This is look horse yellow and set upon them name is him death whatever follow. And the bottom line is was given to them. That's the first three seals. Was given them authority, because the first had authority. The second one, right, upon the fourth of the earth, right? Who's the fourth? Earth represents America, Britain, America, Britain, Europe, and Russia. That's what represents, right, the earth. But it says 1/4 of them, so 1/4 of his target. So one of his target, all of his target, only one of his target, right? To kill in his long sword and in famine and in death by the wild beasts of the earth. Now, in famine, I told you, famine's already kicked in at this point. Famine's already kicked in because they ran out of oil, right? See, so that'd be in America here. That's talking about America here, right? That's fourth earth is America, right? To kill a long sword. See, this will trigger. It says, this will take peace away from the earth. That's what's happening here. Got a long sword take peace away from the earth. So that means at that point, right, everybody was trying to figure out what to do. Now it's open warfare. And in famine, right? Because now everybody's hungry. So that's going to drive the war. Hunger. Right? Cannibalism. Right? And by the wild beast earth. Wild beast represents China, represents Europe and Russia. So it means America is going to be attacked, right? On both sides, because it says it was given authority to kill the fourth earth, right? To kill in long sword. So now America, that's internally. Internally, right, there's a war, and externally, the wild beast earth between Russia and EU. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's why it says double Babylon fallen, because it's double. Babylon's getting double. And this one day will come to place for what it's saying is that once this happens, once that war starts, America got less than a year. Less than a year, right? It will come in and play one day, death, mourning, famine. There's the famine, there's the death. We haven't discussed death yet, brother, because and the fire should burn down. Means then it burn down. So why you want to stay at fire, guys? So burnt down, burned up, petrol earth. Fire. It ain't gonna go out in 4 or 5 years, right? Because strong Lord the God having judged her, they weep and they will strike themselves upon the kings of earth. That means just fighting with kings, right, between China and Russia. I mean between Britain and Russia, right? And having her committed fornication and having lived reign on luxury whenever they look at smoke or fire. In other words, right? That means this is Armageddon East. It says, and will weep, they will strike themselves upon her, the kings of earth. That's the 1/4. So that's Armageddon, because you've been fighting each other. Okay? But Armageddon West, over here, right, is war also, right, between the devils and the demons. So, again, Armageddon East. It's over to Europe. Remember, I'm always speaking on Armageddon West too, so I saved some of my ammunition, right, firepower, for this because they're in the same process. But Armageddon East, Armageddon West, right? So Armageddon East, okay. That's over Russia. And went on another fiery red horse, setting upon it, giving him take peace out of earth, or that they will slaughter. So you got the 4 horses, right? Now the first horse is down there where America is. Second one is down there where you see China, right? Third one would be where you see the rivers where the demon is. And fifth one was the top demon, Legion, those are green browns, right? Okay. So it says, well, another, see that right there, it says, and giving him see the peace, take peace out of earth, in order they will slaughter. So that's the sword they're talking about right there. So it was giving him a sword, right? That's a sword. I show it right there. Now that's the first of the 4 winds. So what it's telling you is, what you understand is that the war Armageddon don't start until that wind blows. That's when it starts. See? That means Farrakhan knows how you're talking about. He don't know any of this. He's guessing. He pulls stuff out of his ass calling honey. Oh, did I mess something here? Then it says, and greenish yellow set atop him, named Death and Haze will follow with him. So that means Death and Haze represents the goat or leopard with brown spot. They represent that in Daniel. Because remember, Daniel's celibate to this at the chapter 13, they intersect, right? And greenish yellow, right? Because that's what it is. It wasn't pale. That's what they say. Anyway, and with look, horse greenish yellow, setting upon it and name to him death, and Haze will follow him. It was given them authority upon the 4th of the earth again, the 4th of the earth, right? To kill a long sword. See, that's that demon. Right, just got hit with. Right, so let me do it again. Authority upon the 4th earth to kill long sword and famine and death. So it's saying that this things happen to 4th earth America, right? Authority upon the 4th earth to kill long sword. Remember, that's the one that's going to take peace from the earth, right? And famine. There'll be famine during that time, and death and wild beast earth. So that what that means, wild beasts of earth is Armageddon that's going to take place. See, but when it says it here, right? It says and the wild beasts of earth. That means that's war over there, not here, right? Because here's the famine and everything else. Over there, it's a kinetic war. They fight, is shooting and killing each other, right? That's what it says. And with wild beasts of earth, because wild beasts of earth represents China, represents America, represents Russia and EU in this position, in this point, right? At this point in time. And that's what happened right here. See, because that's the sword has to be that was used, and that's the sword right there. Okay. It also represents African countries, that sword. So what does that mean? Well, you know, you got 2 million Africans here in America. Now, in this case here, they're on the attack. Remember, I already said there was cannibalism going on. It's already on attack, right? Hold on, brothers and sisters. Look at another interruption here. Give me a second. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. Get there, brothers and sisters. You need to know what to do, brothers and sisters. You need to get out of here. If you don't get out of here, you're caught up. So only 2 exits out of here after that point. Only 2 exits. The Lamb's Book of Life, tribulation, the scenic route. You definitely want the scenic route, brothers and sisters. But if you're here, that's your only choice, or death. There's the other path out. You know that path goes, that's through the oven. You want that path, brothers and sisters, believe me. You don't want that path. So the bottom line here is, you got those 4 trumpets. Now, Farrakhan is leading you, trying to tell you, well, he knows what, he doesn't have no idea what Revelation's about. He has no idea what it's saying, none whatsoever. So you got these 4 trumpets. They're also called four winds. And it also are the horses. They also, it depends on the chapter, right? But in this case, it says this one had the power to take peace away from the earth, his sword. So that means if the earth is peaceful, that means it couldn't be Armageddon according to Farrakhan, because Farrakhan, he said that's the word in all wars. And he's telling you we're in Armageddon, but if Armageddon is supposed to be word in all wars, and it's go nuclear and everything else, then why is he telling you it started? I mean, you could be nuked today or tomorrow. You'd be killed there tomorrow. If Armageddon's already started, it's word in all wars, that means they're going to hold up the nuclear arsenals and everything else. If you're in Armageddon now, according to him, he's been telling you what to get out of. He said, oh, no, just pray. Put your armor on, holy armor, or prayer and faith in him and faith in God. No, that's not what he told Noah. He told Noah to build a damn ark. They told Simon, told Lot and Simon, get the hell out. But no, just stay in, hold on. Just believe me, have faith. Right? He's Legion. See, he know he ain't going to say, oh, let me go back, let me throw me in the swine daddies. Warn, brother, says, I'm the warner. I'm the watchman, I'm telling you. If you don't like me, you don't like what I'm saying, like I'm measuring where I look, get the hell out anyway. You're going to be called to account why you didn't stick around and help your brothers and sisters, but you still save your life. You save your children's life, save your family's lives. See? Otherwise, get registered in the Lamb's Book of Life if you can. Otherwise, prepare yourself for the tribulation. See? So that's what's happened. See, that first one, it says, the first trumpet and occurred hail and fire and mingling blood, and it was thrown to earth, and third earth was burned down. Third. Now, why is third, right? And it would burn down. See, because when you see the sword here, well, I'm not, okay, I didn't show it all here. Let me get this. So that sword is, right? Now, when America's in that position, it's called a third earth. You understand? You understand, Angel, key for this. Because now you got Europe, America, and Britain. And Britain's up there, right? But here in the earth right now consists of Russia, America, and EU. So that means 1/3. That's a third that's hidden. So it's thrown to earth. 1/3 earth was burned down, 1/3 trees, 1/3 vegetation. It means it attacks everybody under them. That means that's why it takes peace from the earth. That's when it took peace from the earth. Now they're all fighting. See? So you got to fight on two levels. Here it says 1/3. So in this case right here, right, it's talking about America, right? There's total, because it says you take peace from the earth where they start slaughtering each other. So now you got wholesale slaughter here in America. You got the famine going on, right? And at this point, you got cannibalism going on, right? And now you got them attacking all blacks at this point, right? That's talking about the 2 million Africans, immigrants, right? And they attack back. They attack back. They're more organized than we are. They attack back. That's what's going on here. So everybody's at war. So they start slaughtering each other, right? That's Armageddon West, right? But Armageddon East, right? That's America right there, and the vice between Britain and America. I mean, Britain between Russia and Britain. Excuse me, between Russia and EU. That's going over there. So now you got insurrection here, and you got war over there. That's Armageddon East. Here be Armageddon West. It was talking about brothers and sisters. Let's go a little further. But it wouldn't happen till the four winds blow. Had it blown yet, has it blown yet, Farrakhan? See? So now all the rest of the winds are blowing. And it said when the four winds blow in Ezekiel, that's when the resurrection takes place. I'm trying to pull this together for you, brothers and sisters. Okay? But see here, they're at war. At the bottom, they're at war. They're at war, America's in the vice between Britain, between Europe and Russia. Because see, Europe has betrayed America at that point. Because remember, couldn't get oil from the Middle East. They couldn't get from America because they were starving, right? And the whole economy collapsed. So they turned on America and backed Russia. They turned on America and backed Russia. Right? So that ignites Armageddon East, because America has a multitude of bases there, with thousands, tens of thousands of military. And once Europe sides with Russia, and Russia's at war with America, right? Then the first thing they're going to do, you understand? See? They're going to attack those bases. So America's got to go and defend those bases. Military got to defend those bases. That's how they ended up in Armageddon East. But the result of that means they got to prioritize what all they have left, because now they're at war, right? Over in Europe. So they got to prioritize what all they have. So it means total economic collapse here, because they're already at famine, eating each other, or cannibalism, doing this task. But all is going simultaneously. So, and the demons, right? Their master children, they're leading the march in cannibalism, because now they want to take down the country. It's a chance to take down the country, because country's no fuel, insurrection, everything else, cannibalism. So they unite and try to take the country down. They're hungry too. They cannibalists. They're cannibalists too. You understand, brothers and sisters? So they got total war. They're gonna tear the cities down. They're gonna lose in the end, but they're gonna tear all the cities down. See, and so that's why. So America, Britain, and Europe is not. They're no peace anymore. Right now, they're in a total knockdown, drag out battle over Europe right now. America's in a device between Europe, his former friend, and Russia. See? Okay. So four winds blowing. Okay. Oof. Now all the winds is blown. All four winds is blown. Okay. Now four winds blow, that causes the resurrection. But remember, they're at war. Armageddon East, Armageddon West. They're destroying each other. Said one another, that's when she released it. Right? When that horse, red fire, red horse, right? It took peace away from the earth. And that is one of the four winds. So now the peace, the water doesn't start until the four winds blow. Four winds blow now, right? You have war here and war over Europe. That's both Armageddons. Here they're tearing place apart. The demons are tearing place apart, because they unite after we're separated from them. They unite and we unite. Great army. We want the hell out of here. Remember back in 60s, integration, separation. They wanted integration. 20 years later, 20 years earlier, it's Afrocentric, Eurocentric. They wanted to be more like Africans, more like Europe. We wanted to be more like Africans, right? 50 years before that, right? We ran to seas. They stayed on the farm. They want to stay close to Massa. Now they have total break. But now before war between us and them, they try to overcome the leaders. They try to get people to help them fight. Right. So we'll talk about that, maybe not today. And now they're fleeing because they're under attack. The whole place is a cannibal show. Right? So the original people, majority of the original people is in the cities. They don't have to flee. They're in the cities. but it's mostly it's the demons and our people, right? That's lost, lack of knowledge, and betrayers, whatever. They're still out in the suburbs, and they have to flee. Because remember, there's no food, there's no water, because all they need, all that oil, they had to prioritize it towards the military, and so they don't have enough, and they can't pump it out fast enough to make a difference. So, there's the famine's going on, and said they're going to attack all the blacks for food. That's what chapter 3 is saying, the sixth, third seal, right? The barley and whatever. That means we're the food, because that's what they represent. We're the food. They're attacking. So all blacks have been on attack. Also the African immigrants, right? Because they're fighting back. So therefore they're on attack, and they have to flee. Not fleeing from the army, not fleeing from the police force, because they have time to get there. No, they say you have to flee instantly because you're fleeing from your next door neighbor. Because they're hungry. Okay? Let me move on here, brothers and sisters, to close this out. This way, all come together. That's the harvest, chaff and the wheat. They separate out. The wheat is bone to put on in the barn, and chaff is thrown back, right? And you get marked, right? They throw them back to the devil dad. Is what when to go back to the swine, right? And what this happens. Remember, we're talking about Armageddon, east and west, right? So in this case, we primarily talking about Armageddon west, because that's 1/4, right, and 1/3 and all that stuff. They're really talking about that one. So there you go. That's the demon war. That's also Samson, where he destroys the two pillars. The pillars would be America and Britain, right? That's would be where you see if you have the wind there and the explosion. But that's where it would be. And he'd be that demon, because Samson was a demon. He'd be a demon post between there to bring the whole thing down himself in the process. But the thing is that this locust war happens, right, as a result of the conflict between us and the demon. Once we come together, we kick them out. We don't want them. We purge them round out. See? Because they're devil's children, not ours. And so therefore what happens, right? They want to get back to Master. Master don't want them. So now, and because Master's hungry and they just want food. And they're the source of the food. Right? So now you got a conflict between devil's demons, the devil's children, right? And that lasts 5 months. That's locusts, lasts 5 months. And then they're defeated. And that's by that time that's when the goat starts rolling in. Total chaos. Mm-hmm. It'll be right, but it'll be a war. 17 million demons, women, children, all. Full-fledged war, fighting for their lives, fighting for not to be eaten, and fighting to take control. Because if you lose, you're eating. There's no giving up. Children or whatever. Children is better because they eat, softer meat. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. Full-fledged war. See, that's a demon war, full-fledged war. So now they can't reconcile with Master. The total conflict, they're fighting. What they will lose after about 5 months, but it'd be raging war. At the same time, there's raging war over in Europe. And America had to stop, right? Raging war over in Europe. Okay? Trying to protect their base and everything, they're getting their ass kicked over there. Like I said, the wild beast earth, they're attacking them because they allied with Russia. So they have no friends anywhere. So their friends were banned. So now they're fighting there and they're fighting here. Total devastation. Not no walk in the park or you could eat and something, go to bed and all that kind of stuff. No, it's real. Oops. Oops. It's just the famine's going on. Famine's going on during this period. Farrakhan is cast out at this period. Why is he cast out? Because total war, the demons against the devils, right? But before that happens, Suleiman had to come back, right? Before the actual war breaks out. That brief period, right? When the war is lost, America loses the war there, and before, right, that Trump is loose, that takes away peace on earth, that starts it'd be a time of famine, but just before they start eating each other and everything else, and Suleiman comes and he casts out all the demons out, comes back to that devil daddies. That's part of what I just showed you, the harvest. He casts them out. So when he comes in, right, because at that time, Suleiman will have control of all the temples in America, because Farrakhan's Eden was thrown out. And we will have food, because read by Exodus, food appeared every morning from the clouds, from Master Muhammad. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So they got rid of demons here, so now we can unite, because they was keeping us from uniting, because it was operating on two different wavelengths. Once we operate on lower wavelength, that means they control us. We operate on the same wavelength, that means they keep us neutralized, because, right? Because they think one way, think another way. So if we think this way up and they think down, that means it's neutralized. Nobody's going anywhere. So they think love master. We say no. So because we mix them together, it neutralizes both. That's part of the plan, right? See, but Suleiman, right, and perhaps those that has books, right? They're vibrating at a high level, which causes our people to vibrate. And once that happens, that means that different vibration, right, is strong enough to push them out. Because see, light moves out like this. Why is the light spread? You see your flashlight, light moves out like that because all you got white light, you got all different colors of the rainbow. They're all mixed in. They operate at different wavelengths, right? They vibrate at different wavelengths, so they push each other apart. That's why it spreads out like that. But laser beam, they course all of them operate on the same wavelength, same frequency. So all it stays together and can burn a hole in the steel. With red light, that's what happens. Because all we need to do, because Elijah's death is not a physical death, is because his energy deprivation, because it takes energy, right, to build up the energy waves, but you have to focus on that, or you lose it, right? So, our energy level is low, and so our frequency, our mental frequency, and our vibration level was low, and theirs was higher now. Is because we was like Lamborghinis, it was Volkswagen Weasels. But if you make the same amount of money, they're gonna be very quiet and everything else. But you in the garage, so they had control. That's why Adam had control for 6,000 years, because he was a Volkswagen Beetle. He didn't need much energy, right? Because he's operating lower wavelength. But we needed enough to operate on our normal wavelength, so we was operating lower than him, so he had control of us. But now we're moving up. And you see right now that youth and everything not afraid of them anymore. They can't control the youth anymore. But we need to get the youth operating on the proper. They got youth operating on a high wavelength, but it's all scattered because they don't know how to, because it's still got the demons amongst us. Once you move the demons, then all they start working on the same wavelength, become united. It's going to be united as a great army. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. See, but that's what we're trying. We got, and that because that operating on a different level anyway. That's forced the demons away from us. And now they all operate on the same wavelength. That means they become a solid army, and we operate on the same wavelength. On our wavelength, we become a solid army, even though we operate on different wavelengths, but we separate because now we have enough energy to operate on a higher wavelength. That's what Suleiman is doing. That's how he raised Lazarus, raised his frequency, his vibration level. Okay? And so then Lion, Ishmael, and Farrakhan's, they run it for life, for their life. Then what? And this kind of tells the story, because right now we're all mixed in. So They mix them, we mix them, so we're not united, they're not united, and we're powerless, right? So then what happens is, Suleiman increases the vibrations and the frequency of the saints, and now that changes, now there's a difference, and so since it's different, it causes spread out. They spread out away from us. So they weigh us way, but so now you said one, you got they don't run with frequency with another frequency, like light spreads out, right? You got, if you put red light and yellow light together, they're gonna spread out because it's different frequencies. But if we put all red together, it's gonna create a laser beam. So what happens is that now you got red and white, we got black, or with red and white, so right? So they can separate. But before you had them all operating on the same wavelength as white. So that means they was together. They was together, right? But they weren't united amongst themselves. But they was united with each other, but still they said they wasn't getting anywhere because they was canceling out each other, right? So now, once he got them operating on a wavelength, different wavelength, they was able to push each other apart, and now the blacks are operating on the same wavelength, right? And the demons are operating on the same wavelength, a different wavelength, but they operate on the same wavelength, right? To cause them to be united. They operate on a different wavelength than us, that cause us to separate, but they're operating on the same wavelength with each other, to cause them to be a solid, strong army, right? Like a laser, and they go to war here. So that's Armageddon here. But first, this demon war will cause this, because when they start operating at a different frequency, then we'll start fighting each other. And I'm talking about another presentation, right? But that's a conflict right there. I'm not talking about today. That's a war right there between us and them. That's the war you see in Exodus between those that was with Elijah and those stay with Aaron, right? Farrakhan, those stay with when Elijah showed back up, right? Those that stayed with him and those stayed with Farrakhan, right? And they went to war with each other, and they was defeated, right? So, and that's what happens there, brothers and sisters. Okay, and then what? Okay, we're going to deal with this for a minute, and then we're going to close out, brothers and sisters. I keep dealing with this. Now, this is the science of the master of deception. There's two ways of deception that you're probably aware of: outright lies, and what they call falsehood. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. What they call falsehood. Well, falsehood is lies mixed in with truth, right? But there's another form of deception: truth. Just tell you the truth. Generalization. Like what Farrakhan's doing, that's more powerful because you can't say it was lying to you. They just give you the information you needed. See, like telling you there's going to be a flood, but don't tell you need to build an ark. So when the flood comes, you drown with the flood. You knew, he told you the truth, there's going to be a flood. You saw the flood come, but you know what to do about it. The one that got the details, right? He built an ark. So now the flood came and he survived it. And that's what I'm going to show you here briefly. Now I'm showing you the bits of math here. If you take this math and multiply like I'm showing here, x minus 3 times x plus 3, you get x squared minus 9. That's the answer, right? Okay, so keep that in mind. So they equal each other, right? Okay, so what I'm saying is that x, right? I'm saying this is a math of deception. So x equals the turn of time where you are. T equals the time of the event. So say the event's going to take place in 2003. So you in 2001, right? So you, 3 years out? You 3 years out. So you put 1 in there for the first year of you're out. Then the second year, 2 will be the second year, third year, until you get to the year of the event, which will be the third year, right? So in this case right here, so you put it right here. So I'm telling you what x is going to be the current time where you are, and t is going to be the date of the event. So the time of the event is not going to change. But your current time is going to change because you get closer, you're going to put a different value into x, right? Okay, so let's go and do it. Okay, so here, right, that's the first year, 2021. So you put a 1 in there. And what you get here, you get 2, right? 8 divided by 2 is, you get 4. 8 divided by 2 is 4. And you get 4 on the other side. So they're both equal. They're still equal. You're 1 year out. Okay? You're 1 year out. So let's go right? The second year, right? The second year, getting closer. Second year, getting closer, right? Well, I shouldn't say third. You say, well, I'll leave it like that. I said 1 year out, right? No, the first year on your journey towards that, right? Towards that third year. So now your second year, getting closer. You put 2 in there. So now you got, first time you had 4, now you got 5. 5. So both sides 5, both good. This information I got, right? The information I got. I got information. See, but one got detailed information and one got summary information. One got generalized information, right? Because one on the left, that's the generalized information, right? And one on the right, that's detailed information. But right, it's like, you know, you got 5 and you got 2 plus 3. Well, one is general, one is detailed. Because 2 plus 3 is 5, but it's detailed, right? So you got detailed information on the right, right? And you got general information on the left, okay? So let's go to the top. Now you 2. Now the next one would be the time, because 3 was the year. So now the 3, now you're going to be at the year of the event. What happens when you get to the year of the event? We put 3 in there. So, oh, wait a minute. The one had detail, they got nothing, 0. But the one that had details, they got 6. This is the mathematical deception. They told you the truth all the way, but they gave any details. So when the flood came in, you had nothing. You had knowledge of the flood, but you had nothing. See, you know, it's going to be a flood, but you had nothing. So you got drowned by the flood. But the other person, they got 6. They built an ark, so they had some details. So they built something, so they had something, but you had nothing. They got an ark, and you got water in your lungs. Nothing. This is not a trick. This is mathematics, but just do it yourself, right? And then what if you what if you survive and you go to the next level? Say you're in a snare, you get caught in a trap. So the third year is a trap instead of a flood. You know there's a traps out there. Okay, I know it's a trap, right? But you didn't know details. We didn't know where the trap was or anything else, right? But you got caught in it, right? And the other person had details. Man, the trap is over here. Don't go down this road, whatever, right? But you know it's going to be a trap. But you know, watch the weather. Oh, you know it's going to be bad weather, but you didn't know what kind of bad weather. Watch the weather. What's going to be a tornado? Is it going to be a hurricane? Is it going to come in Wednesday? Is it coming from the west, coming south? I mean, what is it going to be? But you know, all you know is watch the weather. But I haven't got details. So he said, hey, it's coming from the north, man. It's coming from the east, man, at 50 miles an hour. It's coming from the east, right? It's going west. So if you start traveling west, right, then at 50 miles an hour, then you be ahead of it. It never going you never touch you, because you got that details. It's coming. Hey, it's coming from the west, right? 50 miles an hour. So, right. So you travel east. It's coming from the west east to the east, right? So you travel to east at 50 miles an hour. It's traveling towards you. So hey, it's a wash. But you didn't know that. So you sat there, and next thing you know, you caught up in it. So what if you go to next year? This is the math of it, brothers and sisters. I hope I didn't lose that again. This is the math. This is the basic math, right? So what happens if you go to the next year? There you go. Now, what if you get to the next year of it? Right? Now, you got all the information the other person got, but you in it. Because now you in jail, or you in the trap, or you whatever. Now you got as much information, but you in it. Because you got details now. You in the tribulation. You know all about tribulation. You know who the devil is. You know who the jinn is. You know who Satan is. Right? You know you're tribulation. You see it up front, personal, but you in it. The other person, they got all the information too, but they out of it. See the difference between having information? One deceived you. That's Farrakhan. Because you thought you had something. Until the real Armageddon comes in, the real plague comes in, whatever, and now you're undone by it, you're destroyed by it, and the one had details like I'm giving you, split details, get the hell out and everything else, you were saved. But now you both have the same amount of knowledge. In detail, you see it right there, but you're in it. The other one's out of it. It's a difference. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. So, hope you understand, brothers and sisters. See? So, hope you leave there, so.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Hi, Salam Alaikum, sisters and brothers, and sisters, Sulaiman Rahim here, the judge, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the seven seals, crusher. Sisters and brothers, next episode in the series, Countdown to Apocalypse. Countdown to Apocalypse. This series gives you the countdown to apocalypse and then gives you details of events, the major events that will take place during the apocalypse. The apocalypse is the comprehensive war against this reality, not Armageddon. Armageddon is just one phase, one battle, one major battle in it. So when Louis Farrakhan is telling you his generalities, we're in Armageddon. First of all, we're not in Armageddon yet. He called it Armageddon. We're not in it yet. We're approaching it quickly. We're not in it. See? And we're not in the apocalypse yet, but we're close to it. See? By my calculations, right, the apocalypse shall start within the next 3 to 4 months, sometime between May and July. So we'll see. There's details. Let's put it on the line, Farrakhan. See, you missed the 1619, 2019. You missed that one. That was an easy call. 1619, 2019, 40 years. 2020 be a plague that would start the process of our going home, Abrahamic covenant. It would start with a plague that would kill the firstborn. It means elderly and pass over us. And that's exactly what was happening. It wasn't passing over you because you're a black-faced devil. See, it's not going to pass over it's not going to pass over the devils. As far as Israel get harder than anybody else. So that proves they're not who they claim they are. So there's another calculation, brothers and sisters. sometime between May and July, apocalypse will start. I gave a countdown up to the apocalypse. That was the first episode in this series. Now I believe this is series 5. I believe it's the 5th one, 4th or 5th one. I'll see if we get into it. But this is Armageddon West. Armageddon West. It's 2 Armageddons. Armageddon is a European war. East is over in Europe, and West over here. But the European war is a war between Europeans. See? No matter what their skin tone is, whether it's white or black, right? It's a war between Europeans. Because the demons, right? That's their children. They try to point them up or stick them off on us because they didn't want them, plus to destabilize us. We get into that, brothers and sisters. Countdown to apocalypse. The crucifixion. They crucified us 500 years ago, brothers and sisters. Took everything from us. Everything. Left us nothing. Completely naked. Only thing, this generation here, generation of Suleiman, right? They have a little covered in nakedness a little bit. Because Suleiman's presence. Because if he had to go through that, it would have been, okay, it would have been over on that. This story would have been over by now. This book would have been closed. Like it says in Ezekiel, right? It says our enemies, it says, right, they'll be made to eat cow dung, right? And even human. And that was a sign that Suleiman would have to eat that as a sign to where people have to go through, because they would make us eat chitlins, cow dung. That's where the word chips come from, cow chips. That's why we use so much spices. They don't do that stuff in Africa, all that spicy stuff. They cover it up. They force us to eat it. I may have misspoken initially, but they were talking about us. See? So he was supposed to eat as a sign that he would have to go through that too. See? But it says human dung also has, and it says, no, he wouldn't make him do that. He said, no, it'll be a sign, but you won't have to, but you will have to eat the cow dung. Because if Suleiman was made to eat the human dung, then that would have been, now them case closed, been over with. See, over with. That's why you see one on the right got a little clothes on, the one on the left, none. Because we went to 40 years, just like that. But in time of Suleiman, right, have just a little bit to cover his nakedness. Have Elijah to cover his nakedness. See, you didn't have that before Elijah. Took everything away from you. That's why Elijah had to come first, prepare the way. See? That's why you see all these things going on right now. They had to prepare the way for Suleiman because they had to make his way as straight as possible. Because if he had to go through the same thing that we went through before the 40s and 30s and lynching and all that kind of stuff, no, this would have came, screeching halt. Then that's why it says, I'll have my message prepared away before me. We're talking about, read that carefully. Read that carefully. I mean, see, you get things mixed up. It says, okay, the messenger of the covenant suddenly come to his temple. Now, if it's his temple, it couldn't be Elijah Muhammad because he come to his own temple. Certainly comes to his own temple. Right? So you get the pronouns stuff. You know, these are riddles. I mean, these are sealed books. And it says, but who's coming after Elijah? Elijah prepared the way for the messenger of the covenant. So that's who's talking, the messenger of the covenant. I'll send my messenger to prepare the way before me. Elijah's way, it was prepared the way before the messenger of the covenant. But you had intervention in there we're the one that was robbing God, robbing this whole nation. How can it clear be? Are you robbing the whole nation? What nation are you talking about robbing? Who's robbing God? The Master Code would clean up the mess. He gonna say he clean up Elijah's mess? No, he cleaned up Farrakhan, the demon's mess. Read that carefully, brothers and sisters, if you will. Anyway, we're gonna move on, brothers and sisters, but the crucifix, nothing's changed. Those are our crucifiers. They're still crucifying us. Economically, socially, religiously, in every way you can think of. False Israel over there, identity. See? They're robbers of our identity. See? God, America, robs of our wealth. See? They all have a part in it. But that's about to come a screeching halt, brothers and sisters. A screeching halt. Come quick. Armageddon West. Let me take this. Hello? Yes, how are you? No, I talked to someone everywhere. They gave me a quote of $1,000 a month. Yeah, they gave me a quote of $1,000 a month. No, I mean that's totally outside of my price range, so there wasn't no point in going any further. Thank you. Excuse me, Brown says this series, that's about interruption. That's state of my situation right now, Brown says, because things are very hectic, very dang critical. We're in a critical time. And we know it leads up to Armageddon, leading up to the resurrection is going to be very tense. And in my life is very tense right now. He's not coming across, but believe me. And my life is very tense right now. I knew that. Like I spoke earlier, I think I said in previous one, I had these visions when I was a little shorty, right? And I had all these visions about these times. And some have come true already, but it was very difficult. I didn't like any of them. You know, the result, I mean, like you go in the furnace to be purified, right? And you it's hot and hell in there. But you might like the process, but you like the outcome. I don't like the process. As Christ said, you think you're into the garden, suffering affliction and pain and suffering and war and all that kind of stuff? Because that's the way things go. Because anytime you try to make progress, you're going to be opposition. And our opposition is the entire planet. They're not going to let you just step forward and just take over. After having you under their feet for 50,000 years. And who's going to feel that pressure more than anybody? Superman, because he's the one making a change. He's the one out there in the forefront changing reality, right? To help you. Make it easier for you because you got to change your own reality. He's getting you upper hand because he's like, you're going through a forest, right? And you got a trailblazer. You got a person in the front. He's cutting the bushes down, but he's taking it easy, but you got to do some work. He's cutting it down. He's helping you. So he's in the front, in the forefront. And that's why I said the lamb that broke the seals, look, he was slain from the foundations of the earth. He was suffering more than anybody. That's the whole thing about that on the cross again. Say he was suffering the sins of the whole world. Not he was saving the people from sin. He suffered the sins of the whole world. That means the whole world is sinners and all the evil that they're doing is on him. He's suffering the sin. Remember the sins, right? The sins is against this reality. The new reality is coming in. And this whole world's against it. And he's the only one in the forefront trying to change it other than Master Muhammad. He's trying to change it from a different level. See, but Suleiman's changing it from the thought level. See, he's on the ground right? Leading that fight on that level. If you read Exodus, the God in the sky was just gave support. But it was Joshua that was leading the war, leading the fight on the ground. He was the one taking the shots. But said the God would protect him from the sky. Read Exodus. He was in the clouds. That's not putting him down, because we need Master Muhammad. He's a warrior. He don't doubt about it. He's a warrior, and when he's going to war in a minute, said the wrath, or he's getting ready to war, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, because he's getting ready to go to war. He's going to. Hey, what it says in chapter 19? He's a warrior. He came over here by himself. Well, he actually had companions with him. He said, "You don't get that message of the black man, do you?" See, Elijah Muhammad spoke about these things. I was there. He said, Master Muhammad had seven companions with him. See, they watched his back while he was here. Okay. Elijah Muhammad thought he met one of them when he was sick in the hospital. He said he think that one of them showed up there to watch over him. It's another story altogether, brothers and sisters. See? But he had two warriors in Revelation. You had the God and the Lamb. It says he make war. Chapter 19 says make war. In 5th seal, he says, they was asked how long before you go to war. He's a warrior. Don't make no mistake. Master Muhammad is about 5 feet tall. Him and Elijah Muhammad are the same size. But he's a warrior. And you don't want his foot up your ass. Maybe a small one. Boy, but woo. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Because in spite of all the stuff I'm going through right now, the worst is yet to come. Worst yet to come. I'm fighting this battle for 74 years, actually. A really intense last 30-some years, since 1990. So what's that put me at? 34 years, 33 years. And it gets more intense every year. More intense every year. That's what it takes. Because when you grow, resistance is evidence of growth. So the more I grow, the more resistance I have. So this resistance tells me, I know it's hard. This resistance tells me I'm winning. That's why they're resisting. Because if I wasn't winning, they wouldn't be resisting. So I understand the resistance is mean I'm winning. Like when you go in the furnace, the hotter it is, you don't like it, but that means you're being more pure. You're going to be purified. Because the more heat, the more it burns off the right, the blemishes and the dross and carrying on. Hope you understand, brother. Says you have to start thinking mathematically. That's just the mathematics of it. Resistance, the more you spend, you're in the elevator, the more space you try to cut, the more people are going to resist because you're squeezing them. So resistance is the evidence of growth. And resistance is going to be intense. Time of unprecedented trouble, time of Jacob's trouble. But Master Muhammad is going to deliver us out of it. But it's tense because I got to try to explain to you, you're going against this whole plan, because whole plan is vibrating, right, on the level of devils. What I have to take that back, because now you got Orientals, they vibrating on a higher plane, higher frequency. So, and that's pushing pressure on European countries because they are vibrating the lower frequency. That's pressure. Frequency, vibrations is pressure, brothers and sisters. You know, when you see waves, that's vibrations. You just rocking the ocean water, right? Thought is vibrations. Vibrations is pressure. See? You have different levels of pressure, different vibrations. What I've been talking about is low intensity vibration. I just call it pressure. But the pressure in the way I've been talking about it previously is just low vibration pressure. But when you think in high vibrations, that's why thoughts can conquer the universe. Because we think on a higher level than any vibration that the universe can generate. We think on a high, our brains have a greater vibration than the sun, the stars, the moon, all that. They vibrate too. But we have the high, so we little brains right here, but you got a super a star, and it's being trillion times bigger than we, but we can control them. because greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. Higher frequency overcomes lower frequency. Higher vibration overcomes lower vibration. I didn't get that point, bro. That's why we're God's universe. Because we're so small, but it doesn't matter. Because one little pebble can move an ocean. You put it in, it's going to, it's going to start spreading. It's going to keep on spreading. Get weaker, weaker, weaker. They can keep spreading. So yeah, we like a speck in the universe, but higher vibrations. No, nothing in the universe vibrates higher enough. And we, the original people, vibrate the highest frequency, highest vibration level. We vibrate a high frequency, anything alive. You have different levels. Us, just one step lower than Africa, next lower Asia, Oriental. So, you understand? We understand, brothers and sisters. But now we've been vibrating on that, on a lower level. So therefore, because they taught, okay, I don't want to go into deep in this, brothers and sisters, because I get to talking, and I one thing leads to another. I can explain more and more things because it's just so much to explain, brothers and sisters. But the point is, vibrations is pressure, but it's also energy. Everything is energy. Pressure is energy. But you need energy to vibrate vibrate, right? So in other words, if your energy level decreases, your vibration is going to, your level of your vibrate, your frequency is going to decrease. If your energy supply gets lower and lower and lower, and so as the universe expands, the energy that used to be here is out there. So our energy source becomes lower and lower and lower. So our vibration frequency, right, frequency decreases until it got down so low, right, that we have very little control of anything. So there comes Dr. Yakub. He brings in a being that can vibrate on a high level. It was limited, right? We Lamborghini, they Volkswagen Beetle. They don't need as much energy to get around. So they didn't need much energy to control. It'd be a wicked control, a wicked civilization. But like they say, dirty water's better than no water. So he would make men shed blood, but he had his vibrational level that he could maintain a civilization, a wicked one, but couldn't maintain civilization anymore. So because we vibrating lower than that. And so they had, since we was vibrating lower level, they had control of us, they had control of everyone. But now the energy universe is contracting, energy is coming back. Now we take, and those of us that sense, usually enough sense to take that energy to convert it back into mental vibrations, starting to vibrate on a higher plane, then they lose control of us. That's why I see a Mark. They control the man they couldn't control him. He was vibrating on a high level, but right, he was plagued by demons who was interfering with his vibrations. There's no together. I'm getting too deep in this, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me put it this way. If you're vibrating on a high frequency, but you got another vibration that's countering it, right, then you neutralize it. So they neutralize a lot of our vibration because they're amongst us. They can't neutralize 100% because they can operate on the same level we do, unless they can keep us from using energy for thought vibration. Because we out there using that energy for vibrating, dancing, singing, watching Jay-Z, all that kind of stuff, instead of using it for this. And so they still control us mentally. So they couldn't control the man physically, but they control him mentally. And part of the reason why, even if he operated on a higher level, right, what happens is the demons, they neutralize because, say he's operating on a 10, but you got this demon, he's operating on a different frequency, right? But it may be a 9. So he's neutralizing 9, so we'll be operating on a 1 because he's neutralizing 9 of it. Okay? I think I'm leaving it there. I don't want to get too deep in that, brothers and sisters, right? But see, that's what happened with Elijah, right? Let me say this. Master Muhammad came here, he was vibrating on a certain frequency, right? He's a God. He came and he lifted Elijah up, he had him vibrating on a higher frequency. Now on the same frequency he was operating on, but on a higher frequency than the devils were, and we were. And once he did, he could leave, left, and Elijah Muhammad, he was self-contained at that point in time. So he left and he's vibrating free. So now he made things happen. He started changing the vibrations in America. See, because now you got his vibration, you got this, but his vibration is greater. So he started changing it. And it started affecting the people around him and the original people, all the people, not just devils and demons and us, affecting everybody. And so everybody started, so those that could vibrate on a high level start operating on a high level. Those that couldn't was being angered and pushed aside. But he was causing things to change because he was vibrating on a higher frequency. But the problem is that he wasn't able to do what to others what Master Farmer did to him, because they was responding to his vibrations. They were responding. So therefore, if he vibrated high level, they would respond to his vibration. But if he was absent, they would just stop, because he was the one motivating their vibrations. He was reacting to his. And that's what happened. When he departed, they stopped, because he was the one, right, causing them to vibrate. It's like a drum. Boom, 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 boom. You vibrate, so you cause the drum to vibrate. See, because you cause the music, the drums just playing with the vibration you putting into it. But if you stop, the drum stops. And so somebody else come along and do it. That's happened. So they was vulnerable to Farrakhan, because he come in with some other vibrations, and then he's responding. That's what's going on over here. I'm gonna leave that alone, bro. So I didn't mean to go into all that kind of detail. I want to get into this situation here, brothers and sisters. Okay. This is part 5. Okay, part 5. Armageddon West. There's 2 Armageddons. I'm not going into all the details, but it's Armageddon East, Armageddon West. Armageddon West is remember, it's Armageddon, what they call Armageddon, is a European war, and that's affecting Europeans here. Armageddon East is over in Europe, physically in Europe. See, Armageddon West affect the Europeans, right? Armageddon East, right? That's Europe. Okay, I hope you understand the distinction. Part 5. Now, this gets back to get out, brothers and sisters. America's about to blow. I'm giving you a warning, right? I'm the watchman. It says, watchman, give you a warning. Now, you've been told, this place is going to blow within the next 99, up to between now and July, end of July. That's my forecast. If you can, you got a wherewithal, get the hell out of here. Go to Africa. Oh man, they fight Sudan. Go to Africa. No, don't go to Sudan then, right? All that's about right there, something they got going. But Africa is about to unite, right? And at least in 2 parts. It's not going to be a whole bunch of countries anymore. They might call themselves states, because Africa is about to split into 2 parts. And that's going to happen this year, right? Anyway, that's no story altogether, brothers and sisters. I'm trying to bring you up to speed about all the things that happen, because once apocalypse start, it's only going to last, well, the Armageddon part of it, Armageddon East part of it, right, it's only going to last for a year. That's for a year. So let's start. All this is going to be gone. A new reality going to roll in, right? Okay, we're just talking about right here. It says, I'm going to read some of it. And after I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, this chapter 18, authority great, earth was lighting out, glory of him. He cried out strong in voice, she fell, Babylon fell the great. That's talking about America, right? As you came to dwell in the place of demons, that means they're real people. Farrakhan tell you demons are headaches, anxieties, dispositions, right? Memories. No, those don't dwell anywhere. And dwell in your mind, I guess. But it says Babylon became a dwelling place. I mean, it's people. So you keep listening to Farrakhan. The reason why he's telling that, because he's a demon. You don't know who a demon are? They used to call him, house Negro butts. Used to call them house Negroes. Master's children. They're the ones loud in the house. They're not us. They're them. Wolves in sheep clothing. Anyway, in prison, every unclean spirit unclean, prison, every bird unclean, having hated, because the wine, anger, for fornication have fallen all nations. Who's influenced all the nations? It's not China. It's not America. I mean, it's not France. It's not. It's not Australia. It's America. That's what he's talking about. That's what Babylon is, right? And the kings of earth have committed fornication, traveling merchants, capitalism, right? And unreigned, I'm going to say, became rich. Remember, it's supposed to be the richest country on the planet. That's what I'm saying, right? So anyway, it says, get the hell out of here. says, get the hell out. See, because the plagues, the judgment started 2020. That was the first of it. It's going to get 9 more. The 9 plagues you're talking about, that was Armageddon plagues. And this is one of them. This Armageddon East, West is one of the plagues. It's 9 plagues. And all these plagues were designed for us to get out of here. Anyway, you don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. Time unprecedented trouble is going to be like you can't imagine. So I'm going to move on, brothers and sisters. Just get out. If you don't like me, get out. You don't like the way I talk, get out. You don't like the way I look, get out. Just get out. Save your life, brother. Save your children's lives. Save your family's lives. You know, if you can afford it, just take a trip for 2 or 3 months. Go to Africa. Don't go to Europe. Okay. See? This right here this is serious. The whole things I'm gonna talk about. Right? Trying to do one daily. So I guess it'll be another week before I finish up. Right? You know, count by count, detailed, right? Blow by blow account of what you can expect in the next few months and next year and a half or so. The apocalypse. Now Armageddon is just one piece in there, and I'm telling you about that part I have there. It's Armageddon East, Armageddon West. I'm going to talk about Armageddon West today. Okay? Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. See? Details. We're going to talk about those little pesky details in a minute. So this is Apocalypse, right? 7. Apocalypse 8. Apocalypse 9. Master Prophet Muhammad, 144,000 delivered. Apocalypse 10, part 10. See? Apocalypse 10, right? Apocalypse 11. Battle of Zion. All these wars, brothers and sisters. Apocalypse 12, right? Goat versus ram. See, if I can tell you, Armageddon's a war in all wars. There's a whole bunch of wars beside Armageddon. Scripture talk about. What you want to talk about? Farrakhan, lion, demon, devil, silver devil. Apocalypse 14. Lion, that's the last one. That's the last battle. That's one of the worst of them. Okay. Okay. Apocalypse part 5. Did 4 already. This is part 5. Actually 6 because the first one was to bring you up to the door of the apocalypse. This angel key, brothers and sisters. Angel key. And I made an adjustment to it. If you see in the previous ones, it look a little different. Because this is the way it looks at during the JCPOA, when Obama was president. You want to ride that white horse in the angel when it says, not the one in chapter 19. This is that's 2 different horses. Right? I mean, that's the same horses, just 2 different riders. This is Obama, he's riding that white horse in the first seal. Right? So it's during his reign when witnesses, now Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan. Farrakhan is trying to tell you that's Master Muhammad's 2 witnesses, Syria and Iran, that's been on the foot of the nations for 42 months, 3.5 years. It will start under Obama's reign. Okay, so we leave it there. So this is what the key looks like. Now we're going to revisit this as I'm showing you what the whole key looks like. We're going to focus on the bottom part because that's where the action is right now. Okay, so here, see it says, this is where I got China and Korea there. But let's go back for a minute and show you something real quick. Back and show you something real quick here. Make sure you understand something before you get confused. See here? Now, this key is not set up the way it would be initially. But see, on the bottom down there, you got 3. Those were European countries. Now, they're on the bottom, but they should be on the top. Right? But in this case, they're on the bottom. But the top part of each nation, that's the Islamic part. Then you got the Oriental. That's 3. Then you got the Asian. That's 3. The top is gold, right? So that's the Islamic part. Then you got the African, which is top, but the 2 part there is mixed up because, like I said, its symbols change. Anyway, it's 3 per nation, 3 levels. Okay, need to understand that. So we're gonna be focusing on the palm 3 down here. Europeans. See, because Iran and Syria is part of European, but they're Oriental, they're original, right? But they're on the maternal side, they're Europeans. On the paternal side, they're original. If you understand that. So I just want you to understand what we're going through this key so you don't get lost here. Okay, so at this point in time, this is between 1948 and 1990. It says they would be prophesizing for 42 years, 1,260 days, which is 42 months. They're prophesied. So that means they would be prophesizing for 42 years, right? That's their original position, right? They're on top of the European countries because they're the Islamic part. And then it says, then the beast that rises out of the pit or the bottomless pit. Wait a minute, hold it. Where's the bottomless pit? That's talking about in chapter 20. But according to these lying preachers, they don't come out until 1,000 years into the future, the millennia. But here it's saying the beast comes. So that means that has already happened. Unless you're saying this thing is coming right here, right, is going to be the witnesses is 1,000 years in the future. If you're saying the story about the witnesses 1,000 years in the future, if it's not, if it's happening now or near now, that means the apocalypse, that chapter 20, them kind of the pit has already happened in the past. It's a past thing. Because don't say that beast come out of the pit 2 times. Out of the pit or abyss, whatever you want to call it. So that means it's the one that comes out. It makes war against them after they did for it. Look at this legion. I'm not going to read all these things, brothers and sisters. So that means that happened in the past. So if you understand what happened in the past, that's European history. Because in the Dark Age for 1,000, that's what they try to hide that fact from you. They're the ones that was in the Dark Ages for 1,000 years. And it was kept down by the Islamic Empire. The resurrected empire of Prophet Muhammad. I mean, of resurrected empire of Abraham. Abraham built the Kaaba, Mecca and Medina. Yeah, they don't want you to know that because they don't want you to associate Abraham with Islam because then that would throw you off, wouldn't it? Throw you for a curve. See? And it had to be resurrected by Prophet Muhammad because the Kaaba, the pilgrimage, all that stuff is already in place. Maybe not Ramadan, but the Kaaba, the pilgrim, all that stuff was already in place when Prophet Muhammad was born. Okay, so anyway, so it said to be, so it's talking about who came, and these 2 would be Gog and Magog. So they were covered horror. Who's the 2 only European empires there's been, since you know about it? 2 world empires. Who? Rome wasn't a world empire. Neither was Genghis Khan. Only 2 world empires, Britain and America. Britain said, what, sun does not set on the British Empire. They covered the whole world. And America has 2. That's the second. That's the ram with 2 horns. The greater one kept last. That means America became a great power in Europe than Britain, but they managed the whole world. Okay. So it said we make war against them. This is what happened. And cast them down. So in 1990, 42 years exactly, they said they start preparation to invade heaven, the Middle East, because that's where heaven is, the Middle East, brothers and sisters. It's not some place in 7th dimension, a place. It's here. Hell is here. We've been to hell 4 or 5. They told Elijah about hell, say, it's some place after you die, because they didn't want you to know you was in hell. They didn't want you to know you was the devils. Because if you knew they was the hell and they was the devils, right? And there was no beyond that, and they wasn't afraid of death when they came here, they would cut your throat. They would never endure, like the Bible says, they would never endure that type of slavery, that's bondage, all their lives, if it wasn't for the fear of death. And the devil with the power of death, who's the master? They call him the master devil. Farrakhan, you say ain't devils no more. So because they gave us that Christianity has fear and death. Say, oh, hell is after. No, it was hell is after you die, right? When you was in hell. And the people that was telling that was the devils that was doing to you. They said, oh no, you're gonna be the devil after you die, and it's gonna be terrible. Once they convince you that, they had control of you. Because if they did convince you that, then you'd have cut those. You would never spend 40 years in that situation. So he cast them out. And they've been at it for 24 years, which is 3.5, which means half is 4. Remember, 42 years, half, that's what it's half a guy itself. Half what? Half 42 is 21, and then plus 3, that's 24. 24 years they've been in that position right there, right? And then it says, then they go to the JCPOA, right? On the foot of the nations for 3.5 years. They get back to Daniel's 7-year situation in the middle of 7 years, right? Or 7 weeks, right? The covenant will be broken, the treaty will be broken. That's what. So it'd be a 7-year period. So if you take 7, so JCPOA started in 1/16/16. So 7 years from now would be 1/16/23 this year. 7 years. So but they would be in there for the middle of that for 3.5 years. And then 3.5 years would be another, so 7 years altogether. So we talk about the first 3.5 years right here, right? Because this possibly complete after 7 years, which would be January this year. Now the foot of the nations, that's JCPOA, because under UN authority, right? That's what it means. Okay. Then you can read this at your leisure, brothers and sisters. And then they start stepping up. And that takes 3.5 year process, which would bring them to, right, January 2003. And during that process, they'd be negotiating with the European countries because they didn't want to have anything to do with it. They didn't want to negotiate with America. They didn't want to negotiate with false Israel. They didn't want to negotiate with UK, right? So that's what it's talking right there. See? See? They were negotiating, but I said they would not go back to JCPOA. But that's what it is. So they've been in that position. Okay? That puts you right. And so, like I said, after 3.5 years. So then it said, besides in heaven. Now go to the details in that, brother and sister, but it said, beside him in 6 months. So now you understand, if you look over here, right here, you understand in your key, right? The top part of each one, remember I told you the part of each one? That represents the ears. The middle part represents hands and the foot, both 3 parts each one, represent feet. So it said they stood upon their feet. After 7, after 7, 3.5, 7 altogether, they stood upon their feet. Okay, they're standing upon their feet. And said, besides in heaven for about half an hour. So it means it could be anywhere between 6 months, 5 months, or 7 months, somewhere in there, because it says about. It don't say exactly. So what happens? So we said, remember, top is the ear. So now they're on top of each other. And now we'll be starting January. And that's where the conflict been directly between America, false Israel, and Iran, right? And Britain since the beginning of the year. So they're in conflict. They ain't war yet. They're in conflict. And that's what silence, because what? When you cover your ears with hands, that's what happened here. That's silence. That's what I'm talking about. Now that's 6 months. Which if you take January, then January to February to March, April, May, June, July, right? That'd be 6 months. So put on side July, or that could be, wait a minute, January to February, that's 1, to March, April, May, June, July, right? That's 6 months. So I said that wrong. So it could either happen July, August, or June. 6 months would be July, right? So we said about. So it don't say exactly. So I give it a monthly size. That's my calculation. So at that point, the conflict between, because everybody reads the papers, the conflict between Iran and false Israel, America is heating up, especially because this Ukraine thing, they're helping with drones and stuff. It's heating up. And false Israel say, we gotta go, we're gonna go to war. We gotta go to war because it's an existential threat and so forth. It's heating up, right? So and then what happens? And the war takes place. That's Michael's angels now. The Shia Michael's angels. And so they get kicked out. Their Air Force got destroyed. Because remember, Michael and his angels, and Michael will be involved in this match from high. And they're going to come after them with their so-called mighty Air Force. You don't take it out. So that's not going to work. And their trigger on their finger on nuclear, that's not going to work either. Because they can find us a dud. Because Master Muhammad, they said he's all over all the nuclear sites all over America. And so every time one of those ships come near it, sites come in here and they can't work. Okay. So that nuclear arsenal that Israel think you have, then could be to use it. And they outnumbered 100 to 1 more. So they defeated. That's this. And they got cast out. And then, like I said, the Air Force are coming, it's going to be annihilated. But they can't tell American people how it got annihilated. That was not annihilated by so-called UFOs. Russia did it. That's partly what's going to get them in the fight with Russia. Anyway, so they defeat them. They kicked them out. See? You see right here, read chapter 12. See? And that what happens. That's when Babylon falls, chapter 18. That's when Babylon falls. And leave false Israel isolated. Isolated. He said when Jerusalem's surrounded by armies, it's destruction. Now, they keep telling us redemption. No, it says destruction is near. So the false Israel is about to go down here. I'm leading you up to, right? Because now we're in the apocalypse now. See, as soon as that war takes place, we're in the apocalypse. So we're in the apocalypse now, right? It's the war in heaven. And then false Israel taken down. That seals the deal. That means we definitely have to be the true seed of Abraham, because that's not supposed to happen if they're true seed of Abraham. So that kicks off the fact that we true. That's causing enough. I'm not gonna get to that today. That's gonna cause an earthquake in itself all over the planet. That we're true seed of Abraham. All nations have done something else, going to pay in spades. Okay, so that's what happens here. Okay, so we see Israel surrounded by this, so now they're gone. They're no more. See, they was put under siege and destroyed. No food was allowed in or out. They started turning capitalism. This was broadcast all the world. We had drones that's going to look down and watch eating each other and everything else. They had no food. Starvation. And then finally just destroy them. But they want to humiliate them first. It's gone. Now, this leads to, remember they told out of the Middle East, who has Syria and Iran have total control of the Middle East oil. This whole society, this whole reality is fueled by oil. All these institutions that they use control, the oil doesn't control the people, these institutions do. Right? But you need oil to fuel them. If oil doesn't fuel, they fall apart because there's not, they need energy. And it's fueled by oil. So now, right, this was happening. America is thrown down, cast down. And so they're in conflict with Russia right now. Russia's only supply of oil to Europe, except for the Middle East. Middle East is supplying oil to Europe, right, and Russia. But Russia's pipeline, they killed that pipeline, and plus the sanctions, so Europe can't get any oil from Russia. And America did it themselves. See, so they set, like I said, they walk into a trap that they set themselves, right? So by blowing up according to with Russia and blowing up that pipeline, right? See, they put Europe in a dangerous position because they depend upon that. Now they can't get off in the Middle East because they was working with America. They can't get in Russia because they're in contact. They disagree with America. I mean, they disagree with because they're in a conflict with Russia, right? And simple stuff don't make any sense to you because you're talking about 666. Again, I told you. I say it again. How can you miss 666? 666 says, right? This weapon would be sanctioned. Only plant God on the planet, only country on the planet is sanctioned everybody as America. So that should be enough right there. That should be enough right there. America is a 666. It's not a mark you get here. It's your mind. And if you worship in America and you worship false Israel, because if you don't worship false Israel, right, then they will kill you. That's what it says. Okay? And he had the image of the third beast, which is Magog, and that because he said his political system is a perfect copy of the British system. They're Knesset and all that stuff. But you can't. How can you miss that America 666? They're the ones sanctioning the whole world. You do what they say, you get sanctioned. And who's controlled? They got the dollar. If you don't, you obey them, or you don't have access to the dollar. Then you can't buy any oil. Who is doing that? Nobody's doing it in America. They 666. Okay. So what happens is now that Shia has control of the Middle East, oil, and Russia and Europe is cut off. Economic collapse, total economic collapse. We talked about that. Just hit on it yesterday. It's total economic collapse. So now, they only all they can get, they got to pay on America. They ain't gonna get from the Middle East or get from Russia, and America can't give any because they don't have any to give. They prioritizing now. The only place to get from Russia, and their population is all on board for that. They're about to get rid of these politicians. So why you get in this situation to begin with? You mess around with Ukraine, you mess with this. Why you in this? Now we're in this trouble. And so Macron, he's gonna be in trouble over there. So he go, in France. Right? So they're gonna be complaining. So they and say, we ain't gonna starve because something America, that's America's thing, right? Right? So only source they have is Russia. They have to agree with Russia. They have to go along with Russia and reject America. And that's what they do. That's what this tells you it does, right? They have to take, and when they do that, they betray America. And America, hundreds of bases, maybe thousands of bases all over Europe. Maybe millions of, hundreds of thousands of army personnel. So they got to defend them because now Europe is on the side of Russia. So they're going to take out those. So America has moved military to support his at the European theater. That's Armageddon East. That's what started Armageddon is. Now we have rumors of wars that haven't started yet. That's what happens here. I'm not going to. We'll talk about that when I get to Armageddon West. East. I'm talking about Armageddon West right now. So that's what happens. But when Babylon falls, that triggers Armageddon West. They fall in that position because they're attacking. Because it says flee. It says flee. It says woe to those who are pregnant. Because the wrath of God is wrath upon them. It says flee. Who are you fleeing from? You're fleeing from them. You're fleeing from your neighbors. You're not fleeing from the military. And you're not fleeing from the police because the police will just block the roads. Military too. You're fleeing from your neighbors because they're going to eat you. Because that war triggered a famine in America because all the oil is cut off. This whole reality is fueled by oil. And when oil is cut down, the whole thing flows up because oil keeps the whole thing together. It's the fuel that keeps it together. Fuel's got to get from the farm. You need fuel for tracking everything else. Got to get from the farm, right, to the processors, from processors to the warehouse to the stores, to you. That's a lot. And what connects all oil? But when oil is, America's totally cut from that oil, and then they in trouble, and they just got kicked out of the Middle East, and they're in trouble. They ain't going back to the Middle East. Why? Because they know they lost the Air Force from Master Muhammad. They can't tell the public that. They ain't gonna put the Air Force back up there again. So now they're in trouble. And so they want to, they got to preserve their oil. Biden he already got rid of the Street Treasury Petroleum Reserve. So now they got a problem. And so Europe has no choice. Has to go with Russia. That triggers Armageddon because now all the bases exposed. And but then here, right? I said when they're in that situation right there, right? Because they're the ones that's pregnant. See, there's something under them. Maybe I should have did something to show you that, brothers and sisters. I don't go back that far. Anyway, I'm not going to go back that far. Hey, brothers and sisters. Okay. Okay, it's something under them. So in other words, under America, you got the demons, greenish yellow. And under British, right, you got the saints, right? So they're attacking. attacking. There's no food, right? And they're eating each other now. They're attacking blacks. 3/5 human. So they eat you. You're going to be the food. That's why you're fleeing from your neighbors. I'm not going into details and everything else, right? And the one about him's a demon, right? Because that's the chaff under America, and the other side, that's saint. Right? So anyway, they're attacking. Okay. So let's, we're gonna get there in a minute. So I'm not going to read this, bounces, but Europe is not in famine, but here in America is, right? And so Europe right now has no oil. Its economy has collapsed. Economy's collapsed. Only way to save themselves, can't get off from the United States. Yeah, they couldn't get it fast enough because they can't fly it. So they go along with Russia. That's Armageddon East. Armageddon East. And what about Armageddon West? I mean, West is all blacks on the attack, the demons as well as the saints, right? Okay. So let's go on. Oh man, I keep this hat blacks. Okay, Armageddon West. Where we are right now. Armageddon West. What does that mean? Okay. Now we're going to show you an expanded version of the INJIL key. Now we're showing here is Iran and Syria has been victorious. America and Britain and forces was kicked out of the Middle East. At this point, right, kicked out of the Middle East, right? America hasn't attacked the blacks yet. Hasn't happened. Just got kicked out, right? BLACKMAN hasn't fallen yet. Just got kicked out. Hasn't fallen yet. It's about to fall. And this is a mistake, bro. It says this. Okay, that's my error. American Britain's already should have been. That's when this wind blows. Let me see if I can see this. Okay, that's my error. I'm gonna do a redux on the back part of the side. I missed it. I don't know how I missed that. Anyway, what I'm saying here is America is in that position I just showed you, where they're covering the saints. They're the ones that's pregnant, and no, America's covering the demon, and Britain's covering the saints. Should be like that way, and false Israel should be going at this time. That's an error right there. I am going to correct it. I am going to correct it. Just give me a minute, brothers and sisters. I am going to correct it. I'm going to correct it. See here. Here. It's not a really good correction, but correct them all because this is very important. All is important, but I don't. This. I need to slow down. I'm doing too many things. It's not a good correction, but it's a correction. So you understand what's going on here. Okay. And let's go to the next one. The same thing here. Here. Oh, you won't see it here. There you will. Just enough so you can see his balance. It's just okay. I don't know how I missed that. I don't know how I missed that. Okay, there you go. Now it's good. Now it's good. Okay. What's that here? Okay. And here. Yes. Has to be correct, has to be right. Okay, that's good. One more. More correction, brothers and sisters. Oops. Mm-hmm. Wow, I didn't feel like that. Oh, I see. I see. That's why I caught these things before. Mm-hmm. I think that's it. Yep. Okay. Start here. See from. Right. Okay. From the right side. Bury it though. All right. And from here. Did I do this? Did I do this one? I did this. Okay. Done. Okay. Okay, brothers and sisters. Let's do this again. Okay. So here we go right here. Is that this situation right here? America's kicked out. False Israel's going down, right? They're attacking, see? Because under Britain, under America, right? They're the ones that's pregnant. There's wrath upon them. All those who are pregnant, right? That's the wrath upon them, a wrath upon America and Britain. Okay, you got that? Okay. So then it says, this angel, right? He has the key to the abyss. Okay, what's that? Let's go to the next one here. He has the keys, the key. Okay, and he releases the demons. Now remember, everybody's starving at this point. Everybody's starving at this point. Everybody's starving at this point. No food, famine, was cut off, right? See? And so at this point, right, demons released because they're running, because they run for their lives. It says flee, flee, flee. And it says flee. You're not fleeing from the army, not fleeing from the police force, fleeing from your neighbors. Because the army and the police force, they just block the roads and everything else. You run from your neighbors, don't eat you. Okay. So they're fleeing, right? I'm getting a short version here, brothers and sisters. They're fleeing, right? So all come together. Now, what I didn't show you here is, I'm not showing the part here where Suleiman comes and cleans up the Nation of Islam. I'm not showing that here. See, because that happens during this, when the war starts, that happens. I'm not showing that here. Because I want to show what the demons are doing. Because that's a conflict in itself. That's when Farrakhan are cast out. I'm going to talk about that another time, right? But here, right, all come together. Demons as well as same as the harvest all come together, right? And this, remember, we're talking about Armageddon here in America. They're in a famine now. There's attack. All blacks are being attacked. Demons as well as the saints. Okay? So what happens here? Now what happens is that they're going to be separated. Suleiman is separating them. There's a war between us. This is what Exodus is, a war between us. Where it says, Elijah says, all are with me, right? So that means he couldn't, but they all was with him. Because they was all with Aaron, but Aaron was in charge of the camps. That means Aaron was pretending he hadn't worshipped golden calf and everything else. But he wasn't following Elijah's teachings. They was following wherever. And when Elijah came, he says, those with me. So that means all of them wasn't with him, because that means everybody would have came with him. So that was separation between demons and saints. Came to Elijah, the demons stayed with Pharaoh, who's a demon. And then they got to fight with each other. And then 3,000 were slain. Right? So that's what this happened right here. They're together. So they've been cast out. So it says, this is the locust war. Hasn't started yet. See? So Armageddon West has started. They just haven't got full steam yet. Okay. And this is where they're cast out. Remember, it says, Legion says, please don't let me meet the country. So let's go back with our swine daddies. That's what's happening here. Now, this is the beginning, right? This is the beginning of, no, it already, remember, the Armageddon West it's already started. This is where his intensity, because right now they was fighting, everybody's fighting, they're hungry, everything. But now, this when the demons unite, this started locust war. This is where Armageddon, the locust war aspect of it kicks in right here. This also refers to Samson. Because remember, Samson was a demon. His eyes were put out. He went through slavery too. Remember the House of Negroes, they went to slavery just like they feel ones. See? But he had strength, but he got strength back, but he didn't get his eyes back because he wasn't original. And he would say, but he wanted revenge. He put himself between two pillars. And he destroyed their pillars as well as the selfish process. That's the demon war. That's the war of Armageddon here. They're going to destroy this country. Black people, there's a hybrid nation here. That means their masters' children in black skin. It says because of relentless rape and everything for 40 years, half of the people, half of the blacks in America are demons, half of them are saints, half of them are really masters' children in black skin. And now they're going to be separated. That's the harvest. Somebody, it says, enemy sowed the wheat, the chaff amongst the wheat. That's what they did by raping our women and everything else. That's their children. Oprah, Denzel, Spike Lee, because they're still in master's house. It's separated. Okay, so now that's the locust war right here. If you're going to read it, chapter 9 of Revelation, I'm not going to details it. That's the locust war. And that's Samson, the demon right there in the middle. He's the one that's put between the two. And he bring both of them down. And he kills himself in the process. So he dies in that war. See? And he destroys them too. Because it says they're going to destroy every city and everything. They're going to lose in the end, but they're going to destroy us. It's going to be a war here like you never imagined. And remember, it's a cannibalistic war because no more food. So you fight to the bitter end. Everybody is a total war. Children, everybody's involved. If you get caught, you get eaten. It's a vicious war. And the demon's going to try to take this country. Only be 17 million strong is not enough. See, it's 34 million altogether, 17 million of them and 17 million of us. And we went out, they went in. Remember during the 660s, they went in, we went out. That's the demon war, brothers and sisters. That's Armageddon West. And they're going to destroy this country so thoroughly that the goat China's going to walk right in. That's what this is, bro. Just hope you understand. Read about Samson. That's Samson. That's who Samson is. Okay. Oh, I'm going too far here. Previous. I think I'm not sure what I'm at here. Okay. So, and this is also this is a locust. 5 months this will last. In 5 months they're going to tear this country apart. See, revenge, because Master didn't want him. He attacked him too. He's been treating them bad too. See, they love Master, but Master would disown them. They say, hey, man, I don't want y'all. You're my children, but y'all, I'm like a skin tone. So they get to war with each other. And they destroy this country. That's war. That's the war that's going to take place. Once the apocalypse starts, within a few months, this war will follow right after it. Right after it. Then you're going to recognize they're demons. They're not our people. So it's European war because you got different complexion Europeans. They fight with each other. White ones and black Europeans. They attack, they fight with each other. Demon war. Okay, brothers and sisters? What's happening here? Okay. Farrakhan's that white demon there. He's going to be a spiritual leader. He's not going to lead it. Someone like Martin Luther King on steroids is going to lead it. Farrakhan's a spiritual advisor. He's that white demon here. Legion. So you can read yourself at your leisure, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to read all these things. You can read at your leisure. Just scriptures about it. And there's the pill. That's Samson. He says he put his right hand between. You got to understand the angel key. The angel key is beautiful. People understand the angel key, understand why they say that. Because American Britain are hands. Man, I said one of the middle hands. That's why I make you sure you understand the pillars. Because he brings them down. It's the demons that weaken this country so much that China can roll in. Because this country has been total disaster. All the cities will be burnt down and everything else. It's not going to be riots. It's going to be open warfare. Cannibalism war. And all foreigners, they can give it up. And as soon as they're going to attack, they're going to attack. This here. It's no straw together, brothers and sisters. But it says, he said, what he says, then Samson grabs the two middle pillars on which got it? Middle pillars, right? On which the house rested. House rests on, just old civilization rests on American Britain, right? Rested and braced himself against him, and one with his right hand and one with his left. See, why I say all that information? Is let me die the Philistines, or he dies with him. He kills him and destroys himself too. Because they end up, they lose that war. Demons lose that war in the end. After 5 months, they're destroyed and eaten. And that's when the goat rolls in and America goes on the streets, on siege, and the famine is totally locked in at that point. Right? But I'm getting ahead of myself. See? So this is Armageddon West. Gonna put America to the fire. Destroy all the seas and everything else. It's not gonna be like any riots or anything. Be total open warfare, cannibalism. That's the only food that's gonna be available. and tells you the food that the devil's going to be after is going to be the demons. If you understand the fourth seal in Revelations, right? That's the barley, right? I think it was the barley and the wheat. 3 barleys, 1 wheat. That's the demons. Be eating them. They're chasing down to eat them. Now the military is going to be involved in that. They're going to chase down, try to give them help fight that war in Armageddon East. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So you read these things at your leisure. Okay, this is, you can read this at your leisure. What I did was, see, the demons, they was part of the stabilizers. So they were trying to breed us out. And Australia had a program to actually create demons. And the same thing here, because that's why he's raping out women and everything else. They was trying to produce a hybrid nation that looked like the original people, looked like Israel, but it was really devils. Trying to fool God when he came in. Trying to fool the Son of Man. So he could ease into paradise undercover. Wolves can slip in under cover of under the lamb's wool, lamb's clothing. That's what they're trying to do. And they came close to doing it. They went so religiously that half is 34 million, so-called 34 million blacks in America, and 17 million are demons. That's their children. And Australia had that program to take and get rid of all the Aborigines and turn them into demons. That was their plan. You can read it at your leisure. I'm gonna play the whole article. I'm gonna show us three pages here. You read it at your leisure. That was their plan. You can Google it. See, they wanted to breed out the original from them. And the same thing here with the eugenics program. That's another story together. They got a documentary out there about it. That's another story together. I'm just trying to tell you, everybody's against you, brothers and sisters. They try to breed. It's abort you out of existence. Remember in the book, Cooker says, first tried to abort you because it was fearful that if a war broke out and you was unified, right, that you would help wipe on side the enemies and lead the country. Why would you want to leave? Farrakhan said, we ain't going nowhere. We want to stay here. And so he said, try to abort you. They couldn't do that. They said, well, throw them in the river. Or throw them in the river means throwing you into this war they trying to start. You just canify to get all your young men and all your young women, because that's like prisons, because they lock as many blacks they put in prison they can. Why? Because you ain't producing no babies in there. They trying to destroy your population. You get long prison sentences, because you know you ain't gonna make, if you come out with AIDS, or you come out, you know, and you ain't making no babies while you're in there. And then you got abortion, then all these other things that got you. Sterilization, and the black woman, right? The first thing, oh man, what's what they call it? Hysterectomies. And so you have baby, they want to know if you want to be, what they call it, where you can't tubes tried and all that kind of stuff. They're trying to stop you, but they want to raise the hybrids that looks like us, but it's really them. Because that's the only way they can possibly snip into paradise. That ain't gonna work. That's one of the things. And that's what Australia was doing. They was trying to breed out the original. That's their program. It was an official program. It was an official thing here on eugenics. They don't tell you the whole story. I saw this article, this thing on YouTube. I pass it around to people that know. They can look at it and you'd be surprised what's in there. You know, a lot of stuff I've been telling you, but it goes into a lot more details. So you can read these. This is a 3-part article here, right? About that program, that was an official Australian program. You can read at your leisure. We're going to talk about this in another presentation, brother. This is when that war starts. I don't refer as a demon war, but as drones cast down, they cast out. Because now they realize that they've been told a bunch of bullshit by Farrakhan and all those folks, and they throw it out. And it says, read Mark, right? It says that the demon-possessed man, they came to Suleiman. They will come to me, right? And they rejected Legion, and Legion was thrown out to live with the swine daddies. So, and this is what I was talking about right here. This is the resurrection. But remember, we operate on two waves, but we naturally operate on higher frequency. But they have it operating on their frequency so that we all stuck together. So they neutralize in ours and we neutralize in theirs. And so we both under the thumb of Massa. See? But Suleiman, right? He's vibrating a higher frequency because he got the angel. Angel is they give you the book to tell you what frequency you need. It's like giving you, say, okay, you need, like giving you a dial. Say, you need to dial this frequency to pick the tune into the station, right? So the book is to give you, it's like tell you, okay, this frequency you got to be on this station of success to get the hell out of here. And so you have to have somebody that can turn that frequency on without destroying themselves. So you find someone that's operating on that frequency or can, and you raise them up that frequency, you give them that book. And then they take that book and they transmit that frequency. That's how I'm transmitting that frequency now, the frequency of the angel. It tells me what, right? The frequency we need to be on, to tune into. So I tune into it, and I release those vibrations, that frequency to you. And so now it's going to affect you. Now, if you can't operate on that frequency, it's going to crush you. If you can, right, then you accept it, and then you start vibrating that frequency, or you start wasting it, but you're still going to be affected by it. Hope you understand, but I think I make it as simple as possible. That's what happens. So when you start hitting the other frequency, then now your frequency, if your frequency is raised, the demons of frequency can't get any higher. They was limited. They're like their devil's daddies. But yours can. So when you get your operating on a different frequency, that means now they clash with each other. That's what happens while light spreads out. Because you got all the lights mixed up, they operate on different frequencies. So they collide with each other, spread out. But laser, they operate on the same frequency, so therefore they stick together and they can burn holes through iron. So once we separate, now we come united, we rise up. Our death is not the death of physical death. It's not even sleep. The death is that we mixed them with them. That's why they had to be separated. Because they neutralized our frequency with their counter frequency. So once we separated, that's why it says when the four winds blow, they came together. And now they're a huge army because now we operate on the same frequency. They turn to a laser beam. But demons also operate on the same frequency. They become a laser beam too. But they want to stay here. They're sharecroppers. We want to go to the city. We Afrocentric, they want to be Eurocentric. They want to be integrated, we want to separate. But now we getting the hell out of here. They're going to stay and fight for it. You understand? But now we separate because now Suleiman, because he got the angel, he can get them operating on a higher frequency. Those that listen, those that don't listen, right? Then they stay behind to go to tribulation. Because they ain't operating on high frequency to get out here. But during tribulation, it says that's when they start listening to the angel, because they said they washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. That means they start listening, start studying the angel, what he told them to study it. They start raising their frequency. And so they was able to get the hell out of here. But they got to go to tribulation first. These that came to the great tribulation, they washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. I talked about a lot of stuff here, brothers and sisters. I hope I didn't get too much, get anybody confused. Oh, well, let me touch this for a minute. Okay, deception, right? The math of deception. Now, deception in general comes in two forms that you know about: outright lies and falsehood. Falsehood means you mix truth with lies. That's falsehood. And outright lies. But there's another form that's even more powerful. That's giving you the truth. So how you can be deceived by giving the truth? Truth out of season is bad, right? They tell you, oh, here's how the truth about living in the spring when you're in the winter. That's the truth, but it's out of season for this winter. It's going to kill you. Because you go out there wearing no clothes and everything was like this bikini and all that stuff like you wear in the spring, you're going to die. It's the truth, but it's just out of season. That's one way of it. But another way is this, right? About details, like, okay, they say a flood's coming. That's true, but no details. So when the flood comes, you ain't prepared for it. So you die in the flood. You got the information, but it didn't do you any good. But the other person, flood coming, they got details. Oh, you need to build an ark. That's where you need to do it, right? Yeah. So now the flood comes. Both of you got information, but the information didn't do you no good. It's zero, because another one, they save. So anyway, basically here you got, brothers, this is what you got here. Is you got I'm showing you the math. X minus 3 times x plus 3. If you multiply to get x squared minus 9. I'm going to show you why that matters here. Then we're going to close out. So that means both of them equal. This side is equal to this side, right? So I'm saying time is the time, t is the time of the event. So you got these two variables here. I'm saying t is the time of the event, and x is the current time we are. So the event is like 2003, and you 2001, 2001. That means you got you got 3 years to get to t, to 2003. So right now you put 1 in x because you're 3 years out. Put 1 in there because you're in the first year of, going towards it. Then second, your third year, then you're there, right? Okay, you understand that? So I'm move pretty quickly. So the first year, you in 2001, you put 1 in there. And what you got? Okay, that means now both sides equal 4. So both got information. But he got general information. Oh, watch the weather. Armageddon started. See? See what I'm saying? Watch generalization. But the other one, he got details. Like I've been giving you today. Details. See what Armageddon is. Right? See? What impact the weather will have. What need to do about it. I'm giving you details. But other one just go, hey, let's watch the weather. Armageddon started. Okay? Or America's unraveling. No details. Okay? So then you go next year, 2 years, got more information. Right? But still generalizations on the left side and details on the right side. So now you're up to 5. You have 4, now you're up to 5 on both sides. Up to 5 on both sides. Right? So hey, both got information, but one got detailed information and one got general information. So he's happy. I got general information, right? And then the third year come in, the time of the event. And then there's no trick. This is mathematics. You got the one on the left, 0. He got nothing. Bronson got 6. He went from 4 to 6. He got more information. He got detailed information. He's had general information. It doesn't do him any good. Because he's in the trap. The other one did something about the trap. So he told me, there's a trap out there. Okay. Didn't tell you where it was. So now you stuck in the trap. Because you have no information. It didn't do you any good. And the flood came and took you away. But yeah, flood was coming, he told you. But he didn't tell you details. He didn't tell you what's coming. He told you the flood's going to be on a certain day. Like I'm telling you that apocalypse is going to be within the next few months. Oh. So he told details. So he knows to do something to prepare. So he got him, both got, see? So your information didn't do you no good. 0. Watch the weather, did you no good. But this had details, right? It's going to be a tornado. It's coming in the next week on next Thursday at 3 o'clock. It's coming in at 50 miles an hour. So, if you're going 50 miles from the east, so if you're going 50 miles, right, right, then it can't catch up to you. If you're going down the road from the east, right, and you're going down from the east ahead of it, and you're going 50 miles an hour, it won't touch you. You see, but if you don't know that, you're, oh man, and then you're sitting there, hey, now you know a tornado came, but it took you away because you didn't know where it was coming from, when, or nothing, or you woke up and you was being in a funnel. So let's look at this again. Let's look at. Why does this keep doing this? Previous. Okay. There you go. Let's look at this. This is just the general, brothers and sisters. Then we're going to close out. This is the whole thing, right? Right? Begin all the way to year 3 where you're in trouble, right? And then you say say you survived. Well, you didn't survive the flood, but say now you're in a trap. So, and you got caught in the trap, right? So now the 4th year comes, or the 4th, right? So now you got as much information as the other person got, but you're in the trap. You know all about the trap. You know what it's going to be. You know when it was. You got all the information, but you're in it. You got as much information as the other person, but you're in it. Because when tribulation comes, remember there was 2 groups. One was in the Lamb's Book of Life. They got out. One didn't wake up in time. He's in the tribulation. He knows when tribulation starts. He knows everything about it. He's up close and personal, but he's in it. The other one got out. So both have the same amount of information now, but didn't do the other one. The one of the details, it did him some good. The one that is general didn't do him any good. Now he got much information as the other one. Both of them got 7. He's in the tribulation. He know who the devil is now. He know what the agenda is now. He know what hell is now. He know all that right now, but it didn't do him any good. He's in it. Hope you understand, bro. So that's mathematics. It's not a trick. Okay, brothers and sisters. I'm close out right there. Hope you understand. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. So, Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of the 7 Seals, Crusher, the Judge, Ancient of Days. Brothers and sisters, terrible times. This is the 4th part of the series, Countdown to Apocalypse, the Apocalypse series. Not getting us anywhere but here. Conjecture, supposition, guesses. We're giving you details here, brothers and sisters. And you need them. You're going to need them. Yes, you're going to need them. Our people are lost for lack of knowledge. You're going to need this knowledge. And if you suffer from lack of knowledge, it's one of 2 things. Either just reject it, you don't want to hear it, or because these demons and vipers out here are blocking it, and they will pay the price for that. Because brothers and sisters, the apocalypse is all about the destruction of our enemies, the consequence of what they've done to us. That's what it's about. But what's embedded in that is their plans for our destruction. Worldwide plans for our destruction. All the nations are out for our destruction. All of them. It says, these 10 kings will make war with the Lamb. Who are these 10 kings? That's Asia and China right there. That's 2 of them. See? And then Gog and Magog, they made open warfare on us for the last 500 years. Open warfare. Then you got Ishmael in the Middle East. They declared war 50,000 years ago. They got possession of our land, our culture, our language. And they just, there's will oppress you just as much as our open enemy has. Every nation is against us, every one. And then the last one, the war of the latter days, Gog against Israel. That's not talking about against false Israel right now. They try, that's Russia. No. See? That's Africa. Our brother, Esau. Twin brother. He's going to make the final attack. Every nation is against us. Everyone. Everyone. And then we got this hybrid nation, our hidden enemy, the wolves in sheep clothing. That's our primary enemy right up front, close and personal. Farrakhan's one of the main ones, the chief leader, chief demon. That's the one that's hurt us most right now. Because they're the bait to the trap. They're the bait to the trap. All nations set a trap for us. When the goat comes in, you think they just come in and take out the ram? They're trying to get us too. If they can. Yeah, they're gonna it's gonna be an agreement. They're gonna be forced to come here, right? But in their mind, that's one of the things they want to do. I told you, they was inspired. It says it was a God that inspired them to come after the harlot. But remember, they're one of the 10 kings too, aren't they? They're one of the 10 horns, aren't they? So deep in their heart, right, they want to take us out too. You got to read carefully. It says they come in, yeah, they come in to take out the ram, but they want to get us too. They want to get us too. That's the reason why, and Master Muhammad knows that. Yeah, they're going to make an agreement, they'll break it. Because once they get here, they'll take us out too. That's why we're taken out of here. See, can the prey be taken from the mighty? We're the prey. Every nation's out to destroy us, every one of them. You have no friends out there. Only friend you got is Master Prophet Muhammad. And the messenger of the covenant who's giving his whole life and soul for you. You know, I explained, I said past, see, I didn't ask for this. Like I said, when I was a shorty, right? I had all these visions and none of them were good. None of them were good. I hate every one of them. But they, in a way, prepared me for what's going on now because I know what's going to happen. I don't need the angel for that. I already know because I had those visions told me exactly, and everything's happened so far exactly like, and it's terrible. It's terrible, brothers and sisters. I had a terrible time. Some things I can't even tell you about. Something I just been kind of tell you lately, giving you a little bit of taste lately, because some of you it would just crush you. Because you know that's why Elijah Muhammad said you don't know what you're up against. You're up against all the nations. Elijah Muhammad had to go against Gog. But says Suleiman got to go against the whole world. The whole world's against you, and you have no knowledge of it. And you walk, it says, right? It says, there's a trap set for the happens to you. It's a trap. A snare. It says, let's be shrewd. Don't tell them how we're going to deal with them. See, don't let them know it's coming. It's coming. I can see it clearly, but you don't see it because it's not coming the way that you can see it. That's it. It's coming the way that you think. Oh man, like the mob, right? They don't send your enemy after you. They send your brother, your sister, your uncle, somebody that you wouldn't suspect. And you sitting around partying, having your little party and everything else, and next thing you know, your throat was cut. I know all their plans. Somebody can tell you, somebody can't, because I don't want them to know how much I know. Because once they'll switch up and try something else. It's your destruction that's on the agenda. Universal agenda by everyone. Because you coming into power means their destruction. Because they have to operate on wavelengths that they can't operate on. They have to operate on a frequency. They have to vibrate at a frequency they can't operate. They can't. Because in our world, they would be in submission. And they probably don't want to be that. See, in their world, we was in submission. In our world, they've been in submission. They don't want that. They don't want to be in submission to us. They don't want to be. No more than we want to be in submission to them. I mean, I get a Jeanette, right? They say, I ain't going to submit to them. See? But their problem is, see, they should listen because they put themselves out of tune, out of step of time, out of step with time. Well, I should say that because we control time. They put themselves out of step with the universe, the flow of the universe. And so that's why I'm telling you these things right now, brothers and sisters, because we're at it. I mean, dark clouds all over the place. It's not going to be rain. It's the rain, brothers and sisters. Angel tell you these hailstones, and really that's not even adequate. Because on this country, we rain down hell and damnation, destruction like you can't even imagine. The rage is going to be so terrible, famine. And so what we're talking about here is we're going to talk about economic collapse. See, we're on the 4th level. I think it's a 14 stage presentation. And I'm taking you from what ignite the apocalypse all the way to the end of apocalypse. And it said, blessed are those, right, who the good has come forth for, and they won't hear the faintest sound of raging and roaring of hell. That's the elect. They've been pulled out because you don't want to even hear answer any of this. You don't want to see any of it, but some of you are. You go to tribulation, you're going to see it up close and personal. And you don't want to see that. You think you want to see, you don't want to see that. Oh, it's going to be it's going to be a awesome time. It says that day will be none like it. That year said be none like it ever. It was a period of 1 year. It's going to be like it never was before. Never was before. Nothing like it. That's talking about specifically destruction of the ram. That 1 year. Because once Babylon falls, it says one day, all her plagues and famine, everything will come in 1 day, 1 year. And this place going to be, you don't want to be here, brothers. Get the hell out. Brothers and sisters, get the hell out. Get out. You don't want to be here. No food. No water. What do you think could be eaten? It tells you, I explained that clearly in famine. No heat. No TV. See? No air conditioner. No cars. Just hunger. It's just hunger. And eating or be eaten. Children will not be safe. So children will be gray-headed. Because once everything else is going, all the pets and everything going, they next. Defenseless. Why you think will make children gray-headed? They can't be around their parents. So they be out in the streets, and they can't be around each other either. Because they be hungry too. They've been in little gangs, but the gangs are hungry too. If they can't find anybody else, they're going to prey on the weaker members. Brothers and sisters. Count down the apocalypse. And like I said, the demons, they're right now, they're the bait to the trap. Because you're following these demons, Farrakhan, these demons. Oh man, America's great. Love America. It's our country. Fight. They're the bait. And you think, because it look like you know everything. You say, oh yeah, I listen to them. They're drawing you into destruction. Okay? And then you be the first thing on the menu when there's no other food. Come out of my people. Come out of her, my people. Come out. Oops, what I'm doing here. Come out. You don't want crucified, brothers and sisters. You don't want to be crucified. Took everything for your neck, and they left you totally naked, stripped down naked. And when they could make completely naked, it's Suleiman. He got to lose something to cover his nakedness. But our people, they totally naked, nothing, left you with nothing. Totally naked, totally exposed. Your language, your culture, your country, your women, everything. They took everything from you, left you with nothing. Your children left you with nothing. That's the crucifixion. You want to tell me somebody on the cross for 3 days is worse than what we went through? That line they tell you, oh, he was on the cross for 3 days, and he went through worse than we went through for 400 some years? Put him on that cross any day for 3 years, I suppose it 400 years of this what we went through. With no hope and nothing. They took hope from us. So we had hope, because we had our real knowledge. We knew about consequence. We knew what they did, right? We wasn't afraid of death. And we also knew we had the faith. See, we didn't have fear. Let me explain it this way, bosses. We didn't have fear, and we did have faith. See, the two F's, right? Fear and faith. We had faith, and we didn't have any fear. So they had to put fear in us, right, and take our faith away. And they did that. They put fear in us, fear of death, that's what it says. Because of fear of death, they suffered enslavement, right? Servitude all their lives. Because of the fear they had put in us. And it took your faith away. See, because we knew we didn't have no fear. And so Master was in trouble. Because the only way he could control us, he had to put fear because it was only two things that was going to happen. Because we didn't have no fear, right? We would take them out because we wasn't fearing death, or we just do it to ourselves. Many of us just kill themselves rather than go through this hell. So we had no fear of death at all. See, and thus we had faith because we knew that every action has opposite reaction. And Muslims begin with, so we knew that what they did to us is going to pay for it. We knew that. They took that away from us. See? Instead of hoping and praying for revenge that we knew it would happen, we started praying for our enemies, loving them, right? The more they beat us, we'll love them the more, encourage them to beat us. It took both. They also took our faith from us. What do you mean faith? The demons. They got our face. They ain't us. They took everything from us. Everything. Family, I mean, all these F's, right? Everything. They took away from us. Everything. That's the cross. That's the true cross. That's the true cross, brothers and sisters. And nothing changed. And those are guilty parties. And now they pretend like, oh man, don't blame us. Our fathers did and wash hands off it and everything, forget about it, man. Wow, that happened 40 years ago, man. You still worrying about something that happened 40 years ago, and we change and we making progress. That's like a rapist saying, well, I used to rape you, right? 7 times a day. Now I'm only doing 1 time a day, man. We're making progress, ain't we? Really? We're a nation. Elijah's mama told you we're a nation. So why are we under your control? We should be a sovereign nation. We didn't get to go to war with you. You went to war with us. See? So they like took everything. They took everything from Suleiman too. See? Except, right? They're gonna take his fear. They couldn't give him fear. They couldn't take his faith away. He had that in spades. Everybody knew he was something different about him. I didn't realize until I got older. I never had no fear of these folks ever. Since I covered my neck in this, they couldn't cover theirs. I had no fear of them ever. And I've been up against them left and right. I had no fear of them. And I always had faith. Mathematics. I knew whatever happened in consequence, those things I just knew. I was born with that. But like I said, I had these visions, brothers and sisters, and they're not pretty. I'm trying to warn you, get the hell out of here. So let's proceed, brothers and sisters. Part 4, EU economic collapse. Now, I brought you up to what starts apocalypse. Okay? And as we talked about, right, the war in heaven, Middle East, that ignites the apocalypse. I brought you up to the point of it and what ignites it. So we're that far, right? Then I told you one of the first major repercussions of it, that's the famine. Let's talk about that. See? Now we're going to economic collapse because this sets the stage, right, for Armageddon East. So each one of these, and generally, sets the stage for the next one. See, because war in heaven sets the stage for famine. Because it cut Europeans mostly off from their life's blood, oil. See? Which sets the stage for famine. Because everything industrialized, everything else, and people on the farms and stuff, no more, they got to get food from the farms, processing places, warehouses, to the stores. Then you got to get there and all that. What's the common denominator there? What connects all that together? Oil. No oil, that stuff breaks apart. Doesn't happen. That chain is broken. And Master Muhammad's going to break that chain when he goes to war in the Middle East where anybody's got it now. See, that's about to happen. That's all they talk about now. 3 hot spots I've been telling you about. The death triangle. Middle East, China, and Russia or Europe. And we're going to bring that into focus, European aspect of it. Well, as I said Iran, right? China, and Russia, put that away. So we're going to do is economic collapse, see what it means. But first, brothers and sisters, get out. Now, something got missing here. I missed something here, brothers and sisters. Let me back up here for a minute. I missed something here. No, that wasn't it. No, no. Okay. Get out, brothers and sisters, get out. Get out. Right? It tells you right there, right? I'm not going into detail. I've been talking about this quite a bit. But right there, well, I will, because this is, brothers and sisters, this is important to your survival. After these, I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great, and the earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. And he cried out, strong voice, saying, she fell, Babylon fell. Fell Babylon the Great, became dwelling place of demons. To my people, demons, they come to dwelling place of headaches and dispositions and anxieties. People, Farrakhan, he's trying to convince you that demons are some spirits. It's like he's trying to tell you devils ain't devils anymore. That's his eye, because he's a devil. He's a demon. Demons are devils in black skin. He follows the devil. So that means he's a devil. Just black skin, we call him devil. He's still a devil. So now he's trying to convince you, oh, there's no such thing as devils and demons. Some of them are good. That ain't what the Bible says. That's not what the lessons say. Okay? Anyway, demons are people. He's a primary demon. 40 years of raping our women, producing a whole hybrid nation of demons. That's their children. I don't care what complexion they have. You are the seed. You are the seed. Okay? Prison of every of demons, prison of unclean spirit, unclean birds, so forth, so on, right? Because the wine and anger of the fornication have fallen all the nations. In other words, who is the Babylon is, he's called all the nations to fall. Who has control of the nations? Who's dominating all the nations in the world? Is it Russia? Is it China? Australia? Britain? Britain used to. Just like 666. There's no mystery there, brothers and sisters. No mystery there. Just read what it says. You identify them because they've been the only nation on the planet that will sanction people for not doing what they want to do. You'll be able to buy or sell unless you do what they want you to do. And if you don't worship that image of the beast, which is false Israel, they will kill you. Exactly. There's only one nation on the planet that does that. One nation on the planet does that. Sanction everybody. You won't buy or sell on what you buy and sell with dollars. Who controls the dollars? But this is not complicated. Ain't no mark you got here. And if you worship that beast, you go in there, you're going to be destroyed. It says, if you got that mark, the mark is here. You worship them, worship false Israel, you're going to be destroyed. Your name will not be in the Lamb's Book of Life. You'll be destroyed. It's not a mark. You want somebody put 666 on you? No. It has a meaning, but that's not that kind of meaning. You have to understand, you need to understand that. It identifies a certain person, but that's what it is. Who is no other clan on, there's no even close. It sanctions everybody. You won't be able to buy and sell. And who controls the means of buying and selling? America does. Their money, a dollar. That's not complicated. You don't need a ruler. You don't need a calculator for that. You don't need a computer. So if you deceive by that, then you deserve to be destroyed. That's clear who 666 is. It's three beasts all together. God, Magog, and Antichrist. Who set up false Israel? Britain. Who supports it and nourishes it politically and militarily and so whatever. America does. And false Israel, what? It's an image of Britain. They had the same, they adopted their government style, not America. That's what I mean, image of the beast. I'm not going into any more detail there, but that's simple. I'm not going to any. That's simple right on the surface. There's no, some country going to come on the scene that's going to, these fools tell, there's some country going to rise up in Europe and they're going to take out America. That's their story. And when they take out America, there's going to be this big rapture where God's going to rapture all Americans. They're so good people. See, they wasn't rapists. They wasn't murderers. They wasn't kidnappers. They weren't enslavers or terrorists. No, they was good people. The land of free, home of the brave, right? Where everybody's 100% human. Except in the Constitution, there's certain people that's not even human. Right? And they wasn't raping women, right? They was pleasuring them. See? And they wasn't feeding the children the gators, right? The children just jumped up and jumped in the gator's mouth. They're trying to rescue the child by capturing the gator. See, this is not complicated stuff, brothers and sisters. But if you see by it, that means it tells you if you got that mark of the beast, you're through. Some of you, I'm trying to erase that mark. If it's erasable, yeah, the big old cross set up there. You know, that's like that cross. That's something like that cross tells me, get the hell out of here, man. Don't try to save my ass. I want to be destroyed because that cross is a lie. They enslaved us, beat us, raped us under the banner of the cross. Took this land under the banner of the cross. They genocide this whole nation of so-called Native Americans under the banner of the cross in the name of their false Jesus, who don't look like anything like the Jesus of the Bible, Landswork hair and brown skin, because he's Satan. Satan will appear as an angel of light. So he looks like some angel of light. That's Satan. Because what's the works of Satan? What's the works of Satan, brothers and sisters? Is it known by the works? So you're going to say genocide, theft this land, because they said go out killing, stealing, and destroying. They stole this land, killed off its inhabitants, and they brought us over and destroyed us. So whose are the works of those? Are those Satan's works or God's works? Because those are God's works to tell what the hell problem you got with Satan. Satan said he was the God of this whole world. Even Jesus said he's the God. That means he's controller. That's the God they worship. Those are works. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Anyway, let's move on here. It says, and heard another voice I have said, oh, into 1 year. Can you imagine that? 20 years of hell into 1 year. All that hell is going to take place in 1 year. And we went through abject hell. You can imagine. They try to tell you hell was after you die to convince you to their submission. Because you was in hell. And it was the devils that was stabbing you and beating you and raping you and everything else. But it's no, ain't us. Because you're going to meet the real devils after you die. And the real hell's after you die. Because if you knew that this was it, you would have cut a stroke. You would never endure that. You would never take advantage of women and children like they did. If you knew this was the real hell and they was the real devils. So they trick you. And who they usually trick you with? The demons. See, the preachers, they're all demons. They're all demons. Elijah Muhammad said it. He says he would be in their shoes. He called them demons, but he said he would be in their shoes. Their shoes made of gold and silver. Get out. Get out. Get out. See here? This is, get out, brothers and sisters. So if you don't like me, you don't like the way I look, the way I talk, my complexion, right? My demeanor, just leave. Take a vacation. Take a 3 or 4 month vacation. It will not be pretty. Ground zero here, right here, America. See? The object of God's wrath. Because it's coming for them for what they did to us. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Hello? Who is this? Oh, okay, one second, please. A lot of things going on right now. Hmm. Excuse me. Things going on right now, so. Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought here, but let's move on, brothers and sisters. I lost my train of thought, so let's move on. Okay. Yeah, we'll get out. Get out, brothers and sisters. This is ground zero. And 40 years of hell it's going to be compressed into 1 year. Can you imagine all that? On these folks, people. And that's not the end of it, because chapter 18 of the angel Revelation says, doing them double as done to you. And then you go further, and like Jeremiah says, God's do 7 times to them what they did to us. How is that possible? If you understand the Holocaust, say 7 times that? Even double that. I mean, the Holocaust itself was horrific. The wrath is upon these people. They mess with the wrong people. It says, no other nation be punished like this nation, never again, ever, even close. Nothing like would ever happen. That's instructions coming. Get out. You don't want to be any part of that. Get the hell out of here. Go to Africa. It's going to be built. This is going to touch the whole world, right? Okay. But this is ground zero. You want to be as far away as possible. Everybody's going to be touched by what's about to happen. See, and don't get discombobulated by what Farrakhan talked about, because war of Armageddon is only going to touch the European war. It's European war. It's not going to touch the whole world. It's not going to engulf the whole planet, but the apocalypse will. And in apocalypse, Armageddon, which they call Armageddon, is just a battle. Just a battle. We're going to talk about it in a few more sessions. Okay. Apocalypse, part 4. Part 4, brothers and sisters, economic collapse. Remember economic collapse. See, economic collapse. That spells doom, because Europeans had economic control over the planet for the last 500 years. Economic control. And now, with the economic system, right? See, you got the fuel and then you got the system. All fuels it. But the system is what controls. See? And you have to have discipline, right, to maintain that control. And now losing discipline. All these are signs of destruction. See, the story about Sodom and Gomorrah is they tell you, when nations lose discipline, that means they're being destroyed. Because it means they don't have the ability to discipline themselves anymore. And we have discipline themselves. If you go right now, if you lost all discipline, all your appetites, what would you be doing? Be eating everything that you can get hands on, no matter what it is. You'd be indulging in every kind of sensual endeavor. Every kind of sensual endeavor you indulge in, because you have no control of it. So you have to control these things. You have to control your sexual desire. You have to control your emotional desire. Right? You have to control all your what we call it, senses, appetites. Those things they have to be controlled. That's part of being human. You just control the animals, right? They don't control those things. Well, they control to a certain extent. But you have to take and see, they do it by instinct, but you have to do it consciously. And that's why prophets were sent to Adam, constantly sent to Adam, because he kept losing control. He didn't have natural discipline. We have natural discipline. We got discipline that you couldn't imagine. We have enough discipline to go to one fit in the universe to the next. But they only had enough discipline in the last 6,000 years, and they couldn't even handle that. And it takes energy for everything. So in other words, now that, right, they try to, the structure that they control the world with is under intense pressure. Put something under intense pressure means you got to get more energy, add more energy to it to keep it strong. If your structure is under intense pressure, it means you got to keep putting support and stuff and everything. That's energy to try to keep it from collapsing. That means you got to take energy from someplace else. See? So why are they borrowing money now? Because they don't have enough energy, so they borrow money, which really doesn't. When you borrow money, it doesn't do any good. You think it does, because when you borrow money, that's another deception here. Because you borrow money, but you create negative luck for yourself. That's another story together. I'm not getting to it, brothers and sisters. What I'm just saying is, borrowing money doesn't do anything for you. It really hurts you, and you don't realize it. I mean, there's some benefit to it if you understand how to use it, but still, all brothers and sisters have a quality benefit, but a quantity benefit has none whatsoever. You have no more energy you had before. You can affect the quality of it. That's why in the Quran it says usury, right? Gambling is some good in it, but it was worse than it's good because it had a quality, has advantage, a qualitative advantage to it if you understand it. Okay, so they're under intense pressure. Pressure creep. So now they got to use energy, divert energy to try to keep the system going. So you got bank collapsing, you got economic situation, inflation, all that stuff. They got to keep. So that means they take energy from the military. That's a problem. To fund the police, that's a problem. Because those institutions are designed to keep you from taking back what they took from you. So now crime rises. I mean, all this stuff is even easily understood mathematically once you put your mind to it. So that just tells you this whole system, this whole structure is collapsing. And they need more and more fuel, right? And so what happens? So who's attacking the structure? Suleiman is. Who's tracking the fuel? That's from Muhammad. He's going to cut off the fuel. And Suleiman's destroying the structure. One by separating the demons out. See? And part of the structure was deception of who's what, what's what, not knowing who's what. Right? You got termites, but you don't see them. They've been attacking both fronts in other ways you don't even know about yet. I can't tell you. See? So, Master Muhammad is getting ready to cut off the fuel. Stop, full stop. Full stop. See? What fuels their structure? The structure is under total stress. The discipline is all but gone. Suleiman's hitting them. High frequencies, constant. Constant. See? And it's too much. And so now they're going around, nobody knows who what. You know who a man is, you know who a woman is, you don't know anything. Everything's confusing. And that makes sense to them because that's the frequency on. And now their frequency is, their thought frequency is diminishing because they don't have enough energy to maintain it. So the thought process is diminishing. And when your thought process is diminishing, then that's called a reprobate mind. Reprobate mind. Reprobate mind. That means you have a mind to do things that's against you. And that seems right to you. Okay? All the time resonance. Shema's resonance. Putting that truth, that angel was designed, right, to vibrate on several levels. And that resonance. See, all this attack. And they can't withstand it. And they draw more and more energy trying to hold up. Right? And that's why he's going to short circuit it. Because even if he didn't do that, there was still destruction. But that's one of the ways to shorten. Those days will be shortened. Just snatch all out right away to shorten those days. That's shorten the time to collapse. Shorten the time to collapse. Shorten time to collapse. Because now, right, they're under strain, and now they have no fuel. Triggers. See how this stuff's coming together? Triggers a famine. Because the food chain is destroyed. Because what holds that chain together? Oil, fuel. From the farm. First, you need the farm, right? Because you need a tractor and all that kind of stuff, right? The farm to processing centers to the warehouse to the store. And then what's the chain that holds together? Oil. You've got to break that. And break that, no food. No food. You see? When there's no food, right? That destroys the structure, doesn't it? Because nobody's going to obey any laws or anything when they're starving, hungry. All institution comes around, unravels. Just don't unravel, just crumble. Crumble. See? There was already on the extreme stress because of resonance. Remember the walls of Jericho? So my ponds hitting the vibration for 30-some years. So that makes sense. I would say happening sudden. There's two things happen suddenly at the same time. Our resurrection, when nature be born in a day, we're born in a day, right? And Babylon destroyed in a day. So it happened at the same time. I'm trying to bring those things together for you, brothers and sisters. Clearer, clearer, and clearer. See? Because the same vibrations that's putting pressure on them, that's shaking them, causing them to put stress on them, same vibration is invigorating my people. Same vibrations. See? Those vibrations strengthen them, waking them up, getting them to vibrate on their level. Because they got them vibrating on the devil's level, start vibrating on towards their level, but the point is it's vibrating at a greater frequency than the devils can achieve. So therefore, remember that commercial? Then the glass breaks because it vibrates. The vibration is greater, right, than its reactionary rate. I'm trying to talk mathematics to you, brothers and sisters. So that's what's about to happen. So that's how it happens. But okay, we're talking about how it happens here, but what happens over, remember, Europe, talking European countries, they told their whole reality is fueled by oil. Oil cuts that whole reality, calls out. Forget about all those things, but all these other things is causing it to happen quicker. Because he snatches oil out, makes it happen quicker, but it's how fast can the structure react to that before it collapses. But the structure's on the stream stress too. So as soon as oil comes out, it collapses right immediately. Because maybe if it all went out, make it last for a week or 2 or 3 weeks or maybe a year or whatever, right? But it's on so much stress that when that comes out, that collapses too right away. That's Suleiman's job. See, so they're working together. That's why it's two working together. Lord, Lord, and King of Kings, and King of Kings, and Lord of Lords. But what's the other side of this equation? See, this is where this is where the target is right here. Well, all Europe is in the crosshairs. All of Europe is in the crosshairs. It was all involved in this. It's just this was worse of it right here. See? So when oil is cut off, because look what's going on right now. Only source of oil in Europe right now is Russia. And they're all they're all at war with Russia. Well, not at war with Russia, but they're all in conflict with Russia because of America. And they have no reserves. And so the only source of oil right now for them is America and the Middle East. Okay? But when he cuts the oil off there, it cuts off for them also. So they have no source of oil. No source of oil. And so what happens to that? Economic collapse in Europe. We're going to talk about that, chapter 18. We're going to get to that in a minute. See, when I go through my step-by-step Because every time I do this, I add more to the angel key, right? Of series. See, they had economic collapse in Europe in 1930s, caused the rise of Hitler and all that. What about? This is gonna be a lot worse. Total economic collapse overnight. Chapter 18, because he pulled that oil. See the connection? Okay? You gotta understand chapter 18 to understand it. So what happens then? See? Insurrection, riots, and everything else. People ain't gonna have it. People ain't gonna have it. And they're gonna blame America. Say, well, hold on. We reason why we in this because of America. Follow America's lead. Right? We supported them in that war in the Middle East. They lost. They can't tell how they lost, how the Air Force was defeated. Because they came after Iran with air power, and the air power was just wiped out. And they can't explain to America. They can't explain to the American public. They don't want to tell them. They know why. They won't tell them. Because they say, well, UFOs, because we ain't so powerful anymore. UFOs is wiping out our supersonic jet planes to count on, right? Right? And the thing is that now Russia, man, that's part of Europe, but we're against Russia now. Why? Because of America again. They ain't gonna have it. So how does that result, brothers and sisters? So now we're gonna walk through the increase as a result. This is what energy looks like. It's just one phase of it. Each chapter, right, the symbols change. The puzzle doesn't change, it's just symbol change, like having a puzzle that has a picture on it, right? But they keep changing the picture, but the puzzle never changes. So once you understand the puzzle, you don't care about the pictures because you can just put blindfold it, right? See? That's what angel key words, bro. Says we're gonna go. So we're gonna walk through this. Like I said, we're gonna walk through what leads up to the. Every time I do this, I'm gonna add more to it. So we're gonna follow. So angel key here. So here it is, 1948. Those two witnesses, Syria and Iran. Farrakhan's trying to tell you him and Elijah's witnesses. Boy, that dude. Whoa, that fool. No, it's Syria and Iran. See, so they would be witnesses for 42 years, from 1940 to 1990. And then the beast that rose out of the pit will make war with it. Who rose out of the pit? Out of the bottomless pit. It tells you chapter 20. It was Gog and Magog. But that's supposed to be after millennia. So therefore, is this going to happen after millennia? Is this going to happen 1,000 years in the future? Does it happen 1,000 years in the future? The witnesses, does it happen 1,000 years in the future? Because this tells you this happens right after the beast rise out of the abyss. And the beast is Gog and Magog. So that means they rose out of the pit a while back. They rose out a while back. That means it's not no millennia, 1,000 years in the future. That means that was the past. And if you understand that, you understand millennia was European history. 1,000 years of the Dark Ages, kept under by the resurrected. It was a resurrected power. Prophet Muhammad kept them under wraps for 1,000 years. And then they broke out. Even the Quran was said that war would be broke down after 1,000 years. Then they came out, Gog, Magog, and covered the whole world. Isn't that what Britain and America has done? Are they the two world powers, the only two world powers that you know about? So that was 40 years then to be. So what happened? That's 1990. Who took them out? That's when America, 1990, 91, so-called Gulf War, they went in and took them out under false pretenses, but they took them out. And so now they became the power brokers in the Middle East. They became the power brokers. See? Because these was cast down. And so they've been in a position of cast down for 24 years. I'm not going into all the details with this, brothers and sisters, but for 24 years they'd be in that situation, which at that point that began to start talking of the JCPOA during that period, right? And then what happens? So Gulf War, put them down there, right? You can read it at your leisure. At your leisure. And then JCPOA resulted in them being under the nations. So you say 3.5, say 3.5. 3.5 what? 3 years and 1.5 what? Half of the 42. 42 keep coming up. That's 21. That's 24 years. They was there, and then they'll be under JCPOA, which is for other nations. And they'll be on there for 342 months, for 3.5 years. 3.5 years. See? This 3.5 comes up all kinds of ways, right? 3.5 years they'll be there. And then if you read Daniel, right, in the middle of the week it'll be broken. That's why I do it. You need Daniel. There's a supplement to this. Because in the middle of the week, Trump broke the deal. In the middle of the week, 7 years. So this is 3 years. This is another 3.5 years, right? 3.5 years, 3.5 years makes 7 years. This 3.5 years on foot nation. Then another 3.5 years negotiating with the Europeans. We're gonna see that in a minute. So from 16, so JCPOA took effect in 1/16/2016, right? And that'd be going for 3.5 years. But if you have 7 years to that puts you at January 2023. Remember that. And 7 years to that puts you at January 2023. That's this year. That'd be 7 years altogether. Keep your mind, keep that in your mind, right? And then it says, right, this is, right, that's 3.5 years. So 3.5 years to get in that position, right? They're negotiating with the, they didn't want to negotiate with America, they didn't want to negotiate with false Israel, they didn't want to negotiate with UK, only with the European powers. That's what's happening right here. That's what that means. So there's 7 years to that point, to get to that point. That put them at January this year. And they didn't go back to JCPOA. I told you they would not go JCPOA. I told you years ago they would not go back, and they haven't went back to it. Because it's not. Angel tells us not. They will go, they're beyond it, but they would never go back to it. Right? You've been over 3.5 years, and that's it. So, and then what happened? And then it said they stood upon their feet. Right? And that would last for about six months. See? Remember that 7 years? That put January 2023. They had 6 months of that to put you around June 2023. Now, when you understand the silence, there's a lot of ways to talk about silence. They're talking about in the fifth seal. I'm not going to that. I'm just showing it basically right here. In Angel, you got every 3 parts represent a nation. 3 parts to African nation, 3 parts to Asian nation, 3 parts to Chinese nation, 2 parts to European nation, 3 parts to our nation, right? So they're in this position here, but normally they're on top, so they would represent the ears, because the ears represent top, the middle part represent the hands, and the bottom part represent the feet, right? In this situation, right? So they represent the ears, but American Britain represents the hand, but now they're on top of each other. So when you put your hands above your ears, that's silence. That's what it's talking about. 6 months to be in silence. That'll put you up to between May and July of this year. May and July this year. And then they will go to war. Then the war will break out. So that's what I'm telling you. Telling in advance, brothers and sisters. There won't be a prophecy I'm telling in advance. That's my calculation. They'll be at war in the Middle East, right? Iran, false Israel, sometime between May and July 2023. That's the war, and then they kicked out. That's the war in heaven. They talk about chapter 20, right? Then they kicked out. They kicked out. That's what it says. They kicked out. Dragon, false Israel, Gog and Magog. They kicked out. Dragons, angels. Okay, so you understand this? So that's what it's talking about here. I'm showing you it's a key. They kicked out. So now the Shia and Iran control the Middle East. The Iran represents an African country that I'm not going to identify. There's someone who's going to take them. I'm not going to identify them. See, there's someone's going. That one's going to take out Satan. Goliath and Satan, the same person. That's stones. That's stones. Anyway, so there they are, right there. See, occurred war in heaven. Michael's angels. Michael's matched for Muhammad. He's going to deliver us, right? Who else could it be? Of him and war with the angels. the war occurred in heaven, and Michael, an angel of him, to war with the dragons and angel and their angels, and they lost. The dragon and his angels lost, right? It was thrown, the dragon, the great serpent, archaic, be called devil and Satan, make earth whole and have it whole. They was thrown out. Earth represents European countries, they're thrown back. Okay, that's what you see right there, brothers and sisters. And then that's what it says, Babylon will fall. Babylon is fallen. See? So we're going to get to that in a minute, brothers and sisters. We're going to get to that in a minute. Okay? At that time, that's false Israel, right? At that time, false Israel is under excuse me, brothers and sisters. No, I can't do that. At that time, false Israel is under siege. See? And so when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, its destruction is near. Now, it's redemption. They try to tell you they're going to redeem because they set them up as a counter to Elijah Muhammad's revealing that we're true to Abraham. They know they truly, they're them. So they set them at 48 because they were trying to counter that. They're fake. Right? But now we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, and that's running and say destruction, so they're about to be destroyed. This is a consequence of the war. See? American, Britain's now they're isolated. Their nuclear weapons are dud. Master Muhammad has neutralized them. Right? And they outnumber 100 to 1. And then under siege and destroyed. Under siege and destroyed. No more false Israel. Right? And America's thrown down. Now, what does that mean? We're going to talk about that. That's Armageddon. We ain't got there yet. What we're going to talk about again, right, is the economic collapse. So at this point, remember, Europe is economic collapse because they've cut the oil off. America's cast down, and Syria and Iran is in power. So there's no. So now they're on economic stress. They're under economic turmoil right now. They're economic collapse at this point. At this point, Europe is on economic collapse. No oil. Russia's the only supplier of it. Russia has it, Europe don't. Right? And now America, go to the next one here, brothers and sisters. Now America, this is what happens that America's cast down. Right? Because here this is, and you read this, chapter 18, I'm not going to read the whole thing right here. It's telling you, it's talking about the economic collapse. But what's happening here is that because of economic collapse, see, and we're going to see that in a minute, because of economic collapse, Europe has no oil. They're under economic collapse, right? They're no oil. So the only oil source, all they have, they can't get it because Middle East is under control by the Shia and Master Muhammad. Only source of oil is Russia. So they got to ally with Russia. The public, they don't have to do it. The public wants it. The public say, we're going to keep starving what America's doing. America puts in this thing, helping us with, wants help with Ukraine, want help with fighting Iran, all that kind of stuff, man. And we you know. So then that's what happens. So what happens, America's right there, they're in Europe. They got thousands, tens of thousands of soldiers there, bases and all that kind of stuff there. And now Europe has turned against them. So they're going to turn their base in their country. They don't want American base in their country. So they turn against them. So now America's at war. And Europe. And the vice between Europe and Russia. And the vice. And now they got to go and fight. And whatever oil reserves they have has to go towards the military. So there'll be no civilian oil here. None, zero. We'll be getting water because it takes oil, fuel for those pumps to put that oil, the water to you. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's what's happening here. So now America, see, that leads to Armageddon. Armageddon East. I'm not gonna go, I don't want to jump the gun here, brothers and sisters. Read at your leisure. This is a leisure, right? This is chapter 18, talking about the total collapse of Europe. That's what he's talking about. Because in 1 hour, all this happens. And this leads to the great betrayal, brothers and sisters. That's the great betrayal. Because, like I said, and I saw the little horse, greenish yellow, and the setting upon it named him death, and Hades was following him, giving him authority upon the fourth earth. The fourth earth, remember, earth represents European countries. That's Britain, America, Europe, and Russia. America is the fourth they're talking about, right? And so they have authority of the fourth earth to kill long sword, famine. Famine is one of the things that they're going to have. Famine, the sword. Sword is, right, war. And by the wild beast earth, who's the wild beast earth? That's just Russia and, right, because their earth represents the European country. That's Russia and Europe. Attacking America. Because they say, remember, it's true, that's wild beast. They're attacking that one that's the fourth. So no matter you could, it's three involved in this, and that's the situation right there. Because that's not the case for Britain, because Britain's up there, they'll be thrown into the sea. So America's the one that's in the earth, and it's between that, so that you should be able to figure it out now, Bruno says that's a great betrayal. Economic collapse will lead to a great betrayal, which leads to Armageddon. We're going to get there. Armageddon East. We're going to get there. We're going to talk about that in detail. I'm just trying to get you step by step to where we are. Great betrayal. See, that's a war. So we're talking about the war in heaven, right? We're talking about, I didn't specifically say this, right? But we're talking about the war against Satan, or false Israel when they siege. So I guess that's one of the minor wars. There's a lot of wars I'm not even talking about. So that's one of the minor wars. Okay. And then what that leads to. Okay. Destruction of false Israel. And the famine. Everything's coming out of that, okay? And again, it says another way. Remember, the earth represents the European countries, right? And will strike themselves upon her, the king's earth. See? So it's talking about one day will come to place, we're talking about Babylon again, right? Falls America. Morning and famine, we're talking about man, fire, and fire we burn down. It's talking about the heart of America again, right? The mourning and famine and death. Same thing I said before, right? Because strong Lord having judged her. Who's the judge? Who's the judge that's judging her? Right? And they will weep and they will strike themselves upon her, the kings of the earth. See? They'll have committed, fornicate her, they live luxuriously because of America. America bailed them out during World War II and everything. See? That's what happened here, brothers and sisters. Great betrayal. So now Americans, and then during this time also the time that the demons are cast down. I'm not talking about that yet, but demons are cast down. Farrakhan is in the wind. Ishmael running with him. A demon. I don't know what you call him. He's not. Ishmael's not a demon. He's sick. He's risen, but he might as well be a demon for the fate that awaits him. And finally, brothers and sisters, again. Now I brought you all the way up to economic collapse and where it leads to. How we got to economic collapse, where it leads to. And during this time, right, this time of separation, the wheat from the chaff, the demons from the saints, the resurrection of the saints, destruction of the uniting of the demons, because they become a powerful army, and the saints become a powerful army too. We're not talking about the elect here. I'm gonna keep it on this level, right? Okay. So they all mix together. That means both of them are impotent, like mixing water and milk. Who wants that? Right? You destroy both of them, but if you leave it long enough, the milk's gonna settle down, the water's gonna settle. So you gotta separate, and then you can drink either one at your leisure. Leisure. This is what happens, brother, during this period. Finally separated. Now both are united to themselves. Saints, powerful army, but they have to go through the demons. I mean, they have to go through tribulation. And demons are powerful army, which will be in the tribulations. Fighting the devils, their devil daddies, trying to take over America. And they're starving. They're starving. Saints won't be starving. My people will eat, your people go hungry. They'll be starving. But they got to go through tribulation. Heard the manna from heaven? I think I said, brothers and sisters. Oh, well, let me touch on this, brothers and sisters. Let me touch on this. Now, x minus 3 times x plus 3 equals x2. I'm showing you right there how you multiply it. X squared minus 9. So understand that. You do the multiplication yourself, brothers and sisters. Then you understand this. This equation, everything's mathematics. Mathematics, Islam, mathematics. It's mathematics. Anything that's not mathematics, it's false. All these religions are false. Every one of them. Not based on mathematics. Because everything, in reality, everything you see came out of mathematics. Not Christianity, not Buddhism, not Hinduism, none of that stuff. They gave you that to get you out of reality. Once they know you remove you into the phantom zone, you can't do anything to them. You can't make guns, knives, anything to attack them with. See? Because the only way they can be destroyed was mathematics. And they take and castrate you from, neutralize you from mathematics anyway. So we'll just move on. So right here, so on the left and the right, remember I showed you they're equal. Right, they're equal. You multiply, you get, right, they're equal. But on the left is summary version. Summarize. On the right is detailed version, but they're both equal. But are they? So this is the mathematical deception, because this, deception is one way they tell you lies. That's one form of deception. Another form of deception is falsehood, mixing lies with truth. Another third form of deception is to tell you the truth. Well, how can I deceive, tell the truth? The Quran is the truth. Remember the golden calf? It was pure. Made it sound out of blemish. But it was false. But it was true. But it was false. But it was true. It's false. Right? Not a blemish. Beautiful, golden. But it's false. It's true. It's false. What is it? The Quran is true. It's false. True. It's false. It was true for 1,500 years ago, for 1,000 years. It has no impact on the world today, except for those who recite it. But as soon as they ain't control anything, they're on the foot the mathematics. They've done mathematics, but they can't go so far with it, but they got it. And it's more powerful enough to spring everybody else down. That's why I told Adam told Smith to Iblis. Iblis told Smith to Adam. I tell him that's why the Sunnis there. They're who Iblis is. They're the jinn. But I ain't gonna submit, right? They're the only nation in the world. They told you, I don't want banks, I don't want none of that stuff. You see, all this stuff is clear enough, brothers and sisters. They resist America at every point. Only nation on the planet does that. They might have different economic system or different political system, but they live like America. They like America, eat pork and everything else, like, whatever, banks, all 9 yards. Anyway, move on. So what we're saying is we're going to say X, for those who understand a little bit of algebra, X represents the current time, the time you are right now. And T represents the event that's going to take place. T represents the time of an event that's going to take place, right? Okay. So let's see what goes with this. So say an event's going to take place in 2023, but you're in 2021. So you're in the first year, right, leading up to, or 3 years from now, which will take care of the event occur. So you right here, the event's gonna take place 3 years from now. So you're in the first year of 3 years, right? So you put one in there, right? One where X is, and you put three where time is, right? Because that's the event. That's gonna stay. The event is not gonna change. The event, like I say, New Year's take place on the 1st of January. At least their New Year's, right? It's not gonna migrate, move around like they do their fake Ramadan. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Hold on. Coming. Doors open. Here. Let's see. See, a lot of things happening, brothers and sisters, and I have to take care of them right now. So just give me a minute. A minute. Just give me a few minutes. Brothers and sisters, I'm gonna close out here because I have to spend some time here, take care of this. So, what's going to be ready to cover, I already covered in my previous presentations. So, and I'll go over it again on the next session. Okay, thank you.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Hi, salam alaikum. Sisters and brothers, Sulaiman Rahim here, the judge, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, crusher, Hulaman. One second here, brothers and sisters. Part 3, famine, great tribulation. 13-part series, brothers and sisters. The apocalypse, covering the whole range of the apocalypse, which Armageddon is properly Armageddon, is just one battle. I know Farrakhan is telling you all Armageddon, his Armageddon's already started. Well, it has not. Maybe his Armageddon, whatever he thinks his Armageddon is. So they mentioned one time in the scriptures, that's in Revelations. And he has no clue what that means. No clue what that means. No clue, unless he's broke the 7 seals. Because if you haven't broken the 7 seals, you're just pulling crap out your behind. Because it tells you, no one in heavens or earth, no one in heavens or earth or on earth could break those seals, but one individual. They couldn't break seals, couldn't even look at it. Couldn't get any information out of it. It was totally sealed. So unless Farrakhan's broken those seals, he had no idea what he's talking about. And he's going, well, Armageddon's already. Well, let's unpack this, brothers and sisters. Now, his Armageddon's already started. Because, I mean, people have been saying that for over a year. He just Johnny come late. All of a sudden, since January, Armageddon has already started. Wait a minute. Mr. Prophet, you're supposed to tell us in advance, right? But your statement is already started. So that means you didn't see it coming. Because if you didn't see it coming, then why are you telling anybody? He's probably the watchman, go tell before it happened. So you say, oh, it has already started. That means you didn't see it coming. And if you didn't, then you didn't do your job because you didn't tell anybody. Because when you told them, they said already started. Like, oh, the hurricane is here. Wait a minute. We can see it's here. If it is here, we don't need the weatherman to tell us that. He always tells us, hey, the hurricane's on the way. What you need to do about it, get some details. But Farrakhan said, oh, Armageddon started. Oh, what? Okay, say okay. And he says the war is all war. I mean, this is a great war. That's going to destroy 2/3 of the earth and all that. I mean, it's going to be a great war, atomic war. I mean, his idea of Armageddon is going to destroy everything. The great war is going to all wars because that's his idea of Armageddon. Nuclear war and everything, whole 9 yards, right? So if he tells it's already started, then how do you know when they're going to start dropping the bombs? If it's already started, how do you know there could be a nuclear attack here today or tomorrow? How do you know? He says it's already started, so I mean, anything could happen. But he's not telling you that, is he? He's not telling you what to prepare, what to do. He said, oh, just believe in him. Just stay forlorn to him and maybe even pray. I mean, is that... It's worth, it's not even worth even talking about, actually. Because it already started. This is the great war, it's going to end all wars. Nuclear war in the whole 9 yards, right? Then, if it's already started, that means bombs could be dropping any minute. Nuclear bombs could be going up any minute. But why ain't he talking about that? Why ain't he tell you what he should be doing? I mean, the war's already started, right? And the house already on fire, right? He went, oh, the house is on fire, right? That's it. Well, if it's on fire, I mean, what it do? I mean, it's on fire, means flames, it's hot. People, if you're in there, you get burned up and everything. So it's already started, and it's going to be the war in all wars. Why isn't that telling you what to do? I mean, tell you the facts. So who's going to hit what first? Where should go over here? Should do that. You see what I'm saying? Think about it. If you have the ability to think. Because he took the ability to think away from, that's the whole story about Peter, right? He said Peter, right? So you say these people, but you don't look and go and see what these people did. What did Peter do? As fast as Jesus put the open ears, he was cutting them off. And that's what he did. Elijah Muhammad gave you ears to hear, and Farrakhan came right behind him, cut them off. Devil ain't devil no more. Demons are some spooks and spirits. We're going to bring devils in our eye. We ain't going nowhere. Everything totally against. And then they go against Elijah Muhammad. And then he got nerved up to say, that's not nerve. That's not even nerve. That's not even nerves. They don't have any nerves. They're all liars over there, all weak, so you can't say there's nerves. But they get up there and say, this is Elijah Muhammad's teaching. And that's a goddamn lie. A goddamn lie. Say that again, it's a goddamn lie. They're not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. I was there. They're not secondhand stuff. I was there. I was there in Chicago from 1975. I wasn't just FYI selling papers, right? I was a former Muhammad Street newspaper, night shift, third shift. See? My wife, she ran Elijah Muhammad's MGT shop. With his old dresses and all that kind of stuff with MGT. You know? She had been to his house. She had talked to him. See? Her brother was a minister in Peoria. So I was there. Only thing they tried to get me to be a minister, I didn't want to be a minister. Because I'm not a personable type person. I don't particularly like dealing with people. Not that I don't like people. I'm just hermit. I just, you know. So they tell you that they're teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. They're telling a goddamn lie. They pick and choose little things here and there. But Elijah Muhammad said we'd be fools to stay here in the land of our imprisonment. We got the tape saying it. This ain't something somebody I'm just saying my memory. We got the tapes. I'll play them anytime you want. See? And no, we ain't going nowhere. See, I had some one Negro butt, right? Hey man, he didn't say that. He says, and then I played tape, and then he got mad. Like my says, I played tape, and he got mad. See? Because he want to hold on fire con no matter what. Especially the demons, he had no choice. So we're going to move on to this, bro. So I said 13-part series, and we're going to cover Apocalypse from one end to another. This is the third, part 3. Part 1 just gave the countdown to Apocalypse. Apocalypse hasn't started yet. It won't start to the one in the Middle East, which I calculate what happened as early as May, as late as July 2023. I'm on record. I don't give it on archives. As early as May, that's next month, latest July. And that's going to kick off the apocalypse, which Armageddon is just one battle. There's lots of battles, and we're going to cover them. And there's some more that I'm not even mentioning. I'm giving you the major battles, okay? Hope I don't get any interruptions, brothers and sisters. We got a lot of things going on here, and if I do, I just have to stop and continue. Okay, let's go on, move on. Countdown to the apocalypse. Countdown to the apocalypse. We're talking about, brothers and sisters, and I'm taking you up to the apocalypse, which happened a couple of months. Early as May, late as July, according to my calculations, right? And then get you there and then take you through it all the way to the end. Let's see here. This series, brother, says these are the topics we're going to cover. Always the apocalypse. Give you details. Bro, I can't give you all this BS, conjecture, generalization. Oh, watch the weather. You see, Armageddon's already started. America's unraveling. Never any details. And that's part of the math of deception I'll talk about that at the end of this if we have time, right? The math of deception. I tell you, everything is mathematics, brothers and sisters. Islam is mathematics, mathematics, Islam. Using math of deception against you. I told you, the devils are using mathematics against you. I showed you the mathematics of electricity. I showed you that mathematics, right? I showed you the mathematics of 5 fundamental principles of Islam, right? How they apply it. I showed you the mathematics in different forms. Now I show you the math of deception. And it's actual mathematics, brothers and sisters. It's not something that they pull out there behind and call mathematics. Like now they're talking about, well, we're electrical beings. No, we're not. We're not electrical, because they don't understand how electricity works. Or it's the stir, the stat, no, that's not, we're not electrical beings, brothers and sisters. We would be burned up. We're not electrical beings. It don't work that way. We're vibrating beings, a whole different thing. But see, they don't know. So electricity is a powerful thing. We're electrical beings. If you understand if we're electrical beings, how can we be electrocuted? How we oppose electricity? If we're electrical beings, right? Then electricity, should be favorable to us. But electricity kills us. You put your hand in an electrical socket and you get electrocuted. Because we're electrical beings, we conduct electricity. That's what electrical beings do. They conduct electricity. But we don't conduct electricity. We resist electricity. So what happens when I shouldn't go into detail, but says electricity is basically, I don't know, I may just try as simple as possible, brothers and sisters. Say, for instance, you got a bunch of people, right? A line of people, 100 people, they're all lined up. And every one of them has to have a basic basketball in their hand, has to have it. Because if you caught out a basketball in your hand, right, you get shot, right? Somebody takes the basketball away from one of them. He's about to get shot. What are you going to do? He's going to snatch the basketball from another person. And they're going to do the same thing. So I got a current. That's electrical current. See? And if you take 2 basketballs, the current go faster. Because everybody snatch it because they don't want to get shot. Snap this guy, so he got snatched. If you take 3, they get turned, even get more. Electricity power increases, right? That's electricity. That's electricity work. Our bodies don't work like that. Our bodies don't work like that. Not at all. See? But that's what they so ignorant. They trying to wax mathematical when they had no mathematics. Our bodies don't work like that. If it worked like that, you'd burn up. That's why when you get electrical current, it burns you up. Because what happens is, if they put electrical current in you, what happens? Okay, when you go and put your hand in a socket, right? It snatches electrons away from you. That's why you get electrocuted. So it does. Your body is the same thing as that people in that line, right? So now they start snatching electrons from one part of your body to another, next to it, because now you're throwing your body out of whack. And the point is, the electrons that hold your molecules together. So if you start pulling away, your molecules start coming apart. That's why you get burned. Electrical burns and things. Because if they pull electricity away from you, your skin comes unraveled. That's why you have a big scar there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. The dumbass people, oh man. I'll be glad when they're gone. See, I'm patient, but I ain't that damn patient. You read about Jonah. Jonah wasn't patient at all. He said, Master, what you waiting for? What are you waiting for? He said, no, man, he's merciful. He said, no, I want to wait. Give him a little more time. Because there's 120,000 on the right here from their left. I'm going to give him a little more time. Right? Because that's his baby. Elijah Muhammad follows his baby. He. what's going on here. Having trouble here. Okay, anyway. We'll see. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Always a little technical. Always trying to stop this truth, brothers and sisters. Easy for them to put the sun out. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. That's the message to you. Before apocalypse happened. Get out. Remember now when they closed the doors? When apocalypse hit, they're going to close these doors, brothers and sisters. And the only route you can have out here is in the Lamb's Book of Life. And this is a mercy to you. See? Because it said those, right? It says, how do you say it? We should get the quote right. A snare. Right? A snare set for you, brothers and sisters. Right? Those set upon the earth comes as a snare. Come as a snare. What's a snare? A trap that you don't see. Then you're caught in it. And you're about to be caught in this trap. And that's why Master Muhammad had to come. Michael, you never hear him talking Michael, do you? Who else could? We're going to be delivered. And is Michael going to do it? He got to be Master Muhammad. Unless it's some other deliverer. So he had to snatch out of here. He snatched out of here, right? At time of unprecedented trouble. So we was in the trap, he was there, right? It says that's the time of Jacob's trouble. He'd be delivered out of it. We'd be delivered out of it. And he's only going to deliver those in the Lamb's Book of Life. But I'm giving you a mercy, bro. So I'm telling you to get the hell out of here before you're trapped. Get the hell out. Get out. That's why it says, we're going to read this, bro. So it's telling you right here. It's a mercy to you. And I'm giving it to you. After I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, having authority great, and earth was lighting up out of the glory of him, he cried out in strong voice, saying, Babylon, Babylon fell. The great, that's America. She became a dwelling place of demons. Demons, that means real people. You know, headaches and dispositions and anxieties, they don't dwell anywhere. They're conditions. These are people here. Pharaoh, when I tell you, oh, demons, because he's one of them. He is a demon. What's a demon? It's chaff that was sown amongst the wheat. It's the devil's seed that looks like us. Devils in black skin. Wolves in sheep clothing. Beware, you totally beware of them, right? He's one of the chief one. Louis Eugene Grounds, NY backwards. You can't make this up, brothers and sisters. And as you can dwell in every unclean in prison, every unclean bird have been hated because of the wild anger of fornication, her having fallen all the nations. Who has control of the nations, brothers and sisters? Who's affected all the nations like that? And get back to, and just a little side segue here. Who is the only nation on the planet sanctioning everybody? Stop from buying and selling, and particularly what? Because they don't worship another beast, false Israel. Now who is doing, how complicated does that be? Who is the only nation on the planet doing that? It's America. And if you're worshiping that, then you got the mark. It ain't no physical mark on you're going to get it's 666. That means if you then you're going to hell. You're going to be destroyed. Because that's the beast that's the target of God's destruction. We're going to talk about that in a minute. See? Because this whole about famine here. And we're going to talk about that in detail. We're going to get details here. So if you can't get that, bro, and sisters, just stop. Just go back to what NFL and NBA, right? And scratching your ass, whatever you was doing. Braiding your hair, right? Pulling your pants down, sticking your ass out. Go do whatever you was doing. If you can't understand a simple thing that 666 is America, that sanction everybody that don't do what they tell them to do and don't worship false Israel, right? If you can't see that simple truth, then stop. Don't waste your time. Just move on, brothers and sisters. I don't waste your time. Because you need all the time you got right now, bro. Eat all the steaks and chitlins or whatever you're eating. Have fun with it right now, because a few more days, but you don't have nothing. So I'm leave you alone. I don't enjoy the last few minutes you got, because you ain't got many. Believe me. See, okay, and because have fallen all nations, and the kings of earth were committed fornication and traveling merchants. Right? What's that? Capitalism, right? Earth committed fornication, right? And became rich. Who's supposed to be the rich country? America, right? I mean, how can you miss this? I heard another voice out of heaven say, come out of her, my people, get the hell out of here. So you don't be taken out of place, because she's a target of God's destruction, wrath, for what they did to us in the Holocaust. This dear brothers and sisters, chapter 18, read it. And move on, brothers and sisters. I'm keep these pretty brief because, like I said, I got 13 of them. I'm trying to get one every day. It's a whole series, because that's where we are right now. Apocalypse, part 3. This part 3, brothers, says the famine. Famine. See, famine. Brothers and sisters, you have no idea what's about to hit you. Like Muhammad tell the brothers you don't have no idea what's about to hit them. What's going on here, brothers and sisters? Okay. Oh, there you go. The crucifix they tell you about, brothers and sisters, that's us. We was crucified 500 years ago. They made clear war on us 500 years ago. They declared war on our whole nation 500 years ago. They destroyed us. It says they would come out the pit by abyss, right? Who was in the dark age for 1,000 years? Was it China? Was it India? Was it Australia? Or was it Europe? See, that's chapter 12, 20. That's it. See the whole world. You got to see about everything. It's right there. It's clear in your mind. Who was in the pit for 1,000 years? That is history. That was them. So you know who they were. And it says there was a resurrected nation. Who was a resurrected nation that resurrected from others? That's Abraham's Islamic resurrected nation that kept them in the pit. You had the rise of Islam and the cast down of the European countries for 1,000 years. And then they would come out seeking to kill, steal, and destroy. And that's exactly what happened. So they covered the whole earth. They didn't know about the whole earth. Who's covered the whole earth? What did Britain say? The sun does not set on the British Empire. They covered the whole earth. And America, who's the two primary empires and who's the only two world empires, European world empires that you know about? America and Britain. I mean, you can't. Okay. And so at the end, they would go around the people that imprisoned them, right? The holy city, and that's when they'd be destroyed. And that's what's Middle East. I should have mentioned that yesterday when I talked about the Middle East, or the day before. See? Because that's part of it, anyway. But nothing changed, brothers and sisters. Let me back up here. Nothing's changed. Nothing changed. They crucified, took everything away from everything. Everything away from us. See? He had crucified of a nation and crucified of Suleiman. Crucifixion. See? They took everything. See? But Suleiman, he kept his nakedness. It was covered that because they took that. Pharaoh was destroyed and they would have been gone already. But from our nation, they took everything, nothing. See? They took everything. But Suleiman has his mind. That's the purpose. But he took everything from him too. But he has mind. They took everything from our people, everything. Told his neck, told naked, cold, crucified, nothing. They left you with nothing. See, that Suleiman is going to return it back to you. Everything they took from you. And like it says in Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom came back 7 times greater than ever was before. And it was great before, but when it goes 7 times greater, that's going to blow some fuses. Okay. Here it is. Part 3, famine, great tribulation. See? Famine. Okay, let's go into this, brothers and sisters. Now, we talk about the war in the Middle East. That's the war that triggers all this, right? When that takes place, that starts apocalypse. When that takes place, you will have no power in the Middle East anymore. You have no control at all because the Shia are going to have total control or all of it in the Middle East, all of it. See? Which, I explained this in yesterday, but I'm going a little bit here, which means Europeans are stuck because they totally depend upon oil, Middle East and Russia, but they can't get Russian oil anymore because America got them in a conflict with Russia, and they don't like it. They don't like it. And that oil line that got blown up, they don't like it. And so now they're in real trouble because now they have no access to oil at all. And America cannot give it to them because America has got rid of SPR, Strategic Patrol Reserves, and they're gonna need it all because this got defeated in the Middle East, and that's what's supposed to happen. That wasn't supposed to happen. The Air Force was destroyed. They can't tell the public how the Air Force was destroyed because Michael and his angels will make war. Master Muhammad's going to destroy their Air Force. It's not going to be of no value. It's not going to work. It's going to be like a dud, right? Blanks. And when they try to pull that nuclear trigger, that's going to be blanks too. While Israel try to pull that nuclear trigger, it blanks too. So now they at their mercy. They outnumbered like hundreds to one over there. See? So they have total control of it. So now the only source of oil they have would be nobody. Because Middle East, they cut them off. So now they have to go back to Russia. So that means they have to ally with Russia against America. That's what it says. They're all going to turn against America. You already see it happening right now. And the war hasn't even started. France is talking, dissing America. Brazil is dissing America. Japan is dissing. I told you before, Japan was going to end up going against America when the war starts. Everybody's walking away. But you ain't see nothing yet because they're going to be totally abandoned. They got not any friends at all. Not even amongst themselves. Because their enemy, the whole country is going to be a war against itself. With their loyal house Negroes, they're going to turn against them, demons. So that's something we're going to talk about down the line. But what happens when that's cut off? And America finds it just got defeated. And as a result of being defeated, that kicks off Armageddon. Armageddon East. Because when the Europeans have to turn to Russia for oil, because they can't even battle, they don't have no reserves over there. They can't even go to battle or even help American battle anyway, because they need oil and handle all of for the military. The civilian population not going to sit around, even if they had it, they going to sit around and starve everything because of war that America started. They wasn't for. So that gets more political stuff. But the bottom line is they have to do that. And now you got all these military bases over there and hundreds of thousands of soldiers over there, and now they're exposed. Because when they side Russia, that means they're going to take out all those military sites. They're going to attack them. Now America's got to run to defense. That's Armageddon East. That's Armageddon East. And plus, they're going to have to explain to the public how the Air Force got destroyed. And they can't tell them that Master Muhammad did it, that these so-called UFOs did it. They can't tell them that. So Russia. You see, already building that up anyway. And that's what happened. So now they're in a war over there. Armageddon East. See, if you understand the INJIL, there's two Armageddon. There's a place Armageddon and there's a people Armageddon. That's no story together. So you got Armageddon East and Armageddon West. It says they're taking the one place called Armageddon. Called Armageddon. I mean, it was. How called that? Like somebody could call you, whatever. I mean, that might be your name, but they call you that. Shorty. Your name may be Jane. Hey, Shorty. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what triggers Armageddon over in Europe. But now America needs all they do have for military. That means you have a total drought of oil, and oil runs everything in America. Oil runs everything. Like your heart stopping. And your body dies. The whole economy, everything just dies. It dies in Europe too, for a minute. Until they allow that's forcing them to ally with Russia. Because when it all cut off, it's Chapter 18 says that economy totally collapsed overnight. Only way it's revived and they taken ally with Russia. When they do that, then that's Armageddon East. And now America's got have to go in and support their military. That means all they do have has to be used for that purpose. That means we're all for consumer, for public consumption. If there's very little, it said initially there'd be a little. It says they'll sell cow, a bird dung, it'd be astronomical amounts of money. And a donkey's head, astronomical amount of money. That's why they said they're going to throw their money in the streets, the gold in the street, because it'll be worth nothing. If there's no oil, it'll be worth nothing, because there'll be no food. And no food, that money won't mean anything to you. If you're starving to death, you give $1 billion away to eat. to get a hamburger. You tell me if you starve to death and you got $1 billion right here, and he said, I want $1 billion for a hamburger, you're going to pay it. You're going to pay it. If no ifs, ands, about it, especially these weak people, these devils, they're going to pay it. And that's why I said they throw the money in the street could be worthless, because they can't get any food at all. There's nothing to buy. Initially, for a few days, it'd be something, but they'd be run all the food that's left in the factories and everything else all gone. In the warehouse, everything's all gone. Walmart, all that's gone. We're running all that stuff. Once they realize no food coming, and those few days that the food is here, egg might cost you what, $1,000 an egg? Can you afford that? Because they don't have no oil to transport the stuff. I mean, if they can't get oil, how much you think is what, $10,000 a gallon or whatever? So if they do that, that means they got to support the food from, if they can get it from the farms, because people around the farms are going to took that already, right? But they got to get it from there to processing place, to process places, warehouses, right? To warehouses to the stores, right? How much that going to cost? By the time you get to the store, what, the egg costs you $10,000? If they can get that far, because they get hijacked. You understand what I'm saying, brother and sister? That's instant famine. That's why they be drinking blood, because there'll be no water. How you think they get water to you? How you get your water? If you don't get it from the stores, you get it from the sink, and they got to pump it in. How you get pumping in oil to do that? So you won't have no food, no oil. It's coming. As soon as that war breaks out in the middle, it's be right behind that. See? And they're going to see the first going to hit. See, I heard someone say, well, it's going to be famine in the Middle East. There's not going to be no famine in the Middle East. I mean, you know, we got to say things correctly. There'd be a famine in false Israel. It's more like, famine might be the word, but they'll be under siege and no food will be allowed to go in or out. And that's why it says men's hearts be filled with fear. Those things come upon the earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. That means heaven has to be some way they can see, recognize. Otherwise, how would they know it be shaken? The heaven is Middle East. And the thing is, they see what happened to false Israel over there when it's taken down, right? It's under siege, right? And their nuclear trigger is trying to be a blank. And they're under siege, and they're starving. And they're going to have, should have drones all over the place, watch people. This is scripture said they're going to cannibalize each other. Son and father, father, he be sons, son be fathers. And they're going to see us all over the world. The cannibalism is going to take place as far as Israel. It's going to start there. And they're going to say they see it coming here. They said men's hearts be failing, but fear those things come upon earth. They know it's coming here. Earth, European countries, specifically America. So they know it's coming here on the way. And especially now the teachers, everything has become clear. They know it's on the way, and their hearts failing for fear. They know it's coming. But if their hearts failing for anxiety of it, anticipation of it, what do you think will happen once it gets here? So that's the famine, brothers and sisters. So we're going to talk about some more detail about the famine. That event will cut America off, and that'd be a famine. Total famine here. No food at all. None. Zero. They won't be doing a smile on their face, though. And first it's going to come out, it's going to be like, I'm going to go a lot of detail in this, brothers and sisters. I say, flee. Why are you fleeing? Why are you telling you to flee? You're not fleeing from the army. You're not fleeing from the Air Force. You're not fleeing from the police. You're fleeing from your next door neighbor. They tell you, don't go in your house. Don't get your baby on the way, just run. What? If you were fleeing from the police or an army or whatever, right? It would make no difference for you to run anyway, because you run right into them, wouldn't you? And they didn't have time to get there anyway. So if you're fleeing from the army and you're fleeing from the police force, they catch you when you get on the highway. And that's not you're not fleeing from. You're fleeing from your neighbor, because they're going to eat you. And it says it's going to be seafood at first, because when it kicks in, right? They will say, hey, we got food, why don't you come over, Sammy? See, because I got a lot of Negro bus out there living out there amongst them. See? Most of the original people going to be in the cities. They don't have to be doing much fleeing. But the ones living out in the suburbs, remember, civil rights movement, they want to be close to master, house Negroes. See? But you got a lot of us out there too. A lot of us out there too. Ain't just the demons. The house Negroes, it's just not them. But it says flee, because flee from your neighbor. They say, hey, come on over, Sammy. We got food here, man. You don't know you're gonna be the food. You walk in, boop. And they say, no, you're in the oven. If they have an oven, they probably won't have an oven. Unless you got a gas oven. When the gas runs out, that won't work. Anyway, you're gonna be in the pot, whatever. You're gonna be the meal. See? And people be missing everything. And then that's gonna be a little while, maybe a week or whatever, before people figure out. They're eating people. And that starts another whole war. I'm gonna get into as we get along in this series. See? But that's why it says flee, because they could be eating you. You don't believe it? Let's see what Scripture says. Okay. Let's see what Scripture says, brothers and sisters. Okay. Just a little graphics. Okay. Starving. These people can't, 3 meals, they haven't missed a meal in 500 years. Taking food out of other people's mouths. Then we'll go through I did some research. We'll go to some biblical scriptures, see what they have to say about it. Look at this one. This is what the Lord God says. This is Jerusalem. I place her at the center of the nations with lands around her. But she has rebelled against my ordinance, more weaker than the nations. So you think they're talking about Jerusalem? So you gotta understand, they're talking about America here. See? More than nations, and against my statutes more than lands which surround her. For they have rejected my ordinances and have not walked in my statutes. Therefore, this is what the Lord God says, because you have more turmoil than nations that surround you, right? And have not walked in my statutes. All this crime, all this stuff is going on, right? No executing my judgment, ordinances, no acting in accordance with ordinances of nations around you, right? That means you don't obey your covenants and all that stuff. You do whatever you want to do. You put stains on people and everything. You make agreements, you don't keep them. Remember the so-called Native Americans or whatever, right? Therefore, this is what the Lord said, and I will execute judgment against you in the sight of the nations. That means whoever this nation is, the judgment is going to be against them, and everybody's going to see it because they're a target. So who is this nation that's so bad that God's going to particularly target them? See, he says, do as you have done should be done to you. And the judgment take place 1619 and 2019. That's the 40 years. That's the Abrahamic covenant. The 2020 will be the judgment. It came in round time. Kill the firstborn, that's the elderly, and pass over us. It did. Check the World Health Organization. See how it affected Africa. Somehow it wasn't affecting Africa when blacks didn't live. But they tell you it's dropping like flies, right? That's the beginning of judgment. As you had done, shall be done to you. So America, what have you been doing for the last 40 years? How'd you get this land? What happened to stuff? You genocide? What happened to bring us over here and destroying us? Raping us, killing us, murdering us, and everything else? As you have done, shall be done to you. God is not mocked. So you're going to be made an example of between all the nations. That's what it says right here. Let's go on a little further, bro. Since Ezekiel, I'm actually putting them so you can go in and do it yourself. Oh, he making himself, no, here's Ezekiel 5:10. And because of all your abominations, I will do among you what I have not done, and like which I will never do again. It says also in the Quran, it said, I will punish you like I've never punished any other nation before. Because it said, they was asking Jesus, hey, we need food. He said, okay. So Allah said, I will give you food. But if you disobey me after I do this, right, I will chastise you like I chastised no other nation ever. Talking about the same people, Adam, right? But I'll never do again. So you talking about that happened way back, false Israel, 4,000 years ago. Then why are you talking about? And now we talking about the great tribulation going to be worse than it before. So they couldn't be talking about that because they'd never do it again. So there got to be something happening now. Because if this is what time of unprecedented trouble, then this must be happening now. Because they said never do it again. So if that happened way back then we shouldn't be worried about anything. Because they said never do that again. But they're telling it's going to be a great destruction. See, I mean, you got to be talking about it now. See, you can easily tear stuff apart if you got a mind. But Farrakhan just told you, Sonny, you shouldn't think. Don't think. Just listen to him. Therefore, fathers will eat their sons among you. Cannibalism. They wouldn't do it unless it's a famine, a total famine. The pets are gone. The dogs are gone. This time next year will be a dog in America. Will be a cat in America. Oh, I just got this platform. Because you can't say about cats and dogs. You say about Negroes. You can't say about cat and dogs. Therefore, fathers eat their sons among you, and sons eat their fathers. For I will execute judgment on you and scatter you all your remnants to every wind. They try to say it was us. We wasn't cannibals. They tried to make us cannibals. They wasn't cannibals when they came and got us. We wasn't their fathers, wasn't their sons, sons their fathers. We wasn't doing that. They try to make that applies to us. Right? See? For I will execute judgment on you and scatter all your remnants to every wind. Therefore, as I live, declares the Lord, because if that applied to us, that meant all Africa could have been dispersed. If that applied, what did it imply? It says some of you. It was done to all that, to the whole nation. It was done to all Africa. Right? It's talking about a whole nation here. That means it was done to all Africa. If I was talking about us, all Africa has been dispersed right now. And therefore, as I live, declares Lord God, because you have defiled my sanctuary with all your detestable idols and with all your abominations. That gets a deeper thing. But talking about real Jerusalem over there, but that's another story. I definitely will also withdraw my eye and my eye will have no pity, and I will not spare me. Woo! It said, there the wrath is come. It's told the Lamb and the God. Who's the Lamb? The one broke the 7 seals. He said, have no pity. None, zero. Why? What you done hard cuts to my people? Chapter 18 said, do double. And a third of you will die by plague or perish by famine. That famine is going to be so severe, you're going to perish by it. Plague and famine. Remember the plagues? Among you, a third will fall by a sword among you, a third will scatter every wind. I will unsheath a sword behind them. That means the war is coming here. That's the goat war. We're going to talk about that later on. So famine is just beginning your problem. You have famine. When the famine, you have wars during the famine here. You're in the war over there. During the famine, you're going to be at war over in Armageddon East. Right? But you're also going to be war here too. I'm going to get to those. We get to those wars. Right? But if you got a famine, I mean, everybody's going to be eating everybody. There's no food. You can't trust anybody. That's why they truly be gray-headed. They can't stay home. Because they're going to be eating. What happened to Sally, Mom? Oh, no, I ain't seen her. How come her hair is in a pot? Okay, Leviticus. And if despite all this, you disobey and continue hostile to me, because they aren't banned. Look, go right now. You see what's going on? I'm a man. I feel like a man today. I feel like a woman today, right? I can do anything. And it tells you script. That's totally. She had no discipline. A part of discipline, because it takes energy to have discipline, and they're weak. They're weak discipline by nature. That's why I had to keep sending prophets to them to boost it back up. See, we're very disciplined people by nature. They're very undisciplined people. That's why I had to prophets keep. They kept falling away. Their discipline and what's this? What it means? In other words, you can't discipline your body. Your body just wants to do everything it wants to do. You want to eat all the time. You want to do everything. All your little tastes, right? All your every sensation, it's out of control. So you want everything. You want to be a man, want to be a woman. You want to sleep with it. That's what that means. That's a sign that you're being destroyed because you have no cap. You have to control your appetites because your body's out of control. And so you trying to satisfy all of them. So they don't know what you are. You're anything. You're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing everything you can think of because your body's just out of control. You're doing all this stuff. That's what's going on right now. And that's a sign of destruction because when you lose discipline, that means you lose power. That's another story, bro. Says I'm not sure we'll get to deep into that. Okay. See, they use the word discipline. In spite of all this, you discipline, continue hostile to me, continue my hostile rage against you. Hostile rage against you. This is talking about God himself. And to my Suleiman also, we'll talk about that in a minute. I myself will discipline you. So you're going to put some discipline because you don't have any. For your sins sevenfold, 7 times. Woo! Till you begin to eat the flesh of your own sons and daughters. Here again, famine. Why are you eating the flesh of your sons and daughters? Because you have no food. There's no food at all. I will demolish your high places, overthrow your incense stands, and cast your corpse upon the corpse of your idols. In my loathing of you, I will lay waste your cities and desolate your sanctuaries, refuse in your sweet-smelling offerings. So devastated will I leave the land that your enemies who come live there will stand aghast at the sight of it. And you I will scatter among the nations at the point of my drawn sword, leaving your countryside desolate, your seas deserted. See? We'll drag them here on ships. Not by swords, but that's another story. Well, whatever. And then shall the land during the time is laid waste make up its Lord's Sabbath while you in the land of your enemies. Then shall the land have rest, make up for a Sabbath during all time that lies desolate, during the rest that you would not leave, that have on your Sabbath when you live there. That gets to a little more spiritual stuff, bro. So I'm not going to, that's not the point I'm trying to make here. I'm just talking about the famine. And I will, this is Jeremiah now. And I will frustrate the plan of Judah and Jerusalem in this place. I'll make them fall by the sword before the enemies, and by the hand of those who seek their life. I will make their their corpses food for the birds of the sky and the animals of the earth. I also turned this city into an object of horror and hissing. So you said we wouldn't have no cities. Remember you told me we wouldn't have no cities. We was in the jungle out there, right? So based on that idea, it could be us, right? We said we didn't have no cities. We was in the jungle. We was just apes out there, right? But it says, and turn this city into an object of horror and hissing. Everyone that passed by will appalled his because of its disasters. Now, here we go. And I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and flesh of their daughters, sons and daughters, right? They'll eat one another's flesh. Not just son and daughter. They eat one another's flesh during the siege. What siege? That's when the goat comes. That's another war. Because China's coming. China's coming. We're going to talk about that war. In the hardship, which the enemies and these who see life will torment them. Because this when this famine kicks in, it's going to stay until Armageddon's over, Armageddon West's over, and Armageddon East. Because Armageddon signals the end of European civilization. But that's not the end of all the wars. It's the end of European civilization. That's what Armageddon does. He says, war in all wars. No, that just begins a lot of wars. See? Let's move on. Here's Deuteronomy. The Lord bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth, as the eagle swamps down, a nation whose language you will not understand. Nations that will define. You see, the thing is, if they said it was us, then they have to admit they treat us really badly, didn't they? Right? A nation with a defiant attitude who have no respect for the old, nor show favor to the young. Furthermore, it will eat the offspring of your herd and produce of your ground until you are destroyed. So it said they will come in. That didn't happen in Africa. They didn't go in and take over the land. They found colonialism, right? See? Caucasus. That was the word Caucasus. I couldn't get that word out for nothing, but Caucasus, right? So they came in, they took people out of Africa. It was a while before they went in and tried to colonize it, right? Furthermore, They will eat the offspring of your herd, right? Just eat your cattle, that kind of stuff, right? That didn't happen. Didn't happen in Africa, right? Until you are destroyed, a nation that will leave you no grain, no wine, no oil, no newborn of your cow or the young of your flock, until they have eliminated you. Africa's not been eliminated. Africa's not been eliminated. And it will besiege you and all your towns until you, that wasn't to besiege, they didn't come to besiege the whole Africa, until your high fortified walls, which we had high fortified walls, in which you trusted come down throughout your land, and it will besiege you and all your towns throughout your land, which Lord God has given you. First of all, nobody gave us Africa. We've lived there forever. America was given to them. See? It was given to them. It was, well, see, we say given to them like there was a present God gave. No. See? But Adam was given rule. That's what it means, bro says. But, you know, you be careful reading these things. See? But Africa wasn't given to us or given to, see what I'm saying? Then you, this is Deuteronomy 28. Then you eat the offspring of your own body. This is famine, brothers and sisters. You don't do this unless there's no food. Then you eat the offspring of your own body, the flesh of your sons and your daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you. See? That didn't happen in Africa. They got to cover with camels. We were not camels over there. And even if we weren't, this didn't happen there. This did not happen there, right? Africa was the richest country on, during that time, Africa was the richest country on the planet. This wasn't united. During the siege, Africa wasn't under siege. When they came and got stores out of there, Africa was not under siege. The African kings and everything else, they was fighting, might have been fighting each other to some extent. There was no siege. That siege when the goat comes in. China. And the hardship by which your enemy will oppress you. The man who is refined and very delicate among you will be hostile towards his brother. So you can be totally hostile in America. There's no be no friendship. Everybody's gonna be hostile to each other. It tells you that. I said total destruction here. And towards the wife he cherishes, he's gonna be hostile to everybody. His brother, his wife, and towards his children. So that means everybody's gonna be against each other. Because it's hungry, it's total chaos. And so that he will not give even one of them any of the flesh of his children. He won't even share, he's eating his children, he won't even share with his mother, his brother, anybody. He's eating his children, right? Which he will eat. Since he has nothing else left, there's no other food during the siege. That never happened, anything that happened in Africa, nothing even close, during the siege. And the hardship by which your enemy will oppress you in all your towns. Let's go further. The refined and delicate woman among you, who would not venture to set the sole of her foot on the ground because of her delicateness and tenderness, will be hostile toward the husband she cherishes and toward the son and daughter. Same thing, right? And toward her afterbirth. She's pregnant. She has afterbirth, right? That comes from between her legs, and toward her children, to whom she gives birth. But she will eat them secretly. Eat them for lack of anything else during the siege. Nothing like that happened in Africa. It's going to happen here. Apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Famine. Stage 2. First the war, which will trigger the famine. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. Or you build them in you. Okay. Take also the wheat. Okay, this is equal, right? Take also the wheat, barley, and beans, and lentils, millet, and spelt, and put them in one vessel, and make the bread thereof according to the number of days that thou shalt lie upon thy side. Even 390 days shall thou eat thereof. And thy food which thou shalt eat shall be by weight 20 shekels a day. From time to time shalt thou eat it. And thou shalt drink water by measure, 6 parts of him. And from time to time shalt thou drink, and thou shalt eat it as barley cakes, and thou shalt bake it in their sight with dung that come out of men. They're eating dung that come out of men. Shit. That's what I'm telling you. They're going to eat, and they shall bake it in their sight with dung that comes out of men. Even thus shall children of Israel eat their bread unclean among the nations where I will drive them. See, what is it saying right here? Now you're talking about us. This is what they fed us. They fed us. Chitlins. That's what it was called back then, until they let you out the fields. They want to sell it to you now, so they took the S off, put a C there, and you still buy it. And you see it when you eat it. You can smell it, and you can see it floating. See? And right here, and Jehovah said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their bread unclean among the nations where I drive them. Then said I, O Jehovah, behold, my soul has not been polluted, for from my youth up until now have I not eaten of that which of itself or of his torn beast, neither came thee of down flesh to my mouth. And he said unto me, see, I have given 3 cows, right? This is deep, brothers. I'm not going to the depth. If you read it, those you've been studying, read it carefully. You'd be surprised what you're saying here, right? See, I give thee 3 cows of, I have given thee cows dung for men's dung. Thou shalt prepare thy bread thereon. Well, here's talking about Suleiman. See, it says, he's talking about our people, right? It says that we don't eat unclean food. It says Suleiman eat unclean food. But he said he would stop. Cow dung would be as far as it would go. It wouldn't get the human dung, which they gave us during Holocaust. See, but he suffered too. He said he suffered like the rest of the people. But he said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll stop at that point. He said unto me, see, I've given thee cow dung for man's dung. Instead of that, I will give you the man dung. You ain't going to have to eat that. Because if he made Suleiman eat that, and he's a lamb, talking about wrath, oh man, it been off the page. Whomever he said to me, son of man, behold, I will break the staff of the bread of Jerusalem. I shall eat bread by weight. See, he's talking about, I told you, this Jerusalem talking about America, right? And they shall drink water by measure and dismay, and they shall want bread and water and be dismayed with one another, pining away their iniquity. I probably shouldn't have gotten this one, brothers. This is a little too deeper than maybe you will understand. Okay, Deuteronomy is another thing here, right? I'm just going down to the part where I got highlighted. And the Lord said, bring you into the land where you are entering to take possession of it. Right, we're going home. This is when we're going home. The Lord, your God, brings you into the land where you are entering to take possession of this. We're going home. Abraham a covenant, right? He drives away many nations from before you. See, we got to go into war. We got to, that's another war we ain't talking about here, right? And the Hittites, the Gishmites, and the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and Jebusites, and 7 nations greater and mightier than you. See, all the nations against us. It can't be talking about America here. Because it says America will be the greatest nation. Nobody's greater than America. It's us. All the nations are against us. Because all the nations are greater than us. Because our nations all broke down. We don't have a nation. Farrakhan made sure of that. 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And the Lord your God turns them over to you, and you defeat them. You shall utterly destroy them. That's that rock stone that's going to crush all the nations. That little stone. Because all the nations are greater than that stone, but he's going to crush them all. Right? You will, you shall not make covenant with them, nor be gracious to them, show them no pity at all, none. Furthermore, you shall not intermarry with them. We're going to bring them to NOI. If you bring them to NOI, that means they're brothers and sisters, right? So how come they can't marry? You already got one, that Abdul from Mexico, whatever. He's a demon. He married some, probably, another demon, dark skin tone, I don't know, right? You should, and you shall not intermarry with them. You shall not give your daughters this to their son, nor take their daughters for your sons. And Adam Muhammad said it should be number 5. How you gonna bring them in? He said, I got the message back, but that was one thing. We prohibit that. But he said he's teaching like Muhammad's teaching. For they would turn your sons away from me, from following me, right? That's what's going on. They do Farrakhan. And they would serve other gods. then the anger of the Lord will be killed against you, and he will quickly destroy you. But this is what you shall do to them. You shall tear down their altars, smash their memorial stones, cut their asherim to pieces, and burn their carved images in the fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his personal possession out of all the people who are on the face of the earth. Abraham's covenant. See Abraham. And that can't be Farrakhan, because he says follows the devil. So he can't be a seed of Abraham, can he? So got a few more of these, brothers and sisters. Isaiah. This is what the Lord said. Behold, we're talking about the family, I will lift up my hand to the nations and set my flag to the people. I'll set my flag to people. They will bring your sons in your arms. Listen to this. And they will, see, in other words, I will lift my hand to the nation, and I'll set up my flag to the people. So we're going to set up our flag. We're going to set up our flag. And I'll bring your sons, and they will bring your sons in their arms. They're going to serve you. That's what we're talking about. They're just going to serve us. Your daughters, they will carry on their shoulders. The kings will be your guardians. The kings of the world. They're going to protect you, right? And they'll be princes, your nurses. See, they can be our servants. They will bow down to you with their face to the ground. This is your future, brothers and sisters. And lick the dust from your feet. Isaiah 49, go look it up. Lick the dust from your feet. And that's particularly for our sisters. They're going to lick that dust from that, because what they done to our sisters? I said we're going to lift our sisters up. All of them is going to worship at their feet. And you will know that I am the Lord. Those who hopefully wait for me will not be put to shame. You be patient, brothers and sisters, you won't be put to shame. And can the prey be taken from the mighty man, or the cat from a tyrant? Time be rescued? We're the prey. America's the tyrant. They've been tyrannical against us since we've been here. We're the prey. America's not the prey. We're the prey. They're the mighty. That's it. Come out of my people. What the whole thing about the plagues was to get true Israel out of Egypt. Indeed, this is what the Lord said. Even the captives of the mighty man will be taken away, and the prey of the tyrant be rescued. For I will contend with the one who contends with you. He's going to contend with America, has been contending with us. And I will save your sons. I will feed your here we go again. I will feed your precious with their own flesh. Now, who was we oppressing? If that was us, who was we oppressing? We're oppressing anybody who was on back in Africa, right? Who oppressed us? We oppressed for 40 years, oppressed for 40 years. I'll feed your oppressors with their own flesh. They become drunk with their own blood as with sweet wine. They ain't gonna be any water. Ain't any food, any water. So they're gonna have to drink blood. And your man will know that I, the Lord, am your Savior, your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. Pharaoh said he's the Savior. He's really as well. Yeah, okay. I'm just showing you what the scripture said, brothers and sisters. Lamentations. It is dry. It has become like wood. Better off for those killed by a sword than those killed by hunger. That means, let's tell you, it's going to be so, the family was so bad, you'd be better off being killed by a sword. You'd rather be killed by a sword, because killed by hunger, that's much worse. For they waste away, stricken by lack of reducer food of the field. There's no food. They waste away. The hands of compassionate women bore their own children. They became food for them due to the destruction of the daughter of my people. That's consequence, repayment, revenge. They bore their own children. They became food for them due to the destruction of the daughter of my people. That's what they did to our women. Now they're eating their own children, boiling them. The Lord has spanned his wrath, and he has poured out his anger. He has kindled a fire in Zion, and it will be consumed in foundation. The kings of the earth did not believe, nor did they have any of the inhabitants of the world, that the adversary of the enemy would enter the gates of Jerusalem. That the adversary and the enemy enter the gates of Jerusalem. That gets into the war of Middle East, but I'm not going, we already talk about that. Right, so I'm not going to explain that here. See, Lord, and look, with whom you dealt this way. Should women really eat their children, the little ones who were born healthy? Should women really eat their children? The little ones who were born healthy? They was born healthy and they eat them. Children. They ain't talking about little babies, talking about the children that was healthy. Should priests and prophets really be killed in the sanctuary of the Lord? That's about these preachers and everything else. They eat them. They're gonna blame for lying, but they paid them to lie. They wanted to hear them, but now that they've been caught, they're gonna blame them. But they're gonna eat them. I told you, Muhammad said this stuff. He said he wouldn't be one of these preachers if shoes made of gold and silver. I'm telling you right now, these preachers, they won't have a chance. They're gonna turn them right away. Say, hey, y'all, you should have warned us about this. You should have told us, right? Anyway. Okay, you can read as you leisure, brother. Says I'm gonna because I got quite a few more things to do here. Say. Okay, now we're gonna talk about we're gonna talk about the seals, and then we're gonna do something else. Let me do something right here real quick, brothers and sisters. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, 1 second, brothers and sisters. I have to answer this right back. Thank you. Thank you. It's just that I had these interruptions. But just wig it out. Okay. What I'm doing here, brothers and sisters, this is INJIL, and if you look at chapter 6, the seals. And I know you don't understand this, but like I said, you have to break the seals to understand. And I'm revealing it to you. Okay, so I'm going to go here, and I'm going to talk about the first 4 seals, right? Because it's all about the famine, right? And I saw when they opened the lamb out one out of 7 seals. That's the first one. Heard out of the 4 living saying, voice of thunder, be you coming? I saw, look, a white horse sat upon it having bow. White horse having bow, and was given him crown. He went out conquering in order to conquer. It means he makes two conquests. This one sitting on this white horse. And the point here is, right, he has authority, right? See, he went for conquering and conquering. He has authority. Keep that in mind, right? Okay, he has two conquests to make. Keep authority, keep that in your mind. And when he opened up the second seal, the second heard voice saying, "Be you coming?" Went on another horse, fiery red. This is a fiery red one, and the setting upon was given to him, take peace out of earth, and was given, and in order that one kill one another will slaughter, and was given a great sword. And remember, he took peace out of earth, and he was given a sword. First one got authority. This one got a sword. See, this one got war. He got fight. He wanted to fight. The other one got authority. This one has a sword. Keep that in mind. Authority, sword, right? This has authority. He's right. He has control of something. This one has a sword, and he has, he's taking peace away. So that's war, right? Okay, let's look at this. Go a little further here. Keep that in mind now. Oops. And then you get the third seal. Now keep verse 2 in mind, right? He opened up the third seal, heard third living saying, "Be you coming?" And I saw, look, horse black. And first he had a white horse, a red horse, and a black horse. Said him had a yoke in his hand. He got a yoke. So I'm not going to explain all the yoke and everything, right? But I'm just going to get to the point here. And I heard as voice in the midst of the four living saying, "Shekels of wheat and denarius, and 3 shekels of barley of denarius, some money." So it's 3 to 1 here. It's 3 to 1. And oil and wine, not you should treat unrighteously. But just keep in mind, it says 3 shekels of barley of denarius, right? You got 3. Okay, wheat. You got 1 wheat, saying for 6 shekels of denarius, that's $1, right? You get 1 wheat for $1, but you get 3 barley, right, for $1. So 3 to 1. So for $1 you get 3. For $1 you get, if you get barley, you get 3 of them, but you only get 1 wheat for $1. Okay, it's 3 to 1. Keep that in mind. And we open that seal the fourth. Remember now, this has, right, now this has something, right? It's food. It's food. This has something with food, right? So now you got authority, you got a sword, and you got food. Keep those in mind, right? And when we opened up the seal of fourth, I heard a voice living saying, "Be you coming?" I saw, look, greenish yellow horse. They say pale. That's the King James Version, but it's wrong. And set upon it, named him Death, and Hades was following him, and was giving him authority. That's the first one, right? Of the fourth earth. So he had, the fourth earth, that's America, but I'm not going to try. Well, maybe I will try to explain it as we move on. The killing long sword, authority, then the sword, then famine, right? Food, authority, sword, food, famine, and death by the wild beasts of the earth. We're going to talk about that last part. Just talk about those 3. Remember? So that's what he's talking about. So he's telling you what those 3 stood for. So who are those 3? Who are those 3? See? So the bottom line is, what you really want to know is, right? It says, who is this barley and who is wheat? Because that's the food. That's the famine. That's the food they're going to be eating. Let me say this clearly. Remember, the third one is about famine, but that's food. That's the food they're going to be buying and selling. So what is that food? And so how's that a famine if they got that food? How's a famine if that's food? If that represents food, how is it famine? Because famine represents that third horse there. So this brings famine, but they got food there. You can buy this food, right? So look into that carefully. Now here's the angel key here. You had those 4 horses. See? You had the white one, fire red, the black one, and the green one. See? And they represents the original nation, 4 parts of it, right? 3 of them are demons, 1 of them is saints, or the wheat, barley and the wheat, or chaff and wheat. That's what it means. I know those you understand the key. This is going right past your head. But those who study the key, they understand what it means. That means that's what they're going to be eating. Eating you. You're going to be the food. If you're here, you're going to be the food. 3 demons, that's the barley, and 1 wheat. That's the nature of Islam. After it's resurrected, after the Farrakhan's cast out. That's what it's telling you. Because that couldn't be talking about food. How could it be talking about food? There's a famine. There's no famine. How are they selling food? There's a famine. There's no food. They tell you, won't be any food. And the only food going to be is people. And so that means that barley and wheat represents people. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's what I'm trying to show you here. Maybe you get it, maybe you don't. Hope you get at least enough to get your hell out of here. Get out of here. Run, flee. See, there it is right there. Give authority, fourth of the earth. See, the earth represents European countries. America, Britain, falls Israel, no, America, Britain, Russia, and Europe. That means fourth earth. And that's fourth, right? And America is the fourth. That's one. See, who's that one to get fourth? See, there's one around here, so he was giving, and if you understand the angel key, that's an African. That first was African. The second was Asian. The third was Oriental, and last was European. That's what you got top here. If you understand the angel key, the top part, that represents Africa. The middle, the one around that represents Asia. One that represents, that's why I got the symbols there. House of Saud, that's Asia, right? Orient, Buddha, and European at the bottom. So it's an African that said that was Obama. He went for conquering. It means his first conquest being the president of the United States. He got another conquest to make. I'm not going to talk about it right now, right? See, so it's talking about there. So he had authority. It would be African that would have authority over the earth, over America, 1/4 of the earth. So, what European country had an African that was ruling the country, but America? Only one. So I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So that's what I'm showing you here. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Where we at here? Oh, well, move on, brothers and sisters. Get out. If you understand anything else, brothers and sisters, get out. Take a couple of months. If you can afford it, go to Africa, go someplace. Just get out. Get the hell out. You don't like me, you don't like what I'm saying, just get the hell out. Don't take no chances, go. Just go, brothers and sisters. Just go. Okay, here we go. Get out. Get out. Oops, okay. I see what happened here. I'm not going to fix it. I'll let it go. Okay, this is angel key here again. Okay. To show you what it looks like. That's one, it takes different forms depending on the chapter. So here, I'm showing that because I'm going to quickly go through what we are right now leading up to Apocalypse. I said the war in the Middle East, right? Against false Israel, America, Britain, and against it. That's what lead. That's what trigger apocalypse. That's the war in heaven. Michael's angels go against dragon's angels. Who's a dragon? House of Saud. His angels are America, Britain, false Israel, and angels of Master Muhammad is the Shia. They try to say Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan's the 2 witnesses. Okay, I don't waste time. Okay, well, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm gonna go this pretty quickly. We're talking about the chapter 11. It says they witnessed 42 years. They did from 48 to 1990, and then America would invade the Middle East. That's what we're talking about right here. I'm gonna go really just briefly, brothers and sisters. See, and so they made beliefs they would be thrown down, and they'd be in that position right there for 24 years. See, 3 years and a half. Half of what? Half of 42 years was 21. That's 24. It's for 24 years, right? See, that was sanctions and everything else, right? He was under that position for 24 years, right? And then come the JCPOA, right, under Obama, right? And they'd be on the foot of nations for 42 months, 3.5 years. And that came into effect in January 16. January 16. And they'd be in that situation, and then they'd be another 3.5 years, right, negotiate with the European country, 7 years altogether. That gets back to Daniel. By the 7 weeks in the middle of the week, they were breaking agreement. That's Trump. He broke the agreement in the middle of the week, right? So that's, well, anyway, I'm not going. Anyway, so there it is right there. So in the foot of the nation, meet under the UN. They was on the authority of the UN for 3.5 years. Trump broke the agreement. Okay. So now, right? They negotiating back, still in sanctions stuff, negotiating back with European countries, trying to reestablish the JCPOA, and that goes for 3.5 years. We will bring you up to this year, January 23, from 16 to 20. That'd be 7 years. Let's bring you up to here, right? So that's what it says. After 3.5 days, Spirit of God. Now, remember I told those demons? And I said there's also the 7 spirits of the God, and there was the corrupt spirits, and that's the God there, false Israel, Satan. So he's God as well. So that's his spirit, because he's at control of one of them, right? They got the cross and all that kind of stuff, right? Anyway, that's I'm not going too deep in there, brothers and sisters, but it says 3.5 days, have the spirit of the life of the God came to them. That spirit of Satan controls. So now they're there. See, it took them 3.5 years to get there. Okay, so now they'd be at that point in January, right? And then what happened? January this year. Then what happened? Then it said be silence in heaven for half an hour. Now that gets deep. I'm not going into detail here, brothers and sisters. That gets back into the 5th seal where it's silence there. Every seal he says, I mean, here in the 5th seal. And that I'm not going to try to connect that to this because it gets too complicated to explain it, brothers and sisters. But also, when you understand, if I got you on the right there, when you understand your key, remember each part, three parts represents Africa, then 3 parts, it's 12 parts altogether. Then 3 parts represents Asia, then 3 parts, and so forth. So this part represents, right? So when in the top part of each one represents the Islamic part, the gold part, or the ears. Right, that would say in the seven Trump, he has in seven church, he has an ear. That's another story, brothers and sisters. But anyway, and the middle represents the hands, and the bottom represents the feet. Right. So what's happening here is that the shear represents, because they don't remember their original position on top. Right, but now they're in this position right here because they just rose up. Right, they first they said would stand upon their feet. That's what it said. And after 3.5 years, right? After 7 years altogether, they would stand upon their feet. So they're upon their feet now. But they'd be silence in heaven about 6 months. What silence? When you have ears, hands over your ears, that's silence. And so that would take place about 6 months. It says, don't say exactly, that means from January, that'd be May, June, July. That means there'd be silence. In that condition there, don't mean be total silence. In that condition, because hands covering the ears. And then the war would take place. That's what I'm telling you. That's my calculation. I'm putting it out there. The war will take place in the Middle East between May and July. I've been holding it back for years. I've been holding it back even all this year. And the people that were studying, I said, if you figure it out, I gave them enough information to figure it out, so don't say anything. But now, we're so close, we could be a month away. And it wouldn't be a prophecy if I didn't tell you in advance, would it? I ain't like Farrakhan, I'll tell you afterwards. But there's nothing they can do about it any time. Because right now, it's so hot. Only thing that happens right now is boiling or turn the fire off. And they can't turn the fire off. That would be a miracle if they could. They could turn the fire off, and all of a sudden everything calms down, and May and June, everything calms down, and no war, and peace, and peace breaks all over the place. Right? That ain't gonna happen. But if that did happen, that'd change everything. We can just throw the INJIL away, all of it, because hey, we got hope. We got peace. So when they say peace, sudden destruction, but that's talking about something else, brothers and sisters. So that power is going to boil. At that point, it's going to either boil or you're going to turn that water or fire off. And so that's what I'm telling you right now. So either right now, in the next, you have world peace. In 3 months, you're going to have world destruction. Well, not destruction. You're going to have the beginning of apocalypse. So you get either in the next 3 months, you're going to have the beginning of a universal peace or universal destruction, because apocalypse represents total destruction. Armageddon just represents a battle within that phase, within that dynamic, right? Then the war takes place. The war in heaven, they get kicked out. They lose, kicked out. Syria and Iran is back in charge again. I remember I told you they control total oil and everything else. American Britain is cast out. Falls Israel cast out. Right? Now the Shia have total control of the Middle East. Right? So that's chapter 12. Read chapter 12. I'm not going to right? And this is what happens here. It says Babylon has fallen. That's what it means. Remember, in Britain was thrown to sea. You got to read the whole thing, understand that, right? And false Israel left isolated with no air force and its nuclear trigger, a dud. Now they're under siege. Now they will have no food. I'm not sure if you call that a famine, but they will be under siege. No food coming in and out. None. See? And it's going to be beamed all over the world because they're going to be eating each other in short measure. And then they'll be destroyed. There you go. Then they're destroyed. And that's going to cause earthquake ramifications over here, because the only reason they existed was to set up to counter the fact that we trusted Abraham. So they had to counter that. Elijah Muhammad explained that. Master Muhammad told them that. He explained it. We got the proof, the credentials. We got the history. When it happened, right? So if they destroyed, that means they couldn't have been true to Abraham. That means we truly are. That's going to cause a total earthquake in the minds in America. Minds of Massa, all his children. Total earthquake in their minds. Total. And the famine rolling at the same time. All the plagues rolling at the same time. And now they know disaster's coming. And they're hungry, starving. Total disaster. Right? We won't get into that with the demon wars and stuff. I'm gonna get ahead of myself, brothers and sisters. So famine. The famine's in, and the famine, this part of the famine. Demon devil war. Because the devil's gonna attack the demons. They're going to try to attack us. We're going to be in the inner cities. And Suleiman going to protect the people in the inner cities. The original people are going to be there. He's going to kick out the demons. See, that's going to be I didn't get into that war, but we can talk about it later, right? See, so I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. But the point is, we kicked them out. That's what demons are separated from it. In Mark, demons had to be separated from the original people. From demon-possessed man. They kicked out. Farrakhan, all them kicked out. You see? So now the inner cities are controlled by Suleiman. The nation of Islam is controlled by Suleiman. The nation of days is set. Thrones were cast down. It means they're cast out. And so now they're cast out of the inner cities, and they cast out, and they run away from the suburbs. They're in the middle. And they're hungry. And so they go to war with each other. Devils and demons go to war with each other. That's the locust war. I'm getting ahead of myself, brothers, as we get there. Demon devil war. Famine. War for food. War like you've never seen before. You can't give up. They're fighting for food. They're fighting to eat you. Remember the barley and everything? They fighting to eat you. Little graphic here, brothers and sisters. See? So demons are But they all run together. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but because we're going to get to this later. But they say fleeing, because now they're under attack for food. You see? And that's when the four winds blow at the same time. We're going to see? Four winds blowing. During the famine. It's part of all famine. Four winds are blowing. They're fleeing. They come all together. So you got two phases of demon war. First, we kicked them out, clean up, I clean them out of there. And then we separate them from our nation, period. It's two stages there. First, we got to clean up the NOI, kick them out, fire all kinds of demons out. But then they all come together. Once they unite, we unite, they try to get us to go to war with them to fight the devils. And we didn't have no part of it. We out of here. No story together, bro. It says, because in the four winds blow, that's when the resurrection takes place. But what's the resurrection? So resurrection is us being separated from the demons. See, the man in Mark, right? His problem was he was plagued by demons. That's what kept him down against himself. Once he was separated, he got his mind back. That was the resurrection. That's the nature of resurrection, brothers and sisters. That's what's going on with Lazarus right now. See, he's asleep because the demons choking him. See, when you put the chaff amongst the wheat, the chaff chokes the wheat. So he's not physically asleep, but his vibrations all messed up because he's intertwined, right, with the demons. They operate on different vibration level, so the frequencies all mixed up, confusing. Once you separate them out, then you got clear frequency over here, you got clear vibration, you got clear frequency over here, clear vibration. So both of them united, but on different frequencies, different vibrations. And these want to stay and fight and take America, and these want to vibrate the hell out of here. Just like in the 60s, right? We wanted to vibrate out of here, and they wanted to vibrate, and they went into integration. We wanted separation, we wanted to vibrate out of here, they wanted to vibrate into it. But we was all mixed together before that. Once opportunity came, the vibration hit more energy. Now was able to vibrate to separate, but not totally. But now we have total separation. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And you can read this, right? This is, I believe it's chapter 9. Talks about the locust war, which is demon war. Right? Thrones are cast down. There you go. He's on the run. Ishmael's not a demon, he's Levite, but he's the weakest traitor. He's going to get the same deal they get. And eating just like they've been eating. No forgiveness for him, so he knows he's lying. And finally, brothers and sisters, this is what separation I was talking about. Because right now we're confused. We got two people together, locked together, but they operate on different frequencies, operate on different wavelengths, and different amplitudes. See? But right now, our amplitude is matching theirs because our nature, we have nature for higher amplitude. Let me get it straight. We have the nature to reach a higher amplitude, higher wavelength, higher vibration. But if you don't have, you have to have energy for that. So energy lowered now because energy deprivation is self-imposed energy deprivation right now. So now we operate on this same wavelength they are. Because we can operate on high. They can't operate on high wavelength. They operate the high wavelength they can do right now. But we can operate on high. But because we have enough energy, right? Just like you got a man you got the Hulk, right? You know, you got somebody else. He can be 10 times stronger than Hulk, but you don't have enough food, so he only is strong. He's the same. But if he get more food, he can be stronger. Hulk can't get any stronger. If you understand what I'm trying to say, right? So I'm saying, so we operate on the same wavelength of them because we misuse that energy because energy deprivation. So now we can, if we start focusing on energy, we can operate on a higher frequency. And that's what Suleiman is here to do because he's vibrating higher frequency and his frequency is interfering with yours. So it's, of course, you to vibrate at a higher level. And once, at some point, it's going to be enough to separate because you won't be on the same level anymore. And the frequency they conflict so much with each other, have to separate. See, because that's what light, see, the reason why light spreads out because all the wavelengths, all the different lights on different wavelengths. So they conflict with each other, so it spreads out. But laser, right, they all in sync with each other. So laser beam is one beam is straight and it can burn a hole through metal. But regular light, they have all these different frequencies, red, yellow, all these different frequencies, and so therefore it spreads out. That's what happened to us, right? See? So that's what's happening here. What happened is that once he increases because right now you're in the same wavelength as them. But when Suleiman is, of course, you increase your wavelength, your frequency, right? And at some point it's so strong enough is so different from theirs, this is what happens. See? But as we become a one nation, unified nation, they do too. Because now everybody, all of them operate saying they don't have our frequency interfering with theirs, and theirs not interfering with ours. So now they come united. That's a demon war here. They're united. And it's going to be a terrible war here. 17 million strong. They're going to end up losing. But in 5 months, they're going to tear this country apart. Under famine, total war, total commitment. Ain't going to be no electricity or gas kind of stuff. Total commitment. Children, everybody's going to be involved because children couldn't get eaten. Total commitment, 17 million strong. And we're going to tell the United States, we rise up a great army. We're going to be united too. Because now we don't have the interference of their frequency mixing without messing ours up. That's going on right now. Because they saying one thing, you saying something else. They saying, oh, love devils. You saying, I don't want to do it. You know, we got two different opinions. And so then we're going to have one opinion. We're going to be united, and they're going to be united. But they're going to try to get us to work with them. We don't want to. We want out of here. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Let me touch on this a little bit. This is the mathematics of deception. Everything's mathematics. I'm trying to give the mathematics of everything, brothers and sisters. This is the mathematics of deception. Mathematics of deception here. See? So this times this equals that. That shows you, so you can go in and look and do it on your own, brothers and sisters. I'm just trying to show you the bottom line here is how they use the mathematics against you. And it's another way. Because they can tell you the truth and still kill you. How can they tell you the truth and still kill you? Because they give you a general. Oh, watch the weather. Oh, it's not. That's truthful. But no details. They don't tell you a tornado's on the way. Say, watch the weather. Well, I told you, watch the weather. You can't say nobody told you. But they ain't tell you the tornado's going to be in tomorrow. And it's going to come and tear up all this city. He did tell you watch. See what I'm saying? He didn't give you the details. So by the time when it rolls in, you had information, but it didn't do any good. So you had nothing. But got your ass tore up. But the other person gave you details. And that's what's happening here. Both of these equal each other, but one has details and one is summary. One is general. See? The other person says, oh, a storm is coming, and it's going to be here Wednesday at 2 o'clock, right? It's coming from the west. See, now you know I'm going to move south, right? I ain't going to be at 2 o'clock. So both of them told you the truth. See? But one deceived you by telling you the truth because they can say, I told you. And so now, you watch, but you know what to do. Now that's Farrakhan's way. Not that he knows the mathematics what he's doing, but I know the mathematics what he's doing. Because Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam, and they may not know the mathematics doing, but I still know the mathematics of it. So scientists knew the mathematics, all this stuff. So you know what they would do. Says a lot knew what you would do. See, you don't know the mathematics. We know mathematics everything. See. So here's a sample right here, right? He said X represents the time period where you are, and T represents, right, the period at the time of the event. So if the event is happening in 2023, right, and right now you in year 21, somebody come and say, hey, there's gonna be a war. Okay, you got information, right? But someone's getting you details. But those separate details, they got information. Both got information. Boy, you got all those wars coming, right? So you put that in there, and boom, right? You put that in there, and both equal, right? Both comes out to 4. Do the math. Both comes out to 4. Both got information, right? One got details, and one just got information. No lies there. No lies. And then you go year 2. Same thing. Both of it comes out to 5, right? And the guy said, hey, yeah, well, yeah, storm coming in. It's going to be a 5 point, 5 points on the Richter scale, whatever they call that stuff, right? So, hey, okay, you got more information, right? But you don't know when, you don't know where. You know a storm coming in, and it's going to be 5 on the Richter scale or something, or earthquake or whatever they call that stuff, right? See, 10-point earth, whatever. So you got more information, but no details. See, maybe that may be a little detail, but not, not when it matters. I'm going to tell you, hey man, it's coming in. It's going to be this intense. It's going to be this intense, right? It's coming from the west. It's going to be at 2 o'clock, man. Right? It's going to be coming at 50 miles an hour. That means if you got 60 miles an hour going the other direction, you're going to miss it. But all you know is, man, it's coming in, it's going to be just powerful. You don't know when or where. Just watch the weather. And then what happens when the event comes? Then the event shows up, the day of the event, right? Your third year, so you put 3 in there. The events happen the third year, right? You're at the third year, you put the one that had the summary, you had 0 now, you got 0. That's mathematics, not a trick. And you got 6. So the one that had details, they got 6. See? They got details. I built that ark because they got details. I'm going to say, hey, man, flood's coming in. Okay. So now when the flood comes in, he knows all about the flood. He knows all about it then. But it don't do him no good. They don't have details. Remember, in the ark, they gave him details, how to build and everything else. Other one just got, he knows the flood coming. You understand what I'm trying to say, brothers and sisters? And then what happens in the day after, right? Now, both have total information, because now you just drown. When you wait drown, you know exactly when the flood came. You know exactly how high it was going to be and everything, because you got drowned in it. See, you know exactly what time the storm was coming in, right? You know exactly how tense it was and what direction coming, because you in it. The other one's out of it. So you got just as much information they got, maybe even more, because you're in it. You got destroyed by it. The other one was saved by it. That's what Farrakhan's doing. Because when apocalypse hit the fan, you ain't talking about the war in the Middle East. You don't know about all that stuff. So you know what to do. I'm telling you, get the hell out of here. He's telling you, just pray. So when it comes in, Armageddon is Armageddon. Just pray. Just believe in him. Obedience. Put on his armor of defense or whatever you call it, right? No details. So it rolls in. You have no idea, but you want to know about it when that's a tribulation. That's why you go with tribulation. Because we're trying to avoid your tribulation. So now you're in tribulation. Now you know all. You know who the devil is now. You know who Satan is. You know who the jinn. You know everybody then. But you're in a tribulation. I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you, the apocalypse that leads to tribulation. I'm trying to tell you, get the hell out of here. Give you details so you can make a decision. But I'm just telling you, oh, just go in your secret chambers and pray. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I mean, am I supposed to store food? What am I supposed to do? I mean, when is this going to happen? I'm telling you exactly. I'm telling you, you expect the apocalypse, right, to begin, the war to begin in the Middle East, right? Within the next few months, within the next 2 or 3 months. Brown just said, well, the Armageddon's already started. You don't know what you're talking about. This is mathematics, brothers and sisters. Islam is mathematics, mathematics is Islam. Proven in no limit of time. I'm proving everything I'm saying. I'm getting mathematics, not a trick. Do it yourself. Details, brothers and sisters. This gives you the whole sequence. Details, brothers and sisters. Details, 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 little details. What happened here? Oh, I didn't even advance this. Okay. The pesky details. Right? Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to leave it there. Hope you understand. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And then this was part 3, part 4. Hopefully tomorrow. 13th part. All the stages of apocalypse, all the major stages. That's in the middle. I'm just talking the major, all the wars and things, that events going to happen to cover the whole apocalypse up to the last war, which is not Armageddon. Armageddon is just one of the wars. Hold on to phase part 3 tomorrow. Yeah, wait a minute, I just did part 1, 2. No, part 4. I got myself mixed up here, bounce. I think it's part 3 tomorrow. Part 3 tomorrow. Okay, brothers and sisters. If no distractions. So I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here. The judge mentioned the covenant, breaking the 7 seals, the crusher. Welcome, brothers and sisters. This is part 2 of the apocalypse. Part 2. See here. Part 2 of the apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Several parts to it. It's about 12, 13 parts, I believe. I intend to do, time permitting, one per weekday. It's a special I'm doing on the weekend. Part 2. I may do a reduction of part 1. I've done it a couple of times, but I'm not totally satisfied because I want you to be very clear. Part 1 is very important because it leads you up to the apocalypse. Now let's get some definitions straight here, brothers and sisters. See, because, Louis Eugene Rounds, Farrakhan, our backwards legion. See, he's applying the mathematics of deception on you. He doesn't know the mathematics of it, but he's doing it. So somebody must be writing a script for him, or whatever. Because there's a math, just because, everything they do is mathematical. They may not know the mathematics of it. But we do the mathematics. And the point is that our mathematics is driving their mathematics. And so they may not be aware of the people, they're not aware of the mathematics, but they're still being, like we weren't aware the mathematics was affecting us for the last 20 years, but still was affecting us. You might be aware of gravity, or gravity still will pull you down. So you can identify what Farrakhan's doing in the mathematics of deception. Perhaps I'll talk about that again at the end of this. Now, I've been talking about it quite a bit lately, and I'm gonna probably keep on bringing it up because it's very important, brothers and sisters, because you need to understand the mathematics of deception. See, we speak mathematical terms here, and if you notice, lately I'm speaking more and more mathematically to you. Because eventually, that's going to be the only language there is. That's the only true language there is. You say Arabic. Arabic is the grammar. The only true language, the only true religion is mathematics. But see, apocalypse. The apocalypse and Armageddon is two different things. But see, Farrakhan learned long ago, he can tell you, the people that's listening to him, he can tell them anything. He pull crap out of his ass and say, call it honey in there. Yeah, man. At first they might say, oh man, I can't taste it. But then they got used to it now. I mean, it's honey. If he says honey, it must be honey. Because he know the people that he know his audience. He know they're either demons, idiots, or total dummies. He knows that. He knows his audience. See, agents not listening to him. They in there to keep the program going. They kind of get dissatisfied him now because he was supposed to stop all this. He's supposed to neutralize everything Elijah Muhammad taught. See? And and he said he would make war with the saints and overcome them. But how was he able to do that? See, the thing is, you understand, I'm trying to speak in the language of vibrations now, because that gets closer to the true mathematical expression. Pressure, right? Pressure like learning the multiplication table. And vibrations like learn how to multiply. See, it gets deeper into it. First you learn one, then you go deeper. So when you get into vibration, you can start multiplying. You start add, subtracting, and get, because pressure is pretty much add, subtraction. When you get vibration, you get the multiplication, division, you get all kinds of more complicated things. See, and the thing is, see, he's vibrating on the same frequency as his daddy is. Remember, his father's the devil. So he never understood what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. He never understood anyway. And that's what makes him so effective, right? Because he's going to, see, in other words, if they had took a hypocrite, see, he's not really a hypocrite. Hypocrite would have been someone that believed, understood it, then turned away from it. But he never understood it. We can call him a hypocrite, but he's not really a hypocrite. He's just a demon. Because he never understood what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. Because what he's saying is pretty much the way he saw it. Because he's operating on lower frequency. And when you operate on lower frequency, then you're not going to pick up the vibrations. Or, in other words, say for instance, you got a sequence, right? Okay, so you got the whole sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, right? 21, whatever, right? So you got the whole sequence. But say a person on lower vibration, they can't pick up all those, so they pick up every other one. So they pick up all the odd numbers, even numbers 2, or odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7. See, they don't pick up 2. They don't pick up the even numbers. They don't even hear them. They don't even know they exist. They say that white man can't jump, right? Okay, they don't hear those vibrations. They don't hear those musical tones. See, you think they hear them. They don't hear them. Like a colorblind person, they don't see all the colors. They only see the colors they see, and you don't know that, and they don't realize it even until they mess around and maybe get tickled. They went to, I thought, somebody do a test and realize, hey, they don't see all those colors. And they don't hear those, because the music, our music dominates the world because it's comprehensive. But everybody's not beating and harmonizing, right, like we are, because they don't hear all that. Like, a dog have a dog whistle. You don't hear you don't hear dog. I mean, you can hear that whistle, but you can't. You have to understand that, brothers and sisters. We're all different people. So they don't hear all those tones and things that you hear, all the vibrations. They don't hear them all. They might have you might hear all 1 through all 21, and all they hear is the odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. See? So Farrakhan never saw the whole thing. He saw what he saw. And that's what makes it so effective, because if he was a hypocrite, he might be lying to you and everything, but he'd still be vibrating on that level of Elijah Muhammad. So he wouldn't have been that effective. See? Because he's still been vibrating. So you still be picking on vibrations, but you just be, he'd be trying to confuse them. But still, no, he still be getting out the same vibrations because that's the level he's vibrating on. So he can try to confuse it and try to say something else, but he still be out vibrating. And that gets I think too deep here for you, bro. Is that? But he's effective because he's actually vibrating on a lower level. And what he's saying in his mind, he may be absolutely true. He may actually be thinking exactly that's what Elijah Muhammad thought. Because that's what he saw. See? That's what he saw it. So he's going to translate everything in that way. Because devils ain't devils anymore. Elijah Muhammad never said anything like that, but he'll find something here that justifies that. That's what makes it so effective. So the thing is that, we can't lift them up, but they can pull us down. You can't make someone whose his frequency, his natural frequency, say 5. You can't make him a 6. That's not frequency 5. He can go down. He can't go up. He can't go higher than that. That's happened to us. We went down, right? They brought us down, but we can rise back up. That's what thing Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel, right? He can come back up. But devils, they at their highest frequency right now. They can't go any higher. But now, people that can't go higher, they now they rise to a higher frequency. Higher frequency is also greater pressure. So greater pressure destroys lower pressure. It's a mind war. I keep telling you, it's a mind war. I'm trying to get deeper and deeper and deeper into it for you brothers and sisters. You know, and I heard a couple of sisters. They was elaborating on that. It was very good. They seem to understand it. You understand it, brothers and sisters? So he's effective because, see, he's operating at that level, and so he's pulling you down with dynetics and all this stuff. See? Sunnism, because see, Sunnism is operating on a lower frequency too. It was effective 1,400 years ago because it raised everybody's frequency up to the level they are right now. See? But then they was overcome by devils who could operate on a higher frequency. Let me say it's clear, because maybe I should jump into something here. For 6,000 years, we still going to be, that 6,000 year period, right? We still be under Adam's frequency. See? But Adam has to apply discipline to maintain his highest state of frequency. His highest state of frequency is 6. But it has to have discipline state, because otherwise he'll keep going back down. He needs discipline to keep up to 6. That's his highest level he can attain. And every time he stops his discipline, he starts falling back down. So all problem Muhammad did is to bring the frequency of the Arabs up to the level of the devils, right? Who had fallen. See, because they was by them because he was above them. But if they apply discipline, they get back above them again. That's exactly what happened. Because they started discipline, started going to mathematics, they rose above them again. And students can't do anything with them, as long as they apply their discipline. But now their discipline is slipping again. And so now they have to control themselves. That's where all this immorality, all this sexual perversion, all that kind of stuff comes in. When you can't discipline yourself, can't discipline your appetites, right? Then everything goes. Eat anything. If you're extremely hungry, eat anything. You can't discipline your appetites. That's what all that's about. So they're losing discipline. So that's why now they're declining again. So I hope I made that clear, brothers and sisters. See, he brought them up to a level, right? To above. In other words, Rome was declining. They went to Catholicism, so their discipline was weakening, right? They didn't have to do anything. It was everything. They just pray and just call on Jesus and all that kind of stuff, right? So their discipline fell, and so that gave a room right there, right? See, they gave an opening to occupy that level. Okay, let me say it another way. Say your level of frequency for Adam was anywhere from 1 to 10, right? See, and that's frequency is his highest level. 10 is his highest level, right? So when he got maximum discipline, he can rise up to 10, but he can't go any higher than that, right? Okay, so and everybody else, because of energy deprivation, was operating on a lower level than 10. See, they had the ability to go higher, but they didn't have the energy. You need energy to maintain your frequency. And freaks is energy. When energy you have, when it freaks you, if you had the ability to increase it, otherwise, right, you increase your amplitude or increase something else, but you're not increasing your frequency. So everybody else was on a lower level because they didn't have enough energy, right, to achieve any higher frequencies. So Adam, so with discipline, he could maintain a 10. He never really got to a 10, right? He got close, right? He never really got 10. He never got to his maximum maximum ability. But say, right, he was operating at 9 or 8. Say he was operating at 8, right? And everybody else was operating down here at 6, right? But they had the ability to go higher. But then he fell. He started falling, right? That's they went in the Dark Ages. That left an opening, right, for the Arabs applying discipline to move in that area right in there. Not above the 10, right? 7 or 8. Because Europe had fell down about 4 or 5. So they could move right in that little area right there. See? And they could hold it as long as these stayed here. But if these start applying discipline again, they were above them and push them back. They'd be above them. And that's what happened. Because for 1,000 years, they was able to hold it. There was a hold them down. But then it says in the Quran, right, that wall would be broken down. So because it says Adam would be taught. He'd be taught and given discipline. And once he done that, he moved back up so Arabs had operated about 6, and now they moved to a 7. With their mathematics and everything else. And now they're back in control again. And what nothing the Arabs could do, because they was operating at a level of 6 or 7. And up there 8 or 9, somewhere, you understand the point, right? As long as they deal with their mathematics and discipline, they could hold it. No one could do anything about it unless they had more energy. And we were suffering energy deprivation, so we didn't have the energy to do anything. And so long as they held that discipline and everything, they could hold, and they did. They held down the whole world for 500 years. And now discipline, part of the reason why they're losing discipline, because the pressure's on them, and it's hard to be disciplined when you're under a lot of pressure. See? So that's another reason why they're losing discipline. So now they're sinking down below. And now you see others, like China, operating a higher frequency, and it's pushing them down. Everybody else is rising. But China, right, the Orient, they would be first, because they operate on low frequency too, but higher frequency than them. So in other words, if you say 2 Europeans, 4 China, or say 5 Europeans, 10 China, 15 Asia, 20 Africa, and 25 us, right? See? But everybody was operating lower than 5. But now, enough energy to move up to 6. So that means what? The whole world is coming after America. The whole world is coming after it. That's what the whole world is coming after it. And nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it. Nothing. All they can do is try to trick you into, right, misusing your energy, self-imposed energy deprivation, not using it to increase your frequency. NFL, video games, vaping and all that stuff, drugs. But that wouldn't last for so long. Because you don't need that many to rise above it. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters, in a nutshell. Hope you understand. Okay, this here where you see lion versus bear, that's the last war of the apocalypse. The apocalypse is a comprehensive. See, Farrakhan had bothered to look it up. He don't need to look up. I say he don't need to look up this stuff because the people with him, he can say anything. He's not scripturally correct in anything. It's anything. Because the people with him are demons, right? Or idiots, right? Or just outright dummies. So that's apocalypse. Apocalypse is destruction of this whole reality. Look up the definition, destruction of whole reality. But Armageddon is just a war during the apocalypse. It's just a war during the apocalypse. It's not a war in all wars. It's a war within. There's many wars. There's a war of the latter days. There's a lot of wars. That's what we're going to talk about. We're talking about the apocalypse and all the things that's involved in the apocalypse. See, because all these things together will bring down this whole civilization. So the apocalypse, all these things together, that's going to destroy this whole reality and bring a new reality, make all things new. So Armageddon is just a battle, right? In the apocalypse. Okay, brothers, let's move on. Countdown to the apocalypse. Now, in the first one, I did countdown, right? The first one I said I may go over it again. I gave you the countdown to the apocalypse. The apocalypse starts with the war in the Middle East. That's when it starts. See? And I gave the countdown to it. So now we're going to talk about the first, right? The first act, the first event that kicks off the apocalypse. See, first I did the countdown to the apocalypse. Now we're going to talk about, right, the first event of the apocalypse. That's the war in heaven, which triggers the apocalypse. Okay? Because the apocalypse hasn't started yet. First, I had to count down to it. Now, my calculations based on chapter 11 means the apocalypse will start this year between June and July. So we're near there, right? It's April, May. Within 90 days, the apocalypse will start. And when it starts, it'll be earth shaking. It won't be you don't have to look around and try to figure out what's going on. It'll be going on, and it's going to affect the whole planet. The whole planet's going to be, it's going to like the shock of the hour. The whole planet, it would touch every place on this planet. No one go untouched. I don't care how, you might be in the deepest Amazon or the darkest jungle. I don't care. Or you can be the coldest north, right? And icicles, and every part of this planet can be touched. Because whole reality is coming to an end. And that's going to be the first stage of it. The war in heaven. That's Master Muhammad. He's going to trigger the apocalypse. Suleiman is prophesizing about the apocalypse. No one is prophesied about the apocalypse before they talk about Armageddon, all that kind of stuff. No, Suleiman will prophesize about the apocalypse, and Master Muhammad will take and initiate it. Sign of Jonah. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But first, brothers and sisters, get out. Oh, that mean get out don't mean it's not going to affect you. No, get out. It's going to affect you, but you don't want to be here. Because this is sinner. This is apocalypse sinner. And you don't want to be here. You don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. When Babylon falls, this America's about to blow. You do not want to be here. You don't want to be here. If this message bothers you, or you don't like the way I look, or something like this, just get out anyway. Just take a chance. Just get out. Get be around here June and July. Don't be around. Don't be near this place. Be in Africa someplace. Don't go to Europe. Just be gone. Take vacation, anything. Okay. Because remember when 911 came up, they closed the doors. You couldn't get out of here. When they closed the doors, you ain't getting out, brothers and sisters. And you think it's going to be hell on earth here. The Bible tells you to be hell on earth. Cannibalism. You know, that's going to be cannibalism. I mean, it's total cannibalism here. It's going to be no food here. And there's no water. How do you think you get water here? Water comes through you, they pump it in. If there's no oil, there's no oil, no water. So you'd be drinking blood. Whose blood? Get out. Get out. So come out, get out of my people. Read it, chapter 18. After these I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great. Earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. He cried out in strong voice, saying, she fell Babylon the Great. That's talking about America. And she became dwelling place of demons. Dwelling place of demons, that's real people. Spirits don't dwell and attitudes and all that kind of stuff. So that's what Farrakhan is trying to. He's a chief demon. A demon is the chaff that the wicked person taught in Scripture sowed amongst the wheat. That's the devil's seed he sowed in our women. Those are his children. They might have our complexion, but they're his children. They're demons, half devil, half man. That's what demon means, right? And it became a dwelling place of demons and prison. Every spirit unclean in prison, every bird unclean have been hated because of the wild anger fornicating her, having fallen all the nations. Who is called all the nations stumble and fall? There's only one country doing that. It's America. America's the only one that fulfills the prophecy of 666. They're the only one. They're the only one. They're the only one that only one sanction everybody. Only one to sanction everybody. That's what it says. They were sanctioned. That would be their weapon. Sanction. 666. You can buy and sell. Who is doing that? You don't have to. You don't need a calculator. You don't need a computer to figure that one out, brothers and sisters. You just know these hanky preachers and all that kind of stuff because they're demons. They're master's children, house Negroes. That's the ones they allowed in the house. This Oprah, all these people, they live in the house. And the whole idea, they love massa. And listen to the way they talk. They hate you. Farrakhan hates you. Oh, you're so sinful. But he loved the devils. Because he's one of them. He follows the devil. See? They may have a skin tone, but they ain't us. And so, who's doing all six? Who's doing all sanctions in the world? Only one country doing it. So how could you go wrong with that one? 66 ain't, oh, you got a tattoo or something. No. You don't have to go through all that detail. That's just distraction. America is that beast. 666. If you worship America, you got the mark. If you worship America, you got the mark, 666. If you worship, let me say it again. If you worship America, oh, America, great, right? America, us. We, all this stuff, right? I'm a good American. I love America, all this stuff. Shooting the flag. You got the mark. And it said, what happened to you? See? So if that's too complex, too simple for you, that's too complicated for you, that's your problem. If you out here talking about shooting the flag, all this stuff, fighting for America, all that stuff right there, because if you're a demon, that's what you can have no choice anyway. But if you're then you got the mark. You got the mark. Because if you don't, right, all of a sudden you can't buy or sell nothing. They put you in jail, you're a traitor, right? They deplatform and everything else. Put sanctions on you. You see demons running, oh man, I love America and everything else. That's what he did to us. So understand, brothers and sisters, if you doing all that, tell me, I'm American, got the flag, got the cross, that kind of stuff, right? Because the cross didn't free us. It didn't save us, it enslaved us. Come on, I'm saved. The cross didn't save us, it enslaved us. They did all this evil under the banner of the cross. Kill, steal, and destroy. How did this country stole it? What did it have? Is it genocide? What did it destroyed us as a people? And on the Constitution still says we 3/5 human. Now you're going to tell me, and who did it? The people was carrying the cross. They did it under the name of Jesus, carrying their cross. So you're going to tell me that's a righteous God there? And then what the hell did you don't get me started. What the problem you got with Satan then? If that's the way Jesus rolls, what problem you got with Satan? Because that's who you ruled away from Satan. Said nobody that works. And the picture they give you, it says Satan will appear as an angel of light. That picture don't look anything like the Jesus that the Bible talks about. Skin is bronze. Skin look browns to me. Hair like lamb's wool. Look like lamb's wool to me. That's Satan. Masquerades as an angel of light. America 666. False Israel, Antichrist. That's simple. It's simple. And we're 144. We are the streets of Abraham. Went for 400 years of abject slavery, oppression, Holocaust, 1619, 2019. That's why he's coming all up. Theory. Let me move on, bro. Says I want to get. I'm getting kind of. I want to keep these things short because there's a whole series. I want to get through them, right? Because I'm gonna get you updates. So when this hit, in a few more days, you'll be well aware. have thorough knowledge of what you need to do, because that's my job, to get thorough knowledge of stuff. That's why I'm revealing stuff I never revealed before, right? So you have total understand what's going on. Because see, I told you the mathematical deceit, he's the only generalities. When apocalypse hit, you're gonna realize you have no knowledge at all. So you think you got it, and then when the event happens, you're gonna find out. We might talk about that if I get around to it. You don't have no knowledge at all. That's mathematics. You say, well, okay, I'm gonna show you. It's not a trick either. See, because the one fornication had fallen all the nations. Who's calling all the nations? Who's dictating all the nations? Who's dictating all the nations? And King Earth with her committed fornication. See, King Earth represents European countries, right? And travel merchants of capitalism, right? And Earth, power, unreigning luxury of her became rich. Oh, America and Europeans are richest on the earth, right? Who else was the richest? They claim. I mean, how can you miss this, right? And I heard other voices of heaven say, "Come out of our people, come out, get out," right? In order that you should not share in the sins of her and now the plagues of her. The sins of her is what she's doing, is trying to keep you from getting knowledge of self and vibrating on a frequency to overcome the gravitational vortex. That's the sin. Like I said, self-imposed energy deprivation. They're putting distractions in front of you. Oh man, here's Oprah. Here's Kanye. Right? Here's videos. Here's NFL, NBA. See, here's Empire. All stuff in front of you, right? What you taking, and it's like you give a child $1 million. Child's stupid, it won't last long. He's gonna spend all over the place. One are gonna invest it, one are gonna take it and blow it. And so they tell you, you got energy now to take control. And they try to get you to blow it, just exploit it. Do like that. Walk around naked, hair all nappy, pants, ass hanging out, right? Don't know a damn thing. Couldn't tell you how much 5 times 9 divided by 5 is without a calculator. They're doing this on purpose. To get you to stumble into destruction. Some of you ain't stumbling, you running into it. That's what it means. There's sins. See, sin is when you go against yourself. That's what sin is. They get you to go against, but that's what happened. Remember, that's what was going on with the man in Mark. He was power, because Elijah Muhammad gave him power. Nobody control him. Because he gave him that knowledge, nobody control him. But he was beating against himself. He's beating himself up. He lost his mind. They took control of his mind. And who did? The demons did. They got control of his mind. He was beating himself up. He was sinning. He was blowing his power. That's what they're doing. And Farrakhan, he's the main one that got to do it. That's his whole job. But they getting pissed off him because this mess here wasn't supposed to happen. He's supposed to shut all this down. They're going to out him themselves in a minute because they getting pissed off at him. Because they gave him support and security and everything else. Oh, you think those so-called NOI over there, FOI over there was securing Farrakhan and the MGT? You think it was? No, the devils was securing Farrakhan. They got 24-hour security around him. You can't see from a background, from a distance, but some of those so-called FOI around him, they're really agents. They don't follow Elijah Muhammad. They're agents. The forms of to keep an eye on him and also provide security for him. Get out. Because the plagues are coming. You already hit one plague already hit you. See? That was a warning. 2020, 1619, or 2019 is 20 years, and then immediately after that the plagues will start. Kill the firstborn, which is the elderly, but pass over. And the thing is, you better go check it out, brothers and sisters. It wasn't killing us. It was killing the demons. It wasn't killing us. They got you sick. But they was telling, oh man, you're dropping like flies. That was a big lie. Well, I'm not going to, brothers and sisters, because that's what I say. They want an excuse to keep you from getting this message. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Apocalypse 2, this second one. Remember, the first one was the timeline, right? So what's Apocalypse 2? What's that about? One heaven. That's what triggers the apocalypse. Apocalypse 1 is what leads up to the apocalypse. Apocalypse 2, right? Part 2, war in heaven, what triggers apocalypse. First, you got to lead up to it, arm it, then you got to trigger it, right? And that, based on my study and everything, based on what INJIL says, the timeline there, we can expect to happen between June and July this year. It's a couple months from now. The war in heaven. Read chapter 12, the war in heaven. See? Where's that? Farrakhan said, oh, the war of Armageddon. What about this war, Farrakhan? How come you mention this one? You never mentioned this one, have you? Because you don't have no idea what it means. Okay? And occurred war in heaven, this is chapter 12, right? The Michael, that's Master Muhammad. Angel of him, that's the Shia. Those are his angels, right? What was the dragon? That's House of Sod. And Gog, Magog, and Antichrist. America, Britain, and false Israel, right? War, and they got war's about to break out right there, right? They telling you, if you watch the news, you know war's about to break out in Europe, about to break out in China, it's about to break out in the Middle East. I've been saying for 30 years that's where it's going to go down. Those three places, but I tell you, I go further than that. See, nobody even told you that 30 years. Nobody told you that 5 years ago. Even 3 years ago, nobody told you that. I've been telling you for 30 years. You got go out to YouTube. It's out there. Everything's out there. I don't have to make them. I don't get rid of my archives. But now that I give you a general, I say who's going to go first and what's going to trigger the next one. How each one is going to be triggered. The first one that's going to go is the war in heaven. That's going to kick off the apocalypse, right? Now define who those in detail. Not only that war in heaven, that in chapter 12, I tell you what heaven is, who the players are in detail. Michael's Master Muhammad, his angels, right, are the Shia. Iran is Syria. Identify them. And who's the dragon? House of Sod. Who's his angels? Who, right? America, Britain, false Israel. That's the clash about to happen. I'm telling you, going more detail, I'm telling you the time frame said between June and July. This year. Now, what's going to happen between June and July? When? One of these years we're going to be in June and July. That's not what happened here, bro. Says you get in detail. I'm stand by it. See, and they failed. They couldn't win. They lost because Master Muhammad is in that battle. That's when he's going to first be made. Because they're trying to say, oh, those UFOs, so-called UFOs. They was talking about last night on TV, right? Oh, they think they spy ships from other planets, from some other civilization, another part of the universe, coming in drones to check us out. No. That's Master Muhammad. He's going to check you out in a minute. He's going to check you all the way out. You have to explain that. He's going to check you all the way out. Total check out. Right? And they lost. And they was kicked out of heaven, Middle East. See? They kicked out of the Middle East because they have control of the Middle East right now. Who have control of the Middle East right now? America, Britain, false Israel. They do whatever they want. They still receiving it all. They took out Iraq, right? So you got Iran surrounded, right? They bombing Syria every 5 seconds, right? Lebanon. I mean, they control the Middle East, right? And was thrown the dragon, the great, the serpent, archaic, because devil and Satan to make the earth being whole, right? So that means the devil and Satan, all that stuff is dragon's angels. So now you know who the devils are. You know who Satan is. Satan is false Israel. The devil's Gog and Magog, right? So he was making everybody earth. Remember Gog and Magog? That's how you know it's Gog and Magog. Because chapter 20 says they would make the whole world, call the whole world to be deceived. And they talk about them again. So now you can identify who they are talking about. That's Gog and Magog. And that means you know that that's not happening in the future, right? Because if you know this war is going to happen, right, before millennia, that means the millennia couldn't be in the future. It has to be now or in the past. See, that's another story, but so you just add subtract. See, he was thrown to earth, and him with him was thrown. Earth represents European countries. Okay, brothers and sisters, like I said, that's what we're going to talk about as a subject. I'm just showing you Angel key here, brothers and sisters. That's what it looks like I explained before. If you got a puzzle and they keep changing the picture on you, if you understand how the puzzle works, you don't care about the picture because you can always put the puzzle back together once you understand it, learn it. See, so what happens is that's the puzzle. That's the key. And every chapter they change it. We do and you got to understand how where everything fits, and then you can decipher out what they're talking about. That's the key. Anyway, so we'll go through this. Said, I'm just going through this a couple of times, bro. So I want you to get up to understand how we got to. The reason I'm emphasizing this on this case, because I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna use this all through the whole series, right? But here I'm focusing on this because, right, we're talking about what this leads to. So I'm gonna talk briefly. I'm not gonna go to read all the stuff here, right? I'm just gonna talk. I'm not gonna read all the stuff on the right. You can read on at your leisure. What happened is 1948. See, it says those witnesses, that's Syria and Aram, they're two witnesses. Farrakhan trying to say that's Elijah and him. Oh boy. Anyway, they would be witnesses 42 years. That means 48 to 1990. And that's what happened. And then in 1990, right, the beast that rose out of the pit again, right? The beast that rose up out of the pit. Who? Out of the bottomless pit. That's chapter 20 again. So that means that had happened before this. That means it can't be the millennium unless you're saying this is going to happen after millennia. Unless you're going to say the two witnesses and all that stuff, because he said Farrakhan claims that's him and Elijah. They got other kind of things, but wherever you claim, the millennia has to happen before this, because now the beast coming up out of the abyss. Remember, they was in the bottomless pit, or the abyss, what we're going to call it, and they came out. So now they're coming out. It says, because it says right there, it says, well, we get to the next one, but it says, well, we'll see the next page, right? Let's go to the next page. See, because they're on the top there. Now, I show the key. Each group is a grouping. So the first group is European countries, but the Islamic part is the Islamic part of it. So they're part of Islamic. They're part of the European countries, Islamic part, right? So they're on it because 3 levels. Then you got 3 levels for the Oriental, and you got 3 levels for each one, right? So they're the Islamic part. See, so now that's the Middle East. One way I call it, they also call it mid-heaven because they're between. They represent European countries, and all the rest represent the heavens. So they're between mid. In chapter 19, they call it mid-heaven. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. So here's where it says, and the wild beast stepping out of the abyss. So they don't come out of the abyss until after millennia. So that means this has to happen after they come out of the abyss. So unless you say it's going to happen 1,000 years in the future, this already happened. That means the millennium's already passed. That means that was European history. Like I said, they was in dark age for 1,000 years. They was held down by the Islamic Empire. I mentioned at the beginning because of frequencies, whatever. They were held down for 1,000 years. And then they rose up. They got rid of Catholicism and adapted mathematics. It means they increased their frequency and they got more discipline. Because when they first came over here, they was like the Puritans and everything else. They was very disciplined and mathematical as much as they could achieve mathematics. And they got power again. And now they decline again. So that's what happened. So here, and then they'll be cast down for 24 years. See? So 1990, the war ended in 1991 actually. So after that, be 24 years, right? So that'd be 2015, basically. Or between 2014 and 2015, Obama came along, and that's when they started discussing the JCPOA. So like I said, I'm not going to, you can read that at your leisure, brothers and sisters. And so here it is, 2016, right? Up to remember, for 24 years, and then they would be, the JCPOA they started discussing it, and JCPOA came into effect in 2016. That means they'd be put on the foot of the nation because they was under the thumb of the UN. So it was on the foot of the nation. So they're on the bottom down here now. On the foot of the nation. They would be there for 3.5 years. Been there for 3.5 years. Right? From January 2019, right? But actually it's 7 years altogether because you got another 3.5 years they're moving up, and altogether it'd be it'll be 7 years altogether. And Daniel talked about that in the middle of the week where the agreement will be broken when Trump broke the agreement. Anyway, the bottom line is that 3.5 years will take them from January 2016 to around June 2019, right? 3.5 years. So they would be under the foot of nations. And then during that time, Trump will break the agreement. Now, exact date, because like Daniel breaks that down, sure he wasn't the exact date because he just said in the middle of the week. So that makes it, Daniel makes a lot of corrections. But anyway, I'm not getting, I didn't really mean to go there, brothers and sisters. I didn't even bring Daniel into this. And then it says the decree be broken, and then they start rising for 3.5 years. So it's got to be 7-year period, which will take you to January 2023. See? So negotiation, here they're negotiating, right? Because remember, during this period of time, they don't have nothing to do with America, Britain, and false Israel. They only negotiate with the Europeans. So now that's where you see them, right? In that position, it says the Spirit of God came in. You got to understand what that means, because God here is Satan, right? False Israel, and the demon, right? That spirit that belongs to him. That's too complicated, brothers. I'm gonna leave it there. People that study INJIL know what I'm talking about. Okay. And then it would take, after they got to January 2023, he said, be silent in heaven for half an hour, 6 months. And there's a lot more to this I'm saying here, brothers. I'm not going to say it all because you're looking at the fourth seal, there's silence there. Because all the seals, he hears something, but in the fourth seal, don't hear anything. And it has something to do with this silence, but I'm not going to that, brothers. I'm going to keep it simple because I want to move on to the main point here. But you put the 3.5 years together, you got 7 years. For 7 years, put you January 2003. Then the silence of heaven will take place. But see, I show you on the right here, I'm showing you an angel key, the top ones. And remember, the top is grouping of 3. That's where 6 wings come in. I'm not going into that kind of detail, right? You see. So the one at the top represents ears. That's part of the symbolism. The one in the middle represents hands, and the one at the bottom represents feet. I'm showing here. But during this time, the ears, right? They were on the top. But remember, now they in that position. Then in the middle, because they rising up from JCPOA, they rising up. And then in that position, right? And so in that position, right, you got the hands over the ears. Silence. I know that if you ain't studying INJIL, you have no idea that you want to understand that at all. I want to appreciate that. Because that's what it means. INJIL explains everything. So that means they're in that situation. And says they'll be in that situation for 6 months. Right? From January 2022, so it's about 6 months. It says about half an hour. So that means it could adjust maybe a month or two, about approximate. So I'm just going for 5 and 6 months. See? So January to February to March, April, May, June, right? July. Wait a minute, I did that right. I actually did it wrong. January to February to March, April, May, June, July. Oh, I'm still saying it right. June is a 6 month. Oh, I see. I'm saying 6 or 7 months. Okay, I'm all good. So I'm saying it's going to be in that period of time. 6, 7 months. I mean, could be May, but we know it's going to be within that period of time. That 9-day period, right? Because it says about. That's not what it's going to take. That's the word that's going to trigger the apocalypse. So they're in that situation, right? That's the silence. And that will be about 6 months from January. About. See? So I would say, January to February, March, April, May, June, July. Most likely July, right? But we'll see. And that's when the war takes place. That triggers. That's when the war takes place. That triggers the apocalypse. And American Britain is kicked out. See? They're kicked out. Iran and Syria are victorious with Master Muhammad's help. They're victorious. American Britain are kicked out. Middle East, that's what it's talking about. The dragons, angels kicked out. House of Saud is kicked out. They run back to India. India tells us they're not Arabs anyway, so they're really Indians. That the British put on that throne, and then they hyphenated the whole thing by calling Saudi Arabia. No, it was never called Saudi Arabia. The House of Saud took over, that the British put on the throne and promised them they would protect them on that throne as long as they kept giving them cheap oil. Yeah, you don't even know anything about that. India reveals that. Not even Arabs. The Indians. So they run back to India with as much money as they could take, leaving the Arabs hold the bag, right? American Britain's kicked out, false Israel is left, we're going to see in a minute, fit on their own, under siege, and then nuclear weapons neutralized, won't be able to use them. They tell you that's what these planes are doing, mass promise planes doing, they're neutralizing nuclear sites. They won't tell you to the extent because they don't want people to get nervous because America got a nuclear umbrella, you don't have to worry about that. Okay. If an umbrella got a lot of holes and it's made of paper. See, if you're in a storm, you got this big umbrella, and you don't realize it's made of paper, until all of a sudden, man, it gets soggy and all of a sudden you totally wet. But you thought you had something. See, you thought you had something. You had an umbrella, but you didn't know it was made of paper. See, soggy paper, like toilet tissue. So now it's surrounded. We see Israel. See, we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Who's Jerusalem? Jerusalem's capital of who? Who controls Jerusalem? It says their destruction is not. These evangelicals tell you, no, man, they're going to be redeemed. No. That's when Jesus going to come. Oh, well, Jesus going to be here. Not the one they say, because that one they showing you, he ain't got hell ass war here. Sure, skill ain't bronze. He's going to be present, right? But Master Muhammad, he's the one that takes down Goliath, because that's who they is. It's Goliath. He takes him down. I told you about that stone. I'm not going to the brothers and sisters. Oh, it's so beautiful. The script's so beautiful once you understand them. See, in other words, that's what's happening here. See, we're talking about the war in heaven. So this is part of the war in heaven. That's what we're talking about. That's the first war we're talking about. All this other stuff before that is wars and rumors of wars. Ukraine, that's a rumor of war. War, rumors of war. It's not Armageddon. It's not Armageddon. It's none of that. Just wars and rumors of wars. Farrakhan, they tell you don't get distracted with that. But Farrakhan, war, Armageddon already started. Yeah, but you're actually supposed to tell us before it started, not after us. What the hell we need you to tell us about things, the storm after it gets here? We can go to the Weather Channel for that. See? So they're thinking that, because the whole force Israel was set to begin with to deny us who we are. Because after Elijah Muhammad made it very clear that we're true to Abraham, he said, we can't let it be. Because that false Israel to prove that they're true to Abraham, and that we could have to be Ham, we could, that's another story. I can go off on that one for a while too. Right? So that's why they got to hold on to that lie, because if we the true seed of Abraham, what does that mean about them? What does that mean? What does that mean? You understand, brothers and sisters? What does that mean? Okay, so this part of war in heaven, cast out. False Israel cast down. Unclean bird. It's destroyed. It says destruction is nigh. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know it's this desolation. Destruction is near. Destruction, not redemption. It's time to flee. If you haven't fled already, that gets into another war we're going to talk about pretty soon. See? So this closes out the war in heaven. That's because American Britain's out. They cast down. See? Gog and Magog. See? And false Israel is destroyed, gone. And Shia is in control of the Middle East, all and everything. That's the war. That's the war. That's about to take place. It's going to start somewhere between June and July this year. That's the result of it. That's the war Farrakhan telling you about. He don't know anything about it. That's the what's going to trigger apocalypse. And so I'm going to show you a couple of things that I'll give a little teaser here about the ones coming up, right? Because the immediate effect of this, because as men's hearts be filled for fear of those things coming upon the earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. They got to some place, heavens beyond sun, moon, stars. How would they know that was powers were shaken? It's in the Middle East. And so now this has happened, and what they're going to witness, what happened to false Israel is going to be witnessed all over the world. Be witnessed all over the world. And what is that? What is that? Cannibalism. Because they're going to be using nuclear weapons, and they be cut off totally from food and water. It says, father eat their sons, son eat their father. And they have drones flying to show everybody exactly what they're doing. They're gonna be fighting, because first of all, if their nuclear arsenal is neutralized, they destroy it. Because at this time, right, everybody will be they won't see that war they had in 96, 7, all kind of stuff. That was contrived. The Arabs didn't want to win that war. They wanted to tell the public, their people, they wanted the population, right? The general population think they wanted that war. They wanted to win that war. They didn't, because they're on board with this too. They don't want us. They don't want people to think that we choose Abraham, because they know that we stay on our land. That we're going to talk about that too. We're going to take our land back. 16, 19, 29. You look at Abraham covenant. So we'll return to our land. We'll take it back. Look at how we got our land back. Stay on board with that too, because they can prove that if false Israel is one, then we don't have no claim. Because that's our land. It took them about 50,000 years ago, and we cut it with sand on our way out. See, let's know it's stored together, brothers and sisters. You understand? So that's what's happening here. Let's hold on here, brothers and sisters. Oh, I see. Okay. Getting a little reflection here. Okay, let's move to the next one. See what it says here. And they will see signs of sun, moon, stars, and earth, dressed among the nations, distress among the nations, perplexity of the roaring of the sea and the waves. Perplexity. Everybody's confused. See? Confused. And they won't be confused very long, because America wasn't supposed to lose that war. And Master Muhammad finally showed his hand. So they know that this ain't no extraterrestrial thing from the planet Zion somewhere. That the God's on the scene, and that he displayed his power. And they destroyed the air forces of false Israel, America, and Britain. When they try to attack Iran with Air Force, Master Muhammad destroyed the Air Force. They can't tell people here how they lost the Air Force. They won't tell them. They're going to make, that's part of the reason why they're going to get to Armageddon with Russia, because they're going to send Russia help Iran get rid of their plane. They can't tell. I mean, they're superpowered. Nobody can destroy them. They cannot admit to the American public how their planes got destroyed. The Air Force will be nothing. And the nuclear weapons will be nothing. So now you're talking about a war of attrition. And they outnumber like 10, 20, 30, 40 to 1. Not putting down sisters, not putting down women. I ain't say sisters, not putting down women. But the thing is that 1/3 of their forces are females. And they're going to go against the Iranians. And the Iranians outnumber them by themselves by 10 to 1. And the Iraqis, remember, a majority of Iraqis are Shia too. They're going to be with them. And everybody's going to be with them. And even surprised some scattering countries going to be with them. I'm not going to tell you who they are right now. I told you I would keep that to myself. That's that little stone that he had to hit Goliath in the head. You understand? So everybody's going to be against them. See? But right now, it's going to be a moment of perplexity. Oh, man, what the hell happened here? And then when they realize, oh, the bully is stumbling. Let's make sure he falls and never get up again. And a roar and it's perplexity and the roaring of the seas and the waves. See, you understand the seas represents the goat. They're roaring. They're roaring. Because remember, the goat was angry at America. They're roaring now. See, roaring. Because that means they got trouble over in China now. Got China over there, right? Because when they lose this war over there, now they got, hey man, these people couldn't win that. And their nuclear weapons didn't work. All of a sudden, tired of roaring. The goat and the ram over here in trouble. See? And men's hearts failing for fear of the expectation of things coming upon earth. The powers of heaven be shaken. See? So now, I'm saying, because now people see what happened there, and their hearts are failing. If their hearts are failing in anticipation, what's their hearts going to do when it actually comes? Men's hearts failing from fear of the expectation of things that's coming upon earth, that things going to come into America, because they see what happened over there, especially with false Israel, the cannibalism and everything else. They know it's coming here. Famine, everything is coming here. Their hearts failing in expectation of it. What it's going to do when it gets here? See? For the powers of heaven is shaken, because America lost. America, being the false Israel, lost. It was shaken. That shouldn't have happened. Right? And they will see the Son of Man come in a cloud with great power and glory. But when these things begin to take place, straight up lift your head, because your redemption is drawing near. See, apocalypse, the person, populace leads to Armageddon, which is the purpose of it. Take us home. Get us out of here. That's no story, bosses. I'm not going to go there. And this is the expectation of that war. Oil. Now, Europe is totally dependent upon Middle East oil. They were dependent on Russian oil, but now because of America's BS, right? They don't have access to Russian oil. So only oil they have is European oil. And now America's dependent upon that also, because they capped most of their wells. In addition to that, they got rid of their strategic reserves, strategic oil reserves, right? Strategic petroleum reserves, SPR. So they don't have any backup, any reserves. And so if all is totally covered off in the Middle East, that's going to cause an economic crisis here. It's going to cause a fuel crisis here, right? And everything here runs off of oil. Your electricity, get everything, all of it runs off of that. So if they don't have none, that means they ain't going to get no water, because they can't pump water to you. You ain't be able to buy food because they can't afford to get the food from the farm to processors, from there to the warehouses, right? From the warehouse to you. Even if they could, the oil price, what, $100 a gallon or whatever? How much the egg gonna cost? $1,000? You ain't gonna be able to afford it. It says bird manure would be an astronomical price, because that's all they can find to eat. And it says a donkey's head will be astronomical price. How much food's on a donkey's head? That's how bad it's gonna be. They're gonna throw the money in the streets. This is an aspect of this war. This is one of the first aspects. That's what I'm talking about. This is one of the first falls out, right? Consequence of this war by losing it. So now they have total control all the Middle East. So what happens? Europe has to take, and they have to go inside Russia. Otherwise, they're going to freeze. They can't even make war. NATO and everything can't make war because they have no fuel. So you think Russia will get them fuel and make war with them? So they have to go again. And you see it already happening right now. France and everybody else, they start turning against America. They have to go against America to survive. They have oil for their population and everything, and their population ain't going to have no problem with that, because it says, man, you better get that oil over here so we can start starving and we freeze and everything else. So they can betray America, and all Europe is going to be on Russia's side. That means all America's installations over there is going to be under attack. All the military, that means they got to run to rescue. That's Armageddon. Armageddon East. Okay. Now Armageddon West, right? Because it's two Armageddon, you need to understand that. Armageddon West, it'll be between the demons and that's another war, but I'm not going into detail here. But that's over here in the West, because there's going to be a total economic collapse. And no food, no water. It says they're going to drink. It says God going to give them blood to drink and flesh to eat, flesh their children to eat. That's what's going to be. So they're going to tear this country apart. The demons are going to tear this country apart. They're going to tear it apart. They're going to burn down the cities and everything else. It's going to be a total war here. Sword within and sword without. That's Armageddon West, Armageddon East. They'll be torn apart over there because all their friends betrayed them. They're trying to protect their bases. They got thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of troops over there in Europe. They're under attack. Try to defend them. See? That's what happened there. And over here, what's happening here is a total economic collapse. And now you got cannibalism, wholesale cannibalism war. So, and here what it says, and during this time, I'm telling you, I'm just showing you the impact of this war. See, it's leading to the next war. I'm giving you little highlights of what's coming, but this is what impact this was going to lead to other things. So look at Malachi. I said, my messenger you prepared the way before me. The Lord whom you seek shall surely come to his temple, the messenger of the covenant, right? Whom you should delight in. Behold, he come and said, Lord, host. But who may abide the day of his coming? Who shall stand when he appeareth? For it's like a refiner's fire, and like full of soap. He shall sit as a refiner and purify the silver, shall purify the sons of Levi. See, Elijah was a Levite. He raised Levites. Suleiman would raise Lazarus, right? Shabazz. And pure them as gold and silver, and they shall offer the Lord offerings in righteousness. They shall and shall offer to Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant to the Lord as in days of old, in ancient years. And I will come near to you in judgment. I'll be a swift witness against whatever, right? So in other words, that's the time, during this time, that's consequences of this war also. That's consequences of this war also. See? Clean up, take over, the kicking out of the Dame's taking over Nation of Islam and clean it up. Because who you clean up from? You clean up Elijah's mess? I say Elijah made a mess, or you treat the one that came after Elijah. And he would, see, understand that? Okay, let's move on. And there, see, this backs up right here. It says, I heard a great voice saying, right now becoming salvation, the power of the kingdom of God of the Christ. And remember, this is consequence of the war. This is chapter 12 again. Because withdrawing the accuser of the brother of us, accusing him night, citing the God of us day and night. That's Farrakhan always accusing black folks. Oh man, y'all so sinful. Y'all sinful. Remember? But he's always kissing, loving devils. But he all black. Y'all so sinful. Y'all so wicked. Y'all deserve to be. The reason why he don't talk to Abraham a covenant, the reward part, because he said we don't deserve reward, because we're so sinful, we ain't listen to him. So he's cast down. That's the consequences of war. That's one of the consequences of war. We don't go into more detail. We get further into the wars. But I'm just showing you the immediate consequence of the war in heaven. See? There you go. There you go. See? Cast down. That's what said. When thrones are cast down, ancient of days just set. See? He's running. See? Here you go right here. There's a consequence, all these consequences. Till I've held the thrones will place and one, it says cast down, that should be the best translation, was cast down. And the one ancient day just set. His reign was white as snow and hair like pure wool. That's not Farrakhan doing have hair like wool, hair, full hair, but like Farrakhan doesn't have hair like wool, lambs like wool, nor does Master Muhammad. So they can't be son of man. They don't have hair like that. His throne was fiery flames and wheels sit there burning fire. See, the wheel doesn't have flat flames come out of it. See, but anyway, that's another story. I'm just showing you. I'm just giving you a glimpse of what to the effect, right, of this war. The immediate effects that's going to kick into Armageddon, everything else. Cannibalism. There'll be no food. No food at all. None. Maybe for a few days, there will be no food at all. And be no water. See? So I'm just giving you some highlights, brothers and sisters, what to expect. And this is the time, the separation of the chaff and the wheat. That's the resurrection of our people. Because right now, the resurrection of Lazarus part of the resurrection. We're confused because we mixed in with the saints and the demons are mixed in together. The chaff and the wheat are mixed in together. So we confusing each other, going different wavelengths, different vibrations, and that's what Suleiman was separating. That's where you saw in Daniel, where the eagle was plucked up off that lion. You also see in Mark where the guy's mind back, whatever. But this is what happens here. And now you got two armies. You got the demon army. That's the locusts they're talking about, right? We're going to talk about that. That's the demon. I'm not talking about it here. That's the war. And then you got 17 million. That's the great army. It says, Ezekiel says they come together as a great army, the resurrection. All this is a direct consequence of that war. So I'm just showing that, brothers and sisters. Okay. So I think that's pretty much it there. Okay, I'm not going to go into this, brothers. I've talked about it quite a bit. Right. Except to say, This gets back at talking about the umbrella that's made of paper, right? So I'm not going to go into it, but I already talked, look at my previous ones, right? I'm not going to it. Well, let me go down a couple of things and just close this out. See, because I have to take a look at this explanation here. But basically, this is the mathematics of deception. Because you have details. See, the best way to deceive is a mixed truth with falsehood. So when you get generalization, that's another way to deceive people. A generalization, so to make people think that you know what to talk about. So for I watched the weather, Armageddon has already started, but never any details. I'm giving excruciating detail. I give you a lot of excruciating details here. So you got two different things. So you have an equation like that. See, this equation on the left, the right, left. The one on the left is summary, but the one on the right is detail, and they're equal. They're equal. Say, well, they're equal. Well, okay, what's the problem then? They are totally equal. So let's go through this quickly, brothers and sisters. Right. So the X right there is talking about. You have to put it in context, right? X represents the current time, and T is the time of the event. So say the time of the event is the beginning of that war. The event leading up to that, the event that is the war. But X is current time leading up to the war, right? Okay. So say the war is 3 years from now, 2000. Well, say it was 3 years from now, right? Or 3 months from now, right? See. So you put 1 in there, and what you got? Put 1 here, and both of them turns out to equal 4. Both of them got something. Both know. Yeah, you got details about Armageddon. You have fire content. Hey, so you know what Armageddon is going to be. You got some generalizations, but you get details on the right side. On the left side, right, you get generalizations. So you think you got some, man, it's going to be a war. It's going to fire, so you got the generalizations. So you think you're good. And then year 2 comes in, next year, got second month close to it, right? And you still got more generalizations, right? Watch the weather and stuff. So, hey, man, the weather, see? But you get more detail on the one on the right, because he did detail. You put 2 in here, so it's still equal. They both equal 5. What happens when the event happens? Put 3 in there. Then the one on the right, detail, he got something. He got what? He got 6. And with the one on the left, he got nothing. He didn't know anything. He thought he had something he knew. Now you're right in the middle of it. Or you know Armageddon and what's weather, but what you do? You have no knowledge, you have anything. See? That's the mathematics. That's the way the mathematics works. So you have nothing. This is not a trick. Do the math, brothers and sisters. That's the mathematics of deception. So you thought you had something leading up to it until what? Bam. Then you got to the event and you had nothing. Now, Armageddon, what I do is the weather. Yeah, it's bad. What I do? But the one on the right, use details. Oh, this, I know who this is. I know where I should go. I know what I should do. See? And then what happens? Next year, if you survive it, then both of you got something again. But see, both of you have knowledge, third knowledge of what happened, but one's in hell and one's in heaven. both have third knowledge now. One's in hell and one's in heaven. Both got knowledge now. See? But one's in hell and one's in heaven. See? Because people go to hell, they're going to know who God is, angels, everything, ain't they? They're going to know who the devil is and everything else when they get there. They're going to know exactly, but they ain't going to do them any good. You understand? That's the mathematics of deception. Do the math. That's not a trick, brothers and sisters. That's the mathematics of it. And here I'll just go through, Here I just go through step by step, right? So you can see year 1, year 2, year 3, boom. Okay? Hope you understand, brothers. We're going to leave it there. We're going to leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Excuse me, brothers and sisters. I'm going to check something here. Got something. Assalamu alaikum. Sulman Rahim here. The judge, messenger of the covenant, breaker of the seven seals. Assalamu alaikum. The crusher. Brothers and sisters, I have a special for you today. Countdown to Apocalypse. Apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Got Lion Fire Canary talking about Armageddon has already started. He has no idea what he's talking about. Armageddon has not started yet. But when it starts, you'll know. It's a time of wars and rumors of wars. See? And we're going to talk about his deception. See, everything is mathematics. But I got a series here. This is a series. It's a preview. Upcoming series, brothers and sisters. The upcoming series. Let's see here. How does this work here? How is it doing it? Okay. Good. Upcoming series. So I intend to give this whole series countdown to Apocalypse. After Armageddon is just one battle in the Apocalypse. That's what Revelations call the Apocalypse. Some people call it the Apocalypse. See? So we give a step-by-step countdown, right, to the Apocalypse